Chapter 1. Two adorable little ones arrive. In the vibrant city of Jiangsheng, at a polytechnic institute, the playground bustles with life as the weather warms. Many of the participating girls have donned short shorts and skirts, showcasing their long, slender legs adorned with black stockings or white frilly socks, accentuating their already perfect curves. The light clothing on their upper bodies reveals a few enviable figures, captivating the attention of numerous boys nearby. "Hey, old four, you should really get up and take a look," one of them remarks. With such a splendid view, you truly lack appreciation for beauty. A few of them glance at Qing, who is sprawled on the grass, shielding his eyes from the sun, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. "Oh, I see. You didn't come here to bask in the sun, but to daydream about it." The group falls silent. As the activity concludes, they rise. "Are you coming or not, old four?" one asks. "You all go on ahead, it'll stay out a bit longer." Qing waves them off, bidding farewell to his dorm mates. Reflecting on their earlier comments, he sighs, a sense of helplessness washing over him. What's the point of looking? With his circumstances, he doubts he could find anyone in the entire school. Orphaned at a young age, the meager inheritance left to him barely covers his basic education, and he is currently in debt to the school for tuition. Penniless, how could he dare to pursue romance? Though Qing harbors lecherous thoughts, he prides himself on being among the more conscientious of his kind, though this is merely his own self-assessment. As he contemplates, a shimmering screen materializes before his eyes. At 18, you entered a prestigious university thanks to your deceased parents' savings. You lived frugally and worked hard, eventually landing a position at a major internet company upon graduation. By 28, after several years of grinding at the company, you had saved a bit and met a girl you wished to marry. Despite her lack of demands, you tightened your belt and took a 10-year loan to buy a house and organize a wedding. At 30, burdened with a mortgage, you felt like a wild donkey shackled with chains, subjected to the heaviest of workloads by your superiors, who knew your vulnerabilities. That year, you welcomed a pair of twin daughters into the world. Your wife was understanding, providing you with a warm refuge. At 35, however, you could not escape the ravages of time. You lost your job, and the anxiety of unemployment, the pressure of loans, and the weight of life bore down on you, leading to frequent outbursts and quarrels with your wife, which terrified the children into tears. Each night, following your rages, your wife and children cautiously cleaned up the shattered glass from your fits of anger. In that same year, your wife decided to return to her family home with the children to spare them from worry. Your life plunged into a low point. The life reversal system has been initialized. You possess the courage to restart your life and achieve a turnaround at this pivotal age. What? Qing stared at the text in disbelief. What the hell? Is this truly the life that awaits me? Damn it, what a catastrophic start and an equally disastrous conclusion. Wait, what is this system? He is merely 18 and has only been in college for half a year. How can it claim he is already 35? Could it be that the system arrived prematurely? It seems a genuine life reversal is in order. Suddenly, curiosity piqued. Qing wondered if the system offered any rewards or tasks. Gain the forgiveness of your two precious daughters. Reward beginner's gift pack. Qing, if only you were real, system. We could exchange a green bubble, and I would definitely send you a 60-second voice message. However, 60 seconds is WeChat's limit, not mine. It appears this first task will take at least a decade to accomplish. With a heavy sigh, he was about to ponder further when a light voice called out to him. Turning towards the opposite side of the playground, he spotted two little girls running. They were nearly identical, dressed in flowing white dresses, their braided hair trailing behind them, their adorable faces sparkling with innocence. Their large, watery eyes and long lashes, paired with chubby cheeks, made them look as if they had just escaped from a fairy tale. Yet, they appeared anxious, clutching each other tightly, their steps uneven. Behind them, a fluffy white puppy chased after them, its round eyes fixated on the girls, barking excitedly, its tail wagging energetically as if joining in their playful chase. Qing felt a flicker of familiarity as he observed the two little girls. Nevertheless, he quickly jogged over, wrapping one arm around each of them while using the other to flip the puppy onto its back, playfully scratching its belly. The delightful sensation of its soft fur made it hard for him to stop. Woo-woo. The puppy yelped, showing its tiny teeth, eager to engage with Qing. "Oh, you've got some spirit," he chuckled, eventually releasing the puppy, which continued to bark and glance back at him, a look of indignation on its face. Little rascal. Feeling the warmth of the children in his embrace, Yi Qing turned to the little girls. Just as he was about to inquire about their parents' whereabouts, he noticed their tear-filled eyes, their delicate faces marred by a look of grievance. With their little lips protruding as if they could hold oil, tears began to fall. As one droplet hit the ground, others followed suit. Wow, they cried, launching themselves into Yi Qing's arms. Yi Qing was just about to pat their heads when they exclaimed, "Daddy! Yo-Yo is at Grandma's and misses Daddy so much. Xiao also misses Daddy. Daddy, don't abandon us. Daddy, no way. I'm only 18. Kids, you shouldn't shout like that. I just saved you. You can't repay kindness with enmity and make me an accidental father." Yi Qing thought to himself, preparing to voice his concerns. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He seemed to recall who the two little girls resembled. Could it be? They bear a striking resemblance to me. Yi Qing knelt down, supporting their shoulders as he gazed into their faces, and indeed they looked alike. Despite his tumultuous family background, Yi Qing's looks were quite striking, and these little girls were equally charming. Their noses, their faces, they truly shared his features. Yet, even if they resembled him, that didn't necessarily mean anything. "What are your parents' names? I'll take you to find them. They must be nearby," he asked. Hearing his words, Yu pouted, looking at him with curiosity. "Daddy seems a bit more handsome, a touch younger. But a dad is a dad. Mommy said that Daddy is a softie as long as we cry. He'll relent. It seems we didn't cry enough just now." Yu glanced at her sister Ro, leaning in to whisper, "Xiao, Daddy doesn't want us anymore." Wow! A loud wail erupted suddenly. Chapter 2. Task completed, abundant rewards. As the tears flowed, Yi Qing felt a tightening in his heart. Don't cry. Daddy misses you too. How about I take you both out for something delicious?" Yi Qing sought to reassure the two little ones. "Daddy was just teasing you earlier. Why are you still crying so hard? Tell Daddy what you want to eat." He gently caressed the heads of the two girls, experiencing an unfamiliar sensation. This must be the feeling of having human offspring. They were so soft and delightful. No wonder men become devoted to their daughters once they have them. "Daddy, I want a lollipop." Upon hearing the promise of treats, Yu nudged Ro, urging her to stop crying. She then cupped her sister's face and gently rubbed the corners of her eyes. The sight of those tiny hands caressing a cherubic face melted Yi Qing's heart. This system and Oppo's issues remain unresolved, and now I must assist someone in finding their family, Yi Qing mused. However, in the next instant, a luminous screen materialized before him. Detected that the host has completed the system task, and astonishingly, it was completed in such a brief time, elevating the novice gift packs level, rewarding the host with a vehicle upgraded from Santana to Rolls-Royce Phantom, rewarding the host with a residence upgraded from Jiangbei apartment to a villa in Ziyun Pavilion. The vehicle and residence will be distributed in a reasonable manner. Yi Qing stared at the screen, his pupils dilating in shock. What does this mean? What is the system implying? Is this still the timeline of Earth in 2025? He glanced down at the two little girls tugging at his pant leg, and an alarming thought crossed his mind. It couldn't be. No, I'm still a youthful male. How have I suddenly become a wealthy, doting father? Yet, this peculiar system feels as erratic as a madman. I need to investigate further. Passing by a convenience store, Yi Qing purchased 2 lollipops. "Thank you, Daddy." Yi Yu exclaimed as she unwrapped one and placed it into Yi Ro's mouth. "Yummy, sister." Yi Ro mumbled softly. Yi Qing also bought a notebook. "Can you both write Mommy and Daddy's names?" he asked. "I can," Yi replied, taking the pen and starting to scribble. Although her handwriting was a bit messy, it was impressive for a child of 4 or 5 to be able to write it all. As she wrote Yi Qing, he felt an undeniable certainty in his heart. These were indeed his daughters, especially since he had never shared his name with them. Coupled with the system's assistance, he pondered how they had arrived here and who his wife might be. With anticipation, he watched as Yi wrote the name Bai Shi. Bai Zi. A jolt of recognition surged through him. A vivid image of a charming figure appeared in his mind. Bai Shi was the school belle from his high school, renowned for her beauty and graceful figure. He distinctly recalled the curves beneath her uniform and the delicate, fair ankles that peeked out as she ran. Those long, straight legs and cascading hair were etched in his memory. After all, it was rare to remember such details from high school when everyone was bundled up. What kind of extraordinary luck would it take for him to marry the school belle? No wonder the system insisted he secure a nice home, even if the other party did not request it. He inwardly chastised himself for his frivolous thoughts. Yi Qing also remembered that by Ji, she had excelled academically and had been accepted into the top school in Jiangbei University. I need to process this information, he said, taking one girl's hand in each of his as they walked towards an underground parking lot, where, according to the system, the Rolls-Royce awaited. Upon entering the underground area, Yi Qing's gaze was immediately drawn to the magnificent vehicle, its Parthenon-style grille and imposing frame commanding attention. Daddy will drive you to our new home soon, okay? He assured them. New home? Are we really going to our new home? What about Mommy? Will she come too? They asked excitedly. Mommy won't be coming today, but you two can stay with Daddy. Let's wait until tomorrow when I could go pick her up, all right? He helped them into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Okay, they chirped, swinging their little legs in delight. As Yi Qing settled into the driver and Oppo's seat, he caressed the pristine steering wheel, a wave of excitement washing over him. Yet, the rapid series of events had left him feeling somewhat numb. As the vehicle exited the parking garage, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Wei Mu Shui, the steward of Villa Number 3 in Ziyun Pavilion. The property transfer has been completed. If you need assistance, just let me know, and I'll help with other matters, a gentle voice said. I'll be there shortly. Yi Qing replied. All right, I'll await your arrival. After ending the call, he glanced at the two well-behaved girls in the back seat. How did you two manage to come out by yourselves? At this, both little ones looked confused. We were sleeping at Grandma's house, and when we woke up, Mommy and Grandma were gone. I took little Ro and we walked. Then we were chased, and Daddy saved us. Crossing through time. What on earth is happening in this timeline? The system comes from a future timeline, which is utterly nonsensical. And it brought my daughters along? This is all quite bewildering. As he drove, Yi Qing sorted through his thoughts, and, as the navigation neared its destination, a smile spread across his face. He felt remarkably fortunate. 2 beautiful daughters and a schoolbell wife, along with this life-altering system. What more could he possibly want? Lost in thoughts of the schoolbell, Yi Qing's ears resonated with the classic lines of Li Yunlong from The Bright Sword. Fire the cannons. Fire the cannons. Fire the cannons. Regardless, he knew he would have to visit Jiangbei University tomorrow. With a press of the accelerator, Ziyun Pavilion came into view. As he gazed at the area, astonishment filled his expression. The scenery was breathtaking. The orderly villa community, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with a panoramic view of the river shrouded in mist, vividly demonstrated its uniqueness. At the entrance of the community stood a graceful figure clad in a lady's professional suit, perfectly accentuating her physique. The collar of her white shirt was slightly open, revealing a delicate patch of skin, while a black bow tie added a playful yet elegant touch. Complementing her look was a black form-fitting skirt, the hem reaching mid-thigh, leading down to her long legs wrapped in black stockings, reminiscent of fine satin enveloping exquisite jade. Though she wore high heels, she stood on tiptoe, gazing into the distance, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Indeed, as the engine roared, the Rolls-Royce drew closer. This must be Mr. Yi, she mused. Chapter 3 Indeed, we have 2 daughters. Wei Muxiue gazed at the Rolls-Royce before her, reflecting on Yi Qing's voice during their recent phone conversation. She deduced that he did not seem very old. He must be quite accomplished for his age. However, he should at least be nearing 30. As she pondered, her footsteps moved forward. As the car window descended, a youthful visage appeared before Wei Muxiue's eyes. She looked at Yi Qing, but couldn't help casting a glance toward the back seat, where she spotted 2 little girls. Ah, so this young man is Mr. Yi, the owner of Villa Number 3? How old could he be? 20? He certainly appeared to be around that age. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wei Muxiue, the exclusive housekeeper for Villa Number 3, with whom you just spoke on the phone. I will now escort you to the villa. Please wait a moment while I take the staff vehicle to guide you. No need, just get in the car. Yi Qing gestured to the passenger seat. All right. Wei Muxiue climbed into the passenger seat, guiding Yi Qing into the villa district. In the back seat, the 2 little girls stared wide-eyed at the luxurious villas, pressing their noses against the glass like little piglets. Wow, Daddy, where are we? Aren't we going home? Your father has brought you to your new home. We will be living here from now on. Upon hearing this news, Yu and Xiao rushed closer. Even Wei Muxiue turned her head abruptly. The surprise of the two little girls was different from hers. She was astonished to realize that these two were Mr. Ye's daughters. She had assumed they were his younger sisters. With the country now promoting second and third children, perhaps they were from some affluent family responding to the government's call. It seemed that Mr. Ye's true age must be somewhat older than his appearance suggested. This was quite normal. After all, who could guess that Lin Jing and Ganga were the same age just by looking at them? But, Daddy, our Toys Haven tea bin moved over yet. And Yu hasn't tea brought her sleeping little Pegasus. I will buy you some new ones in the next few days, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Moments later, they arrived at Villa number 3. After getting out, Yi Qing stood before the Chinese-style villa, momentarily lost in thought. Entering the courtyard, a meticulously crafted Taihu stone mountain came into view, with interconnected holes resembling a three-dimensional ink painting. Beneath the rockery, a shimmering pond sparkled, where goldfish swam leisurely, occasionally leaping from the water, creating rippling waves. On the corridor, exquisite wood carvings adorned the space. Not only was Yi Qing astonished, but the two little girls also gaped in awe. Daddy, is this a palace? Are Yu and Xiao going to become princesses? Xiao, let us go. Hee. Yu raised her chubby hand, propping Xiao's south chin to close her mouth, and then took her hand, running around in the courtyard. Wei Muxiue and Yi Qing followed closely behind. Slow down, be careful not to fall, Yi Qing cautioned, while Wei Muxiue was busy introducing the features of the villa. After a tour, evening descended. The two little girls had been running about, but now appeared utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Wei Muxiue departed to handle other formalities. Yi Qing glanced at the refrigerator, which was stocked with fresh ingredients, evidently purchased that very day. Shall I cook dinner for you? Yes, Yu exclaimed loudly, while Xiao nodded earnestly. Please wait on the chairs. I will have dinner ready shortly. After saying this, the two girls scurried to the chairs, climbing up with their hands and feet, sitting patiently in anticipation of the delicious meal. Yi Qing entered the kitchen with the ingredients. Cooking was a trivial task for him, as his upbringing did not allow him to live as a pampered gentleman. Here it comes. Dinner is ready. The two girls held bowls as large as their faces, eating eagerly, their bodies swaying with delight. Occasionally setting down their bowls, Yi Qing caught sight of their chubby faces stuffed with food, resembling little hamsters. After a while, both girls finished their meals, diligently ensuring they consumed every grain of rice. Daddy Yu raised her bowl for Yi Qing to see, her eyes sparkling with expectation, her little legs shaking with excitement. You've eaten so cleanly. Well done, Yu. Yi Qing praised, ruffling her hair. Xiao, you did great too. He reached out to pat the other girl. At that moment, Yi Qing wore a smile reminiscent of a proud father. Anyone seeing these two little angels would likely feel the same way. Daddy, it's dark now. Why hasn't Team Mommy come home yet? Shall we go pick her up? Let's go, Daddy. These words made Yi Qing's head spin. How could he find Bai Ziqi? If he simply took the two girls to her, he feared being labeled as insane. He had initially planned to contact Bai Ziqi tomorrow to establish some rapport. However, he needed to gather some useful information first. Mommy won TB coming home tonight. She's staying at Grandma's. Tomorrow, she said she would come to see Yu and Xiao. By the way, Yu Xiao, do you know any secrets about Mommy? Yi Qing asked suddenly. The two little girls looked puzzled, pursing their lips in deep thought. I know. When Yu bathes with Mommy, I saw a heart-shaped birthmark on her right buttock. Mommy said it is a birthmark. Daddy, what is a birthmark? Yi Qing looked at Yu, realizing this information was incredibly significant. The credibility of this revelation had just increased dramatically. Well done, Yu. Yi Qing praised, and Yu beamed proudly. Turning to Xiao, he found her pouting, deep in thought, which only made her look adorably cute. All right, don't think too much, Xiao. Daddy, I can't think of anything, Xiao said, feeling a bit downcast. Yi Qing picked her up. It's all right. Daddy, I want a hug too. Yu clung to Yi Qing's leg, shaking it. All right, come here. He embraced both girls, feeling a surge of happiness. He began to understand why some fathers weep profusely when their daughters marry. If it were him, he would surely cry as well. This was a double whammy. Who could withstand such emotions? Never mind, Never mind. That is a concern for the distant future. The immediate priority is to sort things out with my wife. Qing thought, and a glowing panel appeared before him. Bring your wife home. Reward. Random multiplier rebate. Only applicable for wife and children. Divine physique. That night, as he prepared for bed, Qing discovered a peculiar habit of the two girls. They insisted on clinging to his arm while sleeping, gripping tightly. Yu, Xiaoro, if you do this, Daddy won't be able to move, Qing said helplessly. But Daddy, you always do this when you nap with us on weekends. And why can Mommy do it, but Yu and Xiaoro cannot? Mommy sleeps hugging your arm every night. Upon saying this, Yu pouted, her eyes sparkling. Ah, so I now know another habit of Baijiqi's. She must hug something while sleeping. And it seems these two little girls have perfectly inherited this trait. Qing yearned to caress Yu, to cleanse the remnants of her meal from her lips. However, as he was about to raise his hand, he recalled that his other hand was still restrained by Xiaoro. Resigned, he could only sigh softly. Let's sleep, let's sleep. Hee. Good night, Daddy. Yu chirped, and Xiaoro murmured a similar sentiment. The following morning, after breakfast, Wei Muxue arrived. Qing turned to her and said, Muxue, I need to trouble you with something today. Mr. Yi, please speak freely, she replied. Could you watch the two little darlings for me today? I need to step out for some errands. Upon overhearing this, the two adorable children scurried over and embraced Qing's leg. Daddy, where are you going? Are you going to work? Daddy is going to bring Mommy back. Don't you miss her? Be good, okay? Okay. Wei Muxue knelt down, caressing the heads of the two cherubic children. Just gazing at their faces melted her heart. They're so adorable and remarkably beautiful. She mused that their mother must also possess an extraordinary visage. How about I braid your hair later? Make pretty braids for you. Okay, thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. The two girls eagerly followed Wei Muxue, their spirits lifted by the promise of beautiful braids. Wei Muxue, however, felt a tinge of unease. Perhaps I shouldn't have addressed myself as sister. That puts me in a different generation than Mr. Yi. But she shrugged it off. Oh well, so be it. She turned to the two darlings, a wide smile gracing her face. You two little sweethearts are mine for now. Qing departed in his car, arriving at Jiangbei University shortly thereafter. The sight of a Rolls-Royce was quite conspicuous on the campus. Many students gazed at it with envy. Although Jiangbei University was the premier institution in the province, a 985-level institution, few students dared to imagine owning such a car. Which VIP has come to inspect the school again? Perhaps it's a successful alumnus? Two young men speculated, their eyes fixed on the approaching Rolls-Royce. They then noticed the youthful face of the driver. Is that even a student? The bane of the wealthy. Here to woo the girls at our school. We've seen sport cars before, but a Rolls-Royce is a first. They watched as Qing alighted from the vehicle. And he's handsome, too? Alarm bells rang in their minds. Without a doubt, another girl in our school is about to suffer. Qing approached a passing girl. Excuse me, miss. The girl, evidently a freshman, appeared flustered and bashful, glancing at Qing and the car. Hello, can I inquire about someone? Also a freshman. The young man nearby muttered as expected. This restless fellow starts flirting as soon as he gets out of the car. After an hour of inquiries and searching, Qing arrived at the entrance of a classroom during a break between two long lectures. He entered through the back door. His gaze immediately fell upon the most radiant girl in the room. Her eyes were like the most brilliant stars in the night sky, limpid and bright, seeming to hold a bottomless pool of autumn water. Her other features were perfectly arranged on her oval face. She stood chatting with several girls, her lips naturally rosy, her mouth slightly upturned in a gentle smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Her figure was much as Qing remembered, but with even more perfect proportions. Her slender legs were encased in jeans, revealing their flawless lines. Her delicate waist was incredibly slender, seemingly able to be encircled by a single hand. And yet, her bosom was fuller than he remembered. Baijiqi felt a gaze and glance towards the back door, her eyes meeting Qing's, her expression questioning. She seemed to be wondering where she had seen him before. All right, let's continue with the lesson. At the teacher's words, everyone settled down. Qing remained outside the classroom, leaning against the wall, contemplating how to approach Baijiqi. He wanted to introduce her to the two little ones today, but he needed to prepare her first. As for a paternity test, it was essential. Otherwise, Bai Jishi would not believe him. After the class, Bai Jishi emerged. Yi Qing, have you been waiting long? What brings you here? Bai Jishi approached Yi Qing, a smile on her face. You and Appos, much more vibrant than you were in high school. You recognize me? What are you saying? How could I not recognize an old classmate? Although we were only in the same class in the first year of high school, before you transferred to another school, my memory isn't that bad. Bai Jishi playfully chided. She placed her hands behind her back, leaned closer to Yi Qing, and scrutinized him. I must say, if you had changed any more, I might not have recognized you. Did you also get into Jiangbei University? No, I'm at Jiangbei University of Science and Technology. I came here specifically to find you. Do you have any classes later? No, just the 2 this morning. Could you come with me somewhere? I have something important to tell you. Yi Qing said, and Bai Jishi frowned slightly, as if hesitating. However, seeing Yi Qing and Appos' expression, she relented. All right. Nearby, the young men from earlier watched the scene unfold, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is it the guy who drove the Rolls-Royce this morning? Holy crap, it is. And the one following him is Jishi. I'm stunned. So being rich means you can do whatever you want. We older students were still harboring hopes, and she's already been snatched away. They collectively wailed, feeling their hearts ache. As they were lamenting, a young man approached and whispered, all right, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. You didn't make a move earlier, and now you can only be heartbroken here. But the girl you can't let go of might be getting put in by someone else. I'm stunned. The others glared at the speaker, their hearts breaking even more. Let's beat him up. Okay. Hey, why are you coming at me? It's not like I'm the one who's putting it in. While they were bickering, Yi Qing had already led Bai Jishi to the Rolls-Royce. Jishi, get in the car. I and Appos, LL take you somewhere. I and Appos, LL gather my thoughts in the car and tell you. You and Appos, driving this car now? Did you strike it rich, old classmate? Come on, get in. Yi Qing opened the car door. Bai Jishi hesitated. Shouldn't we talk about it here? What I'm about to say might sound absurd, but it's all true. Yi Qing said, and Bai Jishi's expression turned serious. If you're going to confess, don't say it. I don't want a relationship right now. Catching up is fine, but nothing else. Bai Jishi warned, crossing her arms in front of her chest, as if she had plenty of experience with this. Yi Qing began, we have twin daughters. Chapter 4, Mother Arrives. Boom. The words struck Bai Jishi like a thunderclap from the heavens, leaving her face adorned with evident astonishment. She turned to Yi Qing, her eyes brimming with an intricate mix of emotions. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to articulate a thought, yet found herself at a loss for words. She was merely 18, a freshman. She had never even experienced a romantic relationship before. And now, to hear that she has 2 daughters? What on earth? Bai Jishi felt a surge of incredulity, wanting to voice her disbelief, but she didn't know where to begin, for there were just too many points of contention. After a prolonged silence, Bai Jishi glanced at the Rolls-Royce beside her, inhaling deeply before addressing Yi Qing. Have you suddenly become overwhelmed by wealth? How long has this been going on? Should you consider increasing your dosage? Yi Qing merely looked at her, his lips twitching with exasperation. So, we're throwing around accusations without any foul language, are we? You think of me as a man who has suddenly come into fortune and lost his mind? He decided to present some evidence. Let me ask you this. Do you have a heart-shaped birthmark on your right hip? Bang. His words rendered Bai Jishi's face a deep crimson, as if blood were about to spill forth. This expression confirmed to Yi Qing that his assertion held some truth. Now, his credibility had increased significantly, hadn't it, Appos? Moments later, under his watchful gaze, Bai Jishi retrieved her phone and began typing. Yi Qing leaned over to see. The large digits 110 flashed on the screen. Hey, don't be too hasty. I'm not a rogue, nor have I ever spied on you while bathing. This is what your daughters told me. You must believe me. You filthy lecher. Go to the police station and see if they believe you. Bai Jishi was poised to make the call when Yi Qing pressed her hand down. He then produced his own phone. Look at this. See these girls? I'm telling the truth. It's these 2 little ones. As Bai Jishi inspected the photos, her brows furrowed. Those 2 little girls in her mind. She compared them to her own childhood likeness, and they bore at least a striking resemblance. Moreover, these adorable darlings were simply enchanting. With just a glance, Bai Jishi felt a rush of unfamiliar emotions swell within her. It was as if there existed a profound connection of blood ties. Observing Bai Zhixi's gradually calming demeanor, Yi Qing felt a sense of relief. Indeed, children possess a remarkable ability to soothe. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from revealing Bai Zhixi's secret that nearly led to Uncle Hattah's involvement. He opened the car door. "Gulme, I'll take you to meet the little ones, and afterward, we can conduct a paternity test." Bai Zhixi, her expression still complex, finally nodded in silence and climbed into the vehicle. Yi Qing drove away. Meanwhile, a group of boys who had been playfully tussling nearby watched the unfolding scene with shattered hearts. To them, it appeared as though Yi Qing had proposed to support Bai Zhishi, but she had crossed her arms defiantly, rejecting him. Yi Qing then raised the stakes, only to incite her anger. Ultimately, he revealed clandestine photos and videos, asserting, "You wouldn't want this footage to circulate, would you, Bai the campus beauty?" Poor Bai Zhishi had no choice but to submit. Ah, that scoundrel! In an instant, their minds erupted with fury, some even contemplating vandalizing Yi Qing's car the next time he visited Jiangxing University. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies, as they were but students, incapable of such actions. They could only retreat and nurse their wounds in silence. In the car, Bai Zhishi sat in the back seat, her expression cold and aloof. Gradually, she began to process the implications of Yi Qing's earlier revelations. It was undoubtedly the two little girls who had shared her secret, for since maturing, she had not bathed with anyone else. Only her closest relatives were privy to such intimate knowledge. They would never gossip. Hence Yi Qing could not have learned through that channel. Was it truly as Yi Qing suggested? She was merely a freshman. Was this what it meant to be a mother? And could it be that her future husband was Yi Qing? Bai Zhishi pondered this, stealing glances at Yi Qing, who was focused intently on driving. His chiseled profile, combined with his earnest expression, only served to enhance his attractiveness. In this light, he appeared rather handsome, perhaps not so bad after all. Ugh! Bai Zhishi reprimanded herself. What a time to entertain such thoughts. She truly must be famished. Instead, she resolved to contemplate how to interact with the two little darlings they were about to meet, taking it one step at a time, awaiting the results of the paternity test. At that moment, Yi Qing halted the car. "Wait for me here," he instructed, stepping out briefly before returning with a bag. They continued their journey shortly thereafter. Before long, they arrived at Ziyun Pavilion. Upon witnessing the exquisite surroundings of the villa district, Bai Zhishi inquired, "Yi Qing, do you reside here now?" "Yes, the two little girls are home. You'll meet them shortly." Upon arriving at Villa Number 3, they found Wei Muxiue had already styled the girls' hair into adorable pigtails as they frolicked in the expansive yard, laughter echoing through the air like a joyous melody. As Yi Qing's car pulled up, the girls' attention was captured. "Daddy! Daddy!" they cried, rushing toward him. Yi Qing beamed, crouching down with open arms, ready for a warm embrace. However, the girls veered off course, dashing past him instead. "Mommy! Mommy, you're off work!" Two voices chimed in unison. Yi Qing was taken aback. So, the father was less fragrant than the mother? Bai Zhishi, just stepping out of the car, was immediately enveloped by the two little girls' embraces around her legs. She looked down at the delicate, rosy-cheeked figures, her heart racing with an overwhelming sense of connection. It was as if she were reuniting with long-lost kin, the bond of blood palpable even after years of separation. Yet, she hadn't anticipated such an intense encounter and stood frozen, unsure of her next move. Yuyo and Sharo nuzzled their tiny faces against her pants, then looked up at her, their eyes filled with confusion. "Mommy, what is wrong? Usually you give us a big kiss first. Mommy, are you okay? Today, we were very well behaved. Mommy, are you unhappy? We didn't sneak out. We were just sleeping. We were so good in bed." The two little girls, believing their mother's silence stemmed from this incident, blinked as tears began to well in their eyes, their voices trembling as if they might burst into tears at any moment. Bai Zhishi panicked, looking to Yi Qing, who was still dazed nearby. She squeezed her fists and shot him a pleading glance, mouthing, "Help." Yi Qing shot her a sidelong glance, clearly not adept at comforting children. He approached, crouching down to gently pat the girls' heads. "Crying doesn't mean you're good. Mommy is just tired from work today." As if understanding, the little girls responded, "Mommy, are you tired?" Let Yo-Yo give you a gentle massage. She is quite skilled, and my mother often says that Yo-Yo and Appo's touch brings immense relief. Xiaoro can also help Mom with a little kneading. Xiaoro lifted her small face, refusing to be outdone. Thank you, Yo-Yo and Xiaoro. Baijiqi finally regained her composure, extending her hand to gently caress the heads of the two children, feeling an unmistakable warmth in her heart. She crouched down to gaze at the two girls, who were remarkably beautiful, reminiscent of her own childhood appearance, as Yeqing had mentioned. Oh, how she wished to whisk them away. Yet, there was still Yeqing to consider. She looked at Yeqing, lost in thought. What are you thinking? I advise you to abandon any unrealistic notions. Yeqing's piercing gaze read her intentions, and she cautioned her. Baijiqi felt exposed under Yeqing's scrutiny and puffed out her cheeks, feigning indignation. Mom, can I give Yo-Yo and Xiaoro a kiss? Yo-Yo and Xiaoro aren't intentionally misbehaving. You used to kiss us every time you came home from work and brought us gifts. Mom will kiss you now, Baijiqi said, planting kisses on the girl's cheeks. However, the word mom felt somewhat foreign on her lips. Yeqing joined them in the car, producing the sweet treats purchased along the way. These are gifts from your mother. Little desserts. Wow, I knew Mom wouldn't forget. Mom, let's go to the sofa. We can help you with a massage. With that, Baijiqi was pulled away. As Baijiqi took her first step into the villa, a message appeared before Yeqing. Host is truly swift, accomplishing such a daunting task in such a short time. Reward issued. Random multiplier rebate, limited to wife and children. Divine physique. A wondrous sensation surged within Yeqing. A warm current swirling through his body, as if something was being reshaped. In the courtyard, Wei Muxue observed Baijiqi with a puzzled expression. Mr. Yi is one thing, but why does she look like she just started university? When did they have children? Could anyone genuinely possess such ageless beauty? Faced with this scenario, what could she say but envy? She introduced the new mistress of the villa to the others. In the end, only Yeqing remained outside, shrugging his shoulders. Well, this is what being a father is like. Silently parking the car, he entered the room where the two girls had already begun their attentive service. Yeqing watched, his heart aflame with desire. Once seated, he sighed, wondering when he might experience such treatment himself. Baijiqi, enjoying the moment, cast a glance at Yeqing. This guy. Yeqing raised an eyebrow in response, noting how well the school beauty was adapting, contrasting sharply with her earlier fierce demeanor. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of adorable children. If only there were two. Dad, Xiaoro will also help you with a massage. Just lie back here. Yo-Yo's coming too. However, after a short while, Yo-Yo sighed in exasperation. Dad, your body is so rigid, like a rock. Mom is soft and pleasant to press. This isn't enjoyable anymore, Xiaoro. Let us go. Huh? Yeqing, caught off guard by their sudden departure, was left bewildered. Haha, Baijiqi chuckled softly. What's so funny? Yeqing approached, playfully tapping her on the head. Baijiqi shielded her head, pouting in a mock display of anger. Chapter 5. Paternity testing and important matters. Yeqing spoke softly. In Baijiqi she understood. She stood up and said, Yu, there are a few particularly long hairs here. Shall I help you pluck them out? Sure, came the reply. Xiaoro, you have some here too. As Baijiqi spoke, Yeqing discreetly wrapped the hair in a plastic bag. Shortly after, both Yeqing and Baijiqi also pulled out some of their own hair. While the two girls napped, Yeqing instructed Wei Muxue to watch over them in the evening, and he went to the testing agency with Baijiqi. Yeqing opted for an expedited service. After paying 5,000 yuan, he was met with an unexpected surprise. Detected that the host has spent 5,000 yuan, triggering a random rebate of 1,000 times, amounting to 5 million. What? Yeqing was taken aback. The first rebate was a staggering 5 million. Seeing Yeqing's expression, Baijiqi handed over her phone. We'll split the cost in half. If Yu and Xiaoro are confirmed to be our children, I will also cover half of their upbringing expenses. As she spoke, Baijiqi began fiddling with her phone. All right, pull up the payment code. I'll transfer the money to you. Yeqing understood her intentions. She had likely consolidated funds from various payment methods. He was quite familiar with this process. When making a significant expenditure, one typically transfers funds from various payment platforms to a bank account before making the payment. Reflecting on Bai Jishi's situation, it seemed her family was relatively average, certainly much better than his circumstances before the system was activated. To be honest with her background, Bai Jishi was not even in a position to compare with him. However, with the rebate system now in place, money was no longer a pressing concern. No. Yi Qing was about to refuse, but Bai Jishi firmly interjected, "No way. Let's wait for the results first." Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively, ignoring her, which nearly prompted Bai Jishi to punch him. Indeed, having made the payment made a noticeable difference. As night fell, they received the test results, which confirmed that the two girls were indeed their children. They parked within Jiangxing University. In the car, both sat in silence as they absorbed the outcome. "Accompany me for a stroll around campus," Bai Jishi suggested, and they began to wander aimlessly through Jiangxing University. "I still don't quite understand what's happening. This defies logic," Bai Jishi exclaimed. "Logic?" Yi Qing retorted. "Those Taoists on Wudong Mountain also claim to believe in science, yet they unleash sonic booms and leap onto rooftops. There are countless illogical occurrences. Could it be that my possession of a system is somehow logical?" Yi Qing pondered aloud, while Bai Jishi was already brainstorming. Of course, she wasn't thinking about high-level physics. As a management major, such concepts eluded her. Instead, she was concerned about what would happen to the two girls in the future and how she would introduce them to her family. She shared her thoughts with Yi Qing. I have no such issues. My parents passed away when I was too young to remember." Bai Jishi was taken aback by his dark humor. "All right, no more jokes. I will take responsibility for the children. They are about to reach the age for kindergarten. Let me see. If they can't get into public school, private school will suffice. It's just money. Moreover, let's not inform our families about this yet. There's no way to explain it. In any case, I will figure it out." Yi Qing's sudden shift from his playful demeanor to seriousness brought Bai Jishi's sense of security, and she nodded in agreement. "I won't be irresponsible either." "Oh, and how do you intend to be responsible to me? What responsibility do I owe you? Come on, I'm a university student with integrity. You want to abandon me after we have daughters? You. Bai Jishi stomped her foot in exasperation. "How can you say such nonsense? Just because you have integrity, does that mean I lack it? And how am I abandoning my children? We haven't done anything." She raged internally. Yi Qing watched her, a smirk playing on his lips. At this moment, he needed to adopt a carefree attitude to draw Bai Jishi out of her spiraling thoughts. Otherwise, she would likely overthink and become overwhelmed. With his hands behind his neck, he walked ahead. "Wait for me," Bai Jishi called out angrily, chasing after him. Having achieved his goal, Yi Qing slowed his pace, casually strolling around the campus while engaging Bai Jishi in conversation. "Come back to the villa with me tonight," Yi Qing suggested. "Last night, those two girls asked me all night where their mother went and if she no longer wanted them. Thankfully, I managed to calm them down with some clever words. If they don't see their mother tonight, I fear I might be in trouble." Observing Bai Jishi's reaction, Yi Qing realized his words stirred something within her, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. Bai Jishi shared that sentiment. Previously, she had hesitated to voice her thoughts, but the image of the two girls' chubby faces made it difficult for her to suppress a smile, let alone imagine holding them while sleeping. "Never mind. If you feel uncomfortable, I can go back and bring the girls to your dorm," Yi Qing teased. The moment he said that, Bai Jishi and Appo's expression shifted to one of visible panic. Yet, seeing the mischievous smile on his face, she knew he was joking. "You rascal." Bai Jishi pouted softly, but an unusual feeling stirred within her. However, just then a shout rang out, "Watch out." A basketball soared over the court, headed straight for Bai Jishi. Just as she braced for impact, Yi Qing swiftly caught the ball. "Sorry, bro. We didn't mean to," a few boys said apologetically. If the ball had hit someone, they would have found themselves in quite a predicament. Yi Qing tossed the basketball back effortlessly. Swish! It sailed through the hoop from a distance. Looking at his hand, he marveled at how, after gaining a godly physique, not only had his body improved, but his strength and control over it had also significantly increased. "Wow, dude, you're impressive. We're short one player. Come join us." "No, I'm with my girlfriend." Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. His words turned Bai Jishi's face crimson. She elbowed him playfully, whispering, "Stop joking, we're not." As she trailed off, She fell silent, realizing that she was destined to be Yi Qing's wife, having borne him two beautiful daughters. Saying they were just friends seemed to gloss over the reality of their situation. Yet it was quite perplexing. They had only just become acquainted today, and the information and shocks she had received were overwhelming. After Yi Qing and Bai Ji departed, the remaining 5 resumed shooting hoops, but without one player. They struggled to play a full game. The young man just now displayed remarkable prowess on the basketball court, effortlessly sinking shots from considerable distance. Alas, at such a tender age, he has already succumbed to the complexities of romantic entanglements, thus forsaking his passion for basketball. A bystander remarked, "Your words carry a rather sour undertone." Yet, it must be acknowledged that the girl accompanying him was indeed striking, truly a campus belle, and if I were in his shoes, I would undoubtedly choose her as well. Besides, it's merely a matter of not playing basketball with us. He can still enjoy the game with his girlfriend in the evening. Play what? What game? The initially speaking young man paused, seemingly grasping a realization, his lips curling into a subtle smile. What are you all discussing? This isn't a bus to kindergarten. Let me off, want to jump out. Huh. Having boarded this rogue vehicle, you wish to disembark? The doors have been welded shut 100 times. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Bai Ji, unaware of the banter that ensued after their departure, were preparing to drive back to their villa, traversing a small thicket behind the campus. Yi Qing gazed at the grove with a sense of nostalgia, as it seemed every university possessed such a locale. As for its purpose, Yi Qing was well aware of the role this thicket played at Jiangxi University of Technology. Shall we conduct an experiment? Ye think, said softly. Experiment? What kind of experiment? Bai Zi inquit, pu thou. Suddenly, Yi Qing exclaimed, "The principal is coming. The principal is coming." A rustling emanated from the depths of the grove, followed by a flurry of dark figures darting away. Bai Ji, Yi Qing. I had thought the students of Jiangxi University were solely devoted to their studies. Yet this grove of the prestigious 985 institution is evidently brimming with a palpable aura of youthful exuberance. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Ji began to contemplate a rather serious notion, the prospect of raising a child as a single parent. After all, with Yi Qing's mischievous demeanor, there was a genuine concern that he might one day find himself in dire straits. She inwardly scolded herself, realizing she too harbored a penchant for such reckless charm. The future might indeed hold a fondness for a rogue like him. Chapter 6. Sharing the same bed, do not blame me. Do not blame me, she murmured, recalling the oft-repeated phrase in short videos, "You are so bad. I like you so much." Women are invariably like this, she thought. Bai Ji sighed and began to contemplate the challenges of being a single mother. Simultaneously, she considered the trials of working to support her child. Moments later. Within the confines of Ziyun Pavilion, Wei Mushu strolled through the villa district with 2 little girls. "Yuyo," she said, "it is getting late. Why have Mom and Dad not returned yet?" "Do not worry, Xiaoro," Yuyo replied gently. "Mom and Dad must be working overtime, which is why they are late. Let us take a stroll, and they shall return soon." Wei Mushu pinched Yuyo's soft, pillowy cheek, reminiscent of a fluffy steam bun. The sensation struck her heart. These 2 little humans were simply too adorable. If it were possible, she would love to have them over for the night to sleep together. Yet, she knew this was an unrealistic wish. Mr. Yi would certainly disapprove. "Look, a kitten," Yuyo exclaimed, tugging Xiaoro toward the small cat ahead. The 2 girls quickly surrounded the feline. Yuyo, her eyes sparkling like stars, slowly crouched down and placed her hand on the kitten's head, gently stroking it as if it were a treasured gem. Xiaoro, however, merely observed, glancing left and right. "Xiaoro, come pet it. It is so cute," Yuyo encouraged. The kitten, in response, lay down and began to purr softly. As the girls played with the kitten, Wei Mushu noticed 2 figures approaching from behind, a young man and a beautiful woman, both in their 20s. The young man was tall and rugged, his face bearing a hint of defiance, while the woman exuded an air of cool elegance, reminiscent of a distant ice queen. They chatted as they strolled. Recognizing them, Wei Mushu realized they were also owners of Ziyun Pavilion, but not a couple. Rather, they were siblings, Lin Han and Lin Yu. They had merely taken their family's cat for a walk after dinner and had not anticipated encountering an obstacle. Lin Han, I'm still so young, just graduated from university. Look at how anxious our parents are. They want to set me up on blind dates. Who want to marry so early? What are the benefits of marriage? I am quite content being single. RNTI, Lin Yu lamented. Lin Han, overwhelmed by his sister's tirade, felt a headache coming on. He had intended to simply take a leisurely walk, but instead found himself caught in this discourse. As he turned to check on the cat, he noticed it had already been toppled by the two little girls. He nudged Lin Yu, indicating the children. What is it? Lin Yu huffed, annoyed that her brother was not paying attention. When she turned to look at the girls, she was momentarily taken aback. She walked briskly over to them. Yuyo and Xiaoro looked up and beamed at Lin Yu. Sister, is this your kitten? It's so cute. The word sister stirred a tempest within Lin Yu, causing her cheeks to flush. Lin Han, these two little girls are simply adorable, she exclaimed. Lin Han retorted, you're blushing like a teapot. Why not just have one yourself? With your looks, as long as you don't pair with someone exceedingly unattractive, your child would likely be quite charming. Excuse me? Lin Yu glared at him. Just kidding, Lin Han said, tapping his mouth lightly, dismissing it as mere folly. Lin Yu sighed, realizing she had not brought any sweets to share. Lin Han observed her with exasperation. Sister, after rescuing so many animals, have you grown accustomed to feeding them? Don't think about treating these human children like that. His words made Lin Yu feel a tad embarrassed. After a brief conversation with Wei Muxiue, Lin Han learned that the girls were the children of the owners of Villa 3, one of the most expensive properties in Ziyun Pavilion, far surpassing his own villa in value. Suddenly, the laughter of the little girls caught Lin Han's attention. Lin Yu had scooped Yuyo into her arms, tickling her, which elicited a chorus of giggles from a child. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with a newfound emotion. Lin Han leaned closer to her, whispering, what if we took these two children home with us? Is that feasible? Feasible? Are you serious? Lin Han sighed, realizing his sister genuinely entertained the idea. Not far away, Yuyo and Xiaoro spotted Yi Qing and Bai Jishi approaching. The two girls wriggled free from Lin Yu's embrace and rushed towards their parents. Mommy, Daddy, you're back, they exclaimed, excitedly recounting their encounter with the kitten. Lin Han and Lin Yu observed the young parents with intrigue. Wow, such young parents, Lin Han noted. Sister, you should aim for someone much more handsome than that guy. Why? Lin Yu questioned, puzzled. Well, if you aspire to have children as beautiful as those two girls, you must consider their parents' looks, he explained. Are you implying that my looks are inferior to the children's mother? Lin Yu retorted. Lin Han pressed his fingers together, leaving a small gap, not by much, just a tad. That is hardly significant, she replied. Can you see the vastness of the universe through that gap? Lin Han teased. Enough. Lin Yu huffed, flailing her arms in mock frustration. Yi Qing, watching the siblings bicker, approached them, amused. After introductions, they all admired the youthful appearances of Yi Qing and Bai Jishi, who still looked as vibrant as if they were 18 despite having children. I feel you are older than I. I shall call you Brother Yi. It seems the girls adore the kitten. We have a club with plenty of activities. You should bring your wife and children to join us sometime. We often rescue stray animals, and we have some kittens ready for adoption. Really? Yuyo inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement, while Xiaoro eagerly looked at the kitten, wishing for a companion of her own. That has quite the age gap, little one. You should call me Uncle, Yi Qing said, lifting Yuyo into his arms, while Bai Jishi did the same with Xiaoro. Uncle, or perhaps brother is better. Lin Han chuckled, pulling out his phone to send Yi Qing the club's address. Brother Yi, bring your family to visit when you have time. Certainly, Yi Qing replied, gently poking Yuyo's cheek. Shall we head home? Yes, let us go home. They chimed in unison, expressing their gratitude to Wei Muxiue as they departed. Wei Muxiue stood there, letting out a sigh. She was reluctant to leave this class. Lin Yu felt similarly, gazing at the little one cradled in their arms, her eyes filled with longing. Especially as Xiao Ro waved her tiny hand at them, Lin Yu nearly succumbed to her emotions. All right, enough watching, sister. I'll head back to see if the boys my mother mentioned are more handsome than him, Lin Yu remarked. Oh, Lin Han's lips curled into a smile, intrigued by the unexpected delight. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he perceived a hint of obsession in his sister's gaze, reminiscent of a yearning for a father figure. Chapter 7. It turns out that the two children must hold something to sleep is inherited from you. On their way home, the two little girls eagerly anticipated the arrival of a kitten. Daddy, is it all right if you take us shopping for clothes tomorrow? Yes, of course. Thank you, Daddy. They chimed in unison. And if we have time tomorrow, we can also go pick up the kitten. Really? Absolutely. You're the best, Daddy. Meanwhile, Bai Shi, listening to the mention of shopping, couldn't help but glance at her own account balance, nodding to herself. She too wished to buy beautiful clothes for her daughters, even if she couldn't afford many at the moment. Upon returning home, a luminous screen suddenly appeared before Qing. Sleep with your wife and children. Reward. Master-level driving skills. Enhanced appearance. Oh, Qing mused, examining the screen. This task seemed remarkably easy to fulfill, practically effortless. After all, he had two little treasures to consider. He would figure out how to proceed shortly. After washing up, I can sleep with Mommy and Daddy again. Yu exclaimed, one hand pulling Bai Shi and the other clutching Qing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy. Xiao had already climbed onto the bed, wearing a similar expression. Sleep? Together? Bai she was taken aback by this unexpected development. She had never shared a bed with a boy before. How about this? Mommy can take you to sleep in another room. Hey, come on. Qing thought, feeling a surge of annoyance. Was she trying to isolate him? Would he even complete the task now? Meeting Qing's gaze, Bai she felt a pang of guilt. No, Mommy and Daddy cannot be separated. We must sleep together as a family tonight, Yu declared resolutely, though her little lips were already beginning to pout. Xiao climbed down from the bed, tears shimmering in her eyes. Please, Daddy and Mommy, don't separate. Seeing their expressions, Qing couldn't help but nod inwardly. His two precious daughters were truly remarkable. Hey, Mommy and Daddy have no intention of separating, Bai she stammered, her mind racing. That's right. She struggled to explain, glancing at Qing, who wore an amused smile. So, she had initially wanted to isolate him, but now she needed his assistance? TSK women. Bai she bit her lip, feeling rather embarrassed. As the situation stagnated, Xiao's little tears began to fall. Can we all sleep together tonight? Mommy and Daddy, and Yu? Bai she hastily wiped Xiao's tears. Xiao nodded, while Yu approached, cupping her sister's face to comfort her. Then turning to Bai she and Qing, hands on her hips, silently demanding justice. It was as if she were saying, you two adults, is it amusing to bully little children? In that moment, even Qing felt his authority diminish. Bai she felt as if she had shrunk to the floor. She realized the temperaments of her daughters. One took after Qing, the other after her. One was domineering, the other gentle, particularly Xiao's gentle demeanor, which could cut through one's heart like a knife. Daddy, lie here. Mommy, you lie here. All right. Okay. Qing and Bai she complied, putting on their pajamas and lying on the soft bed. Bai she felt relieved as she observed the distance between her and Qing. They had left a respectable amount of space between them with their daughters nestled in between. Task completed. The host and Oppos. Speed is increasing. Reward issued. Master-level driving skills. Enhanced appearance. The enhancement of appearance will gradually change over time, not instantaneously. As Qing gazed at the screen, he felt a surge of knowledge regarding driving skills flooding his mind. All right, time to sleep. Yu hugged Qing's arm, while Xiao nestled against Bai she. Both little girls appeared serene. Qing extended a hand to gently stroke the little koala clinging to him. Sleep well. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you out. After turning off the lights, Qing closed his eyes. However, he soon sensed a pair of eyes fixed on him. Turning his head, he opened his eyes to see Bai she, illuminated by the moonlight, her eyes tightly shut. Could it be his imagination? He closed his eyes again, but the sensation returned. Hiss! He opened his eyes once more, only to find her still asleep. This time, he decided not to close his eyes, staring intently at Bai she. Sure enough, after a while, Bai she quietly opened her eyes, her enchanting gaze peeking out, ready to slyly glance at Qing. But she was caught in the act. The two exchanged glances. Bai she bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with mischief. She dared not maintain eye contact for too long, feeling as if she had been caught in a wrongdoing. Ultimately, she had to close her eyes again, though her mind was still sorting through the events of the day. Time passed, and her breathing gradually evened out. That night, Qing and Appo's dreams were not pleasant. He found himself bound and imprisoned in a cage. Upon waking, he gazed at the expansive ceiling, letting out a sigh of relief. However, he soon felt something unusual. One of his legs was being hugged by a little girl, while Bai Ji she lay beside him, her delicate, pale leg draped across his abdomen. In an instant, Qing realized where the children's penchant for cuddling while sleeping had originated. It was inherited from their mother. Yet he remained still, knowing that any movement could wake the entire household. Oh well, I might as well stay put. After a while, Bai Ji she began to stir, her enchanting eyes fluttering open. Still clouded with sleep, she turned and caught sight of Qing. Startled, she nearly shrieked, but quickly stifled it as a flood of memories surged back. Recalling the events of the previous day, she momentarily composed herself, only to find herself in an awkward scenario. It seemed she had mistaken Qing for her cuddle toy, and now her embarrassing position was mortifying. Blushing, Bai Ji she gently released Qing's arm, slowly lifted her leg, and rolled off the bed. Standing up, she surveyed the scene on the bed. A hand flew to her forehead in disbelief. Goodness, these two girls were unmistakably her own. Their cuddling habits were identical. Would Qing be subjected to this every night? Poor man. With a sympathetic glance at Qing, Bai Ji she sighed, silently, before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As she left, Qing sat up, carefully shifting the two little girls from his legs and giving them each a small object to hold on to. He then made his way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Bai Ji she prepared a simple breakfast and ventured into the master bedroom, intending to wake the trio for their meal. Just then, she heard the bathroom door creak open and saw Qing emerge, a towel wrapped around his waist, his torso bare, one hand towel drying his hair. Bai Ji she's first instinct was to avert her eyes. However, her second reaction was a sense of unease. She looked at Qing, gazing at the sculpted muscles reminiscent of chiseled stone, with six-pack abs and other perfect contours. One might be tempted to touch if inclined. Ugh, how scandalous, Bai Ji she remarked, rolling her eyes as she watched Qing change his attire. Breakfast is ready. Let's dine out. Very well, Qing replied, moving closer to Yu and Xiao Rou, gently patting their backsides. The sun is shining. Rise and shine for breakfast. With sleepy eyes, the two little girls stirred awake, their hair in delightful disarray. Their small fists rubbed sleep from their eyes, as if urging themselves to awaken fully. I shall take them to freshen up, Qing declared. Once they were alert, he lifted each girl with ease. Come now, let's wash up. Observing the adorable little ones standing on their stools at the sink, Qing sighed, enchanted by the charm of these little human beings. Delicious, he praised as they enjoyed their meal, swaying with delight. Mommy, breakfast is so tasty. But is today a special occasion? You usually don't make breakfast in the morning, Yu inquired. What is this about? Qing focused on her, realizing that he might be the one rising early to prepare breakfast henceforth. Bai Ji she, feeling a bit exasperated, replied, How would you know? She added with a hint of grievance, From now on, you shall be the one to make breakfast. All right then, Qing quipped mischievously. Bai Ji she pouted, feeling that she was already bearing the burden of future mistakes. Wait, that's not fair. Why should I be responsible for something I haven't even enjoyed yet? After pondering the matter without clarity, she sighed heavily. Once breakfast was concluded, the family set off for the mall. Qing resolved to indulge in a shopping spree, eager to utilize their cashback rewards. Let us have some hot water, Bai Ji she said, rummaging through her bag to retrieve the thermos for the girls. However, the steam pressure rendered it stubbornly sealed. Qing, could you help me open this? He took the thermos, and with a decisive pop, it came undone. Yu, observing Bai Ji she pouring water, asked curiously, Mommy, why is your strength diminished? I've never been particularly strong, she replied. That is not true. Daddy says that when you're angry, you can split a rock with one hand. Qing felt a sudden chill, sensing Bai Ji she's glare directed at him. Did you tell the children that? Hey, that wasn't me. Qing protested, realizing the implications. Let me see if I can really split that rock. As he attempted to flee, Bai Ji she turned to the now hydrated girls, declaring, "Catch him, Daddy, you shall not escape." Chapter 8, Caught Daddy. The two little ones began to shout, clamoring to catch Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing deftly evaded their attempts. The commotion attracted the attention of several onlookers, who gazed upon the two little girls with affectionate smiles, perhaps unable to resist the charm of adorable children. "Enough with the ruckus," Yi Qing declared, only to see the two girls charging towards him, particularly Yu, who was determined to bump her little head against him. With a smirk, he effortlessly lifted both girls into the air. "Daddy, we caught you," Yu exclaimed excitedly. "No, it is Daddy who caught you," Xiaoro chimed in, clutching Yi Qing's trousers, her face beaming with delight. At that moment, Bai Ziqi also approached, playfully raising her fist in a mock show of strength towards Yi Qing. All right, let's go buy some clothes," Yi Qing announced, leading them to a children's clothing store. Wow, he couldn't help but admire the stunning array of children's clothing available. As he perused the selection, the store attendant's gaze fell upon Yu and Xiaoro, her eyes lighting up at the sight of such beautiful children. "Good day, sir. Are you looking to select some clothes for the children?" She began, enthusiastically introducing various options. Yi Qing selected several items, including casual wear and pajamas. Bai Ziqi took the two excited girls to try on their outfits. Moments later, they dashed out. "Daddy, look, aren't I pretty?" Yu bounced in her little polar bear pajamas, resembling a delightful cub. Xiaoro followed suit, her movements more measured, exuding a hint of innocence. "Very nice. Wrap that one up," Yi Qing commanded, nodding approvingly. After trying on a few more outfits, he consented, "Pack them all." The attendant was ecstatic. Not only had she encountered such lovely children, but she was also making a significant sale. "How much is it?" "Ye think read it," just as a message popped up on his WeChat. He opened it to find that Bai Ziqi had transferred 2,000 yuan to him. "I also want to buy clothes for the kids. Let us split the cost. This might not be enough, so could you cover it for now?" "I'll pay you back later," Bai Ziqi whispered, biting her lip. "Do you have any money left?" he asked. I have 500, which is my living allowance for this month." Yi Qing mused, realizing it was only the beginning of the month. No wonder their second child was a bit dim-witted. It appeared to be hereditary. "Oh, you still have quite a bit of private savings," Yi Qing teased. "So what will it be? Kneeling on a washboard or sleeping on the floor?" Bai Ziqi swiftly covered his mouth. "What are you doing?" "I'm just letting you know what you'll be facing in the future." "All right, keep your private savings to yourself. I hope you'll be a bit more lenient with mine in the future," Yi Qing replied with a mischievous smile, returning her money. "I would never touch your savings," Bai Ziqi murmured, glancing at her phone, understanding his intention. Detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan on his daughter, triggering a 3,000 fold rebate, yielding 15 million yuan. After completing the payment, a shimmering screen appeared before Yi Qing. To his astonishment, the rebate was substantial. Then, he embarked on a shopping spree with Bai Ziqi and the two little girls. Detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan for his daughter, triggering a 1,000 fold rebate, yielding 2 million yuan. "Come on, let us try on these outfits," he suggested, leading the girls to buy more clothes. "Wow," Yu exclaimed, gazing at a women's clothing store filled with beautiful garments. "Daddy, this dress would look stunning on Mommy." "Yes," Xiaoro agreed, nodding. "I want to buy this dress for Mommy," Yu declared, raising her chin towards Yi Qing. Her proud demeanor brought a smile to his face. "You little rascal. Planning to buy clothes for Mommy. Do you even have any money?" Bai Ziqi approached, pinching Yu's chubby cheeks. "Sister and Xiaoro have money. Daddy and Mommy, you always take our New Year's money, saying we should save it for meaningful things in the future." "Exactly," Yu chimed in. Yi Qing and Bai Ziqi exchanged glances, both realizing the irony. They had become the unscrupulous parents who swindled their children's New Year's money. However, Yi Qing suddenly had a brilliant idea. Having purchased most of the children's items, if he wished to spend more, he would have to turn to Bai Ziqi. "All right, let us see how Mommy looks in this," Yi Qing declared, catching Bai Ziqi off guard. "This dress seems a bit pricey. I have some of my own clothes," she replied, waving her hands. But Yi Qing signaled to the little girls, and Yu understood, leading Bai Ziqi into the fitting room. A little while later, they emerged with several outfits in hand. detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan on his wife, triggering a 2,000 fold rebate, yielding 20 million yuan. Carrying the clothes, Bai Ziqi sighed as she looked at Yi Qing. This was his money spent on her. After all, the children had no New Year's money of their own. Their debts were surely increasing. You still have a lot of New Year's money left. Shall we buy some things for mommy? Okay, let us see. That cosmetic store looks nice. Let us go. Yi Qing exclaimed, taking the two little girls ahead. Bai Ziqi followed behind, her foot tapping anxiously. Oh no, do we really need more cosmetics? We've already bought so much. However, before she could finish her sentence, they had already dashed into the store. This one looks great. Let us buy it for mommy. Okay, daddy, this is beautiful. Let us get one. And this one. By the time Bai Ziqi caught up, they had already amassed quite a collection. How much is all this? She queried, glancing at the high-end cosmetics. Mommy, look, we bought so many. Bai Ziqi tugged on Yi Qing's sleeve, her face reflecting a conflicted expression. Can we please not buy so much? I don't usually use this much. We've already purchased enough for today. Her words, coupled with her slightly aggrieved expression, tugged at Yi Qing's heartstrings. He reached out to gently pinch her cheek. In comparison to Yu and Xiao's chubby cheeks, Bai Ziqi's was firmer. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "This isn't just for you. You'll be heading back to school soon, right? Take some back to your dorm and share with your friends. If the little girls keep asking for your company, it might cut into your class time, and then you'll have to help them with their homework." His soft voice, coupled with his warm breath, sent a delightful shiver down Bai Ziqi's spine, igniting a peculiar sensation within her, as ears are often a sensitive spot for women. "Still, we don't need this much. Just trust me," he replied, feeling a touch exasperated. This silly girl was reckless with spending. "All right, I'll exchange some of what you chose. Some don't suit our age." Bai Ziqi understood Yi Qing's nature well. She knew it would be pointless to resist. So she decided to swap some items to at least lower the cost. Moments later, a multitude of people emerged, burdened with an array of packages. However, Bai Ziqi seemed to possess a more determined purpose, glancing around intently. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon a men's clothing store. "Let's also purchase some attire for father. Shall we?" she proposed. "Sound delightful." After expending 2,000 yuan, a radiant smile adorned Bai Ziqi's face. Yi Qing observed her with a resigned sigh, pondering the girl's exuberance. Yet, upon reviewing her own information displayed on the luminous screen, she noted that following her recent expenditure, her total assets had surged to nearly 300 million. Had she truly become a billionaire in such a brief span? After placing their purchases in the vehicle, they returned to the shopping center, where they sought out a pet store, procuring a selection of milk bottles, cages, cat litter, and other essentials before finally heading back to their car. Following a morning of leisurely wandering, the two young girls appeared to be running low on energy. After enjoying a meal at home, they succumbed to slumber. Yi Qing, meanwhile, unloaded the items from the car. Once she arranged for Wei Mushuet to care for the children, she escorted Bai Ziqi to Jiangqing University. Upon arriving at the university around noon, the campus was relatively quiet. "I shall return to collect you once your class concludes," she assured. "Thank you for your efforts." "Yi Qing," Bai Ziqi replied, as she disembarked with her bags. At that moment, a screen materialized before Yi Qing. Chapter 9. New methods of courtship. The host has already received forgiveness from both his daughter and wife. However, his wife's friends remain indignant about the harm he has caused them. The host must regain their approval. Reward: 1 Maserati Quattreport and exceptional culinary skills. Oh, Yi Qing gazed at the luminous screen. This task appeared rather simple, akin to catching a rabbit while tending to the grass. He glanced at the time and realized that by the time he returned to the villa, the children would be waking soon. Ding! The notification sound of his phone echoed. "Third brother. Fourth, where the hell have you been? You've been away from the dorm for quite some time." "Third brother, today my friend helped you out. You and second brother have been acting strangely lately. What have you been up to?" One is missing for the night, while the other is sobbing quietly. "I sense something is amiss with second brother." Yi Qing, "Third brother, it seems my friends have also been staying out late recently." "Third brother, you must have a girlfriend now. Where is this enchanting lady who dares to siphon my fourth's vitality every night?" Yi Qing, "Yi Qing, I'll treat you all to dinner at Tiansheng Hotel upon my return." "Third brother, Why are we still discussing such trivial matters? Let us focus on our responsibilities, as the teacher will be calling names soon. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Yun was sitting on her bed, swinging her calves. Zhang Ming and Wang Yi were lounging on their respective beds. The three engaged in casual conversation. Strange. Why hasn't She returned yet? Hee, Lin Yun, you've never been in love, so you wouldn't understand. She must have fallen head over heels. For young couples, staying out late is quite normal. I assent it? Otherwise, our nearby-ins would have gone out of business long ago. Huh? She is truly in love? There are no signs at all. I must interrogate her thoroughly when she returns. Yes, we must indeed question her rigorously. As they spoke, the sound of a key entering the lock reached their ears. Startled, the three sat up, eyes wide with anticipation as they turned toward the door. Soon, a graceful figure quietly entered. Upon lifting her gaze, by she was taken aback to find 3 pairs of eager eyes fixed on her. I thought you all were napping. Not all. We've been waiting for you. I brought you some cosmetics, said by she. Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively, intending to refuse. You shouldn't have spent so much. Hey, save some for me. The three gazed at the cosmetics, aware of their considerable price. Their expressions turning sheepish. No reward without effort. After all, how about this? I'll cover for you. If you stay out late or miss class, I'll handle it for you. Me too. Zhang Ming chimed in, making a playful gesture. Bai Ji chuckled and began organizing her books. Wang Yi leaned closer, curiosity etched on her face. Who is it? What do you mean, who? TSK. A flower thief, perhaps? An outsider, just a high school classmate. You and T know them. Bai Ji replied, her face gradually turning crimson. Ah, so it's a case of proximity leading to affection. You must introduce us to the handsome gentleman who has managed to win over our lovely friend. Stop teasing. Bai Ji blushed further, playfully scolding them. They had never witnessed such a flustered expression on Bai Ji before, and each of them wore a knowing smile. Yet they feigned disdain, waving their hands dramatically, commenting on the sweet scent of love. All right, we should head to class soon, Bai Ji said, unable to withstand their teasing any longer. In the classroom, Bai Ji attempted to concentrate on the lecture, though her mind occasionally wandered, a smile gracing her lips. Look at Ji, TSK. Ah, those who have just fallen in love often exhibit such behavior. And considering this as her first love, it's completely normal. The boys in class are still dreaming, unaware that their dream girl has already been claimed by another. Ji, what are you thinking about? Are you pondering your boyfriend? Zhang Ming inquired softly. How? How could that be? I'm merely contemplating a question from the book. Oh, Zhang Ming exclaimed. How clever of you. I knew our Ji, she was exceptionally gifted, able to comprehend texts even when viewed upside down. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji quickly looked down, only to discover the book was indeed inverted. Bai Ji's ears flushed a deep pink, her face nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Lin Yun glanced at Zhang Ming. You're incorrigible. As class drew to a close, Qing stood outside the classroom, gazing at the scenery. Numerous passing girls noticed him. Did you see that handsome guy over there? He has quite the physique. Which college is he from? Does anyone know? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Should we approach him for his wee chat? Qing turned to the group of eager girls and shook his head gently, a clear rejection in his demeanor. The girls' faces fell slightly, yet they quickly moved on, not lingering on the matter. Before long, a young man holding flowers approached. Oh, a confession, perhaps? Qing leaned closer, intrigued. So, who are you planning to confess to? My friend? The boy, slightly bored, glanced at Qing, realizing he was likely a freshman, and smirked. Freshman, you're quite curious. But you should know this girl, Bai Ji. What? Qing narrowed his eyes, realizing he was now at the center of the unfolding drama. He scrutinized the young man, noting that his approach was rather cliché. Today's girls rarely fall for such tactics. The boy's confidence wavered at Qing's comment. This fellow appeared charming, with a hint of mischievousness, suggesting he had been in several relationships. Could he possibly possess new methods of wooing women? Should he seek advice? Just as he was about to speak, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students poured out, and eventually, Bai Ji emerged with Zhang Ming and the others. As the weather transitioned from cold to warm, Bai Ji, she instinctively exhaled into her hands for warmth. Her roommates laughed and chatted as they exited, their gazes landing on Yi Qing. Wow, so handsome. His physique seems impressive, the type that looks slim in clothes yet fit without them. The boy with the flowers, however, appeared rather average. As the flower-bearing boy prepared to make his move, Yi Qing patted his shoulder, holding him back. After giving him a look, he approached Bai Ji. Hey, beautiful. It's quite chilly in the classroom. Isn't it? Yi Qing feigned unfamiliarity. Nearby girls giggled, acknowledging that boys indeed prioritized looks. Standing next to Bai Ji, they could only play the role of background characters. The handsome man walked directly towards Bai Ji, completely ignoring the others. Upon seeing Yi Qing waiting for her outside, having likely waited quite a while, Bai Ji, she felt a warm sensation in her heart, her face blossoming into a sweet smile. To describe her smile as captivating would be an understatement. The flower-bearing boy stood in astonishment, taken aback by her beauty. Wasn't she supposed to be an ice princess? Why was she smiling at someone? Yes, the classroom is rather cold. Bai Ji, she nodded in agreement. Come, brother will take you for hot pot tonight. The boy holding the flowers scoffed internally, pondering whether this person was out of their mind. How could one come up and say such a thing, expecting an affirmative response? It would be a miracle if he did not end up incapacitated. However, the next moment, Bai Ji, she parted her lips and replied, All right, thank you, Brother Boom. This single sentence left the boy utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief at what he had just heard. What? She agreed just like that? Huh. This is absurd. In an instant, he began to regret his miscalculation, realizing that Bai Ji, she was indeed susceptible to such tactics. Come, give me your hand. Brother will keep you warm. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Ji, she blushed and extended her small hand. Oh my. The boy was completely bewildered. Even Zhang Meng and the others beside him felt their mouths twitch, their minds racing, and then a sudden realization struck. Could it be that this person was? As they contemplated, Yi Qing was already leading Bai Ji away. The boy abruptly shouted, Wait. Bai, junior sister. Brother can also take you for hot pot. Bai Shi. Yi Qing wore a mischievous smile. What are you doing? Can't you see she has already agreed to go with me? How about this? You can cover the cost of tonight's hot pot. That way you can still feel involved. The boy. What the hell does involve mean? Beside them, Bai Ji, she gave Yi Qing a light punch, exclaiming that he was being utterly ridiculous. Seeing the boy at a loss for words, Yi Qing chuckled heartily and led Bai Ji onward. The boy watched, feeling as though a weight had settled in his chest. Why couldn't it be him? Damn it. Why did this guy get to? Zhang Meng and the others observed his dismay, unable to contain their laughter any longer. Apologies. We have undergone professional training and usually do not laugh. Unless we cannot help it. Ha ha ha. It was often said that a man's intelligence plummets in the presence of beauty. How could he not realize that she was Bai Ji's boyfriend? Why did he think he could compete? They were merely indulging in playful flirtation. How could he take it so seriously? As they spoke, Zhang Meng and the others hurried after Bai Ji. The boy holding the flowers remained frozen in place. And after a long moment, he tossed the flowers to the ground in frustration. Damn! He cursed under his breath and hurriedly left, relieved that there were not many people around. Otherwise, he would have faced utter humiliation. At that moment, he truly wished to find a crevice to hide in and never emerge. It was far too embarrassing. Chapter 10. The kittens Yi Qing and Bai Ji, she were waiting for their roommates ahead. Ji, why not introduce us to your handsome boyfriend? To be honest, you both were quite the actors just now. I didn't even realize it at first, Wang Yi remarked, gazing intently at Yi Qing. It must be said that Yi Qing belonged to that astonishingly captivating category, the kind that only grows more intriguing with each glance. This is Yi Qing, he is my. Bai Ji, she pondered her words, as they had yet to confess their feelings. The father of my child. Yi Qing interjected with a broad smile. Bai Shi. Are you being too blatant? However, the other girls seemed to take Yi Qing's candidness lightly, believing instead that he possessed a delightful sense of humor. She should definitely date someone like you. Otherwise, she would remain too aloof. Thank you, handsome Yi, for the cosmetics you bought us. But these cosmetics alone win us over. You must treat Ji well, or else we won't let you off easily. Zhang Meng declared, shaking her fist playfully in front of Yi Qing. Rest assured, we'll be watching your performance in the future. The group exchanged glances, joyfully celebrating their roommate's newfound love. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Yi Qing. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and gaining the renewed recognition of your wife's friends. Reward: a Maserati quattreport to be delivered in a reasonable manner plus divine culinary skills. A refreshing sensation surged through Yi Qing's body as he felt the muscle memory and recipes fill his mind. Had he truly become a culinary master? If he showcased these skills, would he be the one cooking from now on? Never mind. He would gladly do so, as they were his wife and child. No one else mattered. So, shall I take Zhishi out now? We want TB back tonight. Yi Qing boldly took by Zhishi's hand, causing her to blush profusely. After all, did that not imply they were heading off for more intimate activities? Wait, Zhang Ming called out as they were about to leave. Yi Qing turned, puzzled by her interruption. Zhang Ming rubbed her hands together, a smile on her face. Handsome Yi, do you have any brothers? Her question prompted an internal exclamation from Wang, Yi, and the others. Cunning. This girl was too sly, directly asking if he had handsome siblings upon seeing his looks. Not at the moment. After a bit of back and forth, Yi Qing finally agreed to introduce any handsome brothers he might have in order to successfully take Bai Zhishi away. Zhishi, do you have a driver's license? Yes, but I haven't driven much since I learned. Bai Zhishi replied, puzzled by Yi Qing's inquiry. Yi Qing, can we stop by the roadside later? I need to buy some snacks for the kids. I can't forget their treats after work. I'll take care of it. After purchasing the items, Yi Qing and Bai Zhishi returned to the villa. Daddy, Mommy, you're back. Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou, who had been playing with Wei Mu Shui in the yard, scampered toward them. Wei Mu Shui watched from behind, a bittersweet expression on her face. It seemed her blissful time with the kids was coming to an end. Did you miss Mommy so soon? Bai Zhishi handed the gifts to the two girls, which were two little pony plush toys. Yi Qing had chosen them deliberately, as he wished to avoid nightmares of being tied up at night. As for why he didn't buy one for Bai Zhishi, he certainly wouldn't as that would hinder their intimacy. He was still contemplating when to make his move. Just then his phone rang. Oh, you can deliver it here, he said, and soon after, a large truck arrived nearby to unload its cargo. Yi Qing led by Zhishi and the kids to watch as a brand new black Maserati quattreport appeared before them. With its sleek lines, elegant curves, and the iconic trident emblem, every detail was a testament to aesthetic design. Do you like it? Yi Qing asked, watching Bai Zhishi, who gasped in astonishment. This. You really bought me a luxury car. By the time she processed it, Yi Qing had already placed the keys in her hand. Yi Qing, can I say no? I don't want to drive and take you guys out. Yi Qing immediately countered her objection. In an instant, the two girls looked at Bai Zhishi with eyes full of hope and expectation. Bai Zhishi, you rascal, but my driving skills are not great. What if I crash? No worries. I'm an experienced driver. Once the roads are clear tonight, I'll take you out of practice. You'll be fine. Yi Qing said confidently, now possessing extraordinary driving skills. Bai Zhishi nodded, a small smile creeping on her lips. Thank you, Yi Qing. We're family. No need for thanks. After all, I am a father to a child. His words made Bai Zhishi recall how he had introduced himself through her best friend. All right, let us tidy up, go out for dinner, and then pick up the kittens. Yay! We're going to bring the kittens home, the two girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. That evening, the family enjoyed a hot pot meal before heading to the address Lin Han had provided. The club was intriguing, located not in the bustling city, but atop a mountain, far from the crowds. It was evidently a venue for the elite, devoid of profit motives. As they ascended the mountain path, the roar of an engine echoed in the distance. Yi Qing observed a Porsche 911 ahead, skillfully drifting around the first bend. So this was their racing spot. How exhilarating. He reflected on the details of the Porsche's maneuver, shaking his head slightly. There were still significant flaws. The cornering speed was insufficient. Lost in thought, Yi Qing chided himself for developing a professional habit after acquiring divine driving skills. However, he would never engage in racing. His child and wife were in the car, and he wouldn't want to frighten them or compromise their safety. Daddy, the lights in the distance are so beautiful. Mommy, look. Yo-Yo jumped from her seat, leaning close to Bai Shi, pointing at the sea of lights ahead. That's where we just came from. Isn't it? Isn't it lovely? Yes. At that moment, several young men and women were already waiting in front of the club. They gazed down the mountain road, soon hearing the roar of an engine. The Porsche appeared, speeding towards them, performing a drift before coming to a halt, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Lin Han stepped out from the driver's seat, waving at them with an air of pride, as if to boast, "Aren't I cool?" In the passenger seat, Lin Yu opened the door, her face pale, before stumbling and sitting down abruptly on the ground. "Hey!" Lin Han prepared to help her up. "Don't touch me." Lin Yu let out a low exclamation, then inwardly berated herself for her impulsiveness. Had she known better, she would not have provoked that young man. Now, she found herself on the receiving end of a rather enlightening lesson. Zhou Ying approached. "Sister Yu, the ground is cold. Let me help you up." "All right," she replied. "Let us head inside and take a moment to rest." Her younger brother, Zhou Kai, chimed in, providing Lin Han with a much-needed reprieve. Just as they prepared to enter, a shadow of a car appeared in the distance. Who is this? Another wealthy patron arriving with a new vehicle? The crowd exchanged curious glances. "Don't look at me. My father drives a Maybach. We haven't acquired a new car recently. Let's wait and see." As the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, Yi Qing stepped out. "Wow, so it's you, Brother Yi. This is your ride," Lin Han exclaimed, introducing him to those nearby. "This is Brother Yi Qing, a resident of our villa community. We met yesterday while wandering around, and I invited him here." Lin Han recalled that although Yi Qing appeared significantly younger, he was likely older in years, hence the respectful address. Yi Qing made his way to the back seat and gently lifted two little girls down. "It's Uncle Lin and Sister." They chirped. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Sister." "Oh, and there are more brothers and sisters." Yo-Yo and Xiaoro were unabashed in their greetings. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the sheer adorableness of the two little girls. What beautiful children, they thought, momentarily believing that little angels had descended from the heavens. Lin Yu, shaking off her previous discomfort, approached a nearby girl, and together they each cradled one of the little ones. The soft, delicate sensation of the girls instantly touched Lin Yu's heart. A nearby girl gazed at Lin Yu with wide eyes, filled with wonder. So this is what human infants look like. Several young men observed the two little angels, contemplating joining in for a cuddle, only to suddenly remember their recent indulgence in cigarettes. They each mentally reprimanded themselves, vowing to quit smoking henceforth. Lin Han watched the two girls with an affectionate smile, but soon felt a twinge of confusion. Wait a minute, why does everyone else get to be called an amp, oppos, brother, and amp, oppos, while I'm just an amp, oppos, uncle and amp, oppos? He lamented. Lin Yu, eyeing her younger brother with his towering stature and sun-kissed skin, replied, "Do you really look like a brother?" "It's simply because you're not quite as handsome." Lin Han pouted in response. "Sister, where's the little kitten?" Xiaoro asked eagerly, looking at Lin Yu. "Right? It's almost time for the little kitten's dinner." Lin Yu replied. "Let us head over. There's a special room for the kittens, while the adult cats are housed elsewhere." As they entered, Yi Qing noticed a row of prepared milk bottles. Lin Yu clapped her hands, and the little kittens seemed to respond to the summons, scampering out en masse. Fluffy and wobbly, they hurried towards the source of their meal. "Wow, so many kittens. They're so adorable." The two girls rushed towards them, eager to pick one up, but the agile little creatures skillfully dodged their grasp, making a beeline for the milk bottles. "Ha! Now they're experiencing the same empty-handed feeling I had the other day." Yi Qing chuckled. Inside the room, as the other kittens feasted, a smaller, equally fluffy kitten emerged, bobbing its head comically, adding to its irresistible charm. It was a little tabby cat. Chapter 11. By Shi and Amp. Oppo's jealousy. The little silly cat was the last to emerge. Lin Yu gazed at the small feline, a creature we encountered while rescuing its larger counterpart. Regrettably, we could not save its mother. This little one is endearingly clumsy, always being the last to come out, and still so rotund. Bai Ji, she remarked, "I simply cannot bear to let it go hungry, so I feed it by hand, hence its roundness." Lin Yu continued, noticing that the little silly cat had already been intercepted by Yu and Xiaoro. The little silly cat stared at the two girls without evasion, its large eyes brimming with confusion. Why don't you feed it? Lin Yu suggested, handing a bottle to Xiaoro. Nodding, Xiaoro crouched down and placed the nipple before the kitten, which eagerly leaned in to drink. Seizing the moment, the two girls took the opportunity to pet it, then cast hopeful glances towards Yi Qing. Haha, it seems these two girls have chosen our little silly cat, Lin Han chuckled. That's wonderful. It seems fated. We were worried that this little fellow might be bullied by the other kittens. Brother Yi, is it settled? We will take good care of this little one. Lin Han and the others observed the gentle handling and joyous expressions of the two girls, knowing that the little silly cat would not be mistreated in Yi Qing's home. The little one had already received various vaccinations during its early days with us, and Lin Han meticulously shared additional care instructions, which by Ji she diligently noted. All right, shall we take the little silly cat home tonight? Daddy, can we not call it little silly cat anymore? Yu cooed as she stroked the kitten. Of course. You may choose a new name, Lin Yu replied. How about Reunion? Let us call it Reunion, Yu proposed, glancing at Xiaoro. Sounds good, Xiaoro replied, the name seemingly imbued with hope. A family united, never to part. Then its name shall be Reunion, Lin Yu affirmed. Thank you, Daddy, came the sweet, melodic voice, nearly melting the hearts of the nearby sisters. How could human children be so adorably enchanting? Did they grow up on and oppos, cute and oppos, food? Perhaps we should secretly take them away? Hey, you all are being rather bold, aren't you? Their mother and I are still here, Yi Qing quipped, catching their banter. Oh, we were just joking. However, I do have a proposal, Lin Yu said, turning to Yi Qing. Since we are neighbors, if there comes a night when it is inconvenient for you to take care of the children, feel free to let them stay with me for the night and pick them up the next day. Inconvenient? By Ji she pondered, slowly grasping the underlying implications. Biting her lip. That is certainly a consideration, Yi Qing mused, only to be playfully pinched by Ji Shi. Ouch, he gasped, eliciting laughter from everyone around. Brother Yi and sister-in-law have such a wonderful relationship. It's no wonder they have such a treasure, Lin Han remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. It's still early. There's no rush to head back, right? Brother Yi, this is your first visit to our club, so let me show you around. It's a great place to unwind, Lin Han suggested, leading Yi Qing and the others forward while the two girls and their entourage trailed behind. At that moment, Yu cradled the now sleeping Reunion, while Xiaoro occasionally reached over to caress it, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Suddenly, a slight stumble occurred. Whoa, slow down. Such a small action stirred excitement among the group, with everyone ready to assist. With these young masters and misses around, Yi Qing felt reassured as he strolled leisurely with Lin Han. The club indeed covered a considerable area, featuring sections for automotive components, kitten adoption, and the largest area dedicated to fitness and combat. We often come here to exercise in the evenings. How about you join us tonight, Brother Yi and sister-in-law? Lin Han proposed. Sure, let us consider a way to work off some energy, Yi Qing agreed. There's a changing area with disposable fitted workout attire. How about we teach the little cuties some yoga? Lin Han suggested. What is yoga? Yu asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's a form of exercise. Bai Ji, she explained. It enhances the body's flexibility. Bai Ji, she had chosen yoga for her college physical education class. Sister-in-law, join us today. Let us go change into our yoga outfits. The group entered the changing room. A while later, Lin Han emerged in his fitted workout gear, admiring his physique in the mirror, wearing a proud smile. Though I may not rival Brother Ye's charm, these toned muscles and dimensions are impressive. Wow, Lingu, you've been training hard. It's just a bit of extra practice, Lin Han replied, striding confidently out. Moments later, the other young masters followed suit. But compared to Lin Han, their physiques paled in comparison. Haha, I'll also practice with you all. Is there anyone willing to spar with me tonight? Who would dare spar with you, Lingu? Are you trying to get someone killed? Exactly, that's classic bullying, the few who had faced defeat quickly interjected. Well then, I'll see if Brother Yi wants to spar. As he finished, Lin Yu's hand found its way to his waist. Brother Yi is a guest and has the children with him. What exactly are you planning? Hey, don't get the wrong idea, sister. I merely wish to bond with Brother Yi. Men often have this fiery spirit, and such activities can foster camaraderie. You wouldn't understand, sister. It's a form of male romance. What kind of logic is that? Just be cautious with your strength. Don't injure yourself, she replied. A few words nearly bringing Lin Han to tears from gratitude. See, this is what a caring sister looks like. You little rascal, Lin Yu huffed, crossing her arms. You're supposed to help me move tomorrow. If you injure yourself, I'll have to call someone else for help, and it might even cost money. Lin Han. The group. A shared glance confirmed the bond of siblinghood, prompting an internal chuckle from Zhou Kai. However, the moment was quickly interrupted as Zhou Ying shot him a disapproving glance, effectively dissolving his smile. After all, blood ties held a certain power over him. Just as the two were caught in this moment of humility, a striking figure emerged in the distance, Bai Shi, having changed in her yoga attire. In that fitted outfit, her physique appeared flawless, particularly her long, slender legs and delicate waist, drawing the attention of everyone present. Even Zhou Ying and Lin Yu felt a pang of envy. Is this a woman who has given birth? How can she maintain such a perfect figure? Her recovery is astounding. However, the boys, after a brief glance, quickly diverted their eyes, maintaining their decorum. By the way, has Brother Yi come out yet? Could it be that he is too shy to emerge in his new outfit? Lin Han teased. Yi Gu appeared quite slender in his attire, and one should refrain from teasing him. After all, how many could boast a physique like yours? Indeed, it seems Yi Gu does not engage in regular workouts. Lin Han turned to gaze at the figure emerging slowly from the changing room, his voice abruptly silenced. Over here, Lin Yu and the others also cast their eyes this way, unable to stifle their gasps of astonishment. What kind of physique is this? Under the snug sportswear, Yi Qing's bulging, explosive muscles were accentuated, appearing as if chiseled from stone. This is rather exaggerated, Lin Han murmured. Is there any fairness left in this world? I thought this was my domain, yet here comes a peerless champion. Not only is he handsome, but his physique also far surpasses mine. Is he determined to overshadow me in every respect? Lin Han observed the group of young ladies nearby, their gazes transfixed upon Yi Qing, their faces flushed, lost in thoughts unknown. Some of the young ladies, feeling bashful, dared not stare openly, occasionally casting furtive glances. Lin Han approached. Yi Gu, you must work out frequently, right? Oh, I don't really exercise much, Yi Qing replied, noticing Lin Han's judgmental expression, and leaned closer to whisper. I merely did over 100 push-ups before coming out to pump up a bit. Lin Han. What? You're cheating. Seeing Lin Han's expression as if he had just consumed something unpleasant, Yi Qing smirked and sauntered over to the large punching bag. Meanwhile, Lin Yu hurried over. Hey, little brother, are you still planning to spar with Yi Qing? If so, let's grab some low-fat snacks and enjoy the show. With a chuckle, Lin Han cracked his knuckles and neck, the sound of joints popping resonating. Sparring? Why not? Does having muscles even matter? Everyone has them. Today, I feel I must bring forth something genuine. Lin Yu's interest peaked. She rushed back to inform the ladies, and they set off to fetch snacks, planning to indulge before their yoga session. Zhou Kai handed Lin Han a sports drink. Lin Han opened it, fixated on Yi Qing, who was preparing to throw a punch. He took a sip. In the next moment, Yi Qing unleashed a punch. Whoosh! The sound of wind tearing through the air erupted. The punch landed squarely on the punching bag. The bag flew upward with astonishing force. Had it not been for the chain securing it, it might have soared far beyond. The drink Lin Han had just swallowed erupted from his nostrils, resembling a squirt of water. He stared at Yi Qing, who was now alternating punches on the bag, his eyes wide in disbelief. Good heavens, is this not sheer brutality? What sort of power is this? Is there a miniature universe within that body? He fixated on the punching bag, as if it represented his future self. At this thought, a chill coursed up from his feet to the crown of his head, and he felt his legs begin to weaken. Sparring? What a joke. Is one's life not at stake here? Moments later, Lin Yu returned with the others, adopting a spectator-esque demeanor. Hey, are you all warmed up? Not yet, Lin Han replied, though his teeth were chattering. Are you cold? Not cold, but I feel you are right. Sister, boys should not bond in such a manner. I believe a gentler approach is warranted. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking, I have prepared snacks, and you speak of this? Yi Qing, my brother wishes to. Lin Yu was about to issue a challenge, but Lin Han swiftly covered her mouth, muffling her words. You all continue your training. I need to discuss something with my sister. With that, Lin Han dragged Lin Yu away. What are these two up to? So disorganized, Zhou Ying remarked, yet her eyes remained on Yi Qing. All of this unfolded before Bai Shi, who felt a subtle pang of jealousy stir within her. She seemed to grasp why some boys disallowed their girlfriends from wearing revealing clothing. Henceforth, she resolved never to purchase tight-fitting attire for Yi Qing. Instead, she would opt for looser garments. The looser, the better. Bai Ji, she whispered to herself, steeling her determination. Chapter 12. After driving with Bai Ji, Lin Yu soon walked in, her face still flushed with a hint of excitement. However, Lin Han, who followed behind, wore a much less pleasant expression. He glanced at his phone balance. His once ample allowance of 20,000 had dwindled to a mere 500. She is too ruthless, Lin Han lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Yet, this was merely the consequence of his own pretentiousness, so he had no one to blame but himself. Come on, let's go to yoga, Lin Yu suggested cheerfully. Huh? Then what was the point of bringing snacks? I thought we were going to watch a fight performance, Zhou Ying chimed in. The mention of a fight performance made Lin Han stumble slightly in his step. Forget about that. Let's go, Lin Yu said decisively as she took charge, leading everyone, including the two little ones and Tuan Yuan, into the yoga room. As they engaged in their poses, little Ro soon found her complexion flushed. Mom, this pose is so difficult, she exclaimed, kneeling on the floor, hands braced against it, one hand and one foot raised in an attempt to hold still. Nearby, Tuan Yuan imitated their actions, lifting his tiny legs and tilting his round head, his big eyes filled with confusion as if pondering the significance of such movements. Lin Yu, leading the group in their exercises, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the two little girls and Tuan Yuan. They were simply a perfect match. However, her smile faded as she glanced over at Bai Ji. The pose she performed accentuated Bai Ji and Appo's impressive figure and perfect curves, causing Lin Yu to feel an overwhelming sense of envy. Truly, it was a case of comparison leads to despair. Outside, after witnessing Yi Qing's vigorous movements, the young men present regarded him with a newfound apprehension. Standing in his presence, they instinctively straightened their postures. They dared not mention topics of exercise or combat. Lin Han deftly steered the conversation to the two little girls. Yiga, I see these two little ones are about 4 or 5 years old. They should be starting kindergarten soon. Indeed, Yi Qing mused, though it brought him some concern. After all, enrolling in kindergarten and subsequently in school required documentation. As he and Bai Ji had yet to obtain a marriage certificate, the two little ones were essentially unregistered citizens. However, Yi Qing found solace in knowing that with his system, he could pave a path for the little ones to seek knowledge in the future. Hey, Laozhou, isn't this a perfect opportunity? Lin Han glanced at Zhou Kai beside him. Oh, how so? Yi Qing inquired. Laozhou's father is a leader at the kindergarten. This place is undoubtedly the most prestigious in our area, filled with the children of dignitaries, and the facilities are impeccable. Though the tuition is steep, with your resources, it should be a trivial matter. Tuition isn't an issue, Yi Qing replied, but my children's documents are back home somewhere, and I seem to have misplaced them. We might need to take care of that soon. That's not a problem. I'll talk to my dad tonight. These are minor details, Zhou Kai assured, eager to foster a good relationship with Yi Qing. With such youth and the luxury of a Rolls-Royce, his financial discussions were unencumbered, revealing a background of immense wealth. Such resources were worth cultivating. Call me tonight, Yigo. I'll have my dad arrange everything and see if we can get Yu and Xiao enrolled tomorrow. They're so adorable. The kindergarten will surely welcome them. Thank you for your help. Come on, Yigo. We're brothers. No need for formality, Zhou Kai said, waving his hand before stepping aside to make a phone call. After a while, the girls emerged from the yoga room, each glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Yu and Xiao were no different, their faces similarly damp. Come here, let daddy wipe your faces, Lin Han said, though he felt a bit awkward. The generational gap felt strange. While he referred to himself as older brother, the little ones called Yi Qing, brother Yi. Nevertheless, the satisfaction of rubbing their chubby cheeks outweighed the oddity. Seeing the two girls surrounded by a group of young men, Zhou Ying and the others could only shake their heads in amusement. Look at these boys. They will all become slaves to their daughters in the future, she teased. These burly men are starting to speak in baby talk. Wiping sweat. No, my skin is crawling. The contrast is just too strong. As they joked, the boys paid no mind, wondering what was wrong with speaking tenderly. Let us rest indoors for a while before heading out. It's easy to catch a cold if you go out in the wind, Lin Han advised Yu and Xiaoro. Okay, such good girls, he praised. Meanwhile, Yi Qing waved at Bai Jiqi. What is up? I just contacted a kindergarten for the two girls. They're at the right age to start, and it would be beneficial for them to interact with other children. Bai Jiqi pondered. She hadn't considered that. However, the fact that Yu and Xiaoro were unregistered posed a considerable hurdle. Starting kindergarten sounds great, but is it feasible, considering their status? It's doable, Yi Qing nodded, reassuring her. Daddy, what is kindergarten? Yu inquired. It's a place filled with many children where you can make lots of good friends and play together. You'll also learn new things, eat delicious food, and have fun. Can Mommy and Daddy come with us to kindergarten? Xiaoro asked. You two are little kids, and Mommy and Daddy are grown-ups, so we can't go in with you. But we'll come pick you up right on time every day. Just think about it. During the day, you can play with your friends, and at night, you can play with Mommy and Daddy. Doesn't that sound wonderful? The two little girls seemed to contemplate this, nodding in a half-understanding manner. Ego, it's all set. Tomorrow, you just need to take them over, and there will be someone to assist you with their enrollment. As for the documents, we can sort that out later. My dad has already made arrangements. Great. Will Daddy and Mommy miss us when we start kindergarten? Yu asked, hugging Yi Qing's leg and looking up at him. Of course we will, but we'll be happy to see you in the evening. Oh, after a while, everyone had cooled down and prepared to head home. Yigo, drive safely on the way back, and feel free to visit often, Lin Han said as he helped Yu close the car door, while Yi Qing lowered the rear window. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, sister. We're going to kindergarten tomorrow. Yu and Xiaoro exclaimed. Goodbye, Lin Han replied warmly. Make sure to eat well and behave, all right? Watching the boys bid farewell with such reluctance, the girls exchanged glances, bemused. Was this truly the same rough-and-tumble boys they knew? Only after the luxurious Rolls Royce disappeared from view did they turn back, their expressions tinged with wistfulness. All right. Are we going to see a bunch of tough guys cry now? Lin Yu teased as she approached. Go, how could it be? Sister, I and Amp, Oppos, you made up my mind. From now on, I shall oversee your choice of partners. After all, your beauty pales in comparison to Bai Jiqi. So any suitor you choose must certainly surpass Yigo in looks. Lin Yu twitched her mouth. Who are you scolding? And what about you? Are you not seeking a beautiful wife yourself? As for me, I have lost all hope in this lifetime. I am far too behind and can never catch up. The crowd fell silent. Lin Yu added, looking at it this way, it seems you weren't scolding me after all. I misunderstood you. Once home, the two girls took Xiao Tuan Yuan to explore their new abode. Tuan Yuan, this will be our home from now on. When you need to use the toilet, this is where you'll do it. Yu pointed at the litter box. And I brought back your milk bottle. Also this. She produced a ball of yarn, which she gently rolled ahead. Tuan Yuan gazed at the ball of yarn. Her previously silly expression now brightened with excitement as she bounced toward it. All right, let's go take a bath with Mommy. Bai Jiqi, having watched Yu, Xiaoro, and Tuan Yuan play for a while, decided to join them. Oh, Xiaoro carefully cradled Tuan Yuan in her small blanket. You must sleep well. We'll play together again tomorrow. After a moment's thought about the kindergarten visit, she added, we'll play again tomorrow evening. Shortly after, Bai Jiqi pulled her away for a bath. Outside, Yi Qing, listening to the sounds of water from the bathroom, felt his heart race. Laughter soon echoed from within. You two little rascals, did you tell Mommy and Daddy about the heart-shaped birthmark on your bottoms? Bai Jiqi said, diligently lathering the two little treasures with shower gel. It was Yu who said it. Yu claimed proudly. Indeed, it was. Yi Qing realized that this was the only way he could have known. After their bath, Bai Jiqi dried the girl's hair and emerged just as Yi Qing finished his own shower. The two girls climbed into bed, and perhaps due to their earlier exertions, they quickly succumbed to sleep. Let's go out for a bit. Huh? What huh? We're going out to practice driving. Come on. Yi Qing was brimming with confidence. Oh. Bai Jiqi nodded and followed him outside. Don't worry. Don't feel too pressured. I am a driving god. With me teaching you, you'll definitely learn to drive. Yi Qing proclaimed with self-assurance. However, half an hour later, hiss, Jiqi, do you see that dog ahead? I see it. What about it? Step on the gas and run it over. What? That essay life. Oh, I thought you were keeping the pedal down to run it over. Oh. Baijichi hurriedly released the gas and honked the horn, allowing the dog to leisurely vacate the road. Don't speak to me in riddles. Baijichi furrowed her brows slightly, wearing a look of grievance. Yi Qing glanced at her, feeling a surge of guilt. How could anyone resist such an adorable sight? He realized that his elite driving skills had affected his perspective. He felt akin to a mathematician observing a primary school student grappling with basic arithmetic, an often erroneous one at that. How could he not feel frustrated? This cannot continue. I must calm myself. Yi Qing took a few deep breaths. He also noticed Baijichi's tension and shifted the conversation to their high school days, reminiscing about their shared experiences. Though their time together was brief, it lightened Baijichi's mood significantly. As she looked at the empty road ahead, she reflected on how, just 3 years ago, she was a freshman and now she was already a college student. In just a few days, she had gone from being single to having 2 adorable daughters and 1 mischievous partner in the passenger seat. Yet perhaps this was not so bad after all. Reflecting on the past, Baijichi Kuden and Oppos, T help but marvel at how swiftly time passes. May we sail through countless trials and return still youthful. What do you want to say? Yi Qing interrupted. Only I can return youthful. And you? Yi Qing glanced at Baijichi's proud demeanor. You shall return as a mature woman. Baijichi, why must I be called a mature woman? Why can't I be a young lady? If you dislike being a mature woman, you can still be a young lady. Baijichi, I'm going to be angry. Baijichi pouted slightly, her eyes downcast, which made Yi Qing burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Today's driving practice was quite good. At least you're familiar with the vehicle now. Let us turn right ahead and head home to sleep. Yi Qing directed, and Baijichi nodded, glancing at the rearview mirror. Yes, not bad. Turn on the signal light, even though there aren't many cars around. Oh, Baijichi nodded. The next moment, swoosh, 2 streams of water splashed onto the windshield, and the wipers began to swipe. Yi Qing, what? He turned to Baijichi, whose face had turned crimson. Instructor, I'm sorry. Chapter 13. Sending 2 young ladies to kindergarten after much ado, the 2 returned home, and Baijichi felt utterly exhausted. Driving had drained her, especially with an experienced driver beside her, evoking memories of her driving practice days. Nightmarish indeed. The lights were off, yet under the moonlight, a small shadow flitted about the living room. Yi Qing approached and lifted the shadow, revealing it to be little Tuan Yuan. Ah, so this is what they meant by a night owl. Never mind, let it roam. After all, it's merely a matter of habit. Baijichi came over and affectionately patted little Tuan Yuan. Upon entering the bedroom, the 2 little girls were snugly embracing their miniature flying horses, their faces adorned with sweet slumber. It appeared they were sleeping quite well. Let us retire to bed ourselves, Yi Qing suggested. However, Baijichi felt a flutter in her heart. She chided herself silently for her wandering thoughts. Are you not coming over? Yi Qing's voice broke the stillness after they lay down. Baijichi understood his implication. Cuddling him while awake? How could she possibly entertain such an idea? No, she declared, turning her back to him. Yi Qing pouted, as if to say she always refused. Hearing his murmurs, Baijichi instinctively shifted further away. Yet the emptiness in her arms felt unsettling. Eventually, she drifted into a hazy slumber. The next day, Baijichi groggily opened her eyes to find Yi Qing intently gazing at her. They were quite close, and it was evident she had unconsciously snuggled up to him during the night. What the pradicamin? Why had she even struggled to resist last night? It's different. Today I shall purchase a large teddy bear, she retorted in jest. With a swift motion, she rolled out of bed, changed clothes, and headed off to prepare breakfast. Yi Qing also got up. In the living room, he noticed little Tuan Yuan still sound asleep and gently stroked it before heading outside. Yi Qing, where are you off to this morning? Baijichi inquired. I'm going out to buy some things, he replied, driving off. Not far from the villa, there was an upscale supermarket just opening its doors. Inside, Yi Qing selected 2 charming little backpacks and a small bear charm and a rabbit charm to adorn them for differentiation. He then began his shopping spree in the snack aisle, as it was essential to bring some gifts for the new acquaintances on their first day. detected that the host has spent 5,000 yuan for the daughters, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, resulting in 50 million yuan. Yi Qing observed the luminous screen, feeling somewhat desensitized to the figures. Another screen appeared. The host has not previously taken the children to kindergarten due to work conflicts. Please rectify this regret. Task reward. High-grade ornamental fish, supreme painting skills. Oh, that could work. He placed the two little backpacks in the back seat and returned home. At that moment, the two girls had awakened, and after washing up, they went to little Tuan Yuan's nook to find it still asleep, smiles spreading across their faces. The little girls refrained from touching Tuan Yuan, seemingly hesitant to disturb the kitten's rest. Let us change our clothes. Daddy will take you to kindergarten soon. Okay. Bai Ji, she asked, aren't I going too? Don't you have class today? You can drive to your lecture. I'll take them. If you go as well. I fear the girls might struggle with their emotions during the farewell and start crying at the kindergarten, which would be quite the scene. All right, Bai Ji, she nodded silently, recognizing the validity of Yi Qing's reasoning. After breakfast, she left early. Mommy has to go to work now. Bye-bye, my darlings. Remember to rest well. You too. Be good at kindergarten and get along with the other children. After a few parting words, she reluctantly departed, watching the Maserati drive away. Yi Qing pondered if she would manage well on the road. All right then, Mommy is off to work. Shall we go? Okay. Yi Qing opened the car door and lifted the two girls inside. Daddy, what are these? Yu pointed at the two backpacks on the seat, her eyes sparkling. These are your new backpacks, and there are snacks inside for you to explore. Choose which one you like. After Yi Qing finished speaking, Yu grabbed little Ro. Which one do you want? The rabbit. Then the bear is mine. Yu opened her backpack, revealing an array of snacks, her little legs starting to wiggle with excitement. Thank you, Daddy. Not all of this is just for you. Today is your first day at kindergarten, so you should share some snacks with the other children, understood? Got it. Yu nodded, and little Ro echoed her agreement. At the kindergarten entrance, numerous luxury cars were already dropping off children, greeted by teachers. The children exchanged pleasantries with the teachers. After the initial wave subsided, another teacher awaited outside. Shortly after, a Rolls-Royce approached. The teacher, sensing the timing was right, moved forward to greet them. Yi Qing stepped out. Excuse me, are you Teacher Liu? You must be Mr. Yi? Teacher Liu, upon seeing Yi Qing, was taken aback by his youthful appearance. Although dressed formally, he radiated a youthful charm reminiscent of first love. Yi Qing opened a rear door and gently lifted the two girls down. Teacher Liu, upon seeing Yu and little Ro, couldn't help but cover her mouth in delight. Yu, little Ro, say hello to your teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello, little cuties. Teacher Liu, who had a penchant for good looks, felt overjoyed seeing Yi Qing and the two little girls. Mr. Yi, I will guide you through some procedures. Your situation has been communicated to me by the leadership, so it should be quite simple. Whenever you have the time to complete the documentation, you can come back to finalize it. No rush. Considering you might be busy, Teacher Liu began the administrative tasks. Detected that the host has spent 10,000 yuan for the daughters, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, resulting in 1 billion yuan. Our kindergarten is among the highest rated in Jiangsheng, so the fees may be a bit steep, Teacher Liu explained. But we provide comprehensive development for the children, including arts, habits, discipline, and worldview. Thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now. Teacher Liu crouched down, addressing Yu and little Ro. Say goodbye to Daddy. Daddy. Little Ro's face was full of reluctance. Behave well with your friends, and Daddy will come to pick you up tonight. Yi Qing waved, knowing that such moments required decisiveness. He swiftly returned to his car and drove away, feeling an emptiness in his heart. Detected that the host has sent the children to kindergarten. Task completed. Task reward. High-grade ornamental fish, supreme painting skills. Yi Qing glanced at the extraction button, anticipating that the high-grade ornamental fish would be delivered in a manner akin to the Maserati. As for her painting skills, Yi Qing felt a surge of knowledge flooding her mind along with muscle memory, evidently having been instilled within her. Observing Yi Qing's departure, Teacher Liu entered the classroom with two children. Dear little ones, today we welcome two new friends to our kindergarten. Her words instantly captivated everyone's attention. Yuyo, why don't you greet the children? Hello, everyone. I'm Yuan Yu, but you can call me Yuyo. And I'm Yuan Ru, you can call me Ro. Wonderful. Teacher Lu encouraged the two children. Yu and Ro then took their seats. Teacher, I have a spot here. A distant girl raised her hand, and upon doing so, she eagerly moved two small stools closer to herself. All right, Yu and Ro, you may sit with Xiaodian. Hello, Yu and Ro. Xiaodian greeted them as they settled in. I am Xiaodian, Zhou Xiaodian. MHM. Yu nodded, turning to see Ro rummaging through her backpack. Moments later, a few snacks were placed in Xiaodian's hands. Wow, Xiaodian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the treats. I know this snack, it's quite expensive. I and Appos, V, only had it a few times. However, she soon felt a bit anxious. Ro, please don't take out those snacks just yet. Huh? Yu was puzzled by Xiaodian's hushed tone. These were bought by my dad, and he said I should share them with my friends. Yet, there's a chubby teacher who forbids us from eating snacks here, claiming it's bad for our teeth. If she finds out about the snacks, she will confiscate them. Oh no. Yu instinctively clutched her backpack. Ro leaned in. Then let us quietly share them with the others, shall we? Great idea. The three little girls agreed in unison. Fortunately, the snacks Qing had purchased were all in small packages, providing ample opportunity for the three girls to maneuver. During their little operation, Xiaoqiang, this is for you, but keep it secret. Mingming, this is for you too. Xiaomei, these are snacks from Yu and Ro. Let me give you some, but hide them well. Don't let that chubby teacher find out. As the distribution of snacks concluded, everyone's pockets began to bulge, and the children became more accepting of Yu and Ro. Yu, come play this game. Ro, you too. Laughter and joy resonated through the air. Teacher Lu looked at the smiling faces of the children, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. These children were truly delightful. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Yu, Ro, this is your sleeping area. Watching as Yu and Ro climbed onto their beds, Teacher Lu helped them tuck in and adjust their blankets before attending to the other children. All right, little ones, be sure to sleep well, she said, stepping out and closing the door. During lunch, the teachers took turns supervising. In the nap area corridor, the plump teacher Li was on duty. As the kindergarten's management director, she walked through the corridor, peering through the windows at the children peacefully napping in their classes, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Indeed, being with these little angels was quite healing. However, sometimes the children felt a bit intimidated by her, fearing she might confiscate their snacks or impose strict rules. It was inevitable. Children were at a crucial stage of developing habits, morals, and discipline. If the boundaries were not firmly established during this period, correcting them later would prove to be quite challenging. There had to be a balance of authority, with someone playing the villain. Alas, that role fell to her. With a sigh, she continued her watch. A glance caught her attention as she locked eyes with a little boy holding a snack cookie, seemingly having been indulging under the covers before peeking out a check for any potential threats. Caught in the act, the boy quickly swallowed the cookie in a few bites, wrapping himself in the blanket as if to feign ignorance. Teacher Li merely stared in silence. Chapter 14. A Mutual Journey. She gently pushed open the door. Instantly, the sound of tiny hamsters nibbling on seeds filled her ears. The corner of her mouth twitched as she cautiously lifted a little girl's blanket. To her surprise, the child was indulging in snacks. Lifting the blanket again revealed another child doing the same. Teacher Li. Oh, what is happening here? A little boy spotted Teacher Li and exclaimed, causing the room to fall silent. Can you tell me, dear boy, who provided you with these snacks? Teacher Li inquired, looking at the child expectantly. I don't know. The little boy raised his head defiantly, as if ready to face any consequences. Is this how I am perceived in the eyes of children now? Teacher Li mused, realizing she had become the quintessential and amp. Appos, bad teacher and amp. Appos. Sighing, she felt a gentle tug at the hem of her clothing. Turning around, she saw three little girls, Yu, Xiaoro, and Xiaodian. Teacher, I'm sorry I took them, Yu said, biting her lip in apology. Xiaoro chimed in, it was my sister and me who shared them with the other kids. And I helped too, Xiaodian quickly added, as if to share the blame. Seeing the three children with their heads bowed, Teacher Li felt a sudden urge to slap herself. Look at the image you have cultivated in these little angels' hearts. It's all right. Teacher Li waved her hands reassuringly. You must be new here, right? Is today your first day? And You wanted to share your delicious treats? Yes. Yu lifted her head, seeming to feel understood. It's perfectly fine. But promise me you won't bring snacks again, okay? Some children might skip meals for them, and that could be unhealthy. As she spoke, Teacher Lee affectionately patted the heads of the three girls. All right, shall I carry you to bed? Yes, thank you. Teacher, you're welcome. After settling the three girls, Teacher Lee waved goodbye to them. Sleep well, and other children hurried to sleep too. All right, many children responded from within the room. Teacher Lee then closed the door and proceeded to the next room. Though her interaction with the children had concluded, she still needed to inform the parents. After all, a kindergarten teacher cannot cultivate good habits in children while parents inadvertently hinder them. Teacher Lee planned to make a phone call after the afternoon nap. At this moment, among the children in Villa 3, Qing was preparing to receive some exquisite ornamental fish. He stood in the yard, cradling a small round fish in one arm while gently stroking it with the other. The little fish squinted its eyes contentedly, emitting soft purring sounds. Mr. Yi, I just received word from the gatekeeper that the items you ordered have arrived. They are on their way here with the gatekeeper. Good. Shortly after, a large truck came to a halt. Qing and Wei Mushue went to investigate, discovering a collection of koi inside. These koi were stunning, far superior to those found in parks, each adorned with symmetrical patterns or unique colors, making them seem incredibly valuable. Peering further inside, Wei Mushue noticed two large creatures, though they were indistinct. All right, let us unload everything, Qing directed. The workers carefully brought the fish out. Once all were removed, Wei Mushue finally discerned the two large creatures, two crimson arowanas, their elegant forms shimmering like rubies, their scales a breathtaking interplay of red and purple. Just gazing at them made Wei Mushue involuntarily bite her lip, mentally calculating the cost of these magnificent fish, suspecting it would not be less than 6 figures. Moreover, such creatures are invaluable treasures in the market. She couldn't help but wonder at Mr. Yi's influence, capable of acquiring such remarkable specimens. The koi would be kept in the yard's pond, supplied with fresh spring water of excellent quality. The two arowanas would be placed in the home, as the house was already equipped with a suitable aquarium. As Qing directed the transfer into the courtyard, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yi, father of Yu and Xiao? A female voice inquired, conveying a sense of seriousness. Yes, he replied. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am a teacher at the kindergarten, and I would like to discuss a matter with you. Oh, Qing thought, sensing the gravity in her tone. Had his daughters done something wrong at school? Did you perhaps buy a lot of snacks for Yu and Xiao today, encouraging them to share with their classmates? Yes, that is correct. The children are at a crucial stage of developing habits and discipline, and at around 5 years old, they're also losing their baby teeth. I believe that a child in Oppo's growth requires the combined efforts of both school and family. Would you agree? Qing realized he had unwittingly caused a problem. This teacher was indeed formidable. Having just navigated the nightmare of high school, he now recognized the validity of her words. Feeling somewhat guilty, he responded hesitantly, yes. Then, Mr. Yi, would you be able to visit the kindergarten tomorrow? We can discuss this matter further. Her request left Qing feeling exasperated. The teacher was directly inviting him to discuss his mistake, and he would have to reflect on it. I don't have much time today. That is all right, Mr. Yi. Let us plan for tomorrow instead. Please come a bit earlier to pick up your children, and we can chat then. All right. Qing conceded, realizing this teacher was insistent on addressing the issue. He needed to devise a plan. As the workers finished unloading, Qing observed the scene, nodding in approval. The two crimson arowanas were undeniably magnificent, and the koi, swimming gracefully in their pond, also elevated the home's ambience significantly. He anticipated that Yu and Xiao would be delighted upon their return. At 4 o'clock, Qing tidied his belongings and set off. Being his first time picking up the children, he intended to arrive a bit early, preferring to wait outside rather than confront the stern teacher directly. When Qing arrived at the entrance, no other parents were present yet. He settled in his car to wait. After a while, parents began to arrive in succession. As school let out, children rushed out of the kindergarten. Yu and Xiao emerged, holding hands with another little girl, their wide eyes searching for their parents. Xiao. Qing waved, and the two girls rushed towards him as if they had spotted a long-lost loved one. "Daddy, you came to pick us up." "Yes, yes." "Did you have a happy day at kindergarten?" "Yes. We made lots of friends." "Oh, Daddy, this is our good friend, Xiaodan," Yu said, pulling Xiaodan closer. "Daddy?" Zhou Xiaodan gazed at Yi Qing, her eyes filled with curiosity. What a handsome father. At the very least, he was far more dashing than her own father. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaodan observed the other parents arriving to collect their children, her expression becoming increasingly conflicted. Should she address him as uncle or brother? Uncle, she decided. "Ah," Yi Qing replied, noticing that Zhou Xiaodan was left unattended. He crouched down, asking gently, "Little Dan, where are your parents?" "Haven and Oppos. They arrived yet?" "The teacher just informed me that they might be a little late today due to some matters they need to attend to. I will play with the teacher using clay while I wait." Little Dan chuckled, accustomed to such circumstances. "Why not ride with Uncle? I can take you home." "That's all right. Uncle, I'll wait here. My parents are still at work, and there won't be anyone at home when I return." Zhou Xiaodan shook her head. After hugging Yu and Xiaoro, she said, "Then, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, Xiaodan." After bidding farewell, Yi Qing lifted the two little girls into the car. "Dad, we distributed all the snacks today. Everyone was so eager to play with us," Yu exclaimed, her large eyes blinking excitedly. Yi Qing smiled wryly, well aware of this, as the teacher had already called him. "Dad, we're in Oppos." "Yes, Mom?" "Mom hasn't in Oppos. T returned yet, but she should be home shortly after we arrive." "Oh, when we get home, you can see some new little animals I got." "Were they, Dad?" "You'll find out when we return." Yi Qing refrained from answering, which only heightened the curiosity of the two children. Xiaoro leaned over the armrest from the back seat, tilting her head to look at Yi Qing, prompting him to drive more slowly. What was originally a 10-minute journey stretched into 20 as Yi Qing drove steadily. "We're home. Xiaoro, look at Tuan Yuan by the water tank. What is it doing?" "Duan Yuan, Duan Yuan, Duan Yuan." Yu and Xiaoro rushed towards Tuan Yuan. The fluffy tabby cat turned its head at the sound, its big eyes fixating on the two little girls approaching. Recognizing its playmates had returned, it scampered overexcitedly. This must be what it means to reciprocate affection. Chapter 15. Preparing to welcome praise, Yu gently cradled Tuan Yuan in her arms, while Xiaoro and Oppos' face radiated joy as she reached out to stroke the little one. "Here, sister, you hold Tuan Yuan too." With that, Yu handed Tuan Yuan over to Xiaoro. As Xiaoro accepted the bundle, she felt the warmth and softness of Tuan Yuan, a smile blossoming on her lips, revealing two faint dimples. Suddenly, a splash from the pond caught Yu and Oppos' attention. She leaned closer, her mouth agape. "What fat fish!" she exclaimed. "Xiaoro, look at that big fat fish." Xiaoro turned her gaze towards the pond, and the two girls, accompanied by the cat, approached the water's edge to observe the large koi. "Dad, is this the one you mentioned?" Yu asked eagerly. "Yes," replied Yi Qing. "You can feed them." He handed a bag of fish food to the two little girls. With a flourish, Yu threw a handful into the water. The koi, drawn by the sound, lazily swam over to feast on the floating morsels. In contrast, Xiaoro chose a different approach. She crouched by the pond, and soon enough, a big koi swam toward her, mouth agape. Without hesitation, Xiaoro tossed a handful of food directly into the koi and Oppos' mouth, prompting Yi Qing to stifle a chuckle. Goodness, one scatters it widely, while the other feeds one at a time. These two girls truly have different personalities. "All right, we have two more at home," he continued. "More?" the girls asked, intrigued. "But the two at home are different from these," Yi Qing explained. As they made their way back home, Tuan Yuan hurried to keep pace with them. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by two enormous aquariums, filled with vibrant red dragon fish gliding gracefully. The girls pressed their little faces against the glass, captivated by the sight of the jewel-like fish swimming within. Under the soft glow of the lights, the fish appeared as exquisite artworks, radiating a gem-like brilliance. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Xiaoro. "Indeed," Yi Qing agreed, approaching to affectionately pat the girls' heads. "You mustn't feed these. They can bite. Just admire them, all right?" "Got it, Dad," they chorused. Just then, the sound of vehicles outside caught their attention. "Mom's back." The girls squealed, rushing to the door. Hey, why do you need mom so much? What about your old man? Yi Qing mused, feeling a touch of exasperation at the fleeting attention of his daughters. Outside, by she was embracing her two little girls, inquiring about their day at kindergarten. Looking up, she spotted Yi Qing emerging from the villa. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with joy, her lips curving into an involuntary smile, infusing her with an even greater sense of happiness. Later that evening, after dinner, Yi Qing asked, "So, how was your first day picking up the kids?" "Quite good. I was the first one at the kindergarten today. Can you believe how responsible I am?" He boasted playfully. "All right, I appreciate your hard work," she replied, stifling a smile. "I have 2 classes tomorrow afternoon, so I'll pick up our daughter, all right?" "Sounds good. Oh, by the way, the teacher called today wanting to discuss something with the parents. You might want to see Lu Laosher tomorrow," Yi Qing added. "Discuss what?" She wondered, still new to the world of parenting and teacher interactions. "Probably some parenting tips, considering how adorable our 2 daughters are," he replied. At that moment, the 2 girls emerged from the bathroom, having just washed up. "Mom, today the teacher praised us for being good," Yu exclaimed enthusiastically. "Yes." She momentarily lost her train of thought. Yi Qing, observing their exchange, silently anticipated the conversation and oppose as outcome. He stood up and wandered around the house, failing to find the washboard. "Not bad," he muttered to himself before hiding away the keyboard and other items. That night, as everyone settled down and turned off the lights, Yi Qing noticed a glow beside him. He turned to see she engrossed in her phone. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer to glimpse the screen. The search bar displayed phrases like how should new mothers communicate with teachers about parenting, and how to respond to praise from kindergarten teachers. She proceeded to copy the information into her notes, prompting Yi Qing to smirk. He turned away and drifted off to sleep, thinking, "I merely suggested it, might be the rest is all in your imagination." The following morning, she rose early to prepare breakfast. However, as she approached the kitchen, Yi Qing gently nudged her aside. "Let me handle this," he said with a shrug. After feeding the dragonfish, she set off to take the children to school. "Drive safely," Yi Qing cautioned, watching her nod in agreement. This was indeed a test for her. Just as Yi Qing settled down, a message notification appeared. Detected that the host and wife are currently in a harmonious relationship. But how can married life be so mundane? One should engage in more intimate activities to keep the romance alive. Task reward: divine medical skills, top quality Da Hong Pao tea, and exceptional musical talent. Goodness, look at the urgency. Does this not require a gradual approach? More intimate activities? We're barely holding hands, let alone hitting a home run, he mused. As he pondered these thoughts, his phone chimed again. "Third brother. Hey, fourth brother, do you have a moment?" Second brother's situation is getting serious. "Yi Qing, what's wrong with second brother?" "Third brother. If his previous tears indicated a breakup, then now he is probably fully separated. He just stays in his dorm. And every time we leave in the morning, his trash can is empty, but it's filled with tissues by noon. Third brother. I and Oppos am genuinely worried he might harm himself." Yi Qing was at a loss for words. "Third brother. Shall we take him out to vent today?" Yi Qing, Hey, we're good young men. That kind of place is not for us." Third brother. "Huh? What are you thinking? I meant for us to take him out for a proper drink. Let him release some pent-up feelings. Right now, he has stuck on one tree, refusing to see the forest. At our technical university, what good flowers are there? Why must he only look for companionship nearby, especially when the quantity is scarce and the quality lacking?" Yi Qing, true, I can relate. I've noticed the number and quality of beautiful women at Jiangxing University far exceed ours. Third brother, how do you know? You seem to have more issues than second brother. It's settled then. Let's gather tonight. Yi Qing, all right. By afternoon, Yi Qing dressed up and decided not to drive, opting instead to take a taxi. Seeing him, Wei Mushu asked, "Mr. Yi, are you heading out?" "Yes, please arrange for someone to clean the house," he replied. "Of course. You're not driving?" "No, I plan to have a few drinks tonight. I'll take a taxi. I'll arrange for the property staff to take you," Wei Mushu offered, promptly making the necessary arrangements. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing sent a message to Bai Shi. "I'm going out for dinner with my college roommates tonight. One of them recently went through a breakup, so we might drink a little." Bai Shi, just don't overdo it. Bai Shi, I'll prepare some hangover soup for you tonight. In the classroom, Bai Shi was replying to messages when Zhang Meng leaned over her, exclaiming that the teacher had already moved on to the next chapter. Startled, Bai Shi hastily flipped through her book, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Meng. You two are driving me crazy. Sigh. When will I ever find love and experience a sweet romance? You are beautiful, in great shape, and a member of the dance club. If you want to date, it should be a matter of moments, Zhang Meng replied. So, why hasn't anyone confessed their feelings to me? Zhang Meng pondered, stroking her chin, then turned to Bai Shi. I've figured it out. It's because you are too stunning. I'm merely the supporting character beside you. Everyone's attention is on you, leaving me without suitors. Bai Shi responded. I don't care. Have your handsome boyfriend introduce me to someone. I'll even settle for someone less attractive. Isn't that a bit desperate? Zhang Meng raised her chin. You can't just live your life in bliss while neglecting your friends, can you? Who is living in bliss? Bai Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. You're shy. Get it together. Zhang Meng arched an eyebrow. Bai Shi, feeling helpless, thought to herself that she might truly be incapable of this. Be serious. You must be serious, Zhang Meng insisted. After Bai Shi reluctantly agreed. She could finally focus on class again, her mind wandering to the praise she would receive at the kindergarten later. She wondered what kind of remarks the teacher would have for the two adorable children. When the time came for her to discuss parenting experiences, she would simply recount the notes she had taken the previous night. It was a methodical approach, and she was confident it would yield no issues. She felt quite clever indeed. Chapter 16. Yi Qing the Scoundrel. Yi Qing sat in the property management vehicle, gazing at the scenery outside. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and replied politely. Is this Mr. Yi? I am Zhong Jinda, the president of Huahong Bank. President Zhong. Yi Qing nodded, aware that Huahong Bank is one of the 4 major banks in Huaxia. He surmised the reason for the call. The considerable rebate he received was all deposited in Huahong Bank, amounting to several hundred million. Such substantial liquid assets warranted careful attention from the bank. After all, should he decide to transfer these funds elsewhere, it would be a significant loss. Hello, Mr. Yi. As a SVP client of our bank, I would like to know when it would be convenient for me to pay you a visit. The tone of his interlocutor was notably humble. Yi Qing glanced at the overcast sky. I am rather pressed for time today, and the weather does not seem favorable. Perhaps tomorrow would be better? Very well, Mr. Yi. Your WeChat is your mobile number, correct? I will add you shortly. All right. After concluding the call, Yi Qing exchanged a few more words and sent the address of his villa. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Hey, I'm back. Old 3. Yuan Bo smirked at Yi Qing. Where have you been these past few days? You returned looking rather pleased. I suspect you've been up to no good. Cannot disclose. Yi Qing replied mysteriously. His demeanor and haughty tone made Yuan Bo unable to contain his amusement. This fellow certainly exuded a sense of pride. He must have a girlfriend now. And where are the elder brothers? The eldest took the second out for a smoke. You wouldn't believe it. Aside from recently indulging in excessive gaming, he has been chain-smoking. I fear he might develop lung cancer. What a waste. We shall have a good talk with him tonight. He's just overthinking things. Shortly thereafter, the eldest, Dong Honghe, and the second, Zhang Hongwei, returned. Is that Wei Zi? You look rather disheveled after a few days. Scram. Zhang Hongwei sighed upon hearing Yi Qing's jest. Why the long face? I say your perspective is rather narrow. Our Jiangxing Institute of Technology is akin to a monastery, housing the female students as if they were treasures. You shouldn't be so insular. Expand your horizons. Visit Jiangxing University or Jiangxing Art College. Honestly, our Group S looks could easily outshine the boys from those institutions. Yi Qing draped an arm around Zhang Hongwei's shoulders. Whoa! Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo gasped in surprise, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed, Old foresees things clearly. No wonder he can stay out all night and return looking so fresh. Zhang Hongwei felt a flicker of interest, but memories of his recent breakup clouded his thoughts. The pain of having treated her well only to be left for someone else weighed heavily on him. All your talk won't change anything. Just accompany me for a few drinks tonight. Absolutely. I'm here to help you drown your sorrows. Yi Qing chuckled, patting his chest with a grin. Let us head to Tiansheng Grand Hotel. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a feast. Really? Old 4, are you wealthy now? I mentioned to Old 3 that since you all helped me with the dorm inspections and attendance, I wouldn't let you down. Let us go. As they made their way, Qing observed the university campus, filled with students leisurely enjoying their time. He recalled the system's predictions for his future after its activation. An extraordinary life awaited him. Sigh, how splendid university life is. Huh? Who's living splendidly? Dong Honghe instinctively chimed in. His comment drew the attention of the other 3, their expressions speaking volumes. Are you serious? Qing responded with exasperation. I merely misspoke. Dong Honghe said, scratching his head. After a while, they arrived at Tiansheng Grand Hotel. Qing ordered an array of delectable dishes. Old 4, have you hit it big recently? It's just a few hundred yuan. I want to teach the second brother a lesson. Qing turned to him. If you gift a girl a phone worth several thousand, she'll take it for granted. But if you spend a few hundred treating your dorm mates to a meal, they will call you an oppos, father and oppos. Zhang Hongwei, I would call you that. What if I add an emperor crab to the order? Qing asked the waiter. Please add one of those. Father, Yuan Bo exclaimed immediately. Zhang Hongwei sighed internally. This was the second blow from Qing. To be honest, after these 2 hits, his gloom began to wane. Let us take our seats, Qing directed. Moments later, the dishes began to arrive, and Qing also brought over a couple of boxes of Tsingtao beer. Are we going to drink heavily? Zhang Hongwei questioned. Of course. You must break free from your gloom. I'll give you a kick to get you moving. Qing laughed. With a pop, the bottle cap flew off. He handed several bottles to the 3 of them. Cheers! As they clinked their glasses, Zhang Hongwei felt a sense of relief wash over him. Let us toast. Brothers for life. Whoever finds a partner first is a dog. Cheers! Zhang Hongwei declared, raising his bottle along with Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo, ready to clink. However, Qing quietly set his bottle down. A hush fell over the table. The expressions of the 3 were telling. Seriously? You're here to flaunt your love? Oh no! Zhang Hongwei felt his earlier relief dissipate, replaced by a fresh wave of despair. With a low growl, he tilted his head back and downed an entire bottle. Qing, concerned, shifted aside, wary of his friend becoming a fountain. After a few bottles, Zhang Hongwei began to weep. Qing patted his back and placed a bottle in front of him. Here, you've shed quite a few tears. Let us replenish some fluids. Zhang Hongwei, you're trying to drown me. Tonight, the goal is to get you thoroughly intoxicated. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, she had arrived at the kindergarten, where teacher Lu was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Ji, she was momentarily taken aback. Whose parent is this? So strikingly beautiful. Noticing her youthful appearance, she thought, surely, she cannot be a parent. Perhaps she is an older sister. Hello, teacher. I am the mother of Yu and Xiaoro from the little class. I'm here to see teacher Lu, the mother of Yu and Xiaoro. So young? So beautiful? No wonder they turn out to be such lovely girls. I am teacher Lu. Please come in. Let us discuss matters in my office. There is still ample time before school concludes. Lu, the teacher, warmly invited, though her countenance bore an air of seriousness. This demeanor left Bai Ji, she feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon entering the office, Lu offered Bai Ji a seat and poured her a cup of tea. Bai Ji, she engaged in conversation, having diligently recounted the parenting advice from the previous evening during her walk, feeling confident in her ability to hold her own in discussion with the teacher. Why is Yo-Yo's father not here today? Lu inquired. He had matters to attend to. I happened to finish work early and thus came by. Bai Ji, she nearly divulged the truth about school being out. Oh, I see. That is understandable, considering they're both accomplished individuals. However, one must not indulge children excessively or relax their management. I had intended to call Yo-Yo's father yesterday, especially since he brought so many snacks for the children, though perhaps it was an unintentional oversight on his part. Bai Ji, she felt a disquieting shift in the conversation, her unease growing. What does this mean? She thought. So many snacks? I was unaware. She had come expecting praise for Yo-Yo and Xiaoro and to share parenting insights. Yet now the discussion seemed to veer into unfamiliar territory. Her earlier enthusiasm waned, and she adopted a more subdued demeanor, hands resting on her knees. appearing every bit the student. I can appreciate that Yo-Yo's father's intention to bring snacks for the other children was well-meaning, but the repercussions are less than favorable. This is a crucial period for instilling habits and discipline in children, and the kindergarten is striving to foster these qualities. Moreover, they are at a pivotal stage of losing baby teeth. If we indulge them now with snacks, it may adversely affect their character and psychological development in the future. Would you not agree? Why, yes, yes. By Ji, she stammered, her confidence diminishing with each word. She felt herself shrink into her chair. Her fists clenched tightly on her lap, her face flushed with embarrassment. Internally, she could only mutter, naughty, naughty, such a naughty person. The outcry within her could almost be described as tearful. Chapter 17. Soft rice or hard eating. After a while, the children finished school. And by Ji, she was also released by Teacher Lu from the office. Yo-Yo's mother, please communicate with your husband. The healthy growth of children is the result of cooperation between the school and parents. We kindly ask for parental support in our work. By Ji, she nodded earnestly. She certainly intended to have a thorough discussion with Yi Qing that evening, not only about this matter, but other things as well. At the very least, she should not be taken advantage of. Not far away, Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou had already spotted by Ji Shi. Mom, you came to pick us up. Yo-Yo, Xiao Rou, and Xiao Dan rushed over, their faces glowing with excitement. Hello, Teacher Lu. Yo-Yo greeted, bowing deeply. The backpack on her back nearly toppled over. Xiao Rou and Xiao Dan followed suit. Teacher Lu returned the greeting with a bow. The children are truly adorable, he remarked, smiling at Bai Ji Shi. Bai Ji Shi affectionately patted Yo-Yo, Xiao Rou, and then Xiao Dan. Xiao Dan, with her big eyes, gazed at Bai Ji Shi and blinked repeatedly. What's wrong? Xiao Dan? Bai Ji Shi asked, puzzled. Yo-Yo, Xiao Rou, your mother is so beautiful, exclaimed Xiao Dan. Right? Yo-Yo immediately struck a proud pose with her hands on her hips. Xiao Dan, haven't your parents come yet? They usually arrive a bit later. They're still at work. Bye, Yo-Yo. Bye, Xiao Rou. As Xiao Dan spoke, she waved goodbye to them. By Ji, she then led them back. Mom, why do you seem a bit unhappy today? Xiao Rou inquired. Not at all. How could I be unhappy? Oh, then what about Dad? Why didn't he come and pick us up today? Dad had something to attend to today, By Ji, she replied. Just then, she felt raindrops beginning to fall. Quickly run. It's starting to rain. At her command, the two little girls giggled and dashed toward the car. After settling the children inside, she climbed in herself. The rain began to pour down heavily. Wow, Mom, what a downpour. Thankfully, we ran fast. The two little girls were enjoying the view of the rain, while by Ji, she glanced at the heavy rain, feeling a twinge of worry. She wondered if Yi Qing had taken an umbrella. With a pout, she muttered, I just knew he would take advantage of me. Then she turned to the back. All right, are you all settled? We're off now. After dinner, we'll go pick up Dad. Okay? Okay. Upon returning home, Bai Ji, she began preparing a hangover soup and finished cooking dinner. Although she knew Yi Qing had likely eaten out, she still set aside a portion in the pot. Come on, dinner's ready. Let us eat. The two children watched as the last drops of milk were consumed from the feeding bottle before washing their hands to eat. After a while, Bai Ji, she sent a message to Yi Qing. Upon receiving his reply, she prepared to set off. Aren't you going to stay at home? It's still raining outside. No, we want to go pick up Dad. All right, I can't argue with you too. Bai Ji, she brought along hot milk and hangover soup, and after getting into the car, they headed towards a hotel. Meanwhile, a row of wine bottles lay before Zhang Hongwei, and Yi Qing was busy taking pictures with his phone. Old Fourth, what are you photographing? The Jade Throne. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Get lost. Zhang Hongwei waved his hand. Although his face was flushed, he remained relatively sober. They had indeed consumed quite a bit, but the long time frame allowed them to drink slowly and sober up a bit. I'll settle the bill, Yi Qing said as he walked towards the counter. Old Fourth, let me handle it. Zhang Hongwei interjected, only to be pulled back by Yi Qing. With a grin, he said, Second brother, if you feel guilty, just call me adoptive father. From now on, I'll call you brother, and you'll call me dad. We'll each have our own matters. Get lost. Zhang Hongwei's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to punch someone. After Yi Qing paid the bill, the four of them staggered down the stairs. If they had a lighter and played a song from Young and Dangerous, it would be the perfect scene of the four renegades. Oh, it's raining, Dong Honghe observed. Looks like we'll have to run back in the rain. This sense of ritual was quite fulfilling. Drunkenness combined with a rain-soaked return. Second brother, tonight, you got all the ceremonial flair you could want. Zhang Hongwei cast a glance at Yuan Bo, who had spoken, and sighed. It seemed he needed to let go of his stubbornness. Just then, the sound of a car door shutting reached their ears. Across from them, a girl stepped out of Maserati, opening her umbrella. Her beauty and figure immediately captured everyone's attention. Wow, where did this wealthy young lady come from? Driving a Maserati. She is absolutely stunning. The three boys exchanged comments, but none had any other thoughts, as they were merely students who still had to split the bill when dining out. She is all right. I think she is quite ordinary, said Yi Qing. Hearing his tone, Zhang Hongwei scoffed. What is wrong with you, old fourth? We're praising her beauty, and you're acting all smug, making it seem like she is your girlfriend. Exactly. Ordinary my foot. Old fourth, you must be drunk. After a few jabs, Yi Qing lost interest in their banter, waved his hand, and walked towards the rain. Hey, are you really going to get soaked in the rain? Dong Honghe watched the downpour, intending to wait for it to lighten up before heading out. The three of them stepped into the curtain of rain, feeling the droplets on their skin. However, as Yi Qing stepped into the rain, the beautiful girl opposite him began to jog over, guiding him under her umbrella. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed from above. It felt as if it struck the very souls of the three boys, causing them to gasp in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. What the heck? What does this mean? Is this even reasonable? Yi Qing turned back to look at them. In this downpour, why aren't you waiting for it to lighten before heading back? Did your girlfriends come to pick you up? Puffed. Yi Qing's words pierced through the three boys like a sharp blade. Damn it. Not only are you killing us, but you're also stabbing our hearts. Bai Ji she waved gently at them, saying, We're leaving now. With that, she and Bai Ji she headed towards the Maserati, leaving the stunned trio behind. Yi Qing whispered, Where are the two little girls? They're in the back seat. It's raining, so I didn't let them get out. Oh, how did the conversation with the teacher go today? Yi Qing asked, feeling somewhat guilty as he spoke. It was wonderful, truly wonderful. The teacher asked me to come home and have a good talk with you. Bai Ji she said, her hand reaching towards Yi Qing's waist. Yi Qing grinned, sensing that the conversation hadn't been entirely pleasant. He grasped Bai Ji she's hand and whispered, Give me some face. There are too many people here. Once we're home, I'll make it up to you in bed. Puffed. Bai Ji she smiled, You naughty boy. She inwardly feigned a delicate annoyance. Subsequently, she tilted the umbrella more towards Yi Qing, musing if this was what was known as an umbrella of shared fate. It marked her inaugural experience of sharing an umbrella with a male companion. Yi Qing, noticing Bai Ji's shoulder exposed to the rain, extended his arm and drew her closer, creating a display of affection that stirred envy among the three bachelors trailing behind. Damn it, is it not enough to show affection? Must you flaunt it? Meanwhile, in the back seat, Yu and Xiao gazed outside. Daddy and Mommy are here. Hey, Xiao, isn't that Uncle Hongwei? Yu made room, and Xiao peered over as well, her little mouth slightly agape as she looked at Zhang Hongwei in the distance. Sister, it really is Uncle Hongwei, but why does Uncle Hongwei have hair? So strange. The two little girls were puzzled. Soon after, Yi Qing and Bai Ji entered the car. Daddy, did you get wet? No, Yi Qing replied, noticing the two girls looking out the window. What's wrong? What are you looking at? We're looking at Uncle Hongwei with hair. Huh? Yi Qing turned his head, questioning. Didn't your Uncle Hongwei have hair before? No. Uncle Hongwei's head used to be shiny. Yi Qing. Bai Ji. He exchanged a glance with Bai Ji and sighed. It's inevitable to lose some hair in middle age. Daddy, drink milk and hangover soup. Okay, thank you, Yu and Xiao. Mommy made it. I know, Yi Qing said with a smile, then looked at Bai Ji, his face full of affection. Don't think you can get away with deceiving me just by looking at me like that. Oh dear, I'm drunk. This alcohol has such a strong after effect. I can't. I am dizzy. Yi Qing leaned back, feigning intoxication. Bai Ji bit her lip, suspecting Yi Qing was pretending, but she also saw the unsteady gait of Yi Qing's three roommates, indicating they had indeed consumed a significant amount of alcohol that evening. Fine, I'll spare him this time, Bai Ji thought. In the distance, the three roommates also retreated from the rain, remaining silent for a long while. Fourth, is this what you'd call living off a woman, but in a forceful way? I suppose so. Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo concurred, their hearts filled with envy. This went beyond mere envy. While they were still striving, the fourth had already latched onto a wealthy woman. Not just any wealthy woman, but a stunningly beautiful and pure one. Although the terms pure and wealthy woman seemed somewhat incongruous. Second brother, why aren't you saying anything? Yuan Bo asked, observing Zhang Hongwei's silence. Thinking that the fourth's actions had directly plunged the usually cheerful second brother into a state of depression. However, Zhang Hongwei looked at him. What did the fourth say just now? He said, did your girlfriend's gonna pick you up too? Zhang Hongwei. Not that line. Didn't he say something like, many girls at Jiangxing University are like that? Oh, right, he seemed to have said that. Dong Honghe nodded in agreement. A glimmer of light gradually returned to Zhang Hongwei's eyes. I think the fourth is right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why limit oneself to what's nearby? I've decided to set my sights on the entire Jiangxing. Jiangxing University, Jiangxing Art Institute. I'll check them all out. His train of thought had suddenly been unlocked. Yuan Bo, observing Zhang Hongwei's revitalized demeanor, twitched his lips, thinking, fourth, could this have been part of your plan too? Ding! Just as they were silent, a notification sound came from Zhang Hongwei's phone. He picked up his phone and looked at it, discovering that Yi Qing had sent him a cryptic message. What does the fourth mean by this? Hearing Zhang Hongwei's words, Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo also came over to look. Yi Qing, second brother, take good care of your hair. Zhang Hongwei touched his hair. Thick and dense. What's there to protect? How bizarre, Zhang Hongwei blurted out, then began humming a tune. Damn playboy, Yuan Bo muttered. This guy recovered way too quickly. Chapter 18. Intimate actions on the way home. Although Yi Qing feigned unconsciousness, he genuinely felt the lingering effects of the alcohol. He was not typically one to indulge in drinking. However, ever since acquiring his divine physique, he could manage a few rounds with his dormitory mates from the north. Upon arriving home, Yi Qing exited the vehicle, and Bai Ji she quickly approached to support him. Take it slow, she advised as she guided him forward, accompanied by two young girls who walked alongside, earnestly admonishing him, Daddy, you should drink less. Otherwise, Mommy will worry at home. Yuyo and Xiaoro will worry about you too. Yi Qing nodded at their concerns, replying, all right, Daddy will drink less in the future. Good boy. Daddy, Yuyo chimed, attempting to pat Yi Qing's head in a manner reminiscent of how he soothed her, but she could not reach it. Bai Ji she helped Yi Qing onto the bed. Noticing he was still clad in his outer garment, his face gradually reddening. What should we do? He can't sleep in his clothes, can he? Yet, she hesitated, contemplating the implications of assisting him in changing. Blushing, she gazed at Yi Qing and murmured, naughty boy. With that, she began to remove his outerwear. When it came time for his trousers, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, a clear indication of her innocence as a young woman. However, Yi Qing seemed to have drifted into slumber, undoubtedly oblivious after consuming so much alcohol. With this thought, Bai Ji she proceeded to assist him further. Once she finished, the combination of exhaustion and embarrassment caused her to break out in a light sweat. Yuyo, Xiaoro, take good care of Daddy. Mommy is going to take a shower, she instructed. Yuyo stood up, patting her chest confidently. Don't worry, Mommy, we will take care of Daddy. We'll wait for you to finish your shower before we wash up. After Bai Ji she's shower, Xiaoro fetched hot water. Daddy, she gently tapped Yi Qing's chest. What is it, Xiaoro? Yi Qing stirred awake with a yawn. Drink some hot water. Okay, thank you, Xiaoro. After sipping the hot water, he inquired, where in Amp? Oppos. Smommy? She's in the shower. The sound of water flowing from the bathroom ignited a sense of restlessness within him. After all, his system task remained incomplete, achieving intimacy with Bai Ji Shi, while the system had not specified the level of intimacy required. A third base scenario seemed to be the most intimate action conceivable. Daddy, please go to sleep, Xiaoro encouraged, mimicking Yi Qing and Oppos, as earlier gestures to lull her to rest. Yi Qing chuckled, finding her demeanor quite mature for her age. Moments later, Bai Ji she emerged from the bathroom, droplets of water clinging to her hair, embodying the essence of beauty post-bath, innocent and pure. Mommy, be quiet. I've lulled Daddy to sleep. Xiao whispered. Bai Ji, she approached softly. You two should wash up now. We'll be going to bed soon. As the children departed, Bai Ji, she turned her attention back to Yi Qing. Observing his face, a gentle smile graced her lips, revealing two adorable dimples that enhanced her purity. Then, recalling something, she playfully chided, Naughty boy, you tricked me today. Do you know how harshly I was scolded by the teacher? At this, Yi Qing's ear twitched imperceptibly. From now on, you mustn't deceive me again, understand? No more bullying me. I asked Yuyo and Xiaoro. They said you would bully me in the future, but it seems I might be the one doing it more often. With a giggle, she added, as long as you don't bully me, I'll do it less. She gazed into Yi Qing's eyes, leaning closer as if to confirm whether he truly slept. I don't even know what love is. I've never been in a relationship, and here I am, becoming a mother in a muddled manner. Perhaps this is what they mean by children before love. However, Xiaoro mentioned that you would pursue me in the future. Pausing briefly, she continued softly, but it seems you'll only manage to pursue me when you're nearly 30. That feels like an eternity. Therefore, if you don't pursue me, it's all right. I could always pursue you. But I can take 99 steps. That last step, you must take. Bai Ji, she pondered the sweet tale she had heard from Yuyo and Xiaoro about her and Yi Qing's relationship. It was a charming romance, filled with quarrels, but also moments when Yi Qing comforted and cared for her. The more she thought about it, the deeper her blush became. She gazed at Yi Qing's face, and, noticing that Yuyo and Xiaoro had not yet returned, she leaned down gently, one arm wrapping around her chest while the other propped on the bed. She pressed a soft kiss upon Yi Qing's lips, a fleeting contact. Yi Qing froze, astonished by this unexpected turn of events following his feigned slumber. A stolen kiss. No, he must let Bai Ji she notice anything unusual. If she caught him pretending to sleep, she might very well turn hostile. Imagining Bai Ji she's likely flushed visage, he mused that her ears must be adorably pink. Just then, a luminous screen materialized before him, detected that the host and wife engaged in a more intimate act, ensuring love does not cool. Reward, divine medical skills. 5 pounds of top-quality Dahong Pao, exceptional musical talent. As this was initiated by the wife, a special reward is granted, with random inheritance. The host's daughters may inherit the skills and talents obtained by the host. Unexpected benefits? Yi Qing gazed at the screen, feeling the changes coursing through his body. His gaze fixated on the last item. Yuyo and Xiaoro could inherit talents? He reflected on the potential skills. Writing and painting were all well and good. Music was fine too, but what if one of them inherited a combat skill? Would they ever marry? Yet, it seemed inconsequential. If it didn't marry, so be it. He could certainly support the two young girls. Moments later, Yuyo and Xiaoro returned from washing up, hastily entering the room. Bai Ji, she placed a finger to her lips, signaling the girls to be quiet. Oh, Yuyo nodded in understanding. The two girls climbed onto the bed, snuggling with their dolls. Bai Ji, she dimmed the lights. As the world fell silent, Yi Qing awoke the next day, still wrapped up warmly. Sigh. It seemed this would be his life from now on. Suddenly, Bai Ji, she stirred, letting out a soft hum before making her way to the bathroom with a series of soft thuds. After a while, she returned, but once back in bed, she began tossing and turning like a spinning top. Noticing something was amiss, Yi Qing opened his eyes and leaned closer, asking, what is wrong? Seeing Bai Ji, she's pallid complexion, he grew concerned. I'm fine. It's just that time of the month, she replied bashfully, biting her lip, finding it difficult to articulate. Understanding her predicament, Yi Qing glanced at the two girls, wary of waking them. He quietly got out of bed and moved to the other side of Bai Ji she. With one arm wrapped around her legs and the other supporting her shoulder, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. In that instant, Bai Ji she felt weightless, cradled in Yi Qing's embrace, her heart racing in response. This was her first experience of being cradled like a princess, akin to a small kitten nestled in someone's embrace, enveloped in a sense of security. Upon entering another room, Yi Qing gently set Bai Ji she down. I have some knowledge of medicine, including massage techniques. Allow me to assist you. It should provide some relief, he offered. Bai Ji she nodded in agreement. All right, I'll begin. It might be a bit painful at first, but it will soon improve, and you'll find it more comfortable afterward. As he spoke, Yi Qing placed his hands on Bai Shi's lower abdomen. The moment he did, he felt her body tense up instantly, rigid with anticipation. All right, relax a bit, Yi Qing urged softly. Bai Shi turned her head slightly and nodded. After all, she had never been touched in such a manner before. As Yi Qing continued his massage, Bai Shi gradually began to relax, seemingly experiencing the intended effects. His hands radiated warmth, and combined with the friction, her abdomen felt pleasantly warm. With Yi Qing and Appo's unique angle and pressure, she found herself increasingly at ease, as if currents of electricity danced throughout her body. It was undeniably soothing. As Yi Qing applied more force, a soft sigh unexpectedly escaped Bai Shi's lips. Both she and Yi Qing paused in surprise. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched upwards. Bai she was at a loss for words, internally scolding herself for producing such an embarrassing sound. Is it painful? Should I be gentler? Yi Qing quickly interjected. In Appo's, as fine really, Bai she replied, grabbing a pillow from the side and covering her face with it, utterly mortified. After a while, Bai she felt considerably better, yet something felt amiss. Yi Qing had, rather unexpectedly, begun to massage her legs. Yi Qing, do boys enjoy touching girls' legs? She questioned. Not at all. I certainly don't, he retorted. Just because I'm currently massaging your legs doesn't mean I have any ulterior motives. I'm targeting acupoints to alleviate your pain. Since you lack medical knowledge, you wouldn't understand. Yi Qing turned to face Bai Shi, raising an eyebrow. Are you doubting my intentions? Here I am, diligently massaging you to relieve your menstrual cramps. And you're questioning me? Look at me. My muscles are sore from the effort. And you suspect I'm taking advantage of you? Is that fair? His series of rhetorical questions conveyed a profound sense of grievance, as if he had been wronged. No, that's not what I meant. I'm genuinely feeling much better. Please don't misunderstand. Yi Qing, Bai she said apologetically, realizing her misjudgment. I'll forgive you this time. Rest assured, I'm a principled university student, he replied. Now, change out of those silk sleep shorts and into some athletic shorts. I can massage your acupoints better without the slippery fabric. Huh? Bai she was taken aback. What's wrong? Nothing. I'll go change now. She got off the bed and returned shortly after, donning a pair of athletic shorts that showcased her long, slender legs, which shimmered under the light. Once she lay down again, Yi Qing resumed his massage. Indeed, the absence of an intervening layer made the experience far more enjoyable. Chapter 19. May I offer you more assistance? The moral coercion I impose upon myself. Does it not leave the innocent Bai confused? Dear Bai, you are far too inexperienced to contend with me. After indulging in a few moments of delight, Yi Qing realized that continuing would surely raise suspicions. All right, Shi, how do you feel now? Much better, Bai she replied, sensing the almost non-existent pain. She gazed at Yi Qing, astonished. You are quite remarkable, Yi Qing. You possess medical skills. I have many talents. Yi Qing smiled. Let me prepare dinner today. You should rest well. I can manage. Bai she began. But a single glance from Yi Qing silenced her, radiating an undeniable authority. Fine, I shall freshen up. Once Yi Qing departed, Bai she stomped her foot in frustration. Why must you be so domineering? Yet, her eyes softened with affection. As Bai she went to wash up, Yi Qing busied herself in the kitchen. Indeed, with her extraordinary culinary skills, the moment she envisioned the dishes to prepare, the techniques flowed effortlessly into her mind. The movements of pots and pans felt instinctive, guided by muscle memory. Soon, Yu awoke, rubbing her eyes and noticing only Xiao Rou, who was soundly asleep, clutching a small toy horse. Her parents were nowhere to be found. She gently patted Xiao Rou's bottom. Xiao Rou, wake up. The sun is up. Sister, I want to sleep a little longer. All right. Yu turned and embraced Xiao Rou. When Bai she returned from her wash, she could not help but smile at the sight of her two daughters. It seemed they had inherited the need to cuddle something while sleeping from her. But who had they inherited this trait from? It puzzled her. She thought of her parents. Her heart stirred with emotion. Though her family was not wealthy, she had always been cherished by them. Yet now, she was uncertain how to explain her situation to them. Surely, she could not disclose that she had given birth at the tender age of 18, with these two girls being merely 5 years old, plus a year of pregnancy. She pondered lying, but her parents were not foolish. They would never believe her. Even if she told the truth, would they accept it? Would they consider her mentally unstable? The thoughts began to give her a headache. Then, she thought of her adorable daughters and Qing. Surely, her parents would accept them, right? By Ji, she nodded to herself, affirming her belief. However, she still needed to discuss with Qing when and how to introduce the children to her parents. After coming to a conclusion, she approached her daughters. Rise and shine. After being called, the two girls hurried to wash up. Daddy is cooking. Hurry and freshen up so we can taste his dishes. Okay. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they dashed off. By Ji, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Would Qing truly handle the cooking well? She wanted to alleviate some burdens from their family, especially since Qing had contributed so much financially. Qing, perhaps I should take over. By Ji, she opened the kitchen door and found Qing chopping vegetables. The rhythmic sound of the knife echoed as by Ji, she watched Qing's deft movements in awe. How skillful. My goodness, Qing can actually cook, and he appears to be far superior to my own abilities. By Ji, she had always been cautious while cutting, fearing she might injure herself. Hey, in a moment, I'll be stir-frying. There LLB oil splatter. You should wait outside with the girls, Qing said, noticing her peering in. He playfully tapped her head. What? Are you worried about my culinary skills? Ouch. By Ji, she feigned pain, rubbing her forehead. No, I just thought I could help, especially since the girls are busy washing up. All right, wait outside. Dinner will be ready shortly. Though she stepped out, by Ji, she leaned against the kitchen door, still watching. Qing, noticing her presence, could only continue with his cooking. The aroma of sizzling food soon wafted into the air. By Ji, she could smell the delightful scent, even from outside. Wow, Qing is truly amazing. I underestimated his culinary prowess. I thought he couldn't cook at all. Who would have known he was a hidden culinary genius? As she admired Qing, she realized he seemed to excel at everything. Truly the perfect boyfriend. Mama, Yu and Xiao Rou finished washing up and spotted their little companion still asleep. Lazy little cat, they exclaimed, rushing over to Bai Ji. Upon arrival, they were captivated by the flames in the kitchen, drawn to Qing's cooking. What are you doing? Qing asked, surprised to see them peering in. Daddy, you're so impressive. I'm hungry. Yu exclaimed, pointing at the delicious food. Come, serve it up, let us eat. As Yu eagerly carried a plate, the delightful aroma enveloped her senses. Once seated at the table, Bai Ji and the girls began a feast. Bai Ji tasted the food, her brow furrowing in disbelief. How can such simple stir-fry taste so exquisite? Qing is indeed a treasure. The girls savored every bite. After the meal, Qing placed a cup of warm brown sugar water beside Bai Ji. Drink this in a bit. This action drew the attention of the two girls. Mommy, what did Daddy give you? Brown sugar water. Daddy is biased. Why didn't he give us any? Yu asked, her curiosity piqued. Bai Ji, she struggled to respond. She wanted to explain, but it felt too early for the girls to understand. Sharing the truth might only lead to more questions. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Qing. Why didn't you give them any? Qing. Seeing Qing's confused expression, Bai Ji, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Qing, resigned, poured some for the girls as well. If you still feel pain, let me know, and I'll massage you again. The mere mention of this brought back memories of Qing's massages, the sensations of bliss coursing through her. Lost in thought, Bai Ji, she instinctively squeezed her legs, relishing the recollection. Chapter 20. Opening up a new world after a while, Bai Ji relaxed her entire body. Yu finished her meal and began to sip the brown sugar water eagerly, draining a cup in no time. Xiao Rou, however, took her time savoring it. Observing the two little ones, Qing couldn't oppose. He helped but smile at their contrasting personalities. Bai Ji felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as she drank her brown sugar water. Qing, I have an idea. I wish to take Yu and Xiao Rou back to see my parents and younger sister. Although it may be difficult for them to comprehend, the results of the paternity test are undeniable, and they will have to accept it. When I went to pick up Yu and Xiao Rou, they asked me about their grandparents, and while I brushed it off then, they've been inquiring more frequently lately. Qing listened thoughtfully. He recalled the first time he met Yu Yu and Xiao Rou, when they mentioned that before traveling to this timeline, they had been peacefully sleeping at their grandmother's house. Their recent behavior indicated a deep bond with their grandparents, who were also Bai Ziqi's family and would eventually become his own. Surely, they would not wish any harm upon Yu Yu and Xiao Rou. After some contemplation, he said, "All right, let's find a time to take Yu Yu and Xiao Rou back for a visit." "Thank you, Yi Qing," Bai Ziqi replied, as the two little girls turned their attention towards them. "Daddy, what are you two whispering about?" Yu Yu chimed in, leaning closer. "You little rascal," Yi Qing chuckled, ruffling Yu Yu's hair. "Look at Xiao Rou, she isn't so nosy." "Not at all. My sister just doesn't show it. She is far more curious than I am. Right, sister?" Yu Yu insisted. No, Xiao Rou is naive. "We and Appos, rediscussing taking you to visit your grandparents in a few days," Bai Ziqi explained. "Wow," exclaimed Yu Yu and Xiao Rou, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Can we ride on Grandpa's horse?" Bai Ziqi couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. Her father still enjoyed such activities. When she was younger, she too delighted in riding on his back, and he willingly played the part of a trusty steed. It seemed her daughters had inherited this penchant for play, compelling their grandfather to once again relive those moments. Grandparents have a special bond with their grandchildren. "I wonder how my father would react to these two little girls," she mused. With Yi Qing's steadfast support and the joyful enthusiasm of the two little girls, Bai Ziqi felt her burdens lessen significantly. "All right, time to change clothes. Daddy will take you to kindergarten soon. Tomorrow, kindergarten will have a weekend break. What do you want to do? Are we going out to play?" Yi Qing inquired, ready to take them wherever they wished. "We want to invite our friends over to play at our house." "Very well, then I'll write down our address for you to give to your friends today." "Yay, Daddy, you're the best," Yu Yu exclaimed, swinging her little legs under the chair, beaming with joy. Bai Ziqi observed Yi Qing's doting nature, realizing that perhaps every man harbors dreams of fatherhood. He seemed to have fulfilled his dream and doubled it. "Let us go," Yi Qing declared, lifting both little girls into his arms. He contemplated testing their inherited talents that evening. Upon arriving at kindergarten, he waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Yu Yu, Xiao Rou," called out Xiao Dan and a few other children. "Xiao Dan, here you go. This is my home address. I'd like to invite you to play at my house tomorrow," Yu Yu said, handing over the note. Xiao Dan's cheeks flushed with excitement. "Really? Can I pet your cat? 20 yuan? I've always wanted a kitten, but my mom won't let me." "Of course. You can pet him. 20 yuan is very well-behaved and adorable." From a distance, Yi Qing watched as the children laughed and played, pleased to see Yu Yu and Xiao Rou fitting in well. Bai Ziqi must have gone to her classes by now. The courses at her prestigious university were quite intensive and strictly managed, while Yi Qing's university experience had been far more lenient, allowing him to cram at the last minute, as long as he ensured he passed. As he thought about his day, he recalled that the president of Huahong Bank was coming to visit. He drove back and received a call from Zhong Jinda just as he was nearing home. "Mr. Yi, I'm at the entrance of your community. I just dropped my child off at school, and I'll be there in a minute." "All right, I'll wait for you." At the entrance of the villa area stood a well-dressed man who, despite his age, exuded a sharp and capable demeanor, lacking any signs of paunch. He radiated a mature elegance earned from years in high positions, prompting the nearby security guard to approach him. After confirming his identity, the guard invited Zhong Jinda to wait in the security office, but he politely declined. Although he was the branch president of Huahong Bank in Jiangxing, today he was visiting someone with considerable assets, and he knew better than to presume familiarity. Soon after, Yi Qing arrived, and Zhong Jinda stepped forward, his eyes widening as he recognized the youthful figure in the car. "Mr. Yi?" "Yes, it's me," Yi Qing replied. "I didn't expect you to be so young," Zhong Jinda remarked, noting the car and Appos' license plate number. "Please, get in, Mr. Zhong." Zhong Jinda did not hesitate to join him in the passenger seat. He had prepared numerous topics for discussion, including corporate management and child education, but Yi Qing's youth had caught him off guard. Upon arriving at Villa Number 3, Zhong Jinda stepped out, gazing at the property in awe. It was evident that this young man hailed from a wealthy family. As they entered the courtyard, Zhong Jinda's eyes were drawn to the koi fish, recognizing several rare species at a glance. The exquisite patterns confirmed that these koi were indeed of the finest quality. The layout, adorned with pavilions and water features, suggested this villa was worth a fortune. Inside the villa, two striking red dragon fish immediately captured Zhong Jinda's attention, leaving him momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Red dragon fish of such exquisite quality. My goodness, one of these must be worth several $100,000. And to see two of them, both in such exceptional condition, what kind of influence does this young man possess? Yi Qing continued inside, gesturing towards the sofa. Mr. Zhong, please take a seat while I prepare some tea. He began to retrieve some Dahong Pao tea leaves. As the tea was brewed, its fragrant aroma wafted through the room. Once exuding an air of authority, Zhong Jinda now appeared somewhat restrained, standing there, fidgeting, his imposing demeanor diminished. Director Zhong, please, take a seat. Yi Qing invited him to sit down and proceeded to pour 2 cups of tea. Inhaling the scent, Zhong Jinda realized that this Dahong Pao was extraordinary. Upon tasting it, he nodded in approval. His initial assumption was validated. This Dahong Pao surpassed any he had previously sampled, exhibiting a richness and smoothness that hinted at its premium quality. As for its value, he chastised himself internally, reflecting on how his lengthy tenure in banking had conditioned him to quantify everything in monetary terms. Such exquisite items could scarcely be acquired with mere wealth. Mr. Yi, I have come to discuss a proposal with you. He began, presenting a plan aimed at enhancing the value of your assets held in our bank. The proposal included not only value appreciation, but also an array of benefits, such as exclusive black cards and early access to premium brands. As Zhong Jinda elaborated, he keenly observed Yi Qing's expressions, ready to adjust the proposal should he sense any hesitation. It became evident to him that this individual was not merely affluent. After a considerable discussion, they reached a preliminary agreement, prompting Zhong Jinda to exhale a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, I will refine the proposal and present you with a revised version shortly. Are you leaving already? Why not stay a while longer for tea? Ye Ving Urgit, hoping to prolong their meeting. Zhong Jinda cast a lingering glance at the exquisite Dahong Pao, contemplating when he might next have the opportunity to savor it. No, I must return to revise the proposal. It is of utmost importance. Please do not see me off. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Once he departed, Yi Qing noted a small creature ambling leisurely in the living room, eventually settling beneath 2 massive aquariums containing vibrant red arowanas. Approaching, he observed Tuan Yuan fixated on the fish. You little rascal, despite your small stature, your ambitions are anything but modest. He lifted Tuan Yuan, still in the nursing stage, already fixated on such sizable fish. Meow meow, Tuan Yuan protested, as if to counter Yi Qing's remark. After spending a moment with the little one admiring the fish, Yi Qing stepped out to procure some writing supplies. As he picked up the brush, muscle memory awakened within him. After a moment's contemplation, he began to write, "The highest goodness is like water." With a stroke, it flowed across the paper like a dragon soaring through ink, executed with fluidity and grace. The 4 characters sprang to life on the page, each stroke embodying strength and artistry, rivaling the works of renowned calligraphers. After all, in literature, there is no absolute first, and in martial arts, no absolute second. He mused about whether Yu Yu had inherited such talents. Given her lively disposition, he thought that writing required a tranquil mind. If she had indeed inherited this gift, she might excel in cursive script. As he pondered, thoughts of combat skills surfaced, and he silently prayed that she would not inherit such traits. Let me write heaven rewards diligence, he contemplated, yet refrained from putting brush to paper. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea, although the sentiment behind heaven rewards diligence holds truth. He believed that oftentimes, one's financial status does not solely depend on hard work. If mere diligence were the key, then the world's wealthiest would undoubtedly be a nuclear-powered donkey. With that notion set aside, he continued to write several pieces, intending to hang them around his home. Ding! The sound of a message notification pulled his attention to his phone, revealing a message from Zhang Hongwei. Second brother, little 4, I took third brother to Jiangxing University. Visiting a comprehensive university or a liberal arts college is truly a unique experience. Second brother, image, second brother, image, second brother, image. Zhang Hongwei sent several images, all featuring attractive female students from Jiangxing University. Second brother, in just one day here, I've seen more girls than we did in a year at that monk's temple. Second brother, you've opened up a new world for us. Second brother, I'll keep you updated. As the saying goes, don't forget the well digger when drinking water. I'm heading to Jiangxing Art College now. Yi Qing enlarged the photos, acknowledging that his brother's taste had improved. As the subjects in the images all boasted commendable looks, most adorned in black stockings and stylish leather shoes. It seemed Zhang Hongwei had a fondness for black stockings. He then began typing a response. Yi Qing, second brother, just enjoy your time there, don't get too carried away. And seriously, heed my advice. Avoid Jiangxing Financial University and Jiangxing Normal University at all costs. Wandering through Jiangxing University, Zhang Hongwei saw Yi Qing's message and exclaimed in frustration. What's wrong? What did the fourth say? Yuan Bo inquired, peering at their messages. That kid has such an extraordinary girlfriend and still wants to look at other girls? I'll tell your sister-in-law when I get the chance. Yuan Bo remarked as Zhang Hongwei observed the female students of Jiangxing University. Although it was better than their all-male environment, he couldn't find anyone more beautiful than Bai Jishi from the previous night. Is he trying to be some plain-looking Louis Ku or a rustic Louis Fei? Zhang Hongwei sneered, thinking the kid didn't appreciate what he had. But I'll indulge him. After all, he's my guiding light. Second brother, you little. Fine, wait for it. Seeing this message, Yi Qing chuckled. He was only joking. He hadn't even succeeded with his own prize yet. Why would he look at others? But it seemed those 7 days wouldn't be enough. It would all happen in due course. Yi Qing looked at the paper and pen before him, cursing those two old lechers for ruining his writing mood. Oh, well, I'll just go buy some ingredients for tomorrow. Why not invite Lin Han and the others? Yi Qing grabbed his phone and sent a message to the group. Lin Han. Haha. Brother Yi, we were just saying we should invite you to hang out tomorrow. Lin Han. All right, we'll come to your place tomorrow. Lin Yu. I'm coming too. Sign me up. I'll take care of the kids tomorrow. Zoing, hey, there's someone else who wants to take care of the kids too. Zhou Kai. Then I'll cook tomorrow. Lin Han. Can you cook? No offense, but... Zhou Kai, what are you talking about? I'm a great cook. Sis, back me up. Zoing. That's right, he's great, but the brush has no bristles. Xiao Kai. The group chat was lively, while Yi Qing went out to buy a carload of fruits, snacks, and ingredients. In the afternoon, Yi Qing started preparing. He glanced at his silent phone and cursed inwardly. Where did those two run off to? Did some carry them away? More like they were distracted by other beauties. They didn't even keep their promise. Yi Qing thought to himself, I wouldn't be distracted by other beauties. After all, once you and Appos, seen the ocean, you no longer care for the stream. Bai Jishi was already a peerless beauty. As he was thinking, his phone rang. He picked it up and his head started to ache. It was Ms. Liu, the teacher who had previously invited him to the kindergarten. Why is she calling at this hour? Did Yu and Xiaoro do something at school again? Hello, Ms. Liu. Yi Qing answered the phone. Yu's father, Ms. Liu's tone was much better than before. We were singing nursery rhymes with the children today, and I noticed that Yu seems to have a talent for music. She learned the song after hearing it once, and her melody and pitch were very accurate. I think the family should focus on cultivating her talent in this area. Oh, Yi Qing thought to himself, I was planning to test the two little girls' talents tonight, but I didn't expect to hear such good news. It seems Yu inherited this talent. What about Xiaoro, teacher? How is she with music? Xiaoro is all right, but compared to Yu, she and Appos, it's not as good, Ms. Liu said tactfully. Okay, thank you, Ms. Liu. I understand. I'll focus on cultivating Yu's talent. All right, Yu's father, both children are great, they're both good kids. Ms. Liu praised them and hung up the phone. Instantly, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. Detected that the host has not yet faced his mother-in-law and father-in-law since his wife took their daughters back to her parents' home. Please face your mother-in-law and father-in-law. Reward: worry-free media, management, and financial skills. Yi Qing looked at the task. He had heard the two little ones say that their maternal grandparents were very good to them. Bai Jishi had also mentioned it this morning. It seems my mother-in-law and father-in-law aren't too hard to deal with. Now I just need to see if they can handle this unscientific situation. I didn't expect to meet Bai Jishi's family so soon. I wonder what that will be like. After cleaning up, Yi Qing looked at his phone again, but it was still silent. Damn it. Yi Qing cursed again. Those two rascals. Oh well, time to pick up the kids. In the evening, after picking up the two little girls, Daddy, some friends are coming to our house tomorrow. Okay, Daddy will make you delicious food tomorrow. Daddy has already prepared everything. Thank you, Daddy, Yu said, then paused. Daddy, the teacher praised me today. She said I sing nursery rhymes well. Yu stopped, looking up at Yi Qing with bright eyes, wanting him to praise her. Yu is amazing. Yi Qing praised her without hesitation. Hee. Yu scratched her head shyly. When they got home, Bai Jishi was back and cooking in the kitchen. Mommy, we're back. Bai Jishi looked at the two little girls, ready to hug them. But the two little girls turned and ran toward Xiao Tuan Yuan. Bai Jishi was petrified. Looking lonely? Want me to hug you? Yi Qing said casually. Bai Jishi blushed. No way. You're too hard. The daughters are softer. Oh, but you didn't mind when I hugged you and massaged you this morning. Now you're acting like this. Women, so two-faced. Bai Jishi remembered the details from this morning and turned back to cooking. Yi Qing closed the door. I think I'll take the little girls back in the next few days. It'll be my first time visiting, so I can meet my future in-laws. So soon? Bai Jishi was planning to go back first to test the waters. She told Yi Qing her idea, but he shook his head. Maybe they'll understand when they see the girls. That's true. After all, they look so much like me when I was little, like they were made from the same mold. What, my genes are that bad? They don't look like me at all? I think they look like me when I was little. Ye vin retorted. But, let's go back together. You can go home first and tell them. Then I'll show up with the two little girls. After discussing for a while, Yi Qing came out. He looked for the two little girls and saw Yu playing with Xiao Tuan Yuan. Xiaoro was standing under Yi Qing's calligraphy of the highest excellence is like that of water, looking up with a longing expression. Seeing this, Yi Qing's heart stirred. Could it be that Xiaoro? Xiaoro, what's wrong? Why are you staring at Daddy's writing? Yi Qing crouched down and touched Xiaoro's head. Little Ro turned her head and saw Yi Qing, her expression shifting in astonishment as she pointed at the characters, exclaiming, Daddy, this one moves. How magical! It's as if this character has come to life. Little Ro danced with delight as she spoke. Yi Qing embraced her and guided her to a chair, handing her a brush. Xiaoro, you can imitate this character and write it out. Little Ro gazed at the characters hanging up and, imitating them, began to write on the paper. Though her strokes were still somewhat unrefined, hints of her budding talent were already apparent. It seemed that Little Ro had inherited a gift in this regard. Daddy, will you teach me? I really want my writing to move too, she pleaded with a sweet, innocent voice. As a devoted father, Yi Qing could hardly resist such a request. Is this a test for me? All right, after we finish eating, I'll teach you. Shortly thereafter, the meal was ready. The two girls helped to serve the dishes. During dinner, Bai Jishu casually remarked, I feel like there have been quite a few boys from other schools coming to our university lately. My roommate mentioned that many are from Jiangxing's engineering universities. It seems like their schools have a shortage of girls, so they've extended their reach. As she spoke, Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. He declared with righteous indignation, Yes, I detest such boys, always obsessing over girls. They flit from one school to another. They're nothing but scoundrels. A man of integrity like me would never be swayed by any beauty on the road. Daddy is amazing. Although Yu and Little Ro did not fully comprehend, they were nonetheless captivated by the fervor. Bai Jishu smiled wryly, wondering why Yi Qing was taking it so seriously. She had been joking. After all, the engineering students naturally had fewer girls around them, and if they didn't seek companionship outside their school, they might indeed find themselves alone. Were you always like this before? Bai Jishu tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand in curiosity. Absolutely, Yi Qing affirmed with conviction. Yet in the next moment, a notification chimed from his phone. Yi Qing's lips twitched. Surely it couldn't be. Then came a series of notification chimes. Without a doubt, those two rascals had finally remembered him. Damn it! Yi Qing felt an urge to unleash his frustration. Chapter 22. Bai Jishi, don't move. Let me hold you a little longer. He glanced at his phone, his expression shifting dramatically. Just moments ago, he had been resolute in his disdain for other beautiful women. Yet this unexpected situation was certainly a blow to his pride. Bai Jishi also looked over, a hint of perplexity on her face. Yizving, it seems someone has sent you a plethora of messages. It's from my roommate. Is there something happening? Upon noticing Bai Shi's vacant inquiry, devoid of any desire to check, Yi Qing picked up his phone to investigate. As anticipated, the screen was filled with images of campus beauties, meticulously curated. One might argue that the crowd may harbor ill intentions, yet these two had indeed selected their angles well, showcasing innocent-looking girls. Conversely, if one were to claim that there were no ill intentions, their current actions would suggest otherwise. "It's nothing," Yi Qing replied dismissively after a brief scan. Although there were numerous photos taken by his second and third brothers, none could compare to Bai Shi. The disparity was stark. His gaze shifted back to Bai Shi, taking in her long, slender legs. If she donned a similar outfit, perhaps a blend of Balenciaga and Valentino, she could easily eclipse them in beauty. Noticing Yi Qing's unabashed stare, Bai Shi felt a flush of embarrassment. "What's going on? Why the sudden attention?" Fortunately, Xiao Rou interjected, "Daddy, you promised to teach me how to write tonight." As she spoke, she tugged at Yi Qing's hand, leading him toward another table. Bai Shi followed closely with Yu, who at 4 or 5 years old was becoming quite hefty. Bai Shi, with her delicate arms and legs, soon felt the strain of holding her. After a while, she began teaching Yu directly. Bai Shi nodded in agreement, absorbing the knowledge. "I didn't expect you to have such skill in calligraphy, Yi Qing," she remarked, recalling that her father also had a fondness for the art and had taught her in her youth, so she possessed some foundational knowledge. "Observing Yi Qing's elegant strokes." She couldn't and oppose. T helped but cover her mouth in awe. Such beautiful writing, though she was not a professional calligrapher. Indeed, the layman may appreciate the surface beauty while the expert discerns the intricacies. She could certainly recognize the appeal of the basic characters. "I know a bit," Yi Qing modestly replied. "Today, I noticed that Xiao Rou seems to possess a natural talent for this. Her gentle and quiet demeanor suits the calmness required for writing and painting. Teaching her could cultivate her character." Nearby, Yu picked up another brush and attempted to write, but her efforts were rather rudimentary compared to Xiao Rou and Appo's initial attempts. "Mommy will teach you," Bai Shi said, guiding Yu's hand. However, the little girl soon grew bored. It was typical for children to be lively and restless, rarely able to focus on practicing their writing. Meanwhile, at Zhou Xiaodan's home, the family of 3 had finished dinner and was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "Mom, can you take me to this address tomorrow? Yu and Xiao Rou invited me to their house to play." Xiao Dan handed her mother a note. The woman examined it, exclaiming, "Oh, this place is in a villa district." A 40-year-old man nearby leaned in, "Indeed. This neighborhood is among the finest in Jiangcheng, and, judging by the villa number 3, it must be quite valuable. All right, let us not discuss such things in front of the children." Zhou Kongming waved his hand, wishing to shield them from such worldly concerns. "You mean Yu and Xiao Rou, the 2 little girls who just transferred to the kindergarten?" "Yes," Zhou Xiaodan affirmed firmly. "I haven't met them yet. Generally, Yu and Xiao Rou's parents arrive early, while you 2 come later, so I haven't had the chance." This remark caused both parents to reflexively touch their noses, realizing their fault in not picking up their child early from school. "Mom, you haven't seen Yu and Xiao Rou's mom. She's so beautiful, like a fairy," Xiao Dan exclaimed, thinking of Bai Shi. This comment ignited a competitive spirit among the women. "Oh, Xiao Dan, is Yu's mother even more beautiful than me?" Zhou Kongming, overhearing his wife's question, sat up straight, anxiously glancing at his daughter. "Darling, this is a tricky question. You must answer carefully. If you don't, I might be the one who suffers tonight," he silently prayed. "Mom is the most beautiful in my heart." With this declaration, Zhou Kongming exhaled deeply, secretly giving Xiao Dan a thumbs up for her cleverness. "Impressive. Such quick thinking must be inherited from me." Liang, listening to her daughter's words, nodded with a smile, but then realized something was off. "Wait a minute. What does that mean?" In Xiao Dan's heart, she is the most beautiful, which implies that to outsiders, Yu's mother must be more beautiful. I might just be the one overshadowed. "You little imp, your father has led you astray with his sweet talk," Liang playfully chided, tapping her daughter's lips. "To outsiders, isn't it obvious that Yu's mom is the more beautiful one?" This question was beyond Xiao Dan's capability to answer. She turned to her father, her gaze pleading for assistance. Zhou Kongming sighed, "Darling, you're pushing your father into a pit of fire." "Ah, wealthy people. Haven't you heard? Not all girls are 18, but there are always girls who are. Generally, the wives of wealthy men are quite beautiful, as you know, and you are a stunning lady yourself. However, I'm not like those rich men. I was once considered the Jiangxing Wu Yinzu, a true beauty among men. Otherwise, how could a beauty like you have fallen for me?" "How conceited." Li Ying laughed, charmed by his words, and decided not to pursue the topic further. However, Xiao Dan waved her hand. "No, Dad, Yu and Xiao Rou's dad is also incredibly handsome. All the kids in our class think their dads are the most handsome." "Huh? Is he really that handsome? More so than me, Jiangxing Wu Yinzu?" The man's competitive spirit was piqued. "Darling, you must not have seen how handsome I was back then. I will go meet him tomorrow and see if the rumors are true." Li Ying chuckled. "Then I'll take you as well, and we can meet Yu and Xiao Rou's parents together." Xiao Dan, oblivious to anything else, was simply thrilled that her parents would take her tomorrow, and that was enough to make her happy. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. All right, go wash up. We need to prepare for bedtime. But I want to sleep with you tonight." "No, you're a big girl now. You can't sleep with Mommy and Daddy anymore," Li Ying replied gently. "But Yu and Xiao Rou sleep with their parents. We're the same age. Why can't I?" "Yo Xiao Dan Bo Det." Li Ying, feeling somewhat helpless, consented. "All right, just for tonight." Zhou Kongming, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, "See, you're getting flustered again." Li Ying shot him a sidelong glance, opening her mouth to form words, awaiting his coaxing to lull her to sleep. Zhou Kongming understood her unspoken request. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Qing and Bai Jishi prepared the ingredients for the following day, arranging snacks on the table. As for the fruits, they could be washed in the morning. "Time for bed, my two little darlings," Yi Qing called out. Yu and Xiaoro were playing with little Tuan Yuan. Upon hearing Yi Qing and Appo's call, they gently picked up little Tuan Yuan and placed it back in its nest, tucking it in with a blanket. Little Tuan Yuan, it and Appo's, time for sleep. Meow. Little Tuan Yuan seemed to comprehend, refraining from wandering off. That night, the two girls fell asleep clutching little Fima. Yu pondered the gathering plan for the next day, while Xiaoro's thoughts drifted to the animated words. Bai Jishi, however, tossed and turned, burdened by a significant concern, bringing the two little girls home. She sighed, and a hand reached from behind, gently stroking her head. "Sleep now. With me here, there's no need to worry," Yi Qing whispered softly. Bai Jishi turned to face her. In the moonlight, her eyes sparkled, perhaps reflecting the light or glistening with unshed tears. "Rest," Yi Qing reassured her once more, stroking Bai Jishi's head in a comforting gesture. Bai Jishi nodded in response. The following day, Yi Qing awoke as usual, still embraced by Bai Jishi. However, upon waking, Bai Jishi shed her earlier shyness, holding on even tighter, nuzzling her head against Yi Qing's chest. Yu and Xiaoro, who had been sleeping on the side, soon awakened as well, observing Bai Jishi and Yi Qing as if it were a commonplace sight. Nevertheless, they approached, vying for attention, wrapping their little arms and legs around Yi Qing. The familiar sensation of being ensnared returned, leaving Yi Qing feeling somewhat exasperated. "Daddy, you're awake. Come on, get up and make us breakfast," they chirped. Yi Qing, preparing to shift Bai Jishi aside, was met with her plea, "Don't move. Let me hold you a bit longer." Her cheeks flushed slightly. Yi Qing, initially ready to rise, relaxed once more, allowing the trio to indulge in their playful antics. Chapter 23, Is This Reasonable? What makes him so handsome? An hour later, after finishing dinner, Yi Qing and his companions began to bustle about. "You two, Yuyo and Xiaoro, please take these washed fruits outside for the little ones," he instructed. "And Yuyo, no sneaking snacks." The entire villa was alive with activity. Little Tuan Yuan followed closely behind Yuyo and Xiaoro, darting around. Yi Qing also sent a message to Lin Han and the others, but there was no response. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 8, a weekend, so it seemed these fellows had yet to rise. After tidying up, it was nearly time for the children to gather. Yi Qing and Bai Jishi took the two kids to the entrance of the villa area to await their friends. In the distance, a Mercedes E-Class approached, with Zhou Kongming and Li Ying in the front seats, while Xiao Dan peered through the armrest. eagerly anticipating the reunion with her friends. Look how eager your daughter is. I'm quite anxious too. I wonder if anyone can indeed compete with my Jiangxing S. Yinzu? Zhou Kongming jested, eliciting a smile from his wife. As they neared the villa area, Xiao Dan exclaimed, Yuyo Xiaoro. Mom and Dad, look, there's Yuyo and Xiaoro. This drew their attention to the two beautiful children, resembling porcelain dolls, as if little angels had descended from the heavens. Wow, these children are exceptionally stunning, Zhou Kongming remarked, their gaze shifting to Yi Qing and Bai Zhishi. At the sight of them, Liang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. These two are Yuyo and Xiaoro's parents? This mother looks remarkably well-preserved, and this father is so handsome and youthful. Liang felt a sense of inferiority. After all, among the mothers of young children, she was not just outshone by Yuyo's mother. It seemed all mothers fell short in comparison. She glanced at her husband. Hey, Jiangcheng S. Wuyinzu? Why the silence? What S with the pensive demeanor? Zhou Kongming's lips twitched, his expression one of existential despair. Ha! Liang chuckled beside him. You're taking me shopping today. Those words only deepened his despondence. After parking, they all exited the vehicle. Xiao Dan dashed towards Yuyo and Xiaoro, embracing them. Yi Qing approached Zhou Kongming, extending a handshake as they introduced themselves. I may appear older, so I'll call you Brother Yi. I hope you don't mind taking care of the kids today. Not at all. Look how well they get along. Ye vink, repliet. We didn't expect you all to arrive so early. That little girl woke both her mother and me at the crack of dawn, eager to come over. So we rushed here, Zhou Kongming explained, engaging in a bit of small talk. Xiao Dan, we'll be leaving now. Call me when it's time for your Uncle Yi to pick you up tonight. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Xiao Dan waved her chubby hand. Soon, one by one, the other children arrived. Now that everyone is here, shall we head home? Yuyo said, taking on a role of organizer and host. Yes, I want to pet little Tuan Yuan. I want to pet him too. I've always wanted a kitten, but Mom 1T let me. Let us set off. Under the escort of the Property S vehicles, Yi Qing led the children to Villa number 3. As they stepped out, Xiao Dan exclaimed, Wow, Yuyo, is this your home? It's so big. In the world of children, concepts of villas or large flats were foreign. They only understood big and small. Yuyo and Xiaoro guided the children into the yard, introducing them as if they were little adults. This is the fish pond, Yuyo announced, and many children gathered around, squatting by the pond to admire the koi. Yuyo, the fish here are so plump. There's fish food here. If you want to feed them, feel free. Yuyo offered, producing some food and scattering it over the water. The koi swam lazily towards them. Xiaoro utilized her traditional method of feeding, holding a handful of fish food and waiting for the fish to approach before offering it. Yuyo favored a broader approach, while Xiaoro preferred a more substantial feeding technique. Nearby, other children joined in. All right, let us head inside. We need to see little Tuan Yuan. Okay. Yuyo led the children inside. The girls, following her lead, changed into slippers and raced towards the room, eager to see little Tuan Yuan. As if sensing the commotion, little Tuan Yuan slowly poked its round little head out from the room, captivating the little girls. Wow, is this little Tuan Yuan? So adorable and fluffy. I want to hold him. Yuyo encouraged everyone to cuddle little Tuan Yuan, who was quite docile. As for the boys, they stood in front of the blood-red dragon fish tank, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the two large fish. Don't you want to pet the kitten? Yi Qing approached the little boy, lightly touching his cheek. Wenli, your two fish are so cool. They look like they're carved from gemstones. Yes. Several little boys nodded in agreement, their admiration evident. Don't be fooled by how slowly these fish swim. They can bite. Yi Qing warned, observing the children take a step back. All right, kids, there are snacks, fruits, and desserts prepared here. Feel free to eat as if this were your own home. Don't hold back. Yi Qing said, noticing figures approaching outside, realizing Lin Han and the others had arrived. Hearing Yi Qing's invitation, the children rushed out to see the prepared treats, their excitement palpable. Thank you, Uncle Yi. You've worked hard. The chorus of gratitude echoed as Yi Qing waved them off, stepping outside to greet the newcomers. However, leading the group were Lin Yu, Zhou Ying, and several other young ladies, while Lin Han and Zhou Kai were conspicuously absent. Bai Zhi went out to welcome them, engaging in light conversation as they admired the surroundings, their envy unmistakable. After all, this villa was indeed lavish. Hey, brother Yi Weevee arrived. Wow, your house is truly eye-opening, Zhou Ying exclaimed, unable to hide her astonishment. Why only you two? I messaged Lin Han and Zhou Kai this morning. Why aren't they here? Surely they're not still asleep? You two older sisters couldn't exert a little bloodline pressure on them? I asked them to help with the kids. Ye vink, wokit. Zhou Ying sighed. So Kai had a little incident on the way, and Lin Han has already gone to assist him. Chapter 24, just a taste? Yi Qing listened to Zhou Ying's words, furrowing her brow in confusion. What was happening? It seemed that Zhou Kai had been struck by an elderly gentleman riding a tricycle on his way over. In any case, they would ultimately rely on insurance. The matter was already being handled, so they would wait and see how things unfolded. Let us go. Let us head inside and check on Yu and Xiao. I've been longing to see these little treasures, Zhou Ying exclaimed, pulling Lin Yu as they walked toward the villa. Upon entering the villa, they were struck by the opulence of the interior decor, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment. It was lavish, undeniably luxurious. Though they considered their own homes to be relatively affluent, being in Yi Ji's place felt akin to stepping into a grand garden of delights. Lin Yu Jia, Zhou Ying Jia, brother and sister, you're here. A chorus of little voices chimed. Haha, we're here, we're here. Lin Yu joyfully approached a group of small children, picking one up and embracing them. Zhou Ying then moved closer, observing the little round one. It seems like little round has been well fed and well rested at your home. It has grown quite plump. My sister and I fed it milk, Yu said proudly. Very impressive, Yi Qing remarked, approaching. You're in charge of the little ones now. There are fruits and snacks over there. Don't just stand around, start enjoying. Huh? We're in charge of the kids. Zhou Ying glanced at the young ladies, who all stood up. We came prepared. Each of us has brought a signature dish to showcase at lunch today. Indeed, we can't have sister by doing all the work. They mused, mistakenly thinking that Bai Jiqi was cooking lunch. Bai Jiqi quickly waved her hands to clarify the misunderstanding. No, I'm not cooking today. Yi Qing is the one preparing the meal. Her statement ignited a wave of envy in Lin Yu, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. What a remarkable boyfriend. Why can't the heavens bless me with one like him? Beside her, Zhou Ying's lips twitched at the thought of a boy cooking. She felt a twinge of fear. After all, Zhou Kai had once confidently claimed he could cook, only to present her with a plate of unidentifiable black matter. To make matters worse, he had guilt-tripped her into taking a bite. The taste was unforgettable. This lingering trauma prompted Zhou Ying to quickly interject. Let us handle it. Yege, we can't have you doing all the work and spending money. Bai Jiqi approached, taking her hand. I'll help Yi Qing in the kitchen. He cooks delicious food. Oh, really? Though the group was skeptical, they ceased their chatter and dutifully embraced their responsibilities of caring for the children. Yi Qing glanced at the time, pondering when Lin Han and Zhou Kai would arrive. On the other side of town, Zhou Kai stared at the shattered left rear light of his Maybach, his eyes drifting to the elderly man beside him, who looked flustered in the overturned tricycle, feeling utterly desolate. The old gentleman was still explaining the brake failure, his face etched with remorse and worry, while Zhou Kai sighed heavily. A Porsche 911 sped around the corner and came to a smooth halt. Lin Han stepped out, immediately addressing Zhou Kai. Kai, don't ever claim to be part of our circle again. What kind of skills do you have if you can get into an accident on this shabby road? How embarrassing. Zhou Kai, already flustered because he had borrowed his mother's car after leaving his own at the club due to a night of drinking, felt even more exasperated. He took a drag from his cigarette, looked at the old man, and sighed. Sir, please don't worry. You won't have to pay anything. We'll sort it out with insurance. Just make sure to fix your brakes. It's quite dangerous. After the elderly man expressed his gratitude and departed, Zhou Kai couldn't help but grimace. After all, it was unnecessary to trouble an old man like that. If he had asked for compensation, the old man likely wouldn't have been able to afford it. This was certainly a faster route than dealing with the hassle of payment. Lin Han circled the vehicle, urging Zhou Kai, hurry up and call the insurance. Let us resolve this quickly. I rushed over as soon as I heard about your accident. Yigu is probably anxious. We can't start our first gathering like this. People might think we're just putting on airs. Got it, Zhou Kai waved his hand. picking up his phone to make the call. After he ended the call, his phone rang again. Zhou Kai glanced at the caller ID, his expression twitching. Hello, Mom. After hanging up, his face clouded with despair. He turned to Lin Han. Bro, I'm in deep trouble. What did Aunt say? She told me to hurry and bring the car home. She has an important meeting today and needs me to be her chauffeur. Lin Han was taken aback. Did you explain? Do you know my mom's temper? If I just tell her that, when she sees me, she'll chop my head off. Quick, help me think of a solution. I need to borrow a car. Lin Han shifted slightly to reveal his Porsche 911. Why don't you take my car and drive your mom over? Before he could finish, Zhou Kai stormed toward him, cutting him off. My mom is going for a business deal, not a joyride. Can't we use something a bit more dignified? Like a Bentley or a Mercedes S-Class? Zhou Kai was at his wit's end with Lin Han's suggestion. Where am I supposed to find one of those right now? Suddenly, Lin Han's eyes lit up. Wait, doesn't T. Yigu have a Rolls Royce? Drive a Rolls? Hiss, that seems like a leap in class. Xiao Kai hesitated. However, it appeared to be his only lifeline. He wasn't sure if he needed the car, but it was worth a shot. Zhou Kai, feeling slightly embarrassed, picked up his phone and dialed. Yigu, I have a favor to ask. My car was damaged, and I need one for home. What? You're so straightforward? Thank you, Yigu. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Lin Han leaned in. So, how generous is Yigu? But I must warn you to be careful driving his car. Understood. Zhou Kai felt a warmth in his heart as he reached out to Lin Han. Lin Lu kid put-slid. What are you doing? Zhou Kai grasped Lin Han's hand, only to be dismissed with a swift motion. I need you to give me the keys. I'll go find Yigu. You stay here and handle the accident. Geez, how would I know? Lin Han, feeling exasperated, surrendered the keys to Zhou Kai. Take it easy. Got it. Zhou Kai waved his hand, hopped into the car, and pressed the accelerator. The Porsche roared to life, howling like a beast as it shot down the road. Whoa. Lin Han watched the departing sports car. Is this what you wanted to know? There was no choice but for him to wait anxiously for the insurance company to arrive. Meanwhile, within Villa number 3, Lin Yu and the children were playing joyfully. Eventually, Lin Yu was caught by the little girl and besieged on the sofa. Surrounded by these soft little beings, Lin Yu could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Today, she felt truly healed by these little ones. How can you all be so adorable? Lin Yu scooped up Xiao Rou, bringing her small face close to her own, rubbing against Xiao Rou's chubby cheeks. Xiao Rou giggled, then planted a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. This left Lin Yu utterly stunned. The little girl kissed her? This sensation seemed to awaken the maternal instincts buried deep within her. Sister Bai, your little girl kissed me, she exclaimed to Bai Ji, her face a picture of astonishment. Why did she only kiss you? I want to kiss too, Zoing chimed in, leaning over. You also came over for a taste. This is quite something. She laughed. The several young masters nearby watched the lively scene with a tinge of helplessness. Indeed, it was evident that children were naturally drawn to girls. These burly men found the children shying away from them. They could only munch on fruit and engage in idle chatter. Bai Ji prepared to go inside to assist Yi Qing with the cooking when she heard the sound of an engine outside the villa. She stepped out to find Zhou Kai hurrying down the path, his hands laden with exquisite fruits he must have purchased along the way. You've gone above and beyond. Buying all this, she remarked. These are just some things I picked up along the way. Let's share them, Zhou Kai replied. Where's Lin Han? Wasn't he with you? He's still handling the accident. I came ahead to seek Brother Ye's help. He's cooking right now. Let me take you to the kitchen to find him. Cooking? Is Brother Yi really the one in charge of lunch? Zhou Kai's lips twitched. He simply could not reconcile the suave Brother Yi with the image of a household cook, thus reacting like everyone else. As they entered the villa, Zhou Kai was too preoccupied to appreciate the opulence around him, yet he was still awed by the lavishness. You're here? Is the accident resolved? I left him to handle it. I came ahead. Zhou Kai briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing that their mother urgently needed the car, Zhou donned an expression that wished him luck. Don't look at me like that. It frightens me a little. Never mind. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go find Brother Yi. With that, he and Bai Ji made their way toward the kitchen, with Zhou following after some thought. Upon opening the kitchen door, a wave of heat greeted them, and flames danced in the air. They saw Yi Qing skillfully stir-frying. while an array of neatly chopped ingredients awaited their turn in the pan. Zhou gazed at the meticulously arranged dishes, marveling at the knife skills that surely reached a chef's caliber. And the way he ignited the flames was simply magnificent, his movements flowing like water. The aroma wafted toward her, enticing her senses and awakening her appetite. Zhou stood there, eyes wide in disbelief. Good heavens, Brother Yi possesses such culinary skills? A true multi-talented individual. He wondered if he could return in time to savor a bite. Bai Ji, she gazed at Yi Qing with shining eyes, her face radiating happiness. Brother Yi. Once Yi Qing finished a dish, Zhou spoke up. You're here. The keys are hanging by the front door. Just go grab them. Brother Yi, I can't thank you enough, Zhou exclaimed, to which Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, eyeing the freshly cooked dishes, Zhou tugged at Bai Ji Shi to come closer. Ji Shi, can I have a taste? Would that be inappropriate? It's fine. Let's taste it first for everyone. Bai Ji Shi replied, unable to contain her desire. The two grabbed a pair of new chopsticks, scooped up some food, and brought it to their mouths. The flavors burst forth. They felt their bodies brimming with delight. So delicious. They exchanged glances, a mutual understanding passing between them. Just one more bite, just one more. They were preparing to dig in again when suddenly a stern voice interrupted, startling them. They froze, resembling children caught sneaking candy. After a moment, they turned to face the source of the voice, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. We were just tasting a little. Chapter 25, Ji Shi. Your husband is truly remarkable. Sneaking Gokish. Step outside and wait. The smell of oil and smoke is so strong in here. What are you lingering for? What shall we eat now? Later, we will feast heartily. Oh, both of them exclaimed, expressing their grievances and dissatisfaction. Consequently, Yi Qing pushed them out. Once the kitchen door closed, Zhou took Bai Ji Shi's hand and said, Ji Shi, Yi Ji's cooking is simply exquisite. You are so fortunate. I envy you for having such a wonderful husband. Upon hearing the word husband, Bai Ji Shi's face flushed with a rosy hue. He is her future husband. In her mind, only after certain commitments can one be called a husband. However, Yi Qing's role at present remains rather ambiguous. Perhaps he should be referred to as a prospective husband. Yes, that seems more accurate. After a while, Zhou returned to the children. What were you up to just now? You came back looking so radiant. Have you taken some miraculous elixir? Lin Yu inquired, noticing her blissful expression. That's a secret, but you will find out soon enough, Zhou teased, her gaze filled with immense anticipation, especially since Yi Ge was preparing to cook an array of dishes for lunch. She looked at the two little girls, her eyes brimming with envy. These two little girls are indeed very fortunate. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou arrived at the underground garage of the house. He pulled out his phone. Mom, I'm here. Just wait a moment. I'm coming down now. I need to tell you something. I took your Maybach out today, but it got into an accident, so I've switched to another car to bring you. What? Zhao Meiwan, already anxious, hurriedly took the elevator, only to hear such dreadful news upon entering. Today, she had intended to discuss loan financing, and driving the Maybach was meant to showcase her strength. What now? Is that rascal going to send her over in a sports car? But there was no time to borrow another vehicle. That wretched boy. Zhao Meijuan's lips twitched, but there was no signal in the elevator, so she could not hear what Zhou said next. She could only pray as she descended. Upon exiting the elevator, she prepared to leave when she spotted a Rolls-Royce parked there. Wow! This brand-new Rolls-Royce, with its perfect lines, was clearly just purchased, distinctly different from the wedding rental types. You managed to borrow this car? What are you talking about, Mom? My connections are quite extensive. Now get in the car, and let us discuss how you managed to damage my vehicle. Zhao Meiwan glanced at the soles of her shoes, ensuring they were clean before getting into the back seat. This car is indeed nothing like mine, right? Don't worry, you will definitely succeed today. So tell me, my dear young master, didn't you always boast about your excellent driving skills? How come your skills are impressive only in your car, but not in mine? That's not true. I'm extra cautious driving your car. It was that old man who crashed into me. Zhao Kai protested vehemently. He followed his mother's directions towards Huahong Bank and Oppo's Jiangqing branch. A little later, outside Huahong Bank, Zhong Jianda and Vice President Tian Yi were returning from outside. Let us have a meeting in my office shortly. Sure, Director Zhong. Tian took out his phone. I'll call the people I'm meeting with and ask them to wait until we finish our meeting. Just then, a luxurious black vehicle approached. Zhong Jinda glanced over and, upon seeing the license plate, felt a jolt of his heart. This is Mr. Ye's car. His proposal wasn't ready yet. He was just about to discuss it further with Tian Yi when Mr. Yi arrived. What does this mean? Does he think I'm moving too slowly? Is he considering transferring funds to another bank? In an instant, Zhong Jinda felt as if his head might explode. He had to secure Mr. Yi as a major client. He hurried towards the car, and Tian Yi, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. When had the director ever shown such eagerness? Clearly, the person in the car was extraordinary. As the vehicle came to a halt, Zhong Jinda opened the rear door, only to find a woman inside. Director Zhao, you're here? Tian Yi, following behind, was puzzled. Did Zhao Meiwan change cars? Goodness, she's driving a Rolls-Royce. As he noted the director's confusion, he introduced them. It turns out it's Director Zhao. Zhong Jinda extended his hand, and Zhao Meiwan shook it, feeling somewhat anxious, unsure of the situation. Today, she was supposed to be discussing matters with the vice president, who had been acting quite high and mighty. Now, not only had the director arrived, but he personally opened the door for her. Why had her treatment changed so drastically? Director Zhao, are you friends with Mr. Yi? This car belongs to him. Doesn't he it? Zhong Jinda inquired. Mr. Yi? Zhao Meiwan was momentarily bewildered, then recalled her son mentioning borrowing a car from a friend named Yi Qing. Yi Xing. He's a good friend of my son. I had a car accident today, so I came in his vehicle. Oh, so there is such a connection between Director Zhao and Mr. Yi. Upon realizing the situation, Zhong Jinda visibly relaxed, his mood improving significantly. So, Director Zhao, what brings you here today? Upon hearing Zhong Jinda and Appo's question, Tian Yi began explaining. Here, the situation. Director Zhao, let us go to my office to discuss it. Xiao Tian, please brew some of my finest tea. Zhong Jinda gestured invitingly. After you, Director Zhao. Zhao Meiwan felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention, glancing at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai, having grasped the situation, thought, wow, Yi Guo's influence is truly formidable. The director is treating him like a grandson. He patted the car, indicating clearly. Zhao Meiwan nodded in agreement. Today, she seemed to be riding on the coattails of a tiger. It appeared that matters would proceed smoothly. That rascal inadvertently facilitated something good. Zhao Meiwan followed along, while Zhou Kai remained in the car, increasingly astonished. Wow, Yi Guo and Appo's power is truly formidable. However, it seems my life is safe for now. Zhou Kai sighed in relief and sent a message to express his gratitude to Yi Qing. Ding! Inside the villa, the sound of a notification echoed, yet no one paid it any heed. Yi Qing opened the door, calling out, everyone come help serve the dishes. Upon hearing this, Zhou bolted out, leaving everyone stunned. What does this mean? Why the sudden rush? Chapter 26. Can't you eat it cold? Here it comes. As Zhou exclaimed, she hurried towards the kitchen. The others, though puzzled, quickly followed suit to help serve the dishes. After all, they had spent the entire morning entertaining the children without contributing much. It would be rather unreasonable not to lend a hand now. Upon reaching the kitchen, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, causing them to halt in their tracks, captivated by the array of dishes before them. Their eyes widened in disbelief. These culinary creations? All made by Yi Qing. Goodness, the presentation was impeccable, fit for a five-star chef. The fragrance was utterly tantalizing. They exchanged glances with Zhou, suddenly understanding. No wonder Zhou had seemed distracted after returning from the kitchen. She must have had a taste of the dishes first. Feeling slightly guilty under their scrutiny, Zhou urged, let us not just stand here. We should help serve. Yi Guo, these dishes look absolutely delicious at first glance. I suspect you've already tasted them. Lin Yu teased, exposing her best friend's ruse and turning Zhou Ying's face crimson. The children, although unable to see the dishes on the table, were entranced by the aroma. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Uncle Yi, we want to help too. Little Ro chimed in, as everyone busily assisted. The moment plates filled with food landed in the children's hands, they struggled to contain their excitement, fearing drool might escape. In no time, the grand dining table was adorned with an array of delectable offerings. Zhou Ying, Lin Yu, and the others snapped pictures, while the children, eager yet restrained, awaited the adults' cue to dig in. This scene is simply astonishing. Honestly, Yiga, if you ever open a restaurant, we will definitely visit. The presentation alone creates such a ceremonial feel, perfect for social media posts. Lin Han and Zhou Kai, unfortunately, would miss out on this feast. All right then, I shall eat his portion, Zhou Ying said, reaching for her waist. What are you doing? Lin Yu asked, perplexed by Zhou Ying's motion toward her leather belt. I'm loosening my belt to make room for more food. Xiao Ying chuckled. Haha, then I shall indulge in Lin Han's share as well. Lin Yu replied, her spirits lifted. Just then, a voice called from outside, Yiga, I and Appos. Am here. It was Lin Han, who entered carrying 2 large bags. I'm so sorry for being late. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the extravagant spread, but, recognizing he had arrived late, made his way to the dining area without lingering. Upon seeing the table laden with food, Lin Han exclaimed, What the heck, Yiga? This is quite extravagant for a simple gathering. Was it necessary to hire a private chef? A burst of laughter erupted from Zhou Ying, and the others couldn't help but chuckle as they recalled how they had reacted in the kitchen moments ago. What are you all laughing at? Linaning kurid, confessid. We're laughing at you. You're making silly remarks without knowing anything. Just so you know, all these dishes were prepared by Yiga and Ji Shi, someone clarified. No, I merely assisted a little, by Ji Shi interjected, waving her hands. For she had indeed only contributed minimally before being ushered out of the kitchen by Yi Qing. What? Yiga made all of this? Lin Han stared incredulously at the table, shock written all over his face. He glanced at Yi Qing, unable to reconcile the image of the delicate young man with the idea of him being such a skilled cook. Well, I brought some excellent red wine and healthier drinks for the kids. Feel free to choose what you prefer, Lin Han announced, taking it upon himself to serve everyone. As everyone raised their glasses in a toast, the children felt quite grown-up, clinking cups with those beside them before taking a hearty sip. Dig in, Yi Qing declared, and immediately everyone began to eat. My heavens, this is extraordinarily delicious. I take back what I said earlier. It's not just about the presentation. The flavor surpasses that of any 5-star restaurant I've ever visited. Try this lobster ball. It's divine, and the lamb chops are truly exquisite. What about this Buddha jumps over the wall? While the adults were engaged in lively discussion, the children, lacking such restraint, dove into their meals with abandon. With small stomachs, they quickly filled up, leading Xiao Dan to slump back in her chair, patting her full belly and exclaiming, You all are so lucky. Her heartfelt envy resonated with the nearby children, who nodded in agreement. Will you come to play again soon? Bai Ji, she asked, affectionately ruffling their hair. Absolutely, they chorused. As they chatted, Yi Qing returned to the kitchen and soon emerged with 2 plates of dessert, fried ice cream. Dessert is served, he announced, placing one plate in front of the children and the other before the girls. The sight of the dessert ignited excitement among the men. Wow! The children and girls were equally thrilled. Lin Yu took a bite and gasped, her hand covering her mouth as the contrasting temperatures exploded in her mouth. An exhilarating sensation that was utterly irresistible. Ji Shi, you must try this. Of course. Bai Ji, she replied eagerly, readying her chopsticks. Just then, a cough interrupted, drawing Bai Ji Shi's attention. She met Yi Qing's serious gaze, and her expression softened with a hint of pleading. She was aware of her current situation, but couldn't resist the allure of the delectable fried ice cream. However, Yi Qing was not easily swayed. He gently swatted her hand down, causing her to pout adorably. What's going on? Zhou Ying and Lin Yu exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the sudden shift in dynamics. Moments later, Yi Qing placed a small serving of sweetened rice cakes in front of Bai Ji Shi. This is your dessert, he stated. Upon seeing the brown sugar and then glancing at the ice cream and the previous reactions, the girls quickly understood. The boys, though not immediately comprehending, soon caught on as well. Why don't we have any? They feigned protest. That's her exclusive dessert, Yi Qing replied, unabashedly. A single remark caused the ears of Bai Ji Shi to flush with a rosy hue. Chapter 27. The Onslaught of Dog Food. We come to dine, yet we must endure your incessant dog food barrage. Indeed. As if none of us have our own dog food to spread around. As the crowd conversed, Yi Qing leaned back in his chair, took a sip of water, and chuckled. How about you all just take your leave? The crowd was taken aback. Why such a hasty eviction over a mere disagreement? This is outrageous. The main course hasn't even arrived. Perhaps you could bring your partners along? I wouldn't mind setting an extra pair of chopsticks, Yi Qing suggested, prompting another wave of silence, particularly from Lin Yu and Zhou Ying, who had been the most vocal moments ago. They fell silent, realizing they truly had no partners to present. Being publicly called out was utterly mortifying. Bai Ji, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Yi Qing's indiscriminate verbal assault. This fellow was truly incorrigible. A few playful jabs had rendered the entire gathering mute. Big sis, you could just call me a single dog, Lin Han remarked. Quit barking and eat your meal. Do you think I was spared from his insults? Lin Yu retorted. Laughter erupted among them, and they learned their lesson. In the future, they must tread lightly when teasing Yi Ge. He was akin to a nuclear bomb, capable of obliterating them with a mere word. Meanwhile, in a Rolls-Royce, Zhou Kai lounged in the back seat, scrolling through his phone. His mother had been inside for quite some time. Approaching 12:30, it was clear he would miss the gathering. He resolved to apologize to Yi Ge later. Sighing, he lamented the predicament that left him hungry. He opened WeChat to message Yi Qing, only to be distracted by his sister's post on Moments. Upon viewing it, an expletive slipped from his lips. What? The lunch looks simply exquisite. So many dishes, and so elegantly presented. Wasn't it just a casual get-together? He had expected a simple meal, not this lavish spread. All of it was his father's fault. Zhou Kai zoomed in on the photos, marveling at the culinary creations. Damn, why does my sister have such a high-end phone? The clarity of these images is astounding. I can almost smell the aroma through the screen. Without hesitation, he dialed her number. After apologizing, he was met with teasing remarks about missing out on Yi Qing's cooking. Upon learning that it was indeed Yi Ge who had prepared the meal, Zhou Kai's feelings mirrored those of the others. I must ask my sister to pack some for me later. He resolved, sending a message to Zhou Ying. Moments later. His mother emerged with President Zhong and Vice President Tian, all smiles. Zhou Kai stepped out of the car and addressed his mother. President Zhong, since it's this late, shall we have lunch at Highway Bay? I feel quite guilty for keeping you for so long. Well, how could I refuse such generosity? President Zhong hesitated briefly before signaling for his own vehicle to approach. Zhao Meiwan entered the car, her smile unwavering. Observing his mother's demeanor, Zhou Kai sensed that things had gone well. How'd it go, Mom? Everything smooth? You seem quite pleased, though your meeting took quite some time. Did you have to engage in a fierce negotiation? As Zhao Meiwan reminisced about her time in President Zhong's office, she recalled being warmly welcomed and offered fine tea. The business discussions were swiftly concluded, and they soon found themselves in casual conversation. President Zhong, however, subtly probed into her relationship with Mr. Yi. Zhao Meiwan, not one to be easily fooled, understood that President Zhong and Oppo's warm reception stemmed from her son and Oppo's connection to Yi Qing. Xiao Kai, what is the background of your friend? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. He lives in the same villa complex as Lin Han, specifically in Villa Number 3. He seems quite affluent. Yi Ge was brought to the club by Lin Han to help choose a kitten for his daughters, and we hit it off well. Does he have children? Zhao Meiwan was surprised, having assumed her son's friends were all quite young. Yes, 2 little girls, around 4 or 5 years old. They're utterly adorable. Just looking at them makes my heart melt. What is the age of your friend? That is indeed a pertinent question, Zhou Kai replied, excitement creeping into his voice. Yi Ge and his wife appeared extraordinarily youthful, as if they were merely 18, yet they had children of such an age. It was implausible that they could have had children at such a young age. They must be at least 26 or 27. He marveled at their apparent vitality. Look at them, married so early and with 2 beautiful daughters. What delightful parents they must be. And then there's you and your sister. With our family's decent standing, yet you both remain single. Can't you put a little more effort into this? Your mother is growing increasingly anxious. Zhou Kai's earlier enthusiasm dissipated with his mother's words. Why must you be so critical? He muttered. If I could find a girlfriend as lovely as that, I would marry and have children in a heartbeat. What was that? Zhao Meiwan queried. Do you have something to say to me? Am I being wronged here? Zhou Kai, resigned, replied, I was just thinking. Never mind. After a moment of silence, Zhao Meiwan sighed. Let us not dwell on that. It only frustrates me. Today's success is largely thanks to your friend. Please find an opportunity to express my gratitude properly. Sure, Zhou Kai replied quickly, relieved that his mother had calmed down. He couldn't help but lament missing such a splendid meal earlier. He would have to make up for it at dinner. Meanwhile, in the villa, the remnants of the meal were being cleared away. Lin Yu eyed the leftovers, contemplating whether they could take some home. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. How embarrassing it would be to eat and take home food from someone else's home. She glanced at the others, only to find they shared her sentiments. Zhou felt the same embarrassment, but then she checked her phone, and a smile blossomed on her face. However, she knew it wasn't the right time to share her news. All right, we've finished cleaning up. Uncle will put on a movie for you all, Yi Qing announced to the group of children. Yay, I want to watch Peppa Pig. Moments later, Yi Qing and the children settled on the sofa to watch the movie, each child cradled in an adult in Appo's arms. The heartwarming scene made the young ladies find even animated films more delightful. After several hours, Yi Qing checked the time. It was nearly when the children's parents had agreed to pick them up. All right, it's almost time. Your parents will be here soon, he informed them. The children leaped off the sofa. Let us go together, Lin Yu suggested, standing up as well. Zhou gazed at Yi Qing and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Brother Yi, I have a small favor to ask of you. What is it? Zhou continued. Zhou Kai saw the photos we posted on our moments and couldn't stop insisting that I bring him back some of those dishes from lunch. As she spoke, she showed Yi Qing the messages Zhou Kai had sent her. Lin Yu, an impeccable excuse. Absolutely brilliant. Chapter 28. A bullet from the past strikes the forehead. Everyone gazed at Zhou Ying, and even the children displayed expressions of sudden understanding, as if to say, oh, so it can be done this way. Zhou Ying then turned her attention to Bai Shi, who was retrieving a takeout box, and accepted it with a smile, saying, All right, you need not worry about me. I will simply pack some for Zhou Kai. Yet, despite her words, her countenance clearly indicated a desire to gather more. Lin Yu opened her mouth. Finally, blushing, she suggested, Yiga, how about this? The remaining dishes are leftovers. You still need to heat them up later. And who knows how many meals you'll require. Instead, let's all pack some and take them home. After a few remarks, Lin Han nodded in agreement. Sister, that is a good point. The young master and young lady nearby, along with the children, shared similar sentiments, finding a solid justification for their intentions. Yes, Uncle Yi, let's pack some too. Hee, I also want to take some. Though everyone felt a touch of embarrassment, Bai Shi understood their expressions and felt helpless yet empathetic. After all, the food prepared by Yi Qing was undeniably delectable. She was indifferent, considering that Yi Qing would be her future husband, and she could always indulge him to cook for her whenever she desired. Amidst these thoughts, a sense of pride welled up within Bai Shi as she passed the takeout boxes around. Soon, everyone began packing, and before long, all the leftover dishes had been neatly boxed away. Let us go, Yiga, and send these little ones off, Lin Han stated while ruffling the hair of a small boy beside him. I and Appos am not a little radish, the boy retorted angrily. I'm a big boy now. Haha, all right, big boy. Everyone chuckled at the boy's indignant demeanor, reflecting on how children yearn to grow up, while adults often wish to return to the carefree days of their youth. Yi Qing and the others led the children to the entrance of the villa area, where several parents awaited. Upon seeing them emerge, the parents waved eagerly. Zhou Kongming and his wife rushed over to their child. Gratitude filled his expression as he looked at Yi Qing. After all, if their daughter had been home over the weekend, it would have been quite a commotion, making it difficult for them to rest and engage in their cherished activities. Thanks to Yi Qing and the others taking care of the children for an entire day, the couple found some much-needed respite. Other parents shared similar sentiments, their gazes toward Yi Qing brimming with appreciation. As Zhou Kongming approached, he noticed Xiao Dan holding something. What is that? Honey, what is our daughter holding? It looks like a takeout box, and it seems to have some food inside, Zhou Kongming remarked, smacking his forehead in exasperation. What was her daughter doing? Eating at someone else's house and taking food home? However, he soon noticed that other children and young people also carried takeout boxes. It seemed they had all packed together, which was a bit more acceptable. Daddy, Mommy, you came to pick me up. Xiao Dan exclaimed as she leaped into Zhou Kongming's arms. He lifted her and approached Yi Qing, saying, Yi Lao Di, thank you for your hard work today. This little one didn't cause any trouble, did she? Xiao Dan was very well behaved. She retorted, pouting, Stinky Daddy. Why are you upset? Of course, you were good. Yi Qing replied with a smile, pinching her cheek. It wasn't hard. These children are quite well-mannered. Are you free tomorrow? Come to my house, and I'll whip up something special. Zhou Kongming earnestly invited him. However, Yi Qing waved his hand. Old brother, I have plans tomorrow. He recalled that he still needed to visit Bai Zhixi's parents, as his system task remained unfulfilled. All right, we'll arrange another day, Zhou Kongming said, bidding farewell as he took his child home. Other parents followed suit. Yu and Xiaoro stood beside Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi, waving at the departing figures with evident reluctance. After the parents left, a Rolls-Royce approached. Our car god has finally returned, Lin Han remarked with a smile. Zhou Kai halted the vehicle and, upon observing the scene, quickly exited. Wow, how did you all know I was coming? You even formed a welcoming committee for me. I feel so embarrassed. My face isn't that big. His comment left everyone momentarily silent. Lin Han said, on one hand, you have self-awareness, yet you also recognize that your face isn't that grand. We're merely escorting the children home, and you happen to arrive? Zhou shot him a glance, her tone slightly exasperated. Oh, is that so? Zhou Kai scratched his head and returned the car keys to Yi Qing. Thank you so much, Yiga. You've been a tremendous help to my family. My mom wants to know if you're free for dinner tomorrow. Tomorrow, 1T work. Yi Qing declined. I have plans. But I do have quite a few appointments lined up. Tell Annie that it was a small favor, and there's no need to make a fuss over it. Now, you all should head back. Yi Qing concluded. Goodbye, Yiga. Thank you for your hospitality. As they exchanged farewells, they departed. Let's head back too, Yi Qing suggested as he prepared to drive the children home. Noticing that Zhou Kai was quite considerate, he saw that the tank was full and the car gleamed with cleanliness. Once home, Yu asked, Daddy, you said you have plans tomorrow. Where are we going? How about we visit Grandma and Grandpa? All right, to Grandma and Grandpa and Appo's house. Both children beamed with joy, clearly cherishing the fond memories associated with their grandparents. Can we bring some snacks to eat? Yu inquired. Of course. Is your aunt coming? Aunt? Yi Qing glanced at Bai Zhixi, who was contemplating her younger sister. Bai Zhiling, who had just entered her second year of high school and was likely at home, given that it was the weekend. She should be at home. Bai Zhici, not that? Then we should bring extra snacks. And he always tries to steal our treats. Yu exclaimed indignantly. What? Bai Zhi was taken aback, biting her lip in frustration. Bai Zhiling, how old will you be in the future? Stealing snacks from your two little nieces. How ambitious you are. However, gradually, Bai Zhixi's frustration waned, recalling that Bai Zhiling was 2 or 3 years her junior, and she had also taken her share of snacks when she was younger. Sighing, Bai Zhixi lamented, the bullets from the past traverse time and space, striking fiercely at the forehead. Chapter 29. A visit to grandparents' house. We need to take a little extra. Bai Zhixi sighed. It's all right. We have Grandma's protection. Whenever Annie tries to snatch our snacks, we simply call Grandma. And she always stands up for us. Yu declared with hands on her hips, while Xiaoro nodded in agreement. It was evident that their mother commanded a certain authority, eliciting a smile from Bai Zhixi. Yi Qing, listening nearby, was pleasantly surprised to discover he had such a sister-in-law. It seemed he needed to prepare a plethora of gifts for tomorrow. Fortunately, he had prepared an additional item today. This afternoon, President Zhong had messaged him regarding a limited edition luxury brand jewelry inquiry. Yi Qing had purchased a few pieces, which would only arrive tomorrow morning. He planned to buy some cigarettes and alcohol for his future father-in-law, along with some Dahong Pao tea, and that would suffice. Although this was his first visit, the emphasis lay not on himself, but on the two children. For the first time, he intended to present a grand gift to his future in-laws. Lost in thought, his phone rang. Zhou Kongming? It must be Xiao Dan calling. Here, Yu, Xiaoro, it's Xiao Dan on the line. Yi Qing passed the phone over. Xiao Dan, have you arrived home? Yes, I just got home. Please thank Uncle Yi for his hospitality. And thank you both, Yu and Xiaoro, for such a delightful day. Meanwhile, on the other end, after hanging up, Zhou Kongming closed the door behind him. Daughter, Tonight you must taste the meal prepared by Uncle Yi. Is it truly as delicious as you claimed during the ride? It must be. What did you do today? You haven't told your mother yet, Li Ying inquired. Today, we played in this exceptionally large courtyard. Uncle Yi has many beautiful koi fish in the pond, and I even fed them. Also, there are 2 enormous red arowanas in the house. They are stunning. Then we went to find Xiaowan Yuan to play, and soon other older siblings joined us. And we all played a game of eagle catching chicks. As Zhou Xiaodan spoke, Zhou Kongming seemed to grasp something. He quickly retrieved his phone, showing a few pictures to his daughter. Is this the red arowana you mentioned? Yes, Dad, that's it. Those fish are so big. Li Ying Lingding, her eyes widening as she glanced at the price. Over $1 million for one. Huh? Such extravagance? In the large courtyard, in a spacious living room. Wealthy people truly live differently. No wonder they are so well kept. Brother Yi is indeed superior in many aspects, Zhou Kongming remarked, only to be met with his wife's silent gaze. His confidence waned slightly. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? A bit superior. $1 billion is $1 billion. That's no problem. Li Ying smiled. However, I am curious if Uncle Yi and Appo's cooking is truly that delectable. I am not bad at cooking either. I've raised this girl to have such discerning taste. She can even say others' food is better. I must try it. I want to taste it too. The 2 women grabbed chopsticks and approached, opening the takeout boxes. After a few bites, they stood frozen in place. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound shock in the other's eyes. This is incredibly delicious. And it's cold, if it were freshly made. I can only imagine how exquisite it would be. Li Ying gazed at Zhou Xiaodan, slowly remarking, our little piglet has truly savored the finest cuisine this time. I'm not a pig, Zhou Xiaodan protested, running over to hug Li Ying's leg. Exactly, my daughter is not a pig, Zhou Kongming added, though his gaze remained on the dishes, acknowledging, this is indeed exquisite cuisine. In Villa number 3, Yi Qing practiced writing with Xiao for a while. Xiao's progress was remarkable. She had improved significantly since yesterday, and even infused her writing with a touch of artistry. Well done. As for Yu, she preferred music. Yi Qing planned to begin her music lessons upon returning from her in-laws' home, or perhaps study music systematically, as he was now capable of providing guidance. That evening, after washing up, the 4 of them lay in bed. The 2 girls, having played all day, were utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. Not only them, even Xiaowan Yuan, who had not run around the house, was sound asleep. In the darkness, Bai Jishi turned to Yi Qing and asked, do you think my parents will accept them? While human efforts are vital, some matters are beyond our control. We will do what we must. And from what Yu and Xiao described, Grandma and Grandpa treat them very well. It's often said that grandparents have a special bond with their grandchildren. Let us ensure we have all the necessary materials for tomorrow. All right, thank you, Yi Qing. If you truly wish to express gratitude, perhaps you could change how you address me. Yi Qing said boldly, then lay back, inviting her to embrace him. Change how I address you? To what? Hubby, this rascal, taking advantage of her words. Although those 2 words would eventually be used, they hadn't even kissed yet. I want to change it. You haven't won me over yet. Bai Jishi retorted, her pride evident. Oh, didn't you say you could walk 90? Yi Qing began, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. On the other side, Bai Jishi felt her lips twitch at Yi Qing's words. That was what Yi Qing said when he was drunk. She thought he was unconscious. How could Yi Qing know? Yi Qing was pretending to sleep that day. He knew about what she had said, and that she had even kissed him. Mortified, Bai Jishi felt her face flush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yi Qing curled into a ball, enduring the playful punches landing on his back. Let them fall, it doesn't hurt. Although the 2 were in such a position now. The next morning unfolded as usual. Yu and Xiao woke up first, noticing the couple still asleep. Mommy and Daddy are such lazybones. Still in bed, while 2 little kids have already risen. Yes, Xiao chimed in. They were excited about visiting Grandma and Grandpa's house today, so they woke up without lingering in bed. As for Yi Qing and Bai Jishi, they had stayed up late the previous night and burdened with thoughts. Were unaware of when they finally fell asleep. Naturally, but didn't wake up early. Xiao, let us go freshen up. After Yu and Xiao washed up, They checked back in and saw the couple still asleep. They played with Xiao Wan Yuan for a while, returning to find the couple still hadn't tea stirred. After waiting a bit longer with no change, Yu Yu imitated Yi Qing's future method of waking Bai Shi, playfully tapping her on the rear. "Mommy, sleepyhead, it's time to get up." Chapter 30, a flash of pure white dazzled Yi Qing's eyes. As Bai Shi, who was still in a daze, held Yi Qing, she suddenly felt a sharp smack on her backside. Instantly jolted awake, she gasped and sat up straight, her expression still bewildered. She glanced around and soon spotted the culprit, Yu Yu. How impressive. Indeed, it must be a technique inherited from Daddy, for Mommy is now awake. "Don't say such nonsense, Yu Yu. How would you spank Mommy?" Bai she scolded, rubbing her backside, concerned that the impact might have left a mark. However, it was not the right time for a bath, nor could she check. "It hurts so much." Yes. Yu Yu imitated Daddy. Remember how he used to wake Mommy when she overslept and refused to get up for meals? He would smack her bottom, and she would wake right up. Hush. As Yu Yu began to speak again, Bai she swiftly covered her mouth. How embarrassing. Yet it seemed that, indeed, Yi Qing had found the right method to rouse her. This had become a sensitive area for her. After that slap, she still felt a tingling sensation. No wonder Yi Qing employed such a tactic to wake her up. It was remarkably effective. However, she couldn't let him know, for the repercussions would surely not be pleasant. Meanwhile, Dad was still asleep. Yu Yu and Xiao Rou climbed onto the bed, each taking a side to shake Yi Qing. "Daddy, wake up. What time is it? Are we going to Grandma's house? Hurry up." Amidst their gentle coaxing, Yi Qing, still groggy, opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was only 7 o'clock. He felt a bit dazed. Looking at Bai Shi, he remarked, "It's so early. Why are you waking everyone up?" "You're lucky I'm being gentle with you," Bai she retorted, playfully blaming Yi Qing for the peculiar way their daughter had learned to wake up. Okay, I'm getting up." Yi Qing sighed, heading to wash up alongside Bai Shi. After all, he was still a college student, and for someone of his age, waking up at 9 was more reasonable. After freshening up and finishing breakfast, Yi Qing's phone chimed. He stepped outside and soon returned, opening the trunk to reveal several small boxes. Upon entering, he opened the first box to reveal a necklace. The silver chain was adorned with small gemstones, which, though modest in size, combined to create an air of elegance with a playful charm. It was perfectly suited for a graceful young woman. "How beautiful!" exclaimed the two girls, with Yu Yu stretching her neck to get a better look. "This isn't for you," Yi Qing said, ruffling her hair before turning to Bai Shi. "This is for you. I'll put on for you," he added, seeing Bai Shi's hesitation and not allowing her to refuse. He approached from behind, gathering her hair. As Yi Qing adorned her with the necklace, he occasionally brushed his fingers against her smooth, fair neck. Bai she shivered slightly, revealing her sensitivity. Yi Qing noted this, but refrained from teasing her further, completing the task. "All right," he announced, leading Bai Shi to the mirror, where the two little girls followed suit. "Wow, Mommy looks stunning." Yes. Yu Yu and Xiao Rou showered her with compliments. "Not bad." Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Sensing the envy in the girl's eyes, he added, "All right, don't be envious of your mother. Daddy has prepared gifts for you too." "Really? Thank you, Daddy." The two girls scampered after Yi Qing, eager not to lag behind. "Here, these are for you," he said, pointing to 2 boxes. Each girl opened her box slowly, revealing matching bracelets. "How beautiful, Daddy!" Yu Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xiao Rou held her bracelet high, her gaze radiant with excitement. "Come here, let Daddy help you put them on," Yi Qing said, assisting the girls. The bracelets fit perfectly on their chubby little wrists. "Mommy, look, aren't they pretty? They're lovely." Bai she smiled, and the girls giggled in delight. "All right, come help me pack some tea leaves for your grandpa," Yi Qing called, and the two girls hurried over, each clutching handfuls. Yi Qing couldn't help but chuckle at their eagerness. This was premium to Hong Pao. Even for his father-in-law, he hesitated to part with it. "Cough, that should be enough. Too much tea will keep Grandpa awake." "What? Is that all? We haven't even gotten started." Yu Yu pouted, gazing at the half-filled box as if unsatisfied. "That's more than sufficient." "Truly," Yi Qing insisted. Nearby, Bai she stifled a laugh upon seeing Yi Qing's exasperation, before gently patting the two girls. All right, it's time for us to get going. We're off. Let's bring our little Tuan Yuan and our little Fei Ma. Once the two little girls emerged, Yi Qing observed Yu Yu, who held Tuan Yuan in one arm and a small Fei Ma in the other. Xiao Rou clutched a large bag of snacks with one hand and the Fei Ma with the other. "Oh, you two little darlings," Yi Qing sighed, lifting them into the car. With the navigation set, the four of them, along with their cat, set off. 2 hours later, they arrived in Yang City, a place Yi Qing knew quite well. As they entered the community, Yu Yu leaned against the armrest, looking ahead. "Daddy, turn in here. Right turn ahead." Then, by Ji, she turned to Yu Yu, impressed by her precise directions, which led them straight to her home. Upon reaching the building, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ji Shi. "Shall we follow your earlier suggestion?" "Yes, I want to prepare a little in advance," she replied. With that, Bai Ji Shi exited the car and leaned toward Yi Qing from the passenger seat, chatting with him. The angle, combined with her loose-fitting attire, revealed a flash of white that nearly blinded him. Yi Qing inhaled sharply, only to remind himself, 3 years minimum, no maximum, 3 years minimum, no maximum. Wait, that's my future wife. He corrected himself, muttering under his breath to maintain his composure. A virtuous maiden is a worthy match for a gentleman. A virtuous maiden is a worthy match for a gentleman. Ultimately, he wasn't doing it for himself, but rather for the sake of their daughter's well-being. No matter the circumstances, the children should not be deprived. Although they no longer relied on milk, he remained resolute. Chapter 31. The first meeting with grandparents. Yi Qing, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please wait a moment before coming over, or I can call you when the time is right. All right, I'll take the two little girls for a stroll. If you manage to persuade them, give me a call. If anything arises, please reach out to me immediately. Dad, why are we going out for a walk? Aren't we going to visit Grandma and Grandpa? I'm taking you to buy a few things, and then we'll return shortly. Oh, the two girls had no doubts and rolled down the car windows, gazing up at their grandparents and Appo's home. Not far away, 3 figures were approaching, carrying several items. The man at the forefront exuded a sense of composure. Despite the load he bore, he appeared unburdened. The woman and the girl beside him carried a few lightweight plastic bags with ease. Though the woman had entered middle age, traces of her former beauty were still evident. As for the girl, she possessed the makings of a beauty herself, radiating youthful exuberance akin to the girl next door. "He will see my sister soon. Wow, you've grown up. You're not like you used to be, right? Back then, your sister always snatched your snacks, making you cry," Wang Ning remarked. "Mom, you can't say that. It's all my sister's fault. She bullied me, and you never scolded her, causing me to cry countless times." Bai Jilin huffed. When she gets married and has children, I'll steal her child's snacks," Bai Jilin proclaimed indignantly. Bai Xingtian shot her a glance. "You're going to be an aunt soon, yet you don't seem to have the demeanor of one. Bullying children is not appropriate. And what's wrong with that? I was once a child too. My sister bullied me. And besides, the videos always mention it, right? This is my first time being an aunt. Why should I yield to you?" Bai Jilin retorted, defiantly lifting her chin. Bai Xingtian looked at her helplessly. These two girls were his treasures, cradled delicately in his heart. "All right, let them be. When your sister returns, I'll tell her everything you just said." Wang Ning chuckled, curious to see if she would retaliate. "She won't dare to scold me now. Hee. Today we get to enjoy delicious food thanks to my sister," Bai Jilin exclaimed, then turned her gaze into the distance. "Wow, whose new car is that? Is it a Rolls-Royce? It must be worth millions. Whose family does it belong to?" Her words drew the attention of her parents, who nodded in acknowledgement of the car's distinctive appearance. However, their gazes soon shifted toward a graceful figure nearby, and they were momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that Ji Shi?" They wondered as they observed Bai Ji Shi leaning against the driver's window, exuding a familiar warmth. Bai Jilin stood there, mouth agape. "Sister, what does this mean? Is she in a relationship? Wait, who is driving this car? A wealthy person? Aren't they usually older? Then who could this be?" In an instant, various images of portly middle-aged men flashed through Bai Jilin's mind. "Oh no, my sister has fallen for someone. How could this happen? She is not that kind of person. Those wretched wealthy people. Give me back my sister." Bai Jilin fumed, consumed with curiosity about the driver. Before she could act, the Rolls-Royce made a U-turn and approached them, seemingly preparing to exit the neighborhood. Wang Ning's face reflected her anxiety as she grasped her husband by Xingtian's hand. Bai Xingtian's hair seemed to have gained a few more strands of white in that moment, both of them fixated on the figure behind the wheel. As the car drew nearer, they caught sight of the young man in the driver's seat. "He is so handsome," Bai Jilin exclaimed, her voice rising in astonishment. The image of Yi Qing instantly shattered all her previous notions of a portly middle-aged man. Instead, he resembled a dashing CEO, exuding an irresistible charm. No wonder her sister had fallen for him. If presented with such a handsome suitor, she too would likely succumb. Wang Ning let out a sigh of relief, and Bai Xingtian's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. He contemplated questioning their daughter when they returned home, reminding her to be cautious and not to be deceived, as the internet was rife with tales of wealthy individuals exploiting emotions. The three of them were lost in their thoughts until the Rolls-Royce passed by. They noticed the rear window was still down, revealing two plump little faces inside. At the sight of those cherubic faces, Wang Ning and Appo's heart raced, and memories flooded back to a decade ago when by she had been a chubby little girl. As the car continued to glide past, her heart felt constricted, as if her daughter had been abducted. "Stop! Don't go!" Wang Ning instinctively shouted, startling both Bai Xingtian and Bai Jilin. As the car came to a halt, she felt a rush of embarrassment wash over her. She exchanged incredulous glances with her husband, both of them equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Bai Jilin stood frozen, bewildered by her parents' sudden change in demeanor. What was happening? Were they about to start interrogating the driver? She quickly glanced over at her sister, who was also drawn in by the commotion. By she approached them, her expression a mix of urgency and confusion. Time seemed to freeze until a small face peeked out from the window, large eyes locking onto Wang Ning, Bai Xingtian, and Bai Jilin, a radiant smile illuminating her features. "Grandma, Grandpa," Auntie, she called out, waving her little hand. Behind her, another tiny hand emerged. Boom! Those gentle words struck the three adults like a thunderbolt. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. What did those two little girls just call them? With a crash, the groceries Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian were holding tumbled to the ground, their bodies seemingly frozen in shock. Their daughter, had she become a mother before marriage? Chapter 32. My first time as an aunt. Why should I accommodate you? However, Bai Xingting swiftly regained his composure. Gazing at Yu and Xiao's faces, he noted that although the two children bore a striking resemblance to his daughter in her youth, they could not possibly be hers. They appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, while Zhishi was only 18, implying conception at the tender age of 12. Preposterous. Furthermore, they had personally escorted her to and from school every day, witnessing her growth. Such a thing was utterly implausible. Something is amiss, Bai Xingting remarked, casting a reassuring glance at his wife. Bai Jiling, however, remained in a state of disbelief, the appellation auntie echoing incessantly in her mind, as if transporting her to another realm. She had been playfully anticipating teasing her elder sister's future children, only to discover in the next instant that her sister already had offspring. Bai Jiling examined her hands, then touched her lips. Had her mouth been divinely blessed? Or had she become a soothsayer? Heavens, I must be careful with my words henceforth. Yi Qing brought the car to a halt and alighted from the driver and Appo's seat. Observing the trio, he surmised that they were Bai Jishi's parents and sister. Bai Jishi had intended to soften the blow, but it seemed there would be no opportunity for such preparation. They were thrust directly into the fray. Bai Jishi approached, capturing everyone's attention. She turned to her parents, meeting their profoundly perplexed gazes, and parted her lips, unsure of how to begin. Jishi, what is the meaning of this? These children, Mom, Dad, let's go home first. Shall we? I'll explain everything once we're there. Bai Jishi implored, her tone indicating her reluctance to be questioned further in that location. Let's go home, Bai Jishi asserted resolutely, her previously gentle gaze now firm. Her daughter's demeanor caused Bai Xingting's conviction to waver. Why did his daughter wear such an expression? Let's go home, Wang Ning said, trusting that her daughter would provide a reasonable explanation. She grasped Bai Xingting's arm and led him toward their residence. Yi Qing followed in his vehicle. Moments later, Bai Jiling stood alone, bemused by the scattered groceries. Hey, does anyone still want these items? Could someone lend a hand? Bai Jilin called out several times, but receiving no response, she stamped her foot. She had initially intended to follow, but upon seeing the provisions, she gritted her teeth, gathered them one by one, and hurried after them with her arms full. So heavy, Bai Jilin lamented. Yi Qing parked the car, opened the rear door, and lifted the two little girls out. The two youngsters, clutching their belongings, with Yu Yu cradling Tuanyuan, presented themselves before Bai Jishi and Apos, as parents in all their adorable splendor. Their short legs, chubby features, large eyes, and the undeniable sense of kinship brought tears to Wang Ning's eyes. It was all so perplexing. She desperately sought to understand what had transpired. "Grandma, what's wrong?" "Huh? Grandma, did you dye your hair? It seems like you have fewer gray hairs now," Yu Yu remarked, circling Wang Ning inquisitively. Xiaoro, meanwhile, grasped by Xingting and Apos' finger with her tiny hand. "Grandpa, Xiaoro wants to ride a pony later." "Me too," Yu Yu chimed in. The two little girls began to bicker, oblivious to the palpable tension in the air. The Bai Xingting couple were at a loss for words in the face of the children and Apos' familiarity. "Grandpa, what an Apos' wrong? Grandma, why are you acting so strangely today?" As the two girls grew more puzzled, Yi Qing approached and scooped them up in his arms, one in each. "Grandma and Grandpa are probably tired. Let's go home first." With that, he exchanged a glance with Bai Jishi, who took her parents by the arm, and they joined Yi Qing in the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, a figure arrived in haste, Bai Jilin, laden with packages. She was panting heavily. "Is no one going to help me? Am I not a daughter? Am I even a daughter at all? Ugh, I'm so infuriated." Upon her return home, she found the two little girls comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon, munching on snacks and thoroughly enjoying themselves. "Those two little rascals are certainly quick to make themselves at home," Bai Jilin muttered, closing the door behind her. The door to the master bedroom opened, and Wang Ning, her face stern, beckoned Bai Jilin over. "Come here, quickly." Okay, I'm coming." Bai Jilin knew that it was time to discuss the origins of the two little ones. Inside the room, the five of them stood together. Bai Jishi began, "Yes, Mom and Dad, these are my children." The statement landed like a bombshell, causing Wang Ning to falter and sink into a chair behind her. Bai Jilin and Apos' mouth gaped open, nearly wide enough to accommodate an egg. "So, they really are sister and aunt, Apos' daughters. Sister, having children at 12 or 13. That an amp, Apos', preposterous. However, these are my and Yi Qing's future children." "Future?" Seeing their perplexed expressions, Yi Qing began to explain. As he spoke, Wang Ning's gaze shifted to Bai Xingting. Her eyes filled with a complex mixture of shock, incomprehension, and even a desire to take Yi Qing and Bai Jishi to the hospital for evaluation. When he had finished speaking, silence descended upon the group. Slap! A sharp slap echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. Yi Qing stared at Bai Jilin, who had suddenly struck herself. He recoiled slightly. "Bai Jilin, was that half-step you took deliberate? Such a small gesture, yet it caused so much pain." "Wang Ning scolded. Stop causing trouble. But I was just trying to determine if I'm dreaming. How can something so fantastical feel so real? But it hurts so much. These are DNA test results. Yi Qing and I have both been tested, and they are indeed our children." Bai Jishi said, "I know this is difficult to accept. Yi Qing and I struggled to accept it at first too. We deliberated for a long time before deciding to bring the children back. There's other evidence too. The children have never met you before, and they've never been to our house. But when they saw you, they immediately called you Grandma and Grandpa, and they were so affectionate. When they got home, they turned on the TV and started watching cartoons without any prompting." Bai Jishi handed over the test results. "You should both leave. We need some time to process this," Wang Ning said, taking the results. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Go on, leave." Yi Qing nodded, took Bai Jishi by the hand, and said, "Aunt and Uncle need some time to adjust. You had a big reaction at first too, and you almost called the police to arrest me. Don't even mention it." Bai Jishi glared at Yi Qing. "Why I call the police is no mystery. Who tells a girl they have a heart-shaped birthmark on there? But calling the police was the right thing to do. If it had been another girl, a slap would have been unavoidable." Thinking this, she glanced back at Bai Xingting, who nodded. The two of them went out and closed the door behind them. Bai Jilin leaned over and looked at the test results. "Holy crap, it's real. Had I not just finished reading The Three-Body Problem, I fear I would have truly succumbed. How about you all take a look at The Three-Body Problem? Wang Ning glanced up, fixing her gaze upon her. With merely a look, an overwhelming aura of bloodline pressure surged forth, compelling Bai Ling to abruptly close her mouth. I instructed you to leave. Why do you still linger here? Bai Ling replied. I thought you were referring to the two older sisters. Am I not included? Wang Ning shot her another fierce glance. Bai Ling hastily retreated. Chapter 33. Grandmother. Our little pig cup is missing. Filled with indignation, she pondered how their entire family, bearing the surname Bai, was being bullied by someone with the surname Wang. Where was the justice in this? It was all due to old Bai's excessive indulgence towards his wife. After she emerged, she glanced at the two little ones, retrieved an old photo album, and took out pictures of Bai Shi from her childhood. Then, she gently patted Yu's shoulder. As Yu saw Bai Ling approaching, she instinctively hid her snacks closer to herself. Bai Ling exclaimed, "What is this supposed to mean? What are you doing?" Holding a photo in one hand and gently lifting Yu's chin with the other, she compared their features. Wow, the resemblance is uncanny. No wonder Mom and Dad reacted so strongly. Little aunt, what's wrong? Yu inquired. Oh, nothing, just checking to see if you share a family's genes, Bai Ling replied. Yu was puzzled by this. Bai she playfully tapped her head, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just teasing her. Why did you hit me, sister?" Bai Ling retorted, pulling Yu into her embrace. The soft, squishy feeling was delightful, leaving Bai Ling in a state of bewilderment. Yu nestled her head against Bai Ling's chest, then shifted positions. Finally, she sat up pouting, "Annie, you're so stiff. You're not as comfortable as Mom." With that, a statement struck Bai Ling like thunder. She glanced at the spot where Yu had just rested her head, flat as a board, then looked at her own sister, whose ample figure was unmistakable. Ugh, children never lie. This little one was truly a master of torment. In a moment of exasperation, Bai Ling felt on the verge of madness. She wanted to scream in frustration. Why was it that she had been bullied by her older sister in childhood? And now, as an adult, she was being tormented by her sister's daughter? Bai Ling fumed. But she now fully accepted Bai Shi's assertion that these two little ones had traveled from the future. Perhaps it was due to her indulgence in time travel novels that made her perceive the stark contrast between the current state of her parents and the little ones. Yet, this dichotomy might eventually reverse. Her sister's parents might gradually accept the situation, but Bai Ling would likely find herself doubting it late at night. Off you go. Let's watch television. I'd rather play with kittens. These children are simply unbearable, Bai Ling grumbled, earning herself a few disapproving looks from Bai Shi. She feigned ignorance, yet often stole glances at the two little girls. This peculiar sensation could possibly be a blood bond? Bai Ling had already begun to question and re-question her thoughts. In the room, Bai Ting scrutinized the paternity test results once more. What do you think? Our daughter wouldn't fabricate such an absurd reason to deceive us. I feel the same, but this situation is exceedingly perplexing, Bai Ting sighed. However, those two children bear an uncanny resemblance to she during her childhood, which is why I spoke up back then. They are too similar. I wouldn't believe they weren't she's children. Call Shi in. I have some more questions to ask her, Bai Ting instructed. After Bai Shi entered, Wang Ning proceeded to inquire about various matters, including Qing, their future marriage, and the care of the children, covering all aspects. Bai Shi understood that her mother was likely coming to terms with her assertions. Upon hearing Bai she mentioned how well everything had been arranged. Wang Ning furrowed her brow. Xiaoye is a thoughtful child. She is also quite responsible. A good child, Wang Ning nodded, recalling a question. So, daughter, you and Qing. Is there anything? What? Anything what? Bai she looked at her mother-esque expression, suddenly grasping the implication. Her face flushed crimson. Mom, what are you talking about? There's absolutely nothing between me and Qing. I'm still. As she spoke, she noticed her father, Bai Ting, awkwardly standing by, and raised her voice, Dad. Can't you see Mom and I are discussing something private? Could you please step out? All right. Bai Ting exclaimed, relieved to exit. He had sensed he should leave earlier, But given his daughter's reaction, it seemed nothing had transpired between her and Qing. What had been discussed behind closed doors remained a mystery to him. A while later, Yu, feeling thirsty while munching on snacks, hopped off the sofa to search the room. She opened several cabinets, peering inside, and then dashed towards a master bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door. Wang Ning opened it, gazing at Yu, unsure of how to respond. Grandma, my sister's and my little pig cup is missing. Where did you put it? Little pig cup? What's that? Wang Ning was momentarily taken aback, appearing flustered, but she crouched down to scoop Yu up, gently stroking her soft cheek. The little pig cup, the one you bought for my sister and me. It's our special cup, with 2 little pigs on it. I checked the cupboard where we keep them, but I couldn't find it, Yu explained. Wang Ning realized that this little pig cup was something she had purchased for the 2 little ones years into the future. How was she to procure it now? What is going on? Bai Xingting approached, having heard the commotion. Grandpa, the little pig cup is missing, Yu earnestly reiterated. Huh? Bai Xingting was equally perplexed by the inquiry. Quickly, tell me, where did you misplace the little pig cup? Wang Ning looked at Bai Xingting. In an instant, Bai Xingting was taken aback. He had merely been passing by. How had he suddenly become the target of blame? After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively replied, Oh dear, Yu, I'm sorry. Your grandpa accidentally dropped the little pig cup and broke it. How about I take you to buy a new one later? He quickly patted Yu's head, worried she might start crying. She was his beloved granddaughter, and if she cried, his heart would shatter. What? Upon hearing this, Yu struggled to escape her grandmother's embrace, then grabbed her grandpa's hand, inspecting it closely. What is the matter, Yu? Bai Xingting asked, confused. I just want to see if your hand is hurt. What happened to your hand, Grandpa? Little Ro, hearing the commotion, hurried over to show her concern. Chapter 34. The bloodline pressure of generational affection. 2 little girls clutched their grandfather's hand, their anxious expressions betraying their concern. This scene was so endearing that it left both Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian momentarily stunned, particularly Bai Xingtian. The soft, tender touch of the girls and their affectionate words transported her back to the days of her own childhood, reminiscent of her 2 little darlings. Moreover, these girls were the future children of Ji Shi, embodying a generational bond that deeply moved Bai Xingtian. Meanwhile, Wang Ning looked on with envy, regretting not having spoken up earlier to receive the same affection from the 2 little girls. Oh well, one must give a little in return for the large favor from her husband. Bai Xingtian squatted down and embraced the 2 girls, feeling the warmth of their little bodies resting against her shoulder, causing an involuntary smile to grace her face. The sensation was utterly delightful. Her own 2 little darlings had grown up, and now here were 2 more. She glanced over at Bai Ji and Bai Ling. Ji was enjoying some fruit, occasionally offering a piece to Qing, while Bai Ling watched animatedly as Yu and Xiao Ro selected their favorite cartoons, happily munching on snacks. Sigh. Her own 2 little darlings had grown, with one soon to be taken by another, and the other seemingly on the brink of independence. Ah, never mind. It was too much to handle. Don't worry, Grandpa is fine and hasn't hurt himself. He was just embarrassed about breaking your cups. Use the others for now, and I'll buy you new ones later, she reassured the girls. As long as Grandpa is okay. We could just use other cups to drink. The words filled Bai Xingtian with a sense of pride as she looked at Wang Ning, who had finally emerged from his earlier confusion and shock. Having come to understand, she began to accept the situation more readily. Entering the kitchen, she retrieved 2 new cups, washing them meticulously 3 times before filling them with warm water and bringing them back to the girls. You must be thirsty after your snacks. Here, drink some warm water. You can oppose to eat too many treats at once. The 2 little ones, even Wang Ning, spoke in soft tones. Bai Ling, lounging on the sofa, piped up, Mom, I want some water too. Can you pour me some? Don't you have legs? The sudden shift to a stern tone startled her. Bai Ling retorted, Why not? It's unfair. Just because the granddaughter didn't ask for water, you bring out 2 cups of warm water for her. Is that not double standards? Oof. Irritated, Bai Ling snatched a few more snacks, seemingly venting her frustration. After a while, the 2 little girls returned, climbing onto the sofa beside Bai Ling. She fondly caressed their chubby cheeks with one hand while reaching into the snack bag with the other. What is it? Bai Ling, now warming up to the girls, recalled how they were like a younger version of her sister. Having been bullied by her sister in their childhood, was it her turn to seek revenge now? She stroked her chin, scrutinizing the two little ones. Seeing Bai Ling's gaze, Xiao Rou scooted closer. Auntie, why are you looking at me? I miss you, Auntie. It's been so long since I last saw you. That simple statement ignited a warmth in Bai Ling that bordered on overwhelming. Wait. Suddenly, Bai Ling had an idea. She instructed the girls to sit still. You too. Auntie's going to ask you something very important, and you must think carefully, all right? The two girls, sensing Bai Ling's seriousness, sat cross-legged. Yizving, Bai Shi, and the grandparents were also drawn in, curious about what Bai Ling was up to. Annie wants to know if you think my boyfriend is handsome. Is he as handsome as Hugo? Upon hearing this, everyone's mouths twitched in amusement. Bai Zi, Yiving. Grandparents, are you spying on your future? However, it was indeed a clever tactic. I don't know. I've never seen him. The two little girls replied decisively. Don and Amp, Oppos, do you have any clues? Think hard. Bai Ling coaxed gently. But Auntie, you're away studying and we rarely see you. You always come back alone. Xiao Rou pondered. As for you, she furrowed her brows, standing with hands on her hips. Auntie, how strange. If your boyfriend is handsome, wouldn't he, Why ask us? Her words caused the grandparents to nod in agreement. Yu's quick-wittedness had turned the tables, while Xiao Rou, soft and innocent, simply answered whatever she was asked. Well, such a sister and such a cousin make a perfect match. Auntie, Bai Ling sighed, realizing she wouldn't get any useful information from them. After all, they were merely 4 or 5 years old. What could they possibly remember? It seemed she would have to explore her future on her own. Moreover, if she continued to pry, it might only raise Yu's suspicions further, making the situation more complicated. Rising from her seat, she went to pour some water. Suddenly, she heard Yu's voice from behind. Grandma, Annie has eaten all my snacks. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling felt a chill run down her spine. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts while watching television that she hadn't noticed she polished off all the snacks meant for the two girls. Those treats were truly delectable. Now she was finished. She sensed a piercing gaze upon her, and that ominous pressure seemed to descend upon her, making her legs tremble involuntarily. Chapter 35. The mother-in-law's growing affection for her son-in-law in an instant. She seemed to comprehend why, during her childhood, her elder sister would flee so swiftly whenever she complained about her pilfered snacks. Now, she wished fervently to sprout 3 legs herself. Furthermore, the pressure she bore now was far greater than what her sister had experienced back then. The power of generational affection. Could one truly withstand it? Bai Ling, you are indeed famished. You have devoured all the treats meant for children. Halt! Stand still, or I shall surely strike you. With a swift motion, Bai Ling darted back into her room and locked the door. Regardless of her mother's entreaties from outside, she resolutely refused to open it. Ultimately, her mother could only leave in frustration. Bai Zhiqi glanced awkwardly at Qing, feeling utterly defeated by her younger sister. Yet, the girl was indeed pitiable. Bullied in her youth, she now sought to exert her dominance over her sister's child, only to find herself on the receiving end once more. It seemed she had never had a chance to rise above her circumstances. Soon after, Bai Xingtian approached the door, whispering a few words to his wife. Wang Ning nodded in response. Come out now. This time, I shall let you off. Afterwards, you can take the 2 children out for snacks, perhaps even a pig cup, and buy some clothes. Had the tempest passed so swiftly? Bai Ling opened the door. Or perhaps, should the storm intensify? No, that would be unbearable. She quickly waved her hand, returning to her room to assess her pocket money and New Year's gifts, calculating her finances. Finally, she gathered everything, determined to spend lavishly this year, even if it meant eating dirt later. Come along, my little treasures. Today, I shall show you what it means to encounter the god of wealth, she declared, prompting the 2 girls to scamper over eagerly. Auntie, are we going to the mall? We want to eat candied hawthorn. Of course. Annie has money. Bai Ling patted her chest in assurance, though she could not replicate the exuberance of Bai Zhiqi. All right, let's first retrieve the items from the car, Yi Qing suggested as she stood up. Uncle and Annie I have brought you some gifts. They are in the trunk. Yi Qing, you need not have. Bai Xingtian began, but Wang Ning interrupted him with a gentle tug, directing their attention to the curious Yuyo, who looked at them with a puzzled expression. Yi Qing immediately recognized the awkwardness of the situation. After all, in the future timeline, her manner of address would need to change, and there should not be such estrangement. Let us hasten and bring everything up. Bai Zhiqi diverted the topic, taking the two girls by the hand and leading them outside. Watching the two little ones depart, Bai Xingtian exhaled a sigh of relief. Yuyo is remarkably astute and observant. It seems we must strive to interact more naturally. He patted Yi Qing and Appo's shoulder. Yuyo is quite spirited, while Xiao Rou possesses a gentle demeanor. Yet she is very considerate of others. Both children have such delightful and kind natures. Yi Qing smiled, pondering how she and Bai Zhiqi would educate their children. Raising two such wonderful kids certainly felt like a stroke of luck for them now. They descended together to carry the items up. Shortly thereafter, they returned with wine, tea, and a beautifully wrapped gift box. Bai Zhiqi began distributing them according to Yi Qing's suggestions. Here, Jilin, this is from your sister and brother-in-law. Open it and see. The mention of brother-in-law made Bai Zhiqi blush slightly. Brother-in-law, may I unwrap it? Yes, but I wonder if you will like it. Thank you, brother-in-law. I am certain I will love it. Bai Jilin exclaimed, unabashedly calling him brother-in-law, which left Bai Zhiqi feeling somewhat helpless. Thankfully, her two girls did not share the same disposition as their aunt. Upon unveiling the gift, a bracelet emerged, reminiscent of Yuyo's but longer. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are truly wonderful. As long as you like it, he replied. Bai Jilin attempted to put it on, casting an inquiring glance at her parents. Much like a child seeking approval for a red envelope during the new year. We are all family. There is no need for such formality, Wang Ning reassured her, addressing Bai Jilin in response. Sister, help me put on. Of course. Bai Zhiqi assisted her, declaring, it looks lovely. That is splendid. Now let's set off, Bai Jilin declared, taking the hands of the two girls as they exited. Watch the car. Take good care of them. Don't let them wander off. Keep your eyes on them at all times. Vang Ning Admonishet. Rest assured, Mom, I understand. Bai Jilin waved her hand dismissively. Back at home, only Bai Zhiqi remained with her parents. Both Bai Zhiqi and Yi Qing understood that the children's grandparents had intentionally sent Bai Jilin and the two children out, likely to discuss something important. I shall brew some tea, Bai Xingtian announced. Yi Qing added, Uncle, do try the new tea leaves I brought. They're quite nice. Very well, let us have a taste. Once the tea was prepared, Bai Xingtian poured for everyone. Wang Ning looked at Yi Qing and spoke. We just heard from Zhiqi about the situation. To be honest, we are of an age where accepting this is rather challenging. However, seeing the two little girls, we recognize that you speak the truth. They bear an uncanny resemblance to Zhiqi when she was young, which is why I previously intervened to stop your car. My husband and I have considered that you both have academic commitments to fulfill. Though we are not yet retired, our time is somewhat more flexible. How about we take care of the children? Wang Ning suggested, her compassion as a mother evident. She quickly sought to alleviate the burden on Yi Qing and her husband. If you have any needs, please feel free to express them, Wang Ning added, looking at Yi Qing. Child, we appreciate your efforts during this time. Beside her, Bai Xingtian nodded in agreement. After all, Yi Qing lacked their experience in child-rearing, and the sudden arrival of the children must have placed immense pressure on her. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before responding, I believe it is best for the children to remain with me for now. They have already begun attending kindergarten and are somewhat accustomed to their environment. Changing their surroundings might not be beneficial, especially since these two children lack identification and registration. The current kindergarten was arranged through connections, and it is uncertain whether the local one would accept them. I will adopt the temporary measure for now and see how to resolve this later. Yi Qing's words prompted a glance of mutual understanding between Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian. Their future son-in-law was indeed thorough in his considerations, truly a responsible individual. They exchanged knowing smiles directed at Bai Zhiqi, who sensed the implication in her parents' expressions and bit her lip. Who could withstand such a gaze from their parents? She was still a pure-hearted college student. Meanwhile, before Yi Qing, A luminous screen flickered to life. Chapter 36. The distribution of rewards detected that the host has regained the acceptance of his wife's parents. Rewards include Wuyo media and divine level management and financial skills. Qing gazed at the luminous screen, realizing that he had indeed been accepted by his in-laws. The four of them sipped tea, engaging in light conversation. The absence of the two children rendered the atmosphere somewhat less lively. While not exactly dull, the presence of Yu and Xiaoro would have surely invigorated the ambience. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, Bai Jiling strolled leisurely with Yu and Xiaoro. Each of the little girls held a skewer of candied fruit, savoring the sweetness. With a crisp crunch, the sugary shell broke as they bit into it, their faces radiating pure enjoyment. They had changed into white sweatshirts adorned with playful inscriptions. I am the elder sister, I am the younger sister, and I am the aunt. Bai Jiling carried a large bag filled with their clothes and gifts for her sister, brother-in-law, and parents. Wow, if they called it a matching family outfit, then this is truly impressive, a family bundle. Auntie, is it heavy? Let me help you carry it, Yu offered, glancing at Bai Jiling. No need, dear. Annie can manage just fine, she replied. Oh, Yu nodded and resumed her munching, glancing curiously around. Feel free to tell Annie if you want anything to eat. Understood? Understood. The two girls chimed in unison. As they walked, their charming presence drew the attention of many passers-by. Look at those adorable little girls, a woman exclaimed, gesturing to her boyfriend, who nodded in agreement, clearly enchanted by their cuteness. They are absolutely precious. Just look at them sway. I wish I could take them home. Others chimed in. However, the last remark reached Bai Jiling's ears, causing her to become alert. She hurriedly quickened her pace, closely trailing behind the two girls, adopting a protective demeanor. Her serious gaze swept the surroundings, making the previous speaker feel somewhat embarrassed. This aunt was not one to be trifled with. What was clearly a playful comment had prompted her to take such a stance. Annie, I want to eat that. Yu pointed excitedly at a nearby snack stall. All right. Let's buy it. Bai Jiling was prepared to indulge, having planned to splurge today. Do you want this? She asked, actively inquiring. No thanks, just this is fine. We'll have Grandma's cooking for lunch, replied Yu and Xiaoro. Our kindergarten teacher also advises us not to eat too many snacks, they added. You two are quite well behaved, Bai Jiling observed, recalling her earlier conversation with the girls. It appeared she would soon be attending a university out of town, and as for a boyfriend, that was clearly not in the cards. Given her personality, if she had found someone special, the whole world would know, and certainly, her two little nieces would not be left in the dark. Frustration washed over her. Seriously, I'm not that different from my sister. Why can't I find a good man? Bai Jiling sighed, placing her hands on her hips, her gaze drifting downward in resignation. Though the differences were minor, it was disheartening nonetheless. Alas, she sighed, accepting that fate had its own plans. Perhaps she would move in with her sister and help with the children. Surely, her sister would welcome that. Annie, I want some water. Did you bring the big water cup? The one you always take when we go out? Xiaoro asked. Bai Jiling felt a wave of nostalgia. This reminded her of home, but she realized she hadn't brought that cup, nor did she typically carry hot water as a high school student. When thirsty, she would simply buy a bottle of room-temperature water or grab some milk tea. Annie didn't bring it today. Let us find a shop and see if we can get some hot water, she suggested, considering that the dining area might have some available. Oh, Bai Jiling thought the hot water might be found in the dining area, but the two little girls had already dashed off in another direction. Hey, that's the jewelry section. This way, Bai Jiling called after them, her large bag in tow as she followed. The two girls sprinted ahead, and not far away, at the entrance of Cartier, the store manager was instructing her staff. Deliver this to Ms. Zhang at this address. As she concluded her instructions and turned around, she spotted the two little girls running toward her. A smile spread across her face. How adorable they were. If she captured a few videos for Douyin, they would surely gather a following, possessing the potential to be the nation's darling. They are so cute. I just want to take them home. Look at them, running so adorably. The manager and her assistant exchanged knowing smiles, but the next moment, the manager's gaze fell upon the bracelets the girls wore, and she froze in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she gasped, hardly believing what she saw. Rubbing her eyes and looking closely again, Her lips twitched in surprise. She quickly moved, her high heels clicking rapidly against the floor. Hey, hey, hey. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Wait, I thought you were joking about taking them home. You can't be serious. Their aunt is right behind them. The assistant hurriedly followed, long legs striding to catch up. The manager reached the two little girls, squatting down with a radiant smile. Auntie, this sister is so pretty, Yu exclaimed, turning to Bai Jiling as she approached. The comment caused the manager to blush profusely while she stifled a smile. Children never lie. She gazed affectionately at the little girls, her fondness only growing. The assistant soon arrived, and the two little girls looked up at her, furrowing their brows. Auntie, why can't I see this sister's face? Look, I can see your face, Yu questioned curiously. In that instant, Bai Jiling nearly fainted. Why else? Because she has blossomed while I have not. The assistant quickly understood, kneeling down to pat the girls' heads. Giggle Yu laughed, taking the assistant's hand, the bracelet on her wrist catching the assistant's eye. Gasp! The assistant was taken aback by the sight of the bracelet, quickly turning to the manager, who nodded in silent acknowledgement of her astonishment. No wonder she was the manager. The assistant felt a surge of admiration. Sister, do you have any hot water here? My sister is thirsty and wants a drink, Yu said, her innocence shining through as she gently tugged on the assistant's arm. With that sweet gesture, the assistant's heart nearly melted. Chapter 37. Stealing the Little One? You say stealing the little one. Indeed, the assistant manager replied straightforwardly, her face adorned with a blissful smile. You should come in and rest for a while, too. Come, let me give you a hug. As she spoke, the assistant manager embraced Yu, relishing the soft sensation, and stood up, albeit with some effort. Ouch, this girl is quite heavy, she remarked. The manager, too, lifted Xiaoro into her arms, turning to Bai Jiling, Madam, why not come inside and take a seat? The children are thirsty. We shall fetch some hot water for you, and you can rest a bit. Bai Jiling gazed at the entrance of Cartier. As a high school student, she was not yet deeply acquainted with brands, but it was evident that the items in this store were undoubtedly expensive, exuding an air of luxury. She stepped inside. The two little girls were placed on a nearby sofa, while a store attendant went to fetch hot water. Bai Jiling stood at the counter, examining the price tags, her eyes narrowing. How much is this? I can't take it. I'm going to faint. She cast a pleading glance at the two little girls. Yu, Xiaoro, you must save your aunt. I'm about to be overwhelmed by this string of numbers. As a high school student, she would be elated if her parents gifted her a few hundred yuan. So how could she possibly endure this? However, the assistant manager was quite adept at entertaining children, making the two girls giggle, leaving Bai Jiling to endure her predicament alone. Steeling herself, she approached them. Soon, the attendant returned with the hot water. The manager took the cup, feeling its warmth. Just right, she said, handing it to the two little girls. Gulp, gulp. Xiaoro finished her cup in no time. Thank you, sister. So good. The manager then retrieved some snacks, but the two little girls declined. No more, no more. If we eat any more, we want to be able to eat dinner, and we might get scolded by Mom. Yes, we've eaten enough. Xiaoro patted her little belly, showing restraint. Such good upbringing. The manager cooed and oppose. T helped but exclaim. She turned to see Bai Jiling sipping her hot water slowly. The manager took out a business card and handed it to Bai Jiling. Madam, this is my business card. Should you need anything, please feel free to contact me. How about I show you around? It appears these two little ones are also tired from browsing and should rest for a bit. The manager glanced at the two girls, who were lazily reclining on the sofa, utterly at ease. Bai Jiling observed them, nearly in tears. She could only pray that the little ones wouldn't suddenly come over, clamoring for something. Otherwise, her pocket money wouldn't suffice. It seemed she would have to advance her allowance for the next 30 years. Oh, wait, once she turned 18, she wouldn't receive any more pocket money. As Bai Jiling pondered, she was suddenly interrupted by the voice she dreaded the most. Auntie, everything here is so beautiful. We want to see too. Oh dear, Auntie, I fear I might have to sell a kidney today. It was all a trap. The hot water and snacks were mere ploys. Bai Jiling hastily devised a strategy. Even at the cost of losing face, she couldn't buy anything. Oh right, it seems she couldn't afford anything anyway. Well, looking is free. Just because I can't afford to buy pork doesn't mean I can't watch the pigs run. Thus, Bai Jiling led the two little girls around the store. They were captivated. Wow, Annie, this is so beautiful. This one is lovely too. Each exclamation from the girls tugged at Bai Jiling's fragile nerves. Madam, if you fancy any piece, I can let you try it on. No, thank you. I want to try it on, as I can't afford anything here. The prices are far too steep for a high school student like me. Bai Jiling laid her cards on the table. The manager chuckled. Oh, miss, you jest. The lovely bracelets on your wrists are our brand's latest limited edition, are they not? What? In mere moments, Bai Jiling was left in disbelief. Really? She looked at her bracelet in astonishment. Indeed, the manager produced a newly arrived brand magazine, along with other promotional materials, explaining them to Bai Jiling. After a while, she accepted that her bracelet and those of the two little girls, as well as her sister's necklace, were indeed the new limited editions. This was a gift from my brother-in-law, so I wasn't aware. I thought it was just an ordinary accessory. I see. Your brother-in-law has exquisite taste. May I inquire about the price of these items? Bai Jiling asked. The manager leaned closer and whispered in her ear. A gasp escaped Bai Jiling's lips as she felt a rush of warmth. She glanced at her bracelet, astonished at its value. What? This is a limited edition. It's unlikely that ordinary stores can stock it. You must have had priority access to purchase it. The manager added, Heavens, my brother-in-law must be incredibly wealthy. Such generosity. While she remained in shock, the two little girls, oblivious to the concept of money, continued to wander around the store with the assistant manager. Auntie, let us go home. It must be nearing noon. Grandma and the others are probably waiting anxiously at home. The two little girls urged, pulling Bai Jiling back to reality. All right, let us head home. She realized she needed to discuss this with her parents. Surely, the other gift from her brother-in-law would also be quite valuable. It was just that no one recognized their worth. Looking at the two little girls, she noted that they hadn't uttered a single request throughout their visit. They were truly well-behaved. On second thought, I shouldn't be the one taking care of the kids. I should let my sister handle it to have such well-mannered children. If I were in charge, they'd be just as mischievous as I am. Bai Jiling mused. She had a remarkable clarity of self-awareness. Yes, that is how it should be. Ugh, never mind. I shouldn't be thinking so far ahead when I don't even know where that cursed boyfriend of mine is. Bai Jiling scolded herself and took the two little girls by the hand as they made their way home, leaving behind a heartwarming scene that evoked envy among the shoppers in the mall. Chapter 38. Family portrait. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Yu and Xiao gazed at the doorbell, unable to reach it. They could only lightly tap on the door, calling out, Grandma and Grandpa, we're back with our aunt. Inside the room, upon hearing their voices, Bai Xingtian sprang to his feet, and Wang Ning followed suit, both hastening toward the door to open it. This sudden movement left Yi Qing and Bai Jiqi somewhat stunned. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the bond between the generations was indeed palpable. Bai Jiqi sighed, thinking that if she or her sister had returned, their parents would likely remain immovable on the couch, steadfast as ever. Opening the door, Grandma and Grandpa, exclaimed the children. Oh my little darlings, is this new clothing? Grandma remarked, nodding approvingly at their outfits. It's from Aunt, Xiao responded, tugging at her dress to show her grandparents. Has Aunt been taking good care of you? Has she bullied you in any way? Bai Xingtian expressed his concern since Bai Jiling had left, recalling how she had often suffered at the hands of Bai Jiqi. With a new target for retaliation, he wondered if Bai Jiling might take the opportunity to exact some revenge. Bai Jiling interjected, How presumptuous! What could I possibly do? They are merely two little ones. Could I truly bully them? She huffed, feigning annoyance. Mom and Dad, do you see how beautiful our new clothes are? They are lovely. Yi Qing replied with a smile, glancing at Bai Jiling, thanking her warmly. Bai Jiling felt a touch of awkwardness at her brother-in-law's gratitude, knowing that the clothes she bought were not particularly expensive, while the gift from her brother-in-law were quite lavish. Is this all the clothing? Bai Jiqi asked as she rummaged through a bag. Soon, she produced several unopened garments, each adorned with various prints. I knew there would be more, she exclaimed, heading to her room to change. Come on, let's all change and take a family photo, Bai Xingtian suggested, pulling Yi Qing into a room to prepare. Among the two men, there was little to conceal, and they quickly changed. Once Bai Xingtian was dressed, He turned to see Yi Qing's chiseled physique. Wow, he thought, momentarily taken aback. This young man is unexpectedly muscular, especially compared to how he was in his youth. Ah, but there's no comparison to be made. Back then, he was quite scrawny, intending to lift his bride and a princess, Carrie only to be left awkwardly failing. Reflecting on his past embarrassment, Bai Xingtian sighed. People can be so different, and it's true that one's worth is often measured by comparison. Once dressed, they emerged to find Bai Zhiling already setting up her phone to capture the moment. Brother-in-law, you and my sister stand behind mom and dad, and the two little girls can sit on grandma and grandpa's laps. Okay, that looks quite symmetrical, Bai Zhiling instructed before pausing, realizing, wait, where do I stand? Why are you still standing there? Come over. Bai Zhiqi beckoned. Bai Zhiling giggled and rushed to her sister, leaning against her and extending her hand to form a heart shape. However, she received no response. Turning her head, she saw her sister blushing, forming a heart shape with Yi Qing. Bai Zhiling exclaimed, what the heck? This is outrageous. Even dogs have dignity. Just wait until I have a boyfriend of my own. She lamented, recalling her own disappointments. Everything is ready. I'll set it to take continuous shots. Xiao looked at Bai Xingtian with an earnest expression. Grandpa smile. Your grandfather rarely smiles in photos, Wang Ning remarked helplessly from the side. Xiao, with a hint of mischief, reached out to tickle her grandfather's side. Oh, Grandpa felt the tickle and, in a fit of laughter, embraced Xiao tightly, fearing he might accidentally drop her. With a series of clicks, the camera captured the moments. Bai Zhiling reviewed the photos, selecting the best one, though everyone's poses varied widely. Her father laughed heartily. Xiao appeared satisfied, while Yu and Wang Ning were amused. In the background, her sister looked bashful, while her brother-in-law appeared at ease. As for Bai Zhiling, she could feel the envious gaze of the singletons around her. All right, each photo has its charm. Let us go with this one, she announced, showing it to everyone. Not bad. Bai Xingtian nodded approvingly. Very nice, Wang Ning and the two little girls agreed. When it came to Yi Qing and Bai Zhiqi, Bai Zhiling quipped, why does your photo look so much like a wedding picture? The comment made Bai Zhiqi blush even more, as she had felt the same way. It was their first time forming a heart together, evoking a strange feeling within her. Could you send me the original of this photo? Bai Zhiqi requested. What for? Bai Zhiling inquired. What could I possibly do? Bai Zhiqi pouted, secretly wanting to use it as wallpaper. This photo is a product of my painstaking efforts to capture the perfect angle and arrangement. You know, it represents my beloved friends and family. What do you want? It'll cost you. Today's expenses need reimbursement, Bai Zhiling retorted. When will your antics be as minimal as your chest size? Bai Zhiling shot back. I'll handle the reimbursement. Yi Qing interjected, pulling out his phone. Come on, brother-in-law, you're missing the point. I'm just playing around with my sister. I still have plenty of pocket money. I don't need you to reimburse me, she said, having already messaged the group chat. Nearby, Bai Xingtian waved his phone. Come on, let us enjoy some tea before dinner. Bai Zhiling, feeling parched, sipped the tea. Wow, so smooth and aromatic. This tea is exceptional, far surpassing the other teas my father has served. This is the tea your brother-in-law brought. It's quite good, Grandpa said, as Xiao prepared to pour some into her newly acquired pig-shaped cup. Hey, you can't drink that. Bai Xingtian quickly intervened. Why not? Xiao protested. Children can't drink this. It'll keep you awake. Be good. Grandpa will get you some warm water instead. All right then. After pouring the water, Bai Xingtian turned to find Bai Zhiling gazing thoughtfully at the tea. What are you pondering? He asked, taking a sip himself. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message from Bai Zhiling, causing him to cough violently. Chapter 39. Mother, it has been a long time since you called father husband. This proclamation startled everyone. The two little girls quickly scrambled onto the sofa, rushing to pat Bai Xingtian on the back. Bai Zhiling was similarly taken aback. What else with the excitement, old man? Even Yi Qing and Bai Zhiqi, who were busy in the kitchen, poked their heads out to see what was amiss. Nothing. I just choked a bit, Bai Xingtian reassured them. All right, Yu and Xiao, you can stop now. Grandpa is much better. Thank you. Once he regained his composure, he glanced at the two little ones who had resumed watching cartoons, and then at the three people in the kitchen. He then leaned closer to Bai Jiling and whispered, Jiling, this bracelet of yours is worth so much. Indeed, the store manager assured me of its value, and it's a limited edition. Money alone won't suffice. One needs connections, she replied. The two little girls wore bracelets of significant worth as well, and their older sister in Appo's necklace was even more expensive. However, their brother-in-law and Appo's Rolls-Royce cost several million, indicating that he was not lacking in wealth. Handsome, wealthy, with a good character, and treats his family well. Why can't I find such a boyfriend? Oh, my future cursed boyfriend. Bai Jiling lamented, rubbing her head in despair. Your brother-in-law has a great physique. Another jab straight to Bai Jiling's heart. How good can that be? Better than this, she retorted, pulling out a shirtless photo of Peng Yuyan. Well, Bai Xingtian seemed reluctant to discuss this further and merely nodded, leaving Bai Jiling in a daze. Your sister is so fortunate. No, I must have my brother-in-law help me find someone. Just half as good would suffice. Bai Jiling silently resolved. Meanwhile, Bai Xingtian began to re-evaluate the Dahong Pao tea he had poured, savoring its rich and smooth flavor. It was indeed something he had never encountered before, proving to be quite valuable. However, as a simple countryman, he could only exclaim, delicious. Lunch is ready. Stop watching TV, Bai Jiqi announced as she opened the kitchen door. The two little girls turned off the television and hurried to assist with the dishes. Today, Wang Ning was in charge of cooking, and although Yi Qing wanted to help, Wang Ning firmly refused, stating that the future son-in-law should not be cooking on his first visit. Ultimately, she relented and allowed them to help wash and prepare the vegetables. It's time to eat. The meal was enjoyed heartily by the two little ones, who cleaned their bowls thoroughly. All right, you two can go play now. I'll take care of the cleanup. Wang Ning sighed. After tidying up, she called out, Yi Qing, could you please grab my cup? Bai Jiqi, who was seated farther away, asked Yi Qing for assistance. Sure, Yi Qing replied, passing it over without a second thought. However, Yu frowned at the scene. What were you thinking, little one? Wang Ning asked, picking up Yu. Did mommy and daddy have fight? This question drew the attention of everyone, including Yi Qing and Bai Jiqi, who were momentarily stunned. Fight? When have they fought? Bai Jiqi replied helplessly. Exactly. Mommy usually calls daddy and Appo's, husband and Appo's, sweetly. She only uses his full name when she is angry. It's been a while since she called him husband. Has mommy and daddy been fighting for a long time? Yu pondered, stroking her chin as she earnestly analyzed the situation. A sudden silence enveloped the room. Bai Jiqi was at a loss. How could she voice that? If they were alone in the villa, perhaps she could muster the courage to whisper it, but with so many people around, especially her parents, how could she say that? Meanwhile, Bai Jiling chuckled, Oh, sister, so that's how it is. Didn't you hear Yu? Just call him. Stop causing trouble. Bai Jiqi glared at Bai Jiling, her lips pressed together in embarrassment. Under the pressure of familial bonds, Bai Jiling quickly fell silent, sensing that her sister was blushing. If she spoke again, Bai Jiqi might just snap, and she would surely face dire consequences. Seeing the eager expressions of Yu and Xiaoro, and then glancing at Bai Jiqi and Appo's, his hesitant lips, Yi Qing stood up, positioned himself in front of Bai Jiqi, and leaned in close. Ah, that sounded sweet, he remarked, gently ruffling Bai Jiqi and Appo's hair. He then froze, realizing that he had unconsciously reached out to pat her head, a gesture he was so accustomed to with Yu and Xiaoro. The two little ones nearby beamed with satisfaction, relieved to know that their parents were not at odds. Grandpa, we want to ride the horse. Ride? Ride a horse? Me? Bai Xingtian sighed, clearly aware that this was not their first request for such an activity. It appeared that he would have to embrace this role. Come on, let's go ride. Bai Xingtian led the two little girls into the room, with Wang Ning following suit. Grandpa, let Xiaoro ride first. No need, Grandpa can handle you both at once. Is her back all right? Wang Ning chimed in. Of course. You think I'm like my future self from many years later? Come on, both of you hop on. Bai Xingtian exclaimed, lifting both children onto his back. Whoa, that's a bit heavy, he remarked as he adjusted himself. Grandpa gallop. Wang Ning vatet bemuset. As her usually stoic husband transformed into a playful steed for their grandchildren, a privilege that Bai Jiling and Bai Jiqi had never experienced in their youth. Meanwhile, Yi Qing stood up to head to the restroom, But just then, a hand grasped his. Turning around, he found Bai Jiqi blushing, her doe-like eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. This expression was utterly enchanting, evoking a sense of profound tenderness, with beauty that could overshadow even the most renowned figures. Qing found himself momentarily entranced. Nearby, Bai Jiling witnessed the scene and exclaimed, "Wow, sister, are you really this captivating?" Delicious gossip, she thought, settling down with her snacks to watch with eager anticipation, her face adorned with an anti-S smile. Bai Jiqi gazed at Qing, her cheeks flushed, lips parting slightly. "Oh, dash. Chapter 40, there are many people here. Let us return to the room and speak loudly." Bai Jiling's eyes were fixed intently on her elder sister, her face brimming with anticipation, even slightly flushed. Bai Jiqi moved her lips, and from her lip movements, it appeared she uttered those two words, but her voice was barely audible. Neither Qing nor Bai Jiling could hear her. "Hey, with a voice that's soft, who can hear you? Speak up. Be a little more spirited," Bai Jiling exclaimed, patting the sofa with excitement. It was as if a boy had prepared a few gigabytes of video, only to find it was merely a children's cartoon upon opening it. That was the sensation. Originally, Bai Jiqi's face was already red, and with Bai Jiling's words, it deepened even further, her ears turning a delightful shade of pink. "Je vink, observing het de menor," felt his heart flutter. "It's all right. We have plenty of time to speak loudly in the future. Today, with so many people around, let us keep it like this." After saying this, Bai Jiling glanced around, noticing that their parents and the children had retreated to another room, leaving her all alone here. "Goodness, are you pointing at me?" Bai Jiling put her hands on her hips, looking defiant. "Am I just here to eat some melon seeds? Why target me?" However, she was also aware that she could not provoke her elder sister any further. Otherwise, her sister would explode with embarrassment, her strength doubling while her intellect would diminish by half, and she would likely end up pinned to the sofa, overwhelmed. "I'd better go watch the horse riding." Bai Jiling pouted and hurriedly left. "Let us go check on them. We wouldn't want those two little girls to overwhelm their uncle. They're quite a handful." Qing did not release Bai Jiqi's hand. Instead, he held it tightly, leading her towards the room. On the bed, Bai Xingtian willingly played the role of a sturdy horse, crawling in circles. The two little ones on his back were bursting with laughter, filling Bai Xingtian with an invigorated spirit. Grandpa can still run even faster. Bai Xingtian intended to show off his skills, but upon turning around, he was met with the astonished gaze of his youngest daughter, who slowly extended two thumbs up. "Wow, Dad, you're still as impressive as ever. Show me how to run even faster. And by the way, Dad, your precious daughter wants to ride too. Hey, how did you get in here? You all go outside. What is there to see? Have you never seen horse riding before?" Bai Xingtian felt a flush of embarrassment upon being caught in such a pose by his daughter. Wang Ning quickly ushered Bai Jiling, Bai Jiqi, and Qing out, shutting the door behind them. "Hey, wait a minute. We need to clarify things here. I really have never seen this before. I didn't ride when I was young. Right, sister? Neither of us has." Bai Jiling looked at her sister, expecting confirmation. However, all she received in response was silence. "Wait, so it's just me who isn't ridden? Don't go. We need to talk this through." After a while, Bai Jiling sat there, fuming, while Qing and Bai Jiqi joined her. "Where do you want to study in the future?" "I don't know. In my senior year, we'll be divided into classes. I should be able to get into the top class. It should be a problem to get into a lower tier 985 or a general 211 university. I feel like getting into Jiangcheng University might be challenging, but Jiangxing Institute of Technology should be achievable." Bai Jiling pondered. It must be said that their parents were quite strict, which had resulted in the two sisters excelling in their studies. "Your sister and brother-in-law are from Jiangxing Institute of Technology," Bai Jiqi mentioned, glancing at her brother-in-law. Qing waved his hand dismissively. "I don't think it's necessary. Jiangxing Institute of Technology isn't worth it. It's filled with a bunch of monks. If you go there, it's like a piece of meat entering a den of wolves. Who wouldn't you like a hawk? I suggest you consider Jiangcheng Normal University. It's more reliable." "Jiangxing Normal University. Huh? That works too. I've only heard of it. I haven't been there yet. That's easy. Next week, come to Jiangcheng and your sister and I will take you around," Qing offered. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Bai Jiling replied sweetly. "Don't mention it. I'll take you to Jiangcheng Institute of Technology so you can see the perils of the monk den. Ye vink simirkit. But remember, while I show you around, you'll have to help with the kids. All right. I'm great with kids. Bai Jilin eagerly agreed, then began to devise a plan. Perhaps she should invite their parents to join them, allowing them to take care of the children during the day while she handled them at night. Perfect. What a brilliant plan. Next week, she could finally visit the universities in Jiangcheng. She had never had the chance to explore them before. She was truly looking forward to it. Perhaps she could even bring along her friends for a tour. As she was lost in thought, the door swung open. All right. That's enough horse riding for today. Let your grandfather rest before we play again, Bai Xingtian said, stretching his back. Although he was not in terrible shape, he certainly wasn't as spry as in his youth, and carrying 2 children was quite a strain. Still trying to show off, Wang Ning sighed, lying back. Let me give you a massage. Okay. Bai Xingtian then caught a glimpse from Bai Jishi, which made him feel a bit shy. Even his eldest daughter seemed to scold him for trying to show off. Oh, it's just to make the kids happy. I'll be fine after a short rest. I see you've completely become a slave to your granddaughters, Bai Jishi remarked, walking over to help with the massage. Not at all. I'm not as you say, Bai Xingtian replied sheepishly, attempting to change the subject. By the way, Jishi, Qing, have you noticed any hobbies that Yu and Xiao have? I believe it's essential to nurture children's interests. They cannot just study relentlessly. They should also cultivate their sentiments and enjoy a happy childhood, developing comprehensively. Bai Xingtian spoke eloquently. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed his 2 daughters staring at him intently, a strange look in their eyes that made him uneasy. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm starting to suspect whether you've traveled through time as well. No, wait. Have you been possessed by someone else to be able to say such things? Bai Jilin stroked her chin. Was it you, Bai, who forced us to do our homework, bought stacks of exercise books, and enrolled us in several tutoring classes when we were young? Bai, you're making me feel strange. Coughed. Bai Xingtian coughed, then buried his face in the sofa, pretending to be dead. Bai, why aren't you responding? Come on, say something. Bai Jilin continued to chatter away, her words sounding like the whispers of a mischievous spirit. Chapter 41. Nighttime arrangements. Bai Xingtian chose to ignore his mischievous daughter, reflecting instead on the virtues of his eldest, who was gentle and sweet-natured. The 2 younger girls, born of her, were likewise soft and obedient. He pondered the prospect of his second daughter having children in the future, a thought that sent a shiver down his spine. He imagined the potential chaos they might unleash upon their home. It was a daunting notion, considering that if his second daughter were to bear children, it would be well over a decade from now, and he feared his frail body might not withstand the strain. Meanwhile, Bai Jilin continued to murmur softly, Ye vink aprurochit, having observed the children's burgeoning interests. For instance, Yu exhibited a notable talent for music. Upon hearing her mentioned, her face lit up with pride, and she straightened her little frame. Yes, Grandpa, my kindergarten teachers say my singing is delightful. They love to hear me perform. As for Xiao, she showed a knack for calligraphy and painting, and Bai Xingtian had been nurturing her gifts by practicing writing daily, although it seemed today would not allow for such practice. Indeed, I also dabble in calligraphy, Bai Xingtian said, lifting his head. We have the necessary tools at home. I shall fetch them shortly. After some time, Bai Jilin took Yu to watch television, cradling her as if she were a cherished plush toy, providing immense comfort. On the other side, Xiao stood on a chair, ready to put pen to paper. Xiao, just emulate what Grandpa has written, Bai Xingtian instructed, pointing to the phrase he had crafted. Grandpa and I are the best in the world. The other 3 exchanged bemused glances at the sentiment. What? Is it only about being good with Grandpa and not Grandma? Vang ning remarket, noticing Bai Xingtian's delayed realization. He quickly amended the phrase to include Grandma and revised I to we. Ah, perfect. Now, Xiao, write it just like that. Okay. Xiao picked up the brush and began to write. Wow, this is quite impressive, Bai Xingtian mused, unable to suppress his admiration. Wang Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, the old man was not merely flattering Xiao and Appos, as progress was remarkable, akin to a meteoric rise. At merely 4 or 5 years old, her ability to write such characters was commendable. After she finished, Bai Xingtian carefully stored the work away, contemplating a frame for it by tomorrow. As the evening progressed, Wang Ning suggested, Yi Qing, you all should stay the night. Driving home at this hour is unsafe. Perhaps you could request a half-day off from the kindergarten tomorrow, and you can leave in the afternoon. I'll prepare a bed for you here. Tonight, I will sleep with old Bai and the two little ones. No one is allowed to steal my space. We still have 2 spare rooms. Wang Ning's expression revealed her inner conflict. According to her upbringing, it was unacceptable for Yi Qing and Bai Zhixing as classmates to share a bed. However, with both of them now parents and their future as a couple seemingly assured, she felt it unnecessary to intervene. Moreover, she was quite pleased with her son-in-law and considered him family. Oh dear, she thought, feeling a headache coming on. Let them decide for themselves. Bai Zhixing noticed her mother and Appo's indecisiveness, understanding the ambiguity of her stance. She observed her mother, who remained silent, focused solely on preparing the bedding. You and Jilin can share a bed. I shall take the smaller room, Yi Qing remarked, indifferent to the arrangement. Yet, being a guest in someone else's home, he felt it prudent to be considerate, despite Wang Ning's vague attitude. Returning to the villa, they would likely find themselves in each other's arms every night. This arrangement allowed for the children to be cared for, freeing them from any constraints. They could indulge in late-night phone games. What? Are you serious, brother-in-law? My sister is actually going to share a bed with me? You're just giving up your future wife like that? No way. I refuse to let my sister sleep with me. Her romantic sweetness is suffocating. Bai Zhixing exclaimed, her words flowing rapidly as she expressed her desire for solitary time. Observing the commotion, Bai Zhixing felt a pang of frustration. Was she unwelcome on both sides? Yi Qing's intentions were understandable, but Bai Zhixing's motives puzzled her. What do you mean by that? She retorted, placing her hands on Bai Zhixing's ears. Do you think you can just refuse? Have you forgotten how long it's been since I put you in your place? Bai Zhixing quickly fell silent, recalling the fear of her sister's authority. Sister, don't twist my ear. Brother-in-law is watching, she whispered, a hint of surrender in her voice. Bai Zhixing turned to see Yi Qing standing nearby, a smile on his face. Ah, little tyrant, he teased. Stop calling me that. Bai Zhixing protested, unable to maintain her composure. Bai Zhixing sighed, observing the playful dynamics of the future couple. Goodness, the atmosphere is thick with romantic tension. How can Mom tolerate this? She thought, glancing back at her mother, who remained mute, hastily finishing the bedding. Once completed, Wang Ning ushered the 2 children and their grandfather back to the room and locked the door, signaling that their playful antics were no concern of hers. Shortly after, Bai Zhixing entered Yi Qing and Appo's room, retrieving a teddy bear of her own height to take back to the larger room. Sleep well. If anything comes up, just message me, she said. All right, what could possibly go wrong? She added, pulling her sister back into their room. Upon entering, Bai Zhixing tossed a plush toy to Bai Zhixing, reminding her they had agreed to share. Okay, Bai Zhixing replied, hugging her teddy bear as she lay down. Bai Zhixing mirrored her position, their backs touching as they engaged in light-hearted conversation, reveling in sisterly camaraderie. Meanwhile, Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian lay side by side in silence, watching the little ones drift off to sleep, their arms wrapped tightly around each other. Bai Xingtian couldn't help but smile fondly, remarking in a whisper, look at them. Their habits are identical. They can't sleep without holding something. The wonders of heredity are truly remarkable. Chapter 42. The Maiden Shyness, a Gentle Blade. Additional update. Wang Ning gave him a light pat, subsequently gesturing towards her phone. The meaning was quite clear. No need for words. The child is asleep. Let us communicate through our devices. Bai Xingtian nodded in agreement, and the two began to converse via their phones. Initially, they reminisced about Bai Zhiqi and Bai Zhiling's childhood, but the topic soon shifted to Yi Qing. Bai Xingtian shared with Wang Ning the things Bai Zhiling had said to him earlier that day. Wang Ning observed the messages, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Such precious gifts? The items given to her must also hold considerable value. This child, soon to be family. Why act so distant? She pondered, letting out a sigh. Indeed, the 2 kids mustered great courage to bring the little girl here. If she and old Bai were faced with such a situation, they might not have had the bravery to bring it home. If their parents were to misunderstand, a rift could genuinely ensue. The two children certainly had their struggles. Wang Ning remained silent for a moment before picking up her phone to converse with old Bai again, this time delving into plans for their future, even discussing retirement. That night, Yi Qing felt utterly at ease. It had been ages since he had such a joyful gaming experience. As he maneuvered his character, he felt invigorated. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Future child bride, are you asleep? I can't seem to fall asleep. Yi Qing, just went to bed. Future child bride. Oh, after that, there was silence. However, shortly thereafter, Yi Qing's keen ears detected the sound of a door opening in the adjacent room. Soft footsteps approached him. He quickly shoved his phone beneath his pillow, only to hear the footsteps pause for a moment before a gentle knock echoed. Yi Qing opened the door to find Bai Zhiqi peering in, her face adorned with a blush. From his elevated stance, Yi Qing observed her. Bai Zhiqi was clad in loose pajamas, the neckline revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. What could this girl possibly want at such a late hour? Ye think Von did it. Bai Zhiqi suddenly lifted her head, biting her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly uttering, "Hubby," and then she enveloped Yi Qing in a tight embrace. The soft, bouncy sensation stirred something within Yi Qing, his blood racing. After all, she was not wearing anything underneath that sleepwear. Goodness, this girl is coming at me with this at night. Yi Qing's mind raced with thoughts, including impulsive actions. However, given her sudden appearance, he quickly quelled those thoughts. After the embrace, Bai Zhiqi playfully tapped Yi Qing's chest with her head, only to wince slightly as her actions met the firmness of his muscles. She swiftly pivoted and dashed back into her room, closing the door behind her. Yi Qing stood there in a daze, captivated by the image of Bai Zhiqi's bashful demeanor, her soft voice, and that enticing touch. Wow, this girl, I am utterly captivated. Am I to be consumed by desire tonight? You tease and then disappear? What about me? What am I to do with this? I am young and vigorous. How can I withstand this? Testing a young man's endurance? Who among us can bear such trials? There are wrongdoers among the crowd. Yi Qing's heart screamed in turmoil. He returned to his bed, feeling invigorated yet overheated, his heart racing like a royal engine, unable to pause. Goodness, I need a game, Yi Qing thought as he extracted his phone from beneath the pillow. The previous match had concluded. He opened the ranking system, only for a message to appear before him. Dear player, we have detected prolonged inactivity in your recent games, adversely affecting the gaming experience of others. You are restricted from participating in ranked matches until Ye Vink. This night is driving me mad. I'm truly losing my mind. For the first time, a girl has left me feeling so helpless. Well, I guess it's time for short videos. It seems this will be a sleepless night. The impact is undeniably profound. It turns out the true power of a maiden lies not in the harm of the body, but in the annihilation of the soul. I have learned my lesson. Throughout the night, Yi Qing hardly slept. Morning. In a room shared by Bai Zhiqi and Bai Zhiling was blissfully asleep, clutching her stuffed toy. Suddenly, she felt someone wrap their arms around her from behind. Sister. In her half-asleep state, Bai Zhiling instinctively recognized it was her sister. They had agreed to hold onto their respective bears, so why was her sister doing this? Furthermore, her sister seemed uncomfortable being held from behind, turning her over to lie flat. With a huff, Bai Zhiling began to wake from her drowsiness, now slightly irritated. Yet, her sister pressed closer, resembling a delicate bird nestling in her embrace. When did my sister become so affectionate? Bai Zhiling pondered, a slight smirk forming. Could it be she is treating me as her husband? Oh, how adorable. Soon after, she felt her sister's small hand resting on her belly. After a gentle rub, a soft sound of confusion escaped Bai Zhiling's lips. Then, the hand moved upward, and she let out a low hum, the previous confusion seemingly evaporating. Wait, what does this mean? What do you mean by touching my stomach? Is it because I lack abs? Then why does the confusion vanish when you reach my chest? Are you mocking me for lacking in that area, just like my brother-in-law? He is a man. I am a woman. You are crossing the line. Bai Zhiling's anger surged. Her drowsiness vanished completely. However, at that moment, Bai Zhiqi's hand shifted, giving her chest a gentle squeeze. Bai Zhiling erupted in a scream, startling the still dazed Bai Zhiqi, who bolted upright, confusion etched on her face. What happened? Where am I? Who am I? What is going on? Just moments ago, she had merely playfully touched Yi Qing. Why did he scream? Why did he sound like a gopher? Wait, why was Yi Qing's voice feminine? These thoughts raced through Bai Ziqi's mind as she turned sharply to find Bai Zhiling. Clutching her chest, an expression of intense embarrassment on her face, retreating to the corner of the bed, nearly blushing crimson. Oh! Bai Ziqi gasped. Why are you here? She exclaimed, glancing around her surroundings and realizing they were at their parents' home. Yes, she had gone to sleep with her sister last night. After hugging Yi Qing, she had struggled to sleep, her mind filled with thoughts of him. Even her dreams were of him. Thus, she had mistaken Bai Zhiling for Yi Qing. Oh no, that is squeeze her. Oh no, no, no. Just as Bai Zhiling prepared to scream and flee the room, Bai Ziqi swiftly covered her mouth, pinning her down on the bed. Chapter 43. Is there justice? Is there law? Woe is me. Bai Zhiling was pinned to the bed, her mouth covered, the scene utterly tragic. No shouting, no shouting, Bai Ziqi whispered. Seeing that this approach seemed ineffective, she raised her hand. Slap, slap. The crisp sounds echoed. Bai Zhiling's body trembled, pain radiating from her backside. Tears threatened to spill. What kind of misfortune had befallen her? She had woken up feeling unclean, and now, as she sought justice, she was met with 2 stinging slaps instead. Is there justice? Is there law? Yet, she found herself powerless, unable to escape her sister's grasp. Throughout their childhood, she had never bested her sister in their playful skirmishes. Fine. She decided to cease her struggles. Noticing her sister's submission, Bai Ziqi nodded. It's just a little touch. Must you react so dramatically? Nonsense. You clearly. Bai Zhiling's cheeks flushed with shame, her voice barely above a whisper. You pinched me. So what if I did? I've done the same to you when we were younger, Bai Ziqi replied nonchalantly. No crying. If you cry, I'll keep hitting you. Is there even a rule of law anymore? Bai Zhiling felt despair closing in. Outside, a voice called out, what are you doing in there? I think I heard a scream. Yi Qing's voice drifted in. Following that, Wang Ning chimed in, Yi Qing, don't mind them. The sisters simply enjoy their playtime. They're grown-ups, yet still act like children. Wang Ning shook his head and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Bai Xingtian had risen early, donning his sports attire, ready to go for a run, a habit he had maintained for decades. He glanced into the room, contemplating whether he should invite the 2 young girls to join him. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. If the girls were to call him Grandpa, it would be difficult to explain, and he didn't want to stir any trouble. Sigh, if only it were a decade or so later, when he could proudly take the 2 girls out without hesitation. How enviable that would be. Thinking that the 2 girls would be leaving today, a sense of emptiness washed over Bai Xingtian. Never mind. I want to go for a run today, he decided, sending a message out. Soon after, Bai Ziqi and Bai Zhiling emerged from their room, still groggy and rubbing their eyes. As they stepped out, Bai Zhiling scooped up her sister. Apologize, or I want to be polite. Bai Ziqi replied. All right. So you're using the emperor to command the lords, are you? I am sorry. She quickly conceded. That's more like it. Bai Zhiling promised to set the 2 girls down. However, they remained dazed, utterly confused about their aunt's sudden behavior. They turned to Bai Xingtian, Grandpa. Why aren't you going for your morning run today? Are you feeling unwell? How do you know I usually go for a run? Bai Xingtian asked, surprised. Grandpa runs every day. Sometimes he even invites us, Yu and Xiao chimed in. Faced with their observation, Bai Xingtian quickly adjusted. Today, Grandpa is staying home to keep you company. All right? Okay. Grandpa, give me a kiss. The 2 little girls exclaimed, planting a kiss on Bai Xingtian's cheek. You 2 little darlings really know how to win over your grandpa. He chuckled, realizing that at this age, he had unexpectedly gained 2 soft spots. Despite his words, a smile of happiness graced Bai Xingtian's face. After breakfast, Yi Qing and Bai Ziqi prepared to leave. Mom and Dad, I'm off to school, Bai Zhiling announced, affectionately pinching the chubby cheeks of the 2 girls. Auntie is leaving too. See you next week. Okay, Yi Qing replied, glancing at Bai Zhiling. Let's take you to school. No, please don't. Brother-in-law, your car is too conspicuous. I'm just an ordinary student. If I ride in your car, who knows what rumors might arise. Like the hidden second daughter of a wealthy family, Bai Jilin listed, earning an eye roll from Bai Jiqi. As they descended, Bai Jilin hopped on her bicycle, flipping her long legs over the seat. Turning to wave, she called, "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm off. Bye, little darlings." Yu and Xiao waved back. "Bye, Annie. Drive safely." Bai Jilin rode away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. "Your sister must be the white moonlight in many people's hearts at school," Yi Qing remarked, observing Bai Jilin's retreating figure. Although Bai Jilin was somewhat less attractive than Bai Jiqi, her beauty was undeniable. "Indeed, she is my sister," Bai Jiqi replied proudly, her high ponytail swaying as she walked ahead. After a while, Yi Qing and Bai Jiqi got into the car with the children. "Drive carefully," Bai Xingtian advised. "Sure." Ye Vink nodded. In the back seat, Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian offered numerous reminders. Eat well, sleep well, video chat often, and remember to hydrate. Listening to this, Bai Jiqi felt goosebumps rise, especially when her father repeated phrases. "We're leaving. I don't want to hear any more," she interrupted. Yi Qing pressed the accelerator, pulling away. Once the two little girls had departed, Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian stood watching the distance, their faces filled with reluctance. Only when the tail lights disappeared from view did they come back to reality. "Let's go back," Bai Xingtian sighed deeply. Checking his phone, he felt relieved that technology allowed for video chats. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't eat or sleep well in the coming days. In the car, Yi Qing contemplated buying a bouquet at the flower shop, as he had yet to present Bai Jiqi with flowers. Additionally, he planned to visit Media today. Today will be quite fulfilling, he mused. Then, glancing at Bai Jiqi beside him, he pondered whether he should give her a little punishment for the previous night's antics. With that thought in mind, Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Chapter 44. Who is this little rascal sending my daughter flowers? Seated in the passenger seat, Bai Jiqi was absorbed in her phone, reading a message from Bai Xingting that had just popped up, a continuation of their earlier conversation. Suddenly, she felt a gaze upon her. Turning to her side, she met Yi Qing and Amp, Oppo's eyes, which seemed to harbor an unwholesome desire. Yi Qing, taken aback, chuckled nervously. "Is it that obvious? How could it be? I'm just a pure male college student." He redirected his focus to the road ahead. Bai Jiqi, listening to Yi Qing's banter, pouted thoughtfully. This mischievous fellow must have some wicked plans in mind, likely seeking revenge for what transpired last night. But she was not afraid. After all, she possessed a protective charm. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a blush crept onto Bai Jiqi's cheeks. She mentally chastised herself for indulging in such fanciful notions. How had her thoughts strayed to that level? Yi Qing occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing her gradually reddening countenance. He mused that she was, in fact, igniting her own flame of attraction. "Daddy, I want to listen to music. Can you play something?" As Yu spoke, Yi Qing obliged, turning on some tunes. Yu hummed along softly, though she was unfamiliar with the lyrics, yet the melody was spot on. "Sister, you and Amp, Oppo's, re-amazing." Xiao, sitting nearby, Kuden and Amp, Oppo's, helped but applaud. Embarrassed by her sister and Amp, Oppo's, praise, Yu shyly scratched her head. "Ah." Yi Qing noted Yu's bashful demeanor reflected in the mirror. Such a rare sight. The car was filled with laughter and joy. Upon arriving home, they all exited the vehicle, and the little ones dashed into their familiar surroundings. They ran to the koi pond, standing there mesmerized by the swimming fish. Truth be told, Yi Qing felt a twinge of fear that one of those koi might leap up and swallow little Tuan Yuan whole, given her diminutive size. "All right, you two, take a good rest this morning. Daddy will take you to kindergarten in the afternoon." Yi Qing watched the lively girls, realizing they seemed to have boundless energy. "You have class this afternoon, right?" he asked Bai Jiqi, who nodded in affirmation. "All right then, I need to head to Mingyang City for some errands. It'll take about an hour there. If I return late tonight, you can pick up Yu and Xiao first." "Sure. Should I take them to kindergarten as well?" "No need, but do wait for my return. What are you planning?" To Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Bai Jiqi was taken aback by his response, feeling as though his true nature was beginning to surface. Special circumstances." With a playful flutter of her lashes, she turned away, hastily pursuing her two little girls, her ponytail bouncing with each step. "Well, It's just a few days, Yi Qing mused, contemplating how to collect some interest. After all, she was to be his future wife. What did it matter when? It was all a matter of time. At noon, after their meal, Yi Qing set off with the two girls. Daddy, it seems we're leaving a bit early. I and Oppos, and going to buy flowers for your mother, Yi Qing explained. Oh, Yu and Xiao Ro and Oppos. S eyes widened, their mouths slightly agape. Daddy said that giving flowers to girls means you like them. Xiao Ro chimed in. Yes, it expresses affection and love, Yi Qing affirmed, preparing to buy 2 bouquets for the little ones as well. Daddy, you're so good to Mommy, Yu exclaimed as they approached the flower shop. Yi Qing parked the car, and the girls hopped out alongside him. Excuse me, are my flowers ready, Mr. Yi? The female shopkeeper inquired tentatively. Yes, that's me. Oh, what adorable little ones. The shopkeeper crouched down, unable to resist patting Yu and Xiao Ro's heads. Please, let us add 2 more bouquets for these little ladies, Yi Qing said to the shopkeeper. Absolutely. I'll put my utmost effort into this. The shopkeeper smiled warmly, selecting and arranging the flowers with great care, treating them as though they were precious works of art. Watching this delicate process, Yu and Xiao Ro's eyes sparkled with delight. Daddy, look how these scattered flowers transform into beautiful bouquets in the lady's hands. Is she a magician? So amazing. The shopkeeper blushed at their sincere compliments. Children never lie. And with such heartfelt praise, she decided to add a few extra expensive blooms as gifts for the little girls. These are complimentary for you 2 cuties. Yay. Thank you. Andy, they squealed in delight. You're welcome. After a while, the bouquets were beautifully wrapped, and the shopkeeper handed them to Yi Qing, who then presented them to Yu and Xiao Ro. Thank you, Daddy. After paying, Yi Qing received a remarkable rebate, leading him and the 2 girls out of the shop. The shopkeeper watched them leave, a look of envy on her face. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, the children were awakening from their afternoon nap. Yi Qing, with Yu and Xiao Ro in tow, approached the entrance where the flowers were placed in the car. From a distance, they spotted Xiao Dan running towards them. Yu Xiao Ro, you're here, she exclaimed, grabbing their hands excitedly. Why didn't you come this morning? I was worried you might be sick. We visited Grandma and Grandpa yesterday. Just returned this morning, they explained, and Xiao Dan understood. Let us go in and play nicely with the other kids. Daddy has some things to attend to, Yi Qing said. But just then, a little boy came sprinting from afar, clutching a small bouquet in his hand. Yi Qing was taken aback, wondering what the boy was up to. As the boy approached, he looked at Xiao Ro and presented the flowers to her. Xiao Ro, you're so beautiful, and the flowers are lovely too. I hope you like them, he said, before turning and running away, glancing back at Yi Qing. Yi Qing stood frozen for a moment, watching the boy dash off, finally coming to his senses. Who on earth is this little rascal, flirting with my daughter in kindergarten? Chapter 45. How dare you touch so casually while kissing? Yi Qing was fuming, nearly jumping in frustration. Had it not been for the fact that the boy was just a little rascal, he would have surely marched over to admonish him. How infuriating! He gazed at the flowers in Xiao Ro's hands, which appeared like daggers piercing through his heart, like a stab to a father's chest, leaving him breathless with pain. This little rascal, quite the charmer, he had a way with the ladies. He even chose the gentle Xiao Ro to present flowers to. At such a tender age, he was already adept at flirting, and he spoke so eloquently. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and clutched his chest, taking a long moment to exhale a heavy sigh. Turning to Yu and Xiao Dan, he spoke earnestly. Yu, Xiao Dan, I entrust you with a task. Keep a close watch on that boy from earlier. Do not allow him to get too close to Xiao Ro. If he attempts any intimate gestures, you must separate them immediately. Do you understand? Absolutely, Dad, Yu declared, hands on her hips, her expression one of indignation. Yes, I will too, Uncle. Xiao Dan chimed in, adopting a protective stance. Excellent. I appreciate your spirit. Ye Vink nodded, feeling grateful for these 2 little darlings. Why does he only give flowers to Xiao Ro and not to Yu? Is Yu not pretty enough? Yu protested. Exactly. And what about me? He looks down on us. We shouldn't play with him anymore. Xiao Dan added, and the 2 girls nodded in unison. Yi Qing felt a pang of confusion. Things seemed to have taken a turn, yet the outcome was favorable. Although he had the protection of the 2 girls, The earlier emotional blow still left Yi Qing with a lingering ache in his chest, a feeling that was indescribable, perhaps only understood by fathers with daughters. Beside him, Xiao Rou gazed at the flowers in her hands. She lifted her head, her eyes questioning. Daddy, you said that giving flowers represents affection and love, right? In an instant, Yi Qing wished to slap himself. How could he have spoken so thoughtlessly? Now, this little rascal had taken advantage of his words. No, no, no. Flowers can also express friendship and blessings. Like this bouquet he gave you, it represents blessing, wishing you to grow ever more beautiful. Oh, Xiao Rou nodded, somewhat understanding, yet trusting her father's words implicitly. Then, Daddy, please take the flowers back home for me. Thank you. Daddy Yi Qing took the flowers, feeling an overwhelming urge to throw them to the ground, but he restrained himself. All right, you girls can go inside now, he said, suppressing his anger while speaking gently to his daughter. Bye, Daddy, see you tonight. The girls trotted inside, leaving Yi Qing standing there, lost in thought. Countless images flooded his mind, including one a young man on a motorcycle arriving before him, casually saying, "Old dang, take care of the bike." Gritting his teeth, Yi Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. All the way home, he carried the weight of suppressed emotions, his expression darkening. Upon arriving home, he held the flowers tightly. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him, detecting improvement in the relationship between host and wife. A continuous task has been issued. Maintain the warmth of the relationship to receive rewards. During the ongoing task, additional tasks will also be issued. Oh, Yi Qing pondered, intrigued by this new development. He entered the room to find Bai Ji feeding their child. Hearing the commotion outside, she came out, and upon seeing Yi Qing with a large bouquet, her eyes glistened with emotion. Ji, these are for you, Yi Qing said, placing the flowers into her arms. Thank you, Yi Qing. Wait, why did you revert to calling me by my full name after giving me flowers? If you keep this up, I might just take the flowers back. Yi Qing blurted out, surprised. No way. You gave them to me, so they're mine now. There's no takebacks. I am still getting used to it. Right now, there's no one around to call out loudly. Oh, husband Bai Ji, she said shyly, setting the flowers aside. As she turned, Yi Qing stepped closer, leaning down to kiss her. Bai Ji, she hadn't anticipated such a sudden kiss. But she soon closed her eyes, albeit clumsily, her face turning crimson. Her hands found their way around Yi Qing. Likewise, Yi Qing felt a sense of awkwardness, unsure of where to place his hands. Moments later, Bai Ji, she felt as if she was running out of breath, and suddenly, Yi Qing's hand brushed against. In an instant, Bai Ji, she stiffened, a jolt of surprise coursing through her, and she reflexively bit down. Yi Qing exclaimed in pain, stepping back hastily. Wait, why are you biting me? What do you expect? Where's your hand just now? Bai Ji, she stamped her foot, her expression one of indignation. Well, it was my first kiss too. How was I supposed to know where my hand should go? Ye vink, retorted. Listening to his words, Bai Ji, she recalled her own hands were also somewhat misplaced. Fine, I forgive you, she said. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully splashed some water on him with her flowers. Yi Qing turned, a mischievous smile crossing his lips. He had indeed intended to touch the heart-shaped birthmark. However, his earlier comment about feeling lost was genuine. A new notification appeared, detecting rapid improvement in the relationship between host and wife. Reward: divine creativity ability and photographic memory skill. A strange sensation surged within Yi Qing as he stepped outside, bringing down the 3 bouquets from the car. He placed 2 bouquets prominently, those meant for Yu and Xiao Rou, while the one from the little rascal was set aside in a corner. Hey, why did you buy flowers for the 2 girls, but leave this small one in the corner? Wouldn't it be better to put out here? No way, Yi Qing declared firmly, his expression darkening. What's wrong? Bai Ji, she asked, noticing his strong reaction to the bouquet. She burst into laughter. What's the big deal? This just means Xiao Rou is popular in kindergarten. It's not a bad thing. You're overreacting. They're just kids. It's not as serious as you think. That doesn't matter. I need to find out whose little pig is out here nibbling on my cabbage at such a young age. Well, aren't you nibbling on someone else's cabbage too? Heh. I can only nibble on others. No one else is allowed to nibble on my cabbage. Je vink, replied. While Bai Ji she smirked, casting him a knowing glance. She didn't quite understand her husband's protective instincts as a father. Nevertheless, she comforted Yi Qing a few more times. Seeing his distress, she leaned in to give him another kiss, finally easing his furrowed brow. Chapter 46. Don't kiss me. It's swollen. Is it true that you always kiss me when I'm unhappy? Yi Qing gazed at Bai Ji as he spoke. Uh-huh, she replied. Then I'm unhappy now, Yi Qing declared. Bai Ji retorted. You rascal, are you trying to exploit a glitch? No more kisses. My lips are already swollen. Were they swollen? Yi Qing inquired, looking at her with confusion. My lips, of course. Where else could it be? I'm off to class now, Bai Ji said, casting a glance at Yi Qing. She thought to herself how mischievous her future husband was. After stepping out, she turned back. Standing before the flowers Yi Qing had gifted her, diligently capturing a few photographs with her phone. She admired the flowers, considering them the most beautiful she had ever seen. Naturally, the flowers were the same as before, lacking any extraordinary features. However, the person who gifted them added a certain charm. Time to go. Bai Ji glanced at the clock, realizing she was running late. It's all your fault, Yi Qing, for such a prolonged kiss. Who kisses for that long? With a playful glare at him, she waved her hand and finally left. Yi Qing remained, sitting in silence for a moment. He glanced at the collection of ancient poetry he had purchased for Yu and Xiaoro, flipping through until he found a poem he hadn't memorized. After reading it once, he closed the book, and the verses danced vividly in his mind. If only he had possessed such a skill in high school. Gaining admission to Qing Bay would have been effortless. Nevertheless, he decided it was better to attend Jiangxing University. Lost in thoughts of Bai Ji's sweet kiss, his heart fluttered. Although their kissing technique was rather inexperienced, it was a delightful memory. However, Yi Qing's tongue still throbbed a bit. She had bitten down too hard. Was it really necessary to touch that heart-shaped birthmark? As he hummed a little tune, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Qing? It is, he responded, momentarily taken aback by the formal address. I'm Yu Qingji, the general manager of our company. When can you come to the office for an inspection? I've just learned about the changes in the legal person and shareholding, hence my call. I hope you won't mind. I'll set off shortly. It should take me a little over an hour to get there. All right, Mr. Yi, we'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Yi Qing stood up, ready to visit his company. It seemed like a fortuitous day, filled with good news. Humming again, he retrieved his watering can attend to the flowers he had given by Ji, as well as those for Yu and Xiaoro. Then, he caught sight of a small bouquet in the distance. Click! His mood soured immediately. At that moment, the bouquet seemed almost anthropomorphized, as if it were pleading with him. Hey, don't just stare. Give me some water too. Water it yourself. Yi Qing silently cursed, turning away and heading towards his Rolls-Royce. Once in the car, he checked the route and pressed the accelerator. The Rolls-Royce roared to life and surged forward. On the way, Yi Qing tried to suppress thoughts of the kindergarten incident. Yet, the more he attempted to dismiss them, the more they intruded upon his mind, especially with his newfound photographic memory enhancing his recollection. Gradually, he envisioned the two little girls growing up, attending elementary school, middle school, high school, and eventually university. With their inherited beauty, they would likely become the object of affection for many boys. He imagined a flood of suitors attempting to win their hearts. Clearly, he needed to ensure they remained unattainable. Yi Qing nodded in agreement with himself, exhaling a sigh. His previously gloomy demeanor lightened slightly, though not significantly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wuyo Media, several senior executives awaited his arrival. Although Wuyo Media was not publicly listed, it resembled a burgeoning conglomerate akin to ByteDance and the Little Six Dragons of Hangzhou. Having recently risen to prominence, even the senior management were relatively young, none exceeding 40, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere of the group. Mr. Yu, do you think you will arrive soon? One of them inquired. Yes, I believe so, Yu Qingji replied. What was your impression of Mr. Yi during the call? He seemed quite approachable. His voice sounded young, unlike the stereotypical old-fashioned leaders. He appears to be a competent leader, Yu Qingji mused. Approachable is good. I'm just worried about someone perpetually wearing a frown, It would ruin my mood, said Han Shui, the director, sticking out her tongue. Yu Feng Si Ri Gedi Han Kuya, who had just turned 30. While capable, she sometimes spoke without thinking. Mind your words. That is Mr. Yi Wei and Oppos, re-talking about. Be careful not to get yourself fired. He cautioned. He thought to add a jest about her being unable to survive on her own, but then considered her talents. She could likely thrive independently. He turned to observe the capable team members, sighing. He wondered if the new leadership would bring about sweeping changes, potentially shaking things up for them. All right, I'll refrain from making wild comments. I still rely on the company for my livelihood, Han Shui declared, raising her hands in surrender. Come on, stand straight. I feel Mr. Yi is almost here, Yu Chengji instructed. As he gestured, Han Shui quickly straightened up, adopting a demeanor of efficiency and authority. While contemplating Yu Chengji's words, she felt anticipation build. Was he truly as amiable as they suggested? Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed nearby. The security guard signaled, and the Rolls-Royce approached. Mister, he has arrived. Everyone stood at attention. Yu Qingji and Han Shui moved forward as the car came to a halt. Yu Qingji glanced into the back seat, noting it was empty, and hurried to open the driver and Oppos' door. Moments later, Yi Qing stepped out of the vehicle. Yu Qingji and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his sight. He appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps excessively so. Could he possibly be a second-generation official or a wealthy heir? It felt as if he were taking over Wuyo Media simply for amusement, reminiscent of how young Master Wang established Panda Live. Yu Qingji's heart raced, yet he quickly composed himself. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Yu Qingji. He began to introduce himself. Meanwhile, Han Shui and the others gazed at Yi Qing, their hearts racing with excitement. Their new chairman was incredibly handsome and youthful. However, he seemed devoid of a smile. Perhaps he was aiming to establish authority upon his arrival? Surely, he would smile when greeting them shortly. As she pondered this, Han Shui accepted a bouquet from one of the female staff members and approached Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, these flowers are for you. We hope Wuyo Media flourishes under your leadership. But as soon as Yi Qing accepted the flowers, his expression darkened ominously. In an instant, Han Shui froze, realizing she was facing a stern chairman. He wouldn't smile, and it seemed he harbored some discontent toward her. As the director, her future with the company felt precarious. Chapter 47. Why did Chairman Yi and Oppos' countenance darken upon seeing the flowers? All right, let in Oppos. Let's not linger here any longer. Let us proceed inside. I wish to review the financial reports and meeting documents. Please assist me in organizing them swiftly, Yi Qing declared, striding in without taking the bouquet. Yu Qingji felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, hastily leading the way. He could not fathom why the chairman, who seldom smiled, appeared even more sullen than upon his arrival. Was this a reasonable reaction to a new position? The pressure was palpable for Yu Qingji. The mere mention of financial scrutiny transported him back to the dreaded days of high school homework checks. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled in relief, reassured that these were matters he frequently oversaw and that the group's finances were robust and promising. Chairman Yi, this way, he guided, while Han Shui trailed behind, clutching the flowers. She gazed at the vibrant bouquet, perplexed. Surely no one could despise such beauty. Could it be that Chairman Yi was allergic to pollen? The thought crossed her mind, and she quickly passed the flowers to a colleague, hoping not to be on the receiving end of any future grievances. Before long, a series of documents appeared on Yi Qing and Oppos' desk, each one scrutinized by him. Yet, his expression remained unchanged since the moment he laid eyes on the flowers. His mood had soured considerably. Yu Qingji and Oppos' heart raced as he observed Yi Qing, ready to offer explanations, only to witness the chairman and Oppos' sigh, as if recalling some troubling thought. Is there a mistake? Yu Qingji fretted. Could it truly be so? The general manager felt his confidence wane, teetering on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, Han Shui's spirits lifted at the sight of Yu Qingji's distress. It seemed she was not the only one feeling the pressure. Thankfully, the new chairman, despite his youth, was not an outsider to the intricacies of the field. You, come here, Yi Qing beckoned, initiating a discussion about the reports and documents. Yu Qingji responded to each query, though the chairman's questions were remarkably astute, challenging his knowledge. Listening in were Han Shui and other senior executives, captivated by the exchange, recognizing the prowess of both parties. After 2 hours of reviewing documents, Yi Qing paused, sipping water, his demeanor finally softening. The competence of Yu Qingji and the senior staff was evident, allowing Yi Qing to perhaps relax his grip on oversight. "Shall we take a stroll?" Yi Qing suggested, rising from his seat. "Certainly, I shall guide you through the group." Yu Qingji replied, relieved as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. As they walked, Han Shui provided insights about their media company, which specialized in new media, particularly emerging fields such as live streaming, short dramas, and domestic animation, alongside traditional films and television. Yi Qing listened attentively, nodding. "Han Kuya, please find me a music tutor who can impart vocal knowledge to a child." Han Shui was taken aback by this peculiar request. Did Chairman Yi have a child? He appeared too youthful, seemingly in his 20s. Surely, it must pertain to another family member. To be prudent, she contacted a leading music agent, Lu Wen, who had risen through the ranks from singer to music scout, eventually becoming one of the top agents in the industry. "What's the matter, Shui?" Lu Wen inquired, her tone professional. "Yes, Lu, my apologies. I was just excited about the recent success of several songs produced by our artists, which boosted the group's revenue. But please, go ahead with your arrangements. Chairman Yi wishes to find a music tutor for a child in his family." "Huh? For teaching children? That may not require my expertise. Our singers are quite professional," Lu Wen replied, somewhat perplexed, recalling her abandonment of such endeavors over the years. "You have a point. Farewell." Lu Wen, taken aback by the abrupt end of the call, pondered her next steps. Meanwhile, upon leaving the studio, she overheard a few of her artists whispering. "What are you discussing? We should celebrate tonight. Absolutely. It seems there's a rivalry among several star singers at headquarters." "Oh, what's the scoop?" Lu Wen leaned in, eager for gossip. "A new chairman has arrived, quite young, with a daughter aged around 4 or 5 who wishes to learn vocal skills and is seeking a tutor." A thunderous revelation struck Lu Wen, sending chills down her spine. "What? The chairman's daughter?" Lu Wen, realizing the significance, quickly dialed Han Shui. "Hello, Shui. I've reconsidered. I will take on that task," she exclaimed, her urgency palpable. But the voice on the other end was not Han Shui's, but rather a chorus of popular singers vying for attention. "Let me in. Don't crowd me out. This work doesn't pay much. Please, just let me do it. I'm not interested in the money. I merely wish to contribute." The clamor escalated, causing Han Shui to exclaim, "What did you say? It and oppos. Es too noisy. I can't oppos. Hear you." Amidst the chaos, the singers and oppos, voices rose above the fray, each competing for dominance in volume. Chapter 48. The completion of the task. Lu Wen listened to Han Shui's words, her expression tinged with helplessness. Goodness, she had only learned that the chairman's daughter was involved in this after the fact. Otherwise, she would not have been entangled in such matters concerning these singers. Lu Wen continued speaking, while Han Shui let out a sigh. "This situation is truly not my fault. It was Chairman Yi who initially informed me in such a manner. Later, when General Manager Yu inquired again, only then did Chairman Yi reveal that it was for his own daughter." Han Shui's eyes reflected her astonishment. After all, she had never anticipated that Chairman Yi would have a daughter. He appeared to be merely in his late teens, evidently well-preserved. Those engaged in the entertainment industry typically maintain their appearances well, which is not surprising. However, the current predicament is rather challenging. Han Kuya ponderiet. The primary criterion for Chairman Yi's selection of a mentor must surely be musical ability. The ability to interact well with children is also essential. Chairman Yi would likely prefer to shield his child from the harsh realities of the world. As Han Shui contemplated, she had already dismissed Lu Wen from consideration. Yet out of professional courtesy, she communicated this delicately over the phone. "Enough of the quarrel. Listen to me. Shen Inchi, you shall be the mentor." With those words from Han Shui, all eyes turned to Shen Inchi. "Director Han." Someone attempted to speak, but Han Shui silenced them with a mere glance. Even prominent musicians dared not protest in the face of her demeanor. "Thank you for your trust, Director Han. I will endeavor to guide Chairman Ye's child, learning as much as possible about interacting with children. If the child proves to be unruly, I must not lose my temper. I must be gentle and persuasive. Shun Inchi responded, as Han Shui effectively pulled her back to reality. Indeed, just moments ago, she had only considered the fact that she was working with Chairman Yi and Appo's child without contemplating the implications. What if the child were mischievous? What if the child were a little troublemaker? The Yi family was not lacking in wealth or influence. It was entirely possible that the child could possess a haughty demeanor. With that thought, the pressure on Shun Inchi grew considerably. Though she was also a leading figure in the music industry, frequently touring, she recognized that she could not compare to such a powerful family. As a few others began to grasp the gravity of Han Shui's words, it became evident that this task was indeed no small feat. Performing well would undoubtedly enhance one's reputation. However, failing could jeopardize everything one currently possessed. The risks were considerable on both sides. Once Han Shui made her decision, she swiftly turned to return to Yi Qing to seek approval for Shun Inchi's appointment. Shun Inchi remained standing, and after a moment, her manager and friend approached her, inquiring, "What's wrong? This is a good opportunity. I'm just a bit concerned." Shun Inchi replied. Others contemplated the unpredictability of working with children. "No worries, we in Amp, Oppos, LL take it one step at a time. We will brainstorm ideas together," they assured her. "All right." Shun Inchi nodded, regaining her confidence as she observed her manager and friend strategizing. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was exploring the headquarters with Yu Chengji, gaining insights into the organization and its various branches. The scale of Wuyo Media, as presented by the system, was indeed monumental. Without prior knowledge of management and finance, he feared he would struggle to grasp even the basic framework. Yu Chengji walked beside him, providing explanations, while Yi Qing occasionally posed challenging questions. Despite the minimal perspiration on Yu Chengji and Appo's face, he was already quite hot under the collar from the exertion. Yi Qing and Appo's inquiries were sharp and incisive, akin to those he posed while reviewing documents in the office. One could say that without years of experience in managing a conglomerate, it would be impossible to hit the nail on the head as he did. Initially, Yu Chengji thought Yi Qing was merely lucky, but as they progressed, he found himself genuinely impressed. This new chairman was exceptional, truly extraordinary. Wuyo Media was poised for even greater ascendance. Soon, Han Shui approached briskly in her high heels. "Chairman Yi, we have selected Shun Inchi as your daughter's music mentor. Here are her credentials for your review. Should you find any discrepancies, we can make adjustments." Han Shui noticed Yi Qing's expression had lightened somewhat, allowing her to relax and speak with confidence. "That sounds perfect. Let us have her conduct the first lesson tonight. Please share my WeChat and phone number with her," Yi Qing instructed. "Absolutely." Ding. Yi Qing's phone chimed. He picked it up to see a message. "Future daughter-in-law. I'm done with class and heading to pick up the two girls." "You think, oh, have I lost my title with you now?" Future daughter-in-law. How excessive. Is it not enough to say it in person? Do you wish to keep evidence? The words made Yi Qing's lips twitch. This girl was remarkably clever. Future daughter-in-law. Hubby. Yi Qing, sweet. Quite nice. Just add a few more. Yi Qing. One call, one tea suffice. Let others see and think we cannot afford to share our affection. Call out a few more times, once a minute. Yi Qing teased, quoting lines from a movie. Future daughter-in-law. Shy. After sending those two emojis, she followed up with, "Future daughter-in-law, what time will you be home tonight?" Yi Qing. I've arranged for a music teacher for the child. Let's have her come over to teach Yo tonight. You should inform her as well. Future daughter-in-law. All right, I'll drive now. Reading their exchange, Yi Qing smiled, a grin that illuminated the faces of Yu Chengji and other executives, reminiscent of a cloudy sky parting to reveal the moon. Han Shui also felt her lips twitch. Good heavens, Chairman Ye's smile was incredibly charming. With such a captivating smile, he ought to share more often. Han Shui silently cheered in her heart but dared not voice her thoughts. She feared it could lead to trouble. At the kindergarten, Yu Yo and Xiao Dan stood guard beside Xiao Ro, their eyes fixed on the other children, particularly watching the door. The boy who had previously given Xiao Ro flowers belonged to a different class and had not returned since. With the absence of that boy, the two girls felt a wave of relief. Sister, Xiao Dan, what are you doing? Let us play with the Play-Doh together. Xiao Rou, quietly shaping her Play-Doh, appeared content. With the perceived danger dissipated, Yuyo joined in, followed closely by Xiao Dan. As the school day came to an end, Yuyo asked Xiao Dan, "Will you be going home, as usual today? Are your parents coming soon?" "Yes, you all can head back first. I'll play a little longer," Xiao Dan replied, giving Yuyo a hug, then embracing Xiao Rou. "I'll take Xiao Rou with me now. My parents should be here soon." After bidding farewell, Yuyo took Xiao Rou by the hand and headed outside. Among the crowd, seeing no sign of the boy, Yuyo walked briskly. Spotting Bai Ji, she waved excitedly, "Mom, we're over here." Chapter 49. The melodious music mentor without uttering a word. Bai Ji instantly spotted the two young girls the moment they descended from the building. Their presence was undeniably striking, as if they radiated a luminous glow that compelled one's gaze to linger upon them. Nearby, numerous parents looked on with expressions of envy. "Mom, are you here to pick us up today? Where's Dad? You two are quite different." Most children ask where their mothers are, while you both are also inquiring about your father. Bai Ji chuckled, reflecting on her and Bai Jiling's dynamic. Hee. Yu wishes to tell Dad that she has flawlessly accomplished her task, the one he assigned, Yu declared, puffing out her chest in a habitual display of pride. "Indeed, Yu is remarkable. When Dad returns tonight, you must share this with him," Bai Ji said, taking the hands of the two girls as they climbed into the car. "Father is busy and may return a bit later. Let us head home and wait for him, shall we?" "Okay." The two girls chimed in unison. "By the way, Yu, Dad mentioned that he has found you a wonderful music teacher who will come to our home tonight to teach you." "Wow." Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, a broad smile illuminating her face. She bounced in her seat, her little legs joyfully swinging in rhythm. Upon arriving home, they dashed inside, making a beeline for the small, round figure nestled in a corner, basking in the warmth of the setting sun. "Xiao Tuan Yuan," Yu called out, and upon hearing her name, the little creature perked up, its ears twitching as it opened its eyes to see Yu and Xiao Rou approaching. It quickly scrambled to its feet, its short legs hastening toward them in joyous anticipation. Meanwhile, Bai Ji gazed at the flowers, her heart swelling with joy. This was the first bouquet her husband had gifted her. Sometimes the simplest gestures, a bouquet from someone you adore, can bring immense happiness. She sprayed some water on the flowers, then turned her attention to the ones belonging to Yu and Xiao Rou, giving them a gentle mist as well. As she glanced at the small bouquet tucked away in the corner, a sigh escaped her lips. Men, she thought, were truly perplexing. Yet, to spare Qing from unnecessary worry, she resisted the urge to water the flowers in the corner. While the flowers may not have been at fault, she would not extend any kindness toward them if they were to upset Qing. Feeling a shift within herself, Bai Ji blinked, realizing that subconsciously, both her body and mind had grown increasingly aligned with Qing. "Mom, when will my teacher arrive?" Yu rushed over, cradling Xiao Tuan Yuan and tugging Xiao Rou along. Xiao Rou spotted her bouquet, her face contorted in confusion as she tilted her head, pondering why her flowers were placed in such an obscure corner. Perhaps it was merely due to a lack of space. She gazed at the painting her father had given her, a smile blossoming on her face. After all, the flowers from her father were undeniably beautiful. Bai Ji sighed nearby, contemplating how any father would be utterly enchanted by a daughter like hers. "All right, I'm off to prepare dinner. Your father should be home shortly, and we'll all eat together." "Okay, Mom." With news of Qing and Appo's imminent return, the two girls' excitement escalated. At that moment, aboard the Rolls-Royce, Qing had declined the corporate banquet, citing his children as the reason. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. It wasn't that he lacked social graces. Rather, he had recently taken office and was in the phase of establishing his authority, where such gatherings might undermine his position. This was not the time for mingling with subordinates. As he drove, he was accompanied by Shan Yin-chi, who sat in the back seat with her hands neatly placed on her lap, her posture rigid as if she were a schoolchild. The psychological pressure was immense. What qualifications did she possess to occupy the boss's seat while the chairman drove her? At that moment, she even felt a fleeting desire to vanish entirely. "Perhaps, Chairman, I should take the wheel while you sit in the back? Not all, just relax." You'll need your energy for teaching the children later, Yi Qing replied, reflecting on the earlier scene. Shen Yinshi had volunteered to drive him home, a proposal he had accepted. However, her cautious driving soon tested his patience. When Yi Qing noticed an elderly gentleman on an electric tricycle overtaking them, he could no longer remain seated. He promptly switched places with Shen Yinshi, eager to return home and see his wife and children. At this rate, when will we ever reach home? I didn't ask you to sit in the back just for you to rest. It's because your driving skills are sorely lacking. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Shen Yinshi felt a lump in her throat. The new chairman was remarkably kind. What other chairman would drive while allowing an employee to rest in the back? In that moment, she silently vowed to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to teaching the children, embodying the spirit of loyalty to a worthy benefactor. Yi Qing, unaware of Shen Yinshi's profound shift in mindset, would have been astounded had he known, for the imagination could indeed be a perilous thing. Upon arriving in the villa district, Shen Yinshi marveled at the opulence surrounding her. This place was undoubtedly expensive, but for Yi Qing, residing here was only fitting. As they approached villa number 3, Shen Yinshi's eyes widened in awe. Such a grand estate. She had thought her own spacious residence was luxurious, but the disparity was staggering. Come, let's go inside. I shall introduce you to my wife and children, Yi Qing announced, just as two figures burst forth from the villa. The faster the two cradled a small kitten in her arms. As Shen Yinshi beheld the two girls, her heart fluttered. They were exquisitely beautiful, utterly adorable. Having always loved children, witnessing them in person melted her heart. And the kitten, why was it so irresistibly cute? These three little beings must have been raised on cuteness alone. This place was not merely a villa. It was a fairy tale castle. In that instant, Shen Yinshi and Appo's mind erupted with exuberance. Approaching them, the two girls clung to Yi Qing and Appo's legs. Dad, you're back. Dad, I completed the task you assigned today flawlessly. I didn't even see him, Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with the anticipation of praise. Yizving, well aware of whom Yu referred to, responded, Excellent, Yu. Keep up the good work. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His eldest daughter was indeed reliable. Chapter 50. Allow me to introduce my wife, Shen Yinshi, who gazes at Yu and Xiaoro with an increasingly warm smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. How I long to embrace them. Their touch must be delightful. Simultaneously, Yu and Xiaoro have noticed Shen Yinshi. Clinging to Yi Qing's leg, they look over, their eyes locking onto each other. Shen Yinshi is captivated by the enchanting allure of their twin peach blossom eyes. Daddy, who is this sister? She is so beautiful. Yu inquires, her curiosity piqued. Sister, are you Yu's teacher? Yes, Yu. This sister is Shen Yinshi, and she will be your music teacher from now on. She is very talented, so you must study diligently under her guidance, understood? Okay, Yu responds, running towards Shen Yinshi, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect, startling Shen Yinshi with her enthusiasm. This little girl is remarkably polite. Hello, teacher. Hello, Yu. To be honest, Shen Yinshi has little experience in teaching children. Nevertheless, this little girl appears to be quite well-behaved, contrary to her imaginative preconceptions of unruly children. Let us head inside. We can teach the kids after dinner, Yi Qing suggests, and Shen Yinshi nods in agreement. They enter the room, where Yu spots Bai Zhiqi coming from the kitchen. Mom, look, my teacher is here, Yu exclaims, tugging at Shen Yinshi and Appo's hand as she introduces her to Bai Zhiqi. The two women exchange glances. Upon seeing Bai Zhiqi, Shen Yinshi comprehends why these two children are so exquisite. It is due to their remarkable mother, having encountered many beauties in the entertainment industry. She finds that none compare to Bai Zhiqi. She is stunning, particularly with those captivating peach blossom eyes that shimmer like waves. Who wouldn't be entranced? Moreover, her figure and subtle makeup are simply enchanting. It's hard to believe that Yi Dong's wife appears to be only 17 or 18, especially since they have children aged 4 or 5. Wow. Shen Yinshi feels an urge to turn to Yi Qing and exclaim, Do you realize you've committed a crime? However, she recognizes that Bai Zhiqi must be older, having maintained her youthful appearance remarkably well. This is my wife, Bai Ziqi. Yi Qing introduces openly. Shen nods, turning to Bai Ziqi with a smile. Sister-in-law, I am Shen Inqi, and Yi Dong has invited me to be Yu Yu's music teacher. The weight of her words leaves Bai Ziqi momentarily bewildered. First, the term sister-in-law seems misplaced. It's clear that anyone would misconstrue it. Furthermore, Shen Inqi, a prominent singer, being invited by her husband as a music teacher for Yu Yu is quite surprising. Such a figure must be challenging to engage. Her husband truly possesses extraordinary capabilities. Lastly, what does this Yi Dong imply? Clearly, her husband has not shared this information with her. Could it be related to his career? Bai Ziqi ponders, but remains uncertain about whether to inquire further. Thank you for coming such a long way. Please sit down and enjoy the meal. I hope today's dishes suit your taste, Bai Ziqi says, guiding Shen Inqi to the table. However, Shen Inqi stands awkwardly, waiting for Yi Qing and Bai Ziqi to take their seats first. There's no need to be so formal. Just relax. Yi Qing gestures, taking his seat. The group begins to eat. Shen Inqi finds the food quite delightful. Observing Yi Qing and Bai Ziqi, she realizes this is indeed a warm and loving home. The way they occasionally exchange glances, filled with affection, leaves her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. They are dispensing love like it's candy. She must tell her friend about this later. After the meal, Shen Inqi takes Yu Yu to the music room, while Yi Qing accompanies Xiaoro for calligraphy practice. Bai Ziqi prepares to check on Yi Qing when her phone rings. It's a video call from Lao Bai. Dad, what is up? What are you doing? I just finished eating. What is the matter? Nothing much. I just wanted to see you. Lao Bai replies, as another figure peeks into the video frame. Lao Bai, you're so tedious. You just want to see the two little girls. Bai Xingtian chimes in, teasing her father. Big sister, you don't know. Mom said Lao Bai has been anxiously itching to see the two little girls all day. Bai Jilin adds, leaving Bai Xingtian blushing in embarrassment. Yu Yu and Xiaoro are currently in class, one in music and the other in calligraphy. They just started, so now isn't a good time. Perhaps I can see them later when they have a break. Oh, I see. It makes sense. We shouldn't interrupt them while they're studying, Bai Xingtian replies, feeling a bit disheartened. After a brief conversation, they hang up. Bai Jilin observes her father's demeanor and sighs. Dad, I'm worried for you. You wouldn't understand. The kids are studying. Off you go. Do your homework, he responds. Meanwhile, Shen Inqi enters the music room with Yu Yu, finding it well equipped with quality instruments. After testing her knowledge, she realizes that Yu Yu lacks even the most basic understanding of music. Thus, she begins teaching from the ground up. Gradually, Shen Inqi senses something extraordinary. This little girl's ability to learn is astonishing. After explaining musical tones and rhythms, Yu Yu grasps the concepts remarkably well, even asking insightful questions. Goodness, how are you so talented? Shen Inqi exclaims, playfully squeezing Yu Yu's cheek. Hee. Yu Yu laughs, delighted by her teacher's praise. All right, let's put your skills to the test. I'll play a few notes, and you tell me the pitches based on what I just taught you. Okay, yet. As Shen Inqi proceeds with the test, she becomes increasingly aware that something is amiss. Something profound. Yu Yu answers every note correctly, even identifying some ambiguous tones with precision. Sitting there, Shen Inqi contemplates the term that springs to mind. Absolute pitch. This is indeed absolute pitch. Many singers possess this rare gift, but discovering it at such a young age and nurturing it, with Yi Dong's resources, one can only wonder how far she might go in the future. Chapter 51. Do you understand the concepts of alienation and specification? The thought was too daunting for Shen Inqi to entertain. Nevertheless, she continued to teach earnestly. As the clock approached 8, she led Yu Yu out of the music room. At that moment, Yi Qing was approaching with a fruit platter in hand. I was just about to bring a fruit platter, but it seems you have come out on your own, he remarked. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Bai Ziqi also arrived, turning to Yu Yu. How have you been learning, Yu Yu? I've learned so much. The teacher praised me. Yu Yu exclaimed. Have you thanked your teacher? Yes. Yu Yu nodded emphatically before running off to play. Shen Inqi looked at Yi Qing. Mr. Yi's sister-in-law, I have discovered Yu Yu's talent. She possesses absolute pitch. Yi Qing was not surprised, while Bai Ziqi was taken aback. She had heard of this term before, although she did not fully understand its meaning. It seemed to indicate a remarkable musical aptitude. If nurtured properly, she could become a top-tier star. Shun Inchi smiled. Yi Qing sighed. You have far exceeded my expectations. At this stage, I merely wish for the two girls to grow up carefree, cultivating their interests and hobbies. Of course, further development would be even better. He added, ultimately, we want our daughters to excel, making those who covet them feel the disparity and deter them. Mr. Yi, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. Sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat. If you ever wishes to learn, just message me, and I will come over. I have a place in Jiangsheng, not far from here. All right. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Shininchi said, let us see you off. It's quite late. I have arranged for a car waiting outside. Thank you for your kindness. Oh, Mr. Yi, you are too gracious. Enough with the pleasantries. Shininchi fell silent, realizing that Mr. Yi had already regarded her as one of their own. Come on, let us see you off, Sister Inchi. Okay, coming. Upon hearing Yi Qing's voice, the two little girls hurried over, holding a cherimoya. Teacher, try this. All right. The group exited, and Yi Qing called for the car that Wei Mushua had prepared, already parked outside. As Shininchi got into the vehicle, she felt a bit bashful. Mr. Yi, sister-in-law, you really don't need to be so polite. Yu, Xiao, your sister's leaving now. Goodbye. Sister, bye. Teacher, goodbye. The two little girls waved as the vehicle started moving. Shininchi also stood up, watching as Yu and Xiao gazed at the departing vehicle until it disappeared from view. Then their eyes drifted ahead. Hey, those two little rascals are running ahead. Brother Lin Han, Sister Lin Yu. Hello. The two little girls chirped joyfully as they dashed forward. Yi Qing and Bai Jiqi quickly followed. Slow down, don't fall. Ye vink, varnit. A peculiar thought crossing his mind. These two little ones were so soft and plump that if they fell, they might just bounce back. However, he knew the reality. If they scraped their skin, it would break his heart. He took Bai Jiqi's hand and moved ahead. It must be said, these little ones ran remarkably fast, leaving Yi Qing somewhat puzzled. Did they truly inherit some divine martial arts skills? Lin Han and Lin Yu noticed the approaching little girls and took a few steps forward. Wow, that puppy is adorable, Yu exclaimed, spotting the corgi that Lin Han was holding. Unlike typical corgis, this one had a full tail that wagged left and right. As Yu reached out her hand, the corgi leaned closer, its large ears flopping back innocently. Petting a dog's head brings good fortune. Lin Han laughed. Don't worry. It's very gentle and one tea bite. Just pet it. Xiao joined in, and under the gentle caresses of the two little girls, the corgi comfortably sprawled out. You lucky créature, Lin Han remarqued. He turned to see Yi Qing and Bai Jiqi. Brother Yi's sister-in-law, did you just drop someone off? Lin Han inquired, noticing them escorting someone to the car. Yes, she is Yu's music teacher. We were just seeing her off after the lesson. And you? Are you out walking the dog? What kind of animal are you adopting now? Lin Han pointed to the corgi, explaining, I found this little guy at the highway ramp, frightened and running about haphazardly, so I quickly picked it up before something terrible happened. How did it end up there? Ye vink questioned. Perhaps someone no longer wanted it. But we shouldn't judge others hastily. After adopting a pet, I realized how profitable running a pet shop must be. For instance, I took this little one to get a haircut today, and they charged me 100. I only pay 50 for my own haircut. Why is that? Beside him, Lin Yu rolled her eyes. With it eating poop, do you dare do the same? This remark left Lin Han momentarily speechless. Why was his sister targeting him today? Seriously, why do you keep making fun of me? What's wrong with me? He couldn't hold back his frustration any longer. You really don't know what is wrong with you? Do you even realize your score is 3-0 in every ranked match? I lost all afternoon because of you. Lin Yu shot back. Hey, why do you take that ridiculous scoring system so seriously? Lin interrupted. Huh? This scoring system distorts players' contributions during matches. Do you understand? Do you even know what alienation and specification mean? Huh? Do you? Let me give you an example. Chapter 52, let me ponder. What could you cosplay at a comic convention? The last Han dynasty of the feudal society, the Ming dynasty, which endured through numerous emperors, ultimately perished under the reign of the last emperor, Chongzhen. When all is said and done, alas, Chongzhen receives a dismal score of 3-0. The ruler who witnessed the fall of the Ming. Can one truly assert that the demise of the Ming was solely his fault? Other emperors had their share of faults. Some indulged in distractions. Others were preoccupied with personal affairs, while some neglected their duties entirely. Yet, when it comes to Chongzhen, the entire blame rests upon him for the fall of the dynasty. Is that fair? The previous emperors did not contribute to the downfall, did they? It all rests on Chongzhen alone? Shouldn't we evaluate the specifics of his actions? Did Chongzhen not strive to reverse the tide? Did he not seek to eliminate corrupt factions and uphold his responsibilities? Yet here we are, fixated on scores. Is that not foolish? Why the incessant focus on these ratings? Are we not part of a collective? It seems as if one could single-handedly dismantle the entire team. Lin Han's fervent output rendered the surroundings silent in an instant. Yi Qing listened to Lin Han's words, her lips twitching. Logically, it appeared that there was indeed merit in his argument. Even Bai Ji she cast a sympathetic glance towards Lin Han. The two little girls, petting a dog, turned their attention at the sound of Lin Han's voice. "Brother Lin Han, has someone bullied you? Don't be angry." Their innocent words calmed Lin Han's emotions somewhat, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu, as if prompting her to respond. Lin Yu then chuckled coldly. "Oh, a score of 3-0 is one thing, but consistently receiving 3-0? Are you barking for no reason? It's not merely about the score. One must consider the actions taken. I'll watch your footage. As a support, you shied away from absorbing damage, hiding behind the marksman, frequently retreating to base, or merely running around the jungle. In the end, your damage absorption was even lower than the marksman's. And yet, you dare to complain?" As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Han and Oppo's earlier bravado began to wane. He had not anticipated his sister would review the replay and catch him off guard. This felt rather unfair. At that moment, he found himself speechless. He was indeed lacking in skill, yet he didn't wish to appear overly incompetent by feeding too many kills to the opposing team. Therefore, he found himself in the situation his sister described. Have a bit more tolerance for the inexperienced. Seeing Lin Han still brimming with defiance, Lin Yu handed the dog leash to Yi Qing. "Brother Yi, could you hold this for me?" Upon receiving the leash, Lin Yu charged towards Lin Han. Hey, what are you doing? There are too many people around. Let us not make a scene. When we get home, I'll give you a treat, okay? No pulling on the ears, no pulling on the ears." Yi Qing and Bai Ji, observing from a distance, were taken aback. They had not anticipated such an intense confrontation while merely out for a stroll in the evening. Perhaps this is the pressure of bloodlines, Yi Qing mused, glancing at the two little girls. He felt grateful for having sired two daughters, both with delightful personalities, an elder sister who could protect her younger sibling, and a gentle younger sister who was not bothersome at all. After a while, once the scuffle concluded, Lin Han's ears burned crimson, and he felt quite embarrassed at having his disheveled state exposed to Yi Qing. "By the way, Brother Yi, there's a comic convention this weekend. It promises to be quite enjoyable. How about taking the kids along? It's a rare opportunity for fun, and many people bring their children to cosplay. You're a cosplayer too?" Yi Qing was surprised. Lin Han seemed to dabble in a variety of activities, racing, rescuing pets, and now even venturing into the anime community. Lin Han scratched his head. "I'm a bit of a fanatic. I've been involved for quite some time. I introduced my sister, Zhou Ying, and Zhou Kai to this world, and they joined in as well. Do you have time? If you do, you won't need to prepare. I'll think of what you all could cosplay that would suit you." "All right." Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Lin Han gazed at the family of four, his mind swirling with countless character ideas. After all, the family was strikingly attractive, with the elder ones being handsome and beautiful, and the younger ones adorably charming. They could pull off any cosplay effortlessly. Let us head back and contemplate this further. Come on, let us continue our stroll. As Yi Qing spoke, he noticed the two little girls still playing with the dog, as if children inherently possessed an affinity for animals. Meanwhile, Shun Yinshi had returned to her room in Jiangqing. After changing into her pajamas, she glanced at the time and reclined on the sofa, chatting with friends and her manager. Initially typing, the conversation had unexpectedly transitioned into a group voice chat. "Yinshi, have you just returned from Yidong's place? How is it? Tell us quickly. How was it at Yidong's? Were the children very mischievous? Was the job enjoyable?" Listening to the eager voices, Shun Yinshi began to speak this job. As she continued, the group fell silent. Absolutely delightful. What? With that single statement, it was as if thunder had struck, igniting everyone's curiosity. This doesn't seem right. Teaching wealthy children should come with its share of challenges, right? One might even encounter unruly kids. Yet Shinichi found it enjoyable? And it doesn't sound like just a casual enjoyment. Let me recount everything from the beginning. Shinichi then began narrating her experience, starting from when Yi Qing drove her to the villa, and then to Bai Zishi and the two little girls. Upon hearing about Bai Zishi and the little girls, the group erupted in excitement. Are they really that beautiful and adorable? Do you have photos? Can you share them in the group? I only have pictures of Yuyo, but I'm not sure if Yudong would allow me to share them. If you really want to see, we can look at them on my phone when we meet. I assure you, they will make you want to have daughters of your own. They're just too cute and so polite. Moreover, Yuyo possesses exceptional musical talent. She has absolute pitch. As she spoke, the group buzzed with excitement. Shun Inchi engaged in conversation, sharing details, and the members of the group began to envy her immensely. Such good fortune should not have eluded them. About an hour later, Yi Qing and the others returned home. Oh, Bai Zishi suddenly remembered her father had mentioned wanting a video call to see the little girls. How could she have forgotten? Well, it's already 9 o'clock. Perhaps it's best not to call now. Let us go wash up together. She coaxed the two little girls, leading them away to freshen up. On the other side, at Bai Zishi and Appo's home, Bai Xingtian sat on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. Glancing at the time, he scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Even if they're attending interest classes, it shouldn't go on this late. How can they treat the children this way? Chapter 53. The bed incident. He immediately felt indignant on behalf of the two girls. How could they be so thoughtless as to disregard the little ones? He sat there, seething, his gaze fixed intently on his phone. Bai Zhiling was startled by his demeanor. It was already past 9. She had finished her homework, so why wasn't it Appo's? To your father asleep? She leaned in to take a look and realized that her father was on a chat screen with her elder sister. Understanding dawned upon her. He was waiting to video call the two little ones? But wait, hadn't they already finished class? Oh, they must have forgotten to call him after class. Bai Xingtian. Huh? How could someone who got into Jiangxing University have such a poor memory? This has nothing to do with getting into Jiangxing University. It's just that trivial matters are habitually overlooked. What? Bai Xingtian fell silent. When did he become an unimportant matter to his grandfather? Go on, finish your homework and hurry to bed. You still have class tomorrow. Look at you. Whenever you leave the room, my mood plummets. Hey, is it fair to say that? I'm just speaking the truth. Alas, the truth is often unpalatable. Bai Zhiling hummed a little tune as she headed to the bathroom to wash up and prepare for bed. Bai Xingtian also stood up, realizing that things were likely as Bai Zhiling had said. However, it wasn't that he was unimportant. He must have just been too busy to remember. Yes, that must be it. Now, he couldn't call. The children must be preparing for bed. He decided to wait until tomorrow morning. Surely, there would be time then. In the villa, on the large bed, the two girls were cuddling a small flying horse, ready for sleep, while Yi Qing turned off the lights. Adjusting her phone to the lowest brightness, she thought it was important to enjoy the nightlife, even if she was no longer Ao Bing's uncle, Ao Yi. However, going to bed so early felt like a loss. Bai Zishi was also looking at her phone when she suddenly muttered, "Oh no, what's wrong?" Bai Zishi turned to face Yi Qing, saying, "Dad mentioned wanted a video call the two little girls tonight, but they were in class at the time. I told him I would video call him after class, but then I forgot about it while I was out sending Inchi off. Knowing Dad, he has probably been waiting all night. Oh no, I'm doomed." Bai Zishi stuck out her tongue, feigning a dramatic dead faint, which was quite playful. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a rush of affection and began to contemplate. "It's fine. You can just call him in the morning," Yi Qing reassured her, listening to the steady breathing of the two little girls, who were now fast asleep. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Zishi lay on her back, he flipped over and gently pressed down on her, initiating a playful bed incident. Bai Zhishi's eyes widened, her heart racing, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Yi Qing, what are you doing? It's late. That's impossible. Are you trying to kiss me?" Bai Zishi pouted, then closed her eyes, slightly puckering her lips. Well, my little girl is quite understanding. He leaned in to kiss her, but then he felt a gaze from the other side. The sensation prickled at his back, causing Yi Qing to look over quickly. Daddy, are you planning to get off the bed? Do you want some water? Can you bring a cup for Xiao? Thank you. Daddy in the dark. A pair of bright eyes looked at Yi Qing's movements, curious yet earnest in her request. Bai Jiqi didn't expect to be caught in such a moment by her daughter. Her initial excitement turned to embarrassment, although this wasn't their first kiss. Being seen by her daughter made it quite awkward. Yi Qing sighed, but quickly got off the bed to pour a cup of water for Xiao. Thank you. Daddy Xiao gulped down the water and then planted a quick kiss on Yi Qing's cheek. Huh. Yi Qing's lips curled into a smile. No matter what, he had earned a kiss. He laid back down, yet his mind flashed back to the earlier scene of Bai Jiqi knocking on the door at night. His heart raced, blood surging through his veins. Yet, upon remembering family visiting, he felt helpless. Why do girls have such inexplicable instincts? Isn't this the perfect time? Never mind, never mind. Time for sleep. As Yi Qing drifted into a light slumber, he felt a figure inch closer, long legs climbing atop him. Without a doubt, it was his future wife. He opened his arms and pulled Bai Jiqi into his embrace. Sleep. Meanwhile, old Bai had returned to his bedroom, still waiting to see if anything would change. But as 10 o'clock rolled around, he sighed. No miracles tonight. Time for bed. The next morning, at 6:00 a.m., Oppo's clock, Bai Xingtian rose for his run. Glancing at his phone, he decided to leave a message for Bai Jiqi. After changing into his running clothes, he went out to jog with old Zhang. Throughout the run, Bai Xingtian was distracted, frequently checking his phone, barely responding to old Zhang's chatter. Upon reaching the park, they paused. What's with you this morning? You seem absent-minded. Got something on your mind? Why do you keep checking your phone? Is there something you're yearning for? Old Zhang inquired, causing Bai Xingtian to feel a pang of guilt. Is there? It's evident. You check your phone almost every minute, only to put it down, looking dejected. I'll tell you, with your eldest daughter in university, this period is critical. I've seen many people lose control during this time. You better be aware. Your family life is wonderful right now. Don't mess it up with nonsense. Old Zhang continued his lecture, making Bai Xingtian's mouth twitch. He understood the implications behind old Zhang's words, but he was innocent. He just wanted to check on his precious granddaughter. However, he couldn't divulge this to old Zhang and was left to silently endure the lecture. Sighing inwardly, Bai Xingtian felt frustration boiling within him, yet he had no choice but to let old Zhang continue. The more old Zhang prattled on, the more convinced he became that Bai Xingtian was hiding something. By the time they parted ways and Bai Xingtian reached home, his phone rang. It was a video call from Bai Jiqi. Hearing the notification, Wang Ning and Bai Jiling rushed over. Quick, answer it. I thought it was my personal call, Bai Xingtian exclaimed. In the next moment, Bai Jiling snatched the phone from him and answered it. Hey, your hands are too quick. Chapter 54, Dad. What are these 4 decorations that resemble crispy corners? Bai Xingtian inquired, hastening towards Bai Jiling. Upon her arrival, she was met with an unexpected sight, a ceiling, as if a mobile phone was merely resting on a bed. What is happening? Where is everyone? Where's my sister? Bai Jiling pondered, her confusion mirrored by Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning, who had also come to investigate. Then 2 little heads slowly emerged from beyond the frame. From their crowns to their faces and chins, they appeared beaming with delight, as if relishing a successful prank. You 2 little rascals, Bai Xingtian exclaimed, her initial perplexity giving way to joy. Hey, you little girls, you've become such tricksters. Just wait until your aunt comes over this weekend to snatch your snacks. Bai Jiling playfully stuck out her tongue and retorted, by the time you arrive, Xiao and I will have devoured all the snacks, so you won't get any. But I'm your beloved aunt. Bai Jiling was taken aback by their determination. You even remember that you are my aunt? Are you really going to steal snacks from 2 children? Bai Jiqi picked up her phone and pointed the camera at herself. The impatience flashed in Bai Xingtian, and Wang Ning's eyes was palpable. Bai Jiqi exclaimed, what does this mean? Is my adorable daughter no longer cherished? Ah, I see. Only the 2 granddaughters are your favorites, huh? Now that you have your favorites, you've forgotten about your little darling? With a resigned smile, Bai Jiqi announced she would prepare breakfast. After a while, as Bai Jiqi called out, time for breakfast, The two little girls turned to the camera. Grandma, Grandpa, Auntie, we're to eat. Yuyo and Xiao Rou waved cheerfully. Eat more, okay? Got it. In the following days, the girls frequently called their grandparents, eagerly anticipating their visit that weekend. Great. After waving goodbye, the two girls hopped off the bed, carrying their phones as they merrily trotted towards the kitchen. Grandma and Grandpa said they would come and play with us this weekend. Yuyo chimed at the dining table. I had a feeling, Bai Ziqi said, glancing at Yi Qing. Their eyes met, both smiling at the serendipity of the situation. We were planning to take Xiling to the temple to experience the harshness of the world. And now the girls will have their grandparents here at the perfect time. Plus, we can take them around Jiangcheng. They mentioned it had been ages since they last explored the city. After breakfast, the family of four set out for kindergarten. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Bai Xingtian hummed a tune as she and Bai Xiling descended the stairs. Bai Xiling rolled out her bike, teasing her father, "Look at you all cheerful. But let me remind you, it's only Tuesday. You'll have to wait a few more days for the weekend, and those days will be a test for you." With that, she lifted her leg, shifted gears, and sped off. Hey, you little rascal, you really know how to poke at your old man's heart, Bai Xingtian thought, feeling a pang of retaliation from his daughter. The joy he had felt moments before began to wane as he realized just how far the weekend was. For the next few days, he was left with no choice but to video chat with the little girl to ease his longing. Once he started his car, Bai Xingtian was determined to navigate the days ahead. As the days passed, their lives settled into a routine. By day, the girls attended kindergarten, playing with their friends. And by night, they practiced music and calligraphy. In just a few days, Xiao Rou's progress was astonishing. Not only had her vocabulary expanded significantly, but her handwriting had also improved tremendously. Yi Qing would write characters for Xiao Rou to copy, and she sensed that Xiao Rou was beginning to break through the barriers of form, approaching the realm of meaning. As for Yuyo, Yi Qing didn't need to monitor her progress. Each time she saw Shun Inchi emerge from the music room, her expression gave everything away. It seemed Shun Inchi had fallen into a cycle. The day before, she had been astonished, her face a mask of disbelief. After a day of reflection, she accepted the reality that some individuals are simply musical prodigies, only to be astounded once more shortly thereafter. On Thursday evening, Shun Inchi exited the music room, still wearing that same astonished expression. Yi Qing couldn't help but grimace. Goodness, after all this time, you're still not immune? Yi Qing already anticipated what would transpire next. Shun Inchi would undoubtedly approach, shaking him vigorously, exclaiming, "Yuyo is a genius. Did you know, Director Yi?" Shun Inchi approached quickly, placing a hand on his shoulder and shaking him earnestly. "Yuyo is a genius. Did you know, Director Yi? Are you trying to brainwash me? You come here every day with that line. Ying, replied, somehat ekasperatit." Shun Inchi scratched her head, seemingly oblivious to her repetition, yet the truth remained unchanged. "Director Yi, I don't know what to say. I need to digest this information. I'm preparing lessons while trying to keep up with her learning pace, which is becoming increasingly difficult. I feel like Yuyo is draining me dry." "What nonsense!" Yi Qing shot her glance. "Does she look like a celebrity?" Beside them, Bai Ziqi stifled a giggle behind her hand. "All right, I'll give you a day off tomorrow. The kids' grandparents are coming over," Yi Qing announced, catching Shun Inchi off guard. "Well, that's great. I can prepare my lessons more effectively now." "Perfect. Teacher, goodbye." Shun Inchi waved as Yi Qing and the others escorted her out. Yuyo waved at Shun Inchi, feigning reluctance. Once the car had driven away, they returned home. The two little girls noticed a large rack with an array of colorful clothes and were puzzled. They approached curiously. "Dad, what are these?" "Oh, these are clothes from Uncle Lin Han for the comic convention we're attending this weekend," Yi Qing explained, ruffling Xiao Rou and Oppo's hair. "Oh," Xiao Rou replied, her understanding vague. "Is the comic convention fun?" "According to Uncle Lin Han, it should be quite enjoyable, with plenty of people." Yuyo leaned in to examine the rack, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity as she pointed at something. "Dad, what are these four things that look like crispy corners?" Chapter 55, Bai Ziqi's cosplay. Who can endure the test of black stockings and heels? Yi Qing gazed at the four whimsical cone hats, perplexed. These delightful accessories were intended for the heads of two little girls. After some contemplation, he decided that for aesthetic appeal, it would be best to style the girl's hair into 2 small buns and place them within the cones. Perfect. Bai Ziqi also turned her attention to the clothes rack, eyeing her cosplay outfit. When Lin Han had delivered the garments, she had glimpsed the character she would portray, armed with dual weapons, adorned in black stockings, and draped in a sleek black ensemble, complemented by an array of accessories. Although the final look was stunning, she had never ventured to adopt such a daring style before. In her past, she had been the quintessential good girl, untouched by such audacious attire. As she picked up the black stockings, she noted their delicacy. Turning around, she caught Yi Qing and Amp, Oppo's gaze fixed upon the stockings, then trailing down to her legs, an expression of fanciful desire evident upon his face. "You rogue, your eyes are filled with longing." Bai Ziqi chided silently, casting him a reproachful glance. Yi Qing approached, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" "I've just never worn such a style before." "Don't fret. It's a rare opportunity for us to have some fun. Besides, I will protect you," he reassured, brandishing a toy gun with a grin. "Look at this, ISN and Oppos. It quite dashing. I must admit, I and Oppos am starting to enjoy cosplay," Yi Qing mused, imagining the visual impact of the black stockings against Bai Ziqi's slender legs. He wondered if he could withstand such a sight. Nevertheless, he was determined to endure it. They were headed to a comic convention, a place of joy and excitement. Yo-Yo observed her outfit and picked up another set to compare with Xiaorou's. "Hey, I have the same costume as my sister. We both have whimsical cones." The sight of the 2 little girls bubbling with excitement brought smiles to both Yi Qing and Bai Ziqi. "Shall we try them on now?" Yi Qing suggested, recalling Lin Han's words about the high-quality fabric, which had been meticulously dry-cleaned, making them ready to wear. Bai Ziqi, seeing the enthusiasm of her family, did not wish to dampen their spirits. Attending the comic convention would indeed be a novel experience. Soon, she led the 2 little ones back to the room to change. After a while, Yi Qing emerged, his fingers resting on the trigger of his toy gun, striking a pose with an air of confidence. Indeed, a man remains youthful at heart. The texture is delightful, and the fit is impeccable. He admired his reflection, recalling the concept art Lin Han had provided. With a touch of color hair gel, he would truly embody a character from an anime. "Daddy, Daddy!" 2 figures dashed out from the room. "Help us with our hair." Of course. After a brief hairstyling session and donning the whimsical cones, the 2 little girls appeared as if they had stepped out of an animated world. However, compared to Xiaorou, Yo-Yo resembled her character even more closely, her cheerful demeanor a perfect match. Just then, Bai Ziqi emerged from her room. Her long, slender legs, clad in black stockings and accentuated by high heels, made Yi Qing's heart race. The engine of desire roared to life as she shyly approached, adorned with exquisite accessories that surpassed even those in anime. She hesitantly asked, "Yi Qing, is this all right?" "Too alluring. You could entice anyone into mischief." Ye Ving Iklemet, giving her a thumbs up. "What was that saying? What is seen cannot be unseen." "Oh wait, that's not right. It's a minimum sentence of 3 years, with no maximum." Bai Ziqi, already flustered, approached him in her heels. "You naughty Yi Qing, I could pierce your heart. Can your weapon match the speed of my bullet?" He jested, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing the absurdity of their banter. He glanced at the props they were wielding, bewildered. "Is this anime playing tricks on us?" While he was lost in thought, Bai Ziqi had closed the distance, her weapon poised to strike at his heart. Yet upon contact it bent comically, being made of a rigid gel. "Alas, I am undone," he theatrically declared, prompting Bai Ziqi to roll her eyes at his exaggerated performance. "All right, let us capture this moment with a photograph," Yi Qing proposed, setting up his phone. They struck a pose, and shortly after, a picture was taken. Yi Qing admired it and set it as his wallpaper. "All right, let us change out of these costumes. It's nearly bedtime." As night fell and they prepared for sleep, Yi Qing and Amp, Oppo's thoughts lingered on by Ziqi and Amp, Oppo's outfit, his heart racing in response. He had not anticipated the impact her ensemble would have. It seemed his beloved wife could be further explored in this realm of allure. Bai Ziqi, nestled in Yi Qing's embrace, began to drift off. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the tranquility. Bai Ziqi furrowed her brow. What does that sound? It's like war drums. As she stirred awake, she glanced at Yi Qing and gently pinched his chest. What are you up to, Yi Qing? It's late, and you're hard and damp. Oppos. S racing. What are you thinking about? Yi Qing sighed, realizing his heart had betrayed him. I want an amp. Oppos. Tea cuddle with you tonight. With a swift turn, Bai Ziqi rolled over to the other side, embracing her stuffed bear instead. How can this be my fault? It's you making it impossible for me to sleep, Yi Qing thought, pulling out his phone to gaze at their group photo, which he magnified. He couldn't help but admire. My wife is truly beautiful. Chapter 56. How can anyone sleep with such a commotion at midnight? Those slender legs, adorned in black stockings, gracefully perched upon black stilettos. Were she to don Valentino and Balenciaga, her allure would undoubtedly double, verging on a temptation to transgress. Yi Qing pondered this before succumbing to slumber shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Shen Yinshi returned to her room, where her two close friends had already entered using the code she provided. They lounged comfortably on the sofa, indulging in snacks and fruits, exhibiting no sense of being outsiders. Linhan, Ying, you both seem rather at ease. Has the music teacher returned? Wang Linhan turned over to her, envy evident on her face. Are we not entitled to leisure as well? Indeed, we too aspire to be the music teacher for Yi Dong and Amp, Oppo's daughter. Alas, we were not selected. It is hardly our fault. We desired that opportunity, but it eluded us. Thus, we can only wait leisurely, they teased. Sheninchi gazed at them. Both were popular singers, pillars of the music division at Wuyo Media, much like her. Nonetheless, Yi Dong placed his trust in her and chose her to teach Yu, for which she felt immense gratitude. All right, help yourselves, but we have a significant matter to discuss. We wish to see how adorable Yi Dong's child truly is. You have praised her to the heavens in your chats, beautiful, sensible, and musically gifted. Yet you haven't shared any photos, insisting we come and see for ourselves. Wang Linhan feigned reproach. Alas, I cannot be blamed. I must protect the child's privacy. Should any information leak from me, I would find it difficult to explain to Yi Dong. Fine, we understand your caution. Quickly show us. Here it comes, Shenin, she replied, retrieving her phone to display the photos. Wow, so adorable. No wonder Yi Dong is so handsome. It's not surprising his child is this cute. Yi Dong and Amp, Oppo's wife is also exceptionally beautiful, Shen Inchi added. They nodded in agreement, marveling at the girl and Amp, Oppo's exceptional genes, evoking an irresistible urge to scoop her into their arms and shower her with affection. With such looks, if she were to participate in a variety show or stream live, backed by Yi Dong's resources, she would undoubtedly become the nation's beloved daughter. I concur, Shen Inchi nodded. I have photos of Yi Dong's other daughter as well. Take a look. Let me see. My goodness, she's equally adorable. Did Yi Dong and his wife consume copious amounts of cute during their pregnancy? With two such little darlings. Yi Dong is truly fortunate, Wang Linhan exclaimed. They both sighed in admiration. Wang Linhan and Suing leaned in, inquiring, Inchi, are you going to Yi Dong's house tomorrow? I am not. Yi Dong has given me the day off. I need to prepare lessons, as this little girl nearly exhausts me every day. What outrageous words. Huh. Shen Inchi blinked, shooting them a glare. I meant knowledge. We were speaking of knowledge as well. Wang Linhan interjected. Why don't you suggest to Yi Dong that the three of us go together next time? Our styles and techniques differ, providing varied learning for the little girl. Of course, learning is paramount. Our main intention, however, is to pinch that little girl's cheeks, Suing pleaded. Sheninchi contemplated for a moment. Then I shall inquire about it the next time I visit Yi Dong. Excellent. Your word suffices, they agreed, and the conversation shifted to a delightful gossip session, focusing on Yi Qing, Bai Shi, and the two little girls, with Su Ying and Wang Linhan increasingly envious of Yi Dong's life. The following morning, Bai Shi, who had rolled over to the other side, returned to Yi Qing and Amp, Oppo's embrace. After breakfast, Yi Qing announced, all right, soon Daddy will take you to kindergarten. In the evening, Grandma, Grandpa, and your aunt should be coming over. There are no classes tonight. It's a rest day. Tomorrow is the weekend. We'll see if we should invite Sheninchi over. Upon hearing that Grandma and Grandpa were coming in the evening, both little girls were overjoyed. Grandpa's coming. We can ride the big horse again. Hey, you two can't ride together. Grandpa's back cannot bear both your weights. You're both big girls now, understand? Yi Qing added. Oh, you pouted, expressing her boredom. Hey, little girl, you seem unconvinced. Yi Qing approached and playfully tickled her, eliciting giggles from Yu. All right, we're off. After breakfast, Yi Qing set out with the children. By Ji, she also boarded the car, as her classes were plentiful today. Upon arriving at school, Yu declared, Today, we continue our mission. Yu understood. Listening to Yi Qing, she turned and saluted with impressive formality. Good, quite spirited. Yi Qing felt reassured and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yu and Xiao Rou had yet to enter the classroom. In the expansive activity area, they noticed numerous tables adorned with writing tools and supplies. What is this for? They wondered aloud. Just then, Xiao Dan rushed over. Yu, Xiao Rou, you're here. Xiao Dan, what is all this? Why are there so many writing tools? Oh, I just asked the teacher. Today, the kindergarten has invited the Calligraphy Association from the province to teach us writing and painting. Oh, Yu's mouth fell open. Then she looked at Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou, you can show off your skills today. Huh? Can Xiao Rou write with a brush? Of course. My sister is incredible. Yu beamed, exuding pride as if her sister's talent were her own. How impressive, Xiao Rou. My dad signed me up for a class too. But the teacher said my talent is average, Xiao Dan lamented. The teacher approached, having overheard their conversation. Oh, Xiao Rou is truly talented. You'll have a chance to shine. Xiao Dan, don't worry. The grandparents from the Provincial Calligraphy Association are very kind. With their guidance, you may just develop an interest in calligraphy, the teacher said gently, kneeling to pat the heads of the three little girls. All right, let us return and sit for a bit. The grandparents' haven tea arrived yet. Okay, they replied, proceeding to play with modeling clay or read picture books. After a while, several cars arrived at the entrance. The kindergarten staff greeted the guests. Professor Shu, Professor Xia, you've come? The director greeted them. Who would have thought the esteemed professors could spare time amidst your busy schedules? Not all. Shu Man waved her hand. We're not particularly busy now. We're all retired from universities or government positions, and there's little to occupy our time. As we age, we find ourselves increasingly fond of children. Today's visit is a delightful diversion. Haha, Professor Shu, you are too modest. The director quickly invited them into the kindergarten. Moments later, the children emerged, and smiles spread across the faces of Shu Man and the others as they beheld the little ones. As they say, as one ages, one tends to develop a fondness for children, particularly those of a tender age, who are so well-behaved and lively. Good day, Grandma. Upon hearing a greeting directed towards her, Shuman turned her gaze forward, where she beheld three young girls. Among them, two bore a striking resemblance to one another, their delicate features complemented by similar attire, unmistakably indicating their sisterly bond. Chapter 57. Yu approached Xiao, allowing her to pass, while the boys were denied entry. The young girl beside them seemed to share a close bond with Xiao. The three girls greeted her warmly. We're a remarkably delicate child. Meanwhile, Professor Xia approached as well. Hello, my dear. He greeted them with a warm smile, as if rejuvenated by the presence of these children. Schumann also knelt down to embrace the three little girls. You are all so adorable. After the embrace, she attempted to rise, only to inhale sharply in pain. Grandma, are you all right? Xiao and Yu hurried over to support her. I'm fine, just feeling my age, nothing to worry about. Now, off you go find your seats. Grandma will join you shortly. After confirming that Schumann was not seriously harmed, the three girls made their way to the nearby tables and chairs. These girls exhibited excellent upbringing. Yes, they're quite polite. It seems their parents and kindergarten have instilled good manners in them. The professors conversed, their satisfaction with this educational journey growing. Let us not keep the children waiting any longer. Let us begin, Schumann announced, and everyone dispersed in different directions to start their teachings. Hold the pen like this, yes. Just like that, Schumann instructed, her face radiating kindness. When it was Yu's turn, Schumann observed her pen-holding posture and was quite surprised. This little girl's grip was remarkably standard. Very good. Your pen-holding posture is commendable. Grandma, you're here? Yu blushed slightly at the praise. Did a teacher instruct you? Schumann inquired, contemplating the idea of taking her as a disciple. This little girl appears quite perceptive. I learned from my father. He says I lack talent in this area, so I primarily focus on music. My sister has more talent. Dad often teaches her directly. Oh, your sister? Is she the other delicate little girl? It seems she possesses a calm temperament, enjoying drawing and writing. It makes perfect sense. All right, I will teach you for a while. Then go see how your sister is doing with her writing. Okay, Grandma. Schumann instructed Yu for some time before turning her attention to Xiaoro. She was eager to see how this little girl fared in calligraphy. As she approached, she adjusted her glasses for a clearer view. In the next moment, her body trembled, and her pupils widened in astonishment. She gasped, quickly stepping closer to Xiaoro, staring at the impressive calligraphy displayed on the table. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Gazing at Xiaoro's work, her initial shock transformed into a profound admiration. This little darling's writing is exceptionally good, showing signs of great potential. It even transcends mere form, delving into deeper meaning. After observing for a while, Xiaoro sensed someone watching her. Turning, she met Schumann's gaze, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. Grandma, you're here. Xiaoro, your calligraphy is remarkable. Did you learn it from your father? Yes, my father is very skilled. As Xiaoro spoke of her father, her large eyes sparkled with pride, as if she were discussing her pillar of support. Do you have any other teachers? Who else has taught you calligraphy? Well, my grandfather taught me a bit, but no one else has. Xiaoro, thinking of her grandparents and aunt whom she would see that evening, wore an even broader smile. How long have you been learning calligraphy? Not for very long. Maybe about a week with Dad? Xiaoro tilted her head in thought. A week? You mean just a week? Schumann exclaimed, astonished. Looking at Xiaoro, she realized that children do not lie. It must indeed be true that she has only studied for a week. But how could one achieve such mastery in just that short span? A true genius. This child is undoubtedly the perfect candidate for a disciple. Schumann's heart raced with excitement, though she maintained her composure, mindful of the other professors present, who might also be scouting for promising talent. After a moment, Professor Xia approached her. Schumann, how did it go? Are you finished? Do you need my assistance? No. Children are usually easy to teach, Schumann replied with a hint of embarrassment, brushing her nose. Not far away, other professors gathered. So, did any of you discover any promising talent? I found a child with decent calligraphy skills. They were sent here for lessons. But I say their talent is merely average. I haven't found anyone exceptional either. What about you, Schumann? Oh, nothing special. You know me. I have a fondness for children and don't pay much attention to talent. I'm not particularly interested in taking on disciples anymore, Schumann said, and everyone nodded in agreement, expressing no suspicion. Satisfied that she had successfully misled them, Schumann planned to ask for Xiaoro's father's contact information later for a visit. Determined to take this precious talent under her wing, Schumann admired the child, feeling a bit guilty about her intentions. Just as she contemplated this, a sudden commotion erupted from behind. Wow, Xiaoro, you're amazing. Xiaodian, guided by Yu, came to admire her sister's calligraphy, utterly captivated. Her exclamation drew the attention of many nearby children, who flocked over to see Xiaoro's work. This is incredible. Xiaoro, did you really write this? The excited chatter filled the air. One by one, the children gazed in awe at the calligraphy, their expressions shifting as they regarded Xiaoro with newfound admiration, as if she were glowing with brilliance. Naturally shy, Xiaoro felt the weight of their gazes, her delight tinged with bashfulness. Xiaoro, can you give this to me? Xiaodian asked earnestly. Yes. Xiaoro happily gifted her calligraphy, Shangshan Ruashe, to Xiaodian, who accepted it with reverence. The other children looked on with envy. Xiaoro, can you write something for me? They clamored. Instantly, Xiaoro found herself surrounded. However, Yu remained steadfast by her side, resolutely remembering the task entrusted to her by Qing. Girls approached Xiaoro, granting her freedom, while the boys were met with resistance. Chapter 58. An enriching weekend approaches. Xiaoro gazed at her friend's pleading eyes and promptly began to write. Not far away, Schumann observed the scene, his lips twitching. My cherished disciple is about to take flight. His previously calm heart was now in turmoil. What's happening over there? Why are all the children gathered? It appears they are beseeching for words. That little girl must be the one I just instructed, right? Her calligraphy is quite commendable. Did I not just mention that she lacked any notable talent? As the crowd murmured, Schumann felt a twinge of guilt. I hadn't paid much attention to her earlier. Let us go see, suggested Professor Xia, detecting the subtle hints in Schumann's expression, leading everyone toward the gathering. Upon arrival, they watched Xiao Rou put pen to paper. The fluidity of her strokes was mesmerizing, and the sharpness of her penmanship was astonishing. This delicate girl wielded a pen with power that cut deep into the paper. Moreover, her piece, the highest good, is like water, already exuded an aura of profundity. Is this what you call a lack of talent? The group turned to Schumann, who lowered his gaze in embarrassment, prompting understanding among them. You've discovered a promising talent and kept it hidden from us, intending to take her as your student later on. Quite the clever scheme. If it weren't and oppose, T for the children's cries, we might have remained oblivious. After a brief inquiry, the professors were astounded. A genius. This is genuine talent. One remarked. I propose we pay a visit to her father, another added. Indeed, we should discuss nurturing such a gifted child, came the consensus. It requires the guidance of a master. They began discussing how to obtain the contact information for Yi Qing, Xiao Rou's mother. Esteemed professors, we cannot casually share parents' information. Allow me to contact them first to gauge their attitude, the teacher suggested. Please do convey our interest. After a moment, the teacher made the call, explaining the situation and the professor's desire for a visit. Yi Qing had just returned from the yard, seated on the sofa, feeding her little one. They wish to come over? That is acceptable. I will provide you with an address. She shared the address. Within the kindergarten, upon learning the outcome, the esteemed visitors did not rush to leave, but completed their teaching duties before setting out. By this time, many children had received Xiao Rou's artwork. After bidding farewell to the distinguished guests, they resumed their play. Soon, Villa number 3 was graced with a number of visitors. Yi Qing welcomed them outside, and after mutual introductions, they were invited inside. As for the praises regarding Xiao Rou's talent, Yi Qing was well aware, for her daughter had inherited extraordinary calligraphic skills, an endowment not to be trifled with. We have heard Xiao Rou speak of your guidance. She is indeed talented, and I believe it prudent to seek a master, Professor Xia remarked as they entered the room. However, the moment they stepped into the hall, his voice faltered. His steps halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on a piece of writing hanging nearby. Boldly inscribed were the words, "The highest good is like water." The mastery and ambience of this work far surpassed Xiao Rou's, leaving an indelible impression of tranquility within. Professor Xia's lips twitched. Such depth of meaning, he realized, was beyond his own capabilities. Not just him, but none present could replicate it. The others, noticing his sudden silence, followed his gaze and were equally astonished. After a moment, their looks toward Yi Qing shifted. Schumann's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Qing, sensing the change in their demeanor, felt a rush of apprehension. What do those looks imply? Oh, I see. You wish to take my daughter as a student, but now it seems you desire to take me under your wing instead? Indeed, the esteemed callers entertained such thoughts, but upon observing the exquisite piece of writing, they sighed. Yi Qing's skill was clearly superior, rendering their aspirations to take on a disciple somewhat futile. With a father of such caliber, they felt their involvement unnecessary. The discussion of apprenticeship was quietly set aside. Yet Schumann turned to Yi Qing. Would you be interested in joining our Provincial Calligraphy Association? This is an excellent suggestion. Others chimed in, acknowledging Schumann's sharp wit. The Calligraphy Association was distinct from other organizations. It functioned more like a club, albeit with high standards. Its members possessed considerable skill and social standing, making it a nexus of connections. Very well, Yi Qing nodded, recognizing the opportunity as a gift. I shall instruct the association and Oppo's secretary to send you the membership form. It's quite straightforward. Xiao Yuan looked at Yi Qing. We shall take our leave now. Do visit often. Bring Xiao Rou and Yu along. They are simply delightful. Certainly. After seeing the guests off, Yi Qing spent the afternoon chatting with Bai Shi, placing an order for some fruit tea. Once the details were confirmed, she messaged Bai Shi, Yi Qing, your husband has acquired a new title. I am now a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association. future child's mother. What? Yi Qing recounted the events, and Bai Shi, bemused, found the situation somewhat absurd. Yet, it was a testament to Yi Qing's skills that such an opportunity had arisen. Bai Shi sent a few emojis of admiration, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yi Qing, I just placed an order for some fruit tea. The delivery person should be bringing it to you shortly. Don't forget to collect it. Future child's mother. I'll go during the break. Yi Qing, have your uncle and aunt set off yet? Future child's mother. Not yet. They mentioned they would pick up Ji Ling from school before coming over. I'll guide them to the school, and then we can head home together. Chapter 59. Bai Ji Ling is about to be bewildered. Yi Qing. All right, I will go pick up the 2 children from school shortly. I believe you all will be home before us. Yi Qing, how are you feeling today? Any discomfort? Future child mother. No, I feel much better today. After all, it has been 5 to 6 days, and it's almost over. Bai Ji, she was typing away. Although Yi Qing was expressing concern, she always felt a bit strange about a boy caring for her. Nevertheless, warmth spread through her heart. Nearby, Zhang Ming and her friends were whispering about their plans for the weekend. After a week of classes, shouldn't they indulge a little? Let's go out for a stroll. You should ask Ji where she wants to go and if she has any plans. Okay. Zhang Ming agreed and turned her gaze towards Bai Ji, who bore a blissful expression. In an instant, Zhang Ming lost the desire to inquire further. Goodness, must you flaunt your happiness like this? Bai Ji, look at your current self. Where has that icy beauty gone? You are positively glowing. Bai Ji, it seems, had been thoroughly pampered. The Ice Queen had melted, transforming into a gentle spring. I don't want to approach, Zhang Ming said with a twitch of her lips. You all know I'm perpetually single. If I go over there, I might just be overwhelmed. Perhaps she would grab my head, force my mouth open, and shove a handful of love into it, compelling me to swallow. Wang Yi. Others. Must you be so vivid? Now, the imagery is haunting our minds. Once class is over, let us ask. I refuse to be crushed. I am not perpetually single, Wang Yi said with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, why do I feel like you two want to feed me love? Seizing the initiative, yet you are still single. I once had sweetness, but you are still single. Wang Yi seized Zhang Ming's face. Could you refrain from mentioning my single status? I am well aware of it. She was flustered, and Zhang Ming struck again. Wang Yi. Wang Yi was on the verge of madness. This person was piercing her heart with every word. Soon, class was dismissed. Wang Yi turned to Bai Ji. Ji, do you have any plans for the weekend? Bai Ji pondered. Well, I have quite a few plans. My parents are coming to accompany Bai Ji Ling to Jiangxing University and visit Jiangxing Polytechnic University. Plus, their Lin Yu's comic exhibition, and perhaps a few other activities. She revealed everything. This week, my parents are coming. What? That remark piqued Zhang Ming and Appo's interest. She rushed over. What do you mean? Are you already introducing your boyfriend to your family? That's quite fast. Not really, Bai Ji replied, not wanting to be too ostentatious. Especially since she had brought him home a week ago. Wow, impressive. Zhang Ming was now all ears, disregarding her own single status. This time, my sister is coming too. ISNT, she, in her second year of high school. She also wants to apply to schools in Jiangxing. So, Yi Qing and I plan to take her to our school and Yi Qing and Appo's school for a visit. Let her experience it firsthand. Yi Qing insisted on taking my sister to Jiangxing Polytechnic to let her feel the daunting atmosphere of the Temple of Learning, warning her not to apply there. Indeed, Wang Yi nodded. Recently, our school has seen an influx of students from other schools. Perhaps they are the ones from that temple, preparing for internal sales. Achoo! Inside Jiangxing University, Yuan Bo suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Does it feel like someone is speaking ill of me? Was it that girl who just passed by? Zhang Hongwei replied. Maybe she has taken a liking to you. Go for it. Yuan Bo waved dismissively. I think we should have Lao Si introduce us to a wealthy lady. Look at the beauties he finds. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, and wealthy. I could settle for someone a tier lower or even 2 tiers down. What? Zhang Hongwei looked at Yuan Bo. You are not Lao Si. How do you know he is doing well? He might be in dire straits, dealing with steel wool and iron brushes. Besides, we haven't seen Lao Si in days. Do you think living off a woman is easy? Yuan Bo. Stop right there. You've just shattered my dreams of living off a woman. And where did you learn all this? You didn't tee by a VPN just to read papers, did you? You're studying advanced foreign culture, right? Yuan Bo started to retort. As they bickered, they moved forward. A delivery man zipped past them and stopped at the foot of the teaching building. Soon, several female college students emerged. Here, that's your fruit tea. Thank you. Receiving the fruit tea, Wang patted her chest, feeling the same excitement, though it paled in comparison to Bai Zhishi's. All right, Zhishi, leave this task to us. When your sister arrives, we will accompany her for a stroll. I excel at guiding Na'vi second-year girls, ensuring they experience the beauty of Jiangxing University, motivating them to strive in their upcoming high school years to gain admission. Gao Meng smirked. You're really something. You almost slipped up there. All right, let us distribute this. I'll check for any notes. Shouldn't be any. Everyone can take what they like, Bai Zhishi stated. In the next moment, Gao Meng chuckled softly, well, not necessarily. She glanced at the fruit tea in her hands. Let us see. No ice, less sugar. Zhishi's exclusive order. Your boyfriend seems to be quite attuned to your needs. One remark caused Bai Zhishi to blush profusely. Stop joking. Quickly distribute it. We need to return to class. The break is almost over. Everyone hurriedly divided the tea and ascended the stairs. Wang Yi and the others began contemplating how to introduce Bai Zhiling to Jiangxing University. A serene library, an exquisite environment, delectable cuisine. Splendid. Later, they would extract some introductory phrases from the campus website, undoubtedly captivating the heart of the Na'vi second-year girl. Perfect. Bai Zhi observed them whispering, occasionally smiling, and even pursing her lips. It seemed that this time, Bai Zhiling would be thoroughly enchanted. Just then, her phone chimed. Chapter 60, The Dowry Doubles. Bai Zhi glanced at the messages sent by Bai Zhiling. Zhiling, sis, calling you, I'm out of school. You wouldn't believe it. I was the first to dash out the moment classes ended. Zhiling, we are currently speeding towards Jiangxing University. Zhiling, the navigation says it'll take an hour to arrive, but given how Dad has his foot pressed down on the accelerator, I bet we'll make it in 40 minutes. Zhiling, why are you silent? Are you naturally reticent? Bai Zhi, she looked at her sister with a sense of helplessness. This girl just loved to send a barrage of messages. Sometimes when she ignored her for too long, the girl would even put on a dramatic performance of being abandoned and neglected. Bai Zhi, all right, I understand. I'm currently in class, so when you arrive, send me your location, and I'll come find you. Bai Zhi, then we can head back together. Zhiling, what about brother-in-law? Bai Zhi, he is picking up you and Xiao tonight. Zhiling, oh, Zhiling, got it, I'll tell Dad. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Yi Qing was also preparing to set off. He looked at the glowing screen before him, detected an increase in marital affection. Reward, strengthening martial arts technique. What does this mean? Why has the affection suddenly increased? Is it really that easy to elevate? A cup of milk tea can do the trick? Yi Qing stroked his chin, a bit puzzled. Little did he know, it wasn't tea, just the milk tea. It was largely thanks to the support from a few of his roommates. Yi Qing didn't dwell on it for long. After all, a reward was better than none. The technique for strengthening martial arts appeared in his mind. Being proficient in medicine, he assessed it and found it to be a super enhanced version of the 5 animal frolics, complete with self-defense capabilities. Not bad. It could certainly be beneficial for the 2 girls, or uncle and aunt, to learn. With that thought, Yi Qing set off. In 40 minutes, Bai Zhiling stepped out of the car, gazing at Jiangxing University in the distance. Numerous college students surrounded the area. It seemed they had just finished classes on a Friday evening and were headed out to have fun. Bai Zhiling couldn't help but feel nostalgic about her college days. At the very least, after graduating high school, there would be no more homework. Homework was simply too bothersome. Thankfully, the days of enduring the hardships of high school would soon be over. Wang Ning approached and, seeing Bai Zhiling lost in thought, encouraged her, dear, give it your all. You have 1 year left. If not now, then when? Learn from your sister and get into a good university. Bai Zhiling. Mama's become quite the seasoned PUA. Learn well from my sister? Should I bring back a child from the future and a boyfriend for you tomorrow? Thinking of this made Bai Zhiling's heart ache. According to Yu and Xiao, she would most likely still be single at 30. Damn it, where did that boyfriend go? With that, She became infuriated, startling Wang Ning beside her. This girl seemed to get angry at the slightest provocation. She began to reflect on whether her previous comments were inappropriate. Quickly, she amended her words. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Getting into a 211 university is perfectly fine. Bai Jiling was momentarily taken aback by her mother's sudden change in tone. I should message my sister. As she spoke, Bai Jiling edited a few messages and sent them to Bai Jishi. Bai Xingting had just gotten out of the car and heard his daughter's words. No need to send anything. We're not in a rush. Your sister should just have gotten out of class. We can wait. I've already sent it. Bai Jiling shook her phone, then looked at her father. Aren't we in a hurry? How come a navigation says it's an hour's journey? Yet we arrived in 40 minutes? Boy Xingting. Wait, is that a Maserati? Bai Jiling looked at the luxurious car in the distance. Such vehicles were rare in their hometown. Jiangxing truly is a big city, and she was amazed to see such a fine car upon her arrival. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning's gazes were also drawn to it. After all, a single glance confirmed its distinction as an expensive vehicle. As they watched, the Maserati yielded to pedestrians at the crosswalk. After driving a short distance, it signaled left and slowed down, waiting until there were no cars behind before changing lanes and stopping by the roadside with its hazard lights on, indicating a temporary stop. Goodness, the people in Jiangxing are so polite and cultured. If someone drove that car where we're from, they would just bulldoze through without signaling, let alone yielding to pedestrians. Don't compare our place to some impoverished backwater, Wang Ning remarked, tapping Bai Jiling. Bai Ji, she shrank her neck. Nonetheless, that driver was indeed courteous. Bai Xingting nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was a novice driver. As they continued to watch, the Maserati's door swung open, revealing a graceful figure who waved at them. In that instant, all of them stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. This is goodness. Bai Ji, she also jogged toward them. She was not far away and soon reached them. How long have you been waiting? I just got out of class. Bai Ji, she noticed their astonished expressions and tilted her head in confusion. Wait, sis, how did you get this car? This car must cost 2 million, right? Wow, sis. Have you become a rich lady now? Can I take a ride? Bai Jiling exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a rush. It was your brother-in-law who let me drive it. My driving skills were lacking, and he even accompanied me out late at night to practice. Bai Ji, she explained, also clarifying for her parents. At the same time, she recalled the first time she went driving with Qing, when she nearly ran over a dog and mistook the wiper for the turn signal. Now, having become familiar with driving, such blunders no longer occurred. Wang Ning glanced at Bai Xingting as if seeking his opinion. Bai Xingting shrugged. How could he comment on this? Logically, she shouldn't have been driving such an expensive car. However, Qing was to be his daughter's future husband, and they already had a child. It seemed it wasn't his daughter who initiated this. That was not her character. I think we should find a time soon to prepare the dowry and gifts for our daughter, Bai Xingting said quietly. For what use would they serve if left untouched? Yes, indeed. That sounds right. Wang Ning nodded in agreement. Chapter 61. Your two daughters travel through time. And you speak of science to me? Hey, Mom and Dad, what are you whispering about over there? Bai Jiling asked, eyeing her parents with curiosity. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning quickly waved their hands, presenting a facade of nonchalance. We were just discussing some household matters. Nothing significant, Bai Xingting reassured her. All right, Mom and Dad, let me take you to Qing's house. Hey, big sister, I'm riding your car. I want to experience that luxury ride. Sure. Bai Ji, she nodded at her quirky younger sister. Bai Xingting watched the two daughters from behind, initially pondering the sorrow he would feel when the time came to marry off his daughters. However, he found that the thought was less daunting than he imagined. After all, his daughters were not yet wed, and he already had two lovely granddaughters to cherish. A seamless transition indeed, providing him with much psychological comfort. He considered himself fortunate. At that moment, Bai Xingting couldn't help but think of Qing's future. He shook his head. She likely would not be as fortunate as he was. When it came time for her to marry off her daughters, it would probably feel like a painful extraction of flesh. What are you doing? What's with that expression on your face? Wang Ning turned to her husband as the daughters settled into the car. Noticing the complex emotions on his face that seemed to carry a mix of sympathy and relief. Nothing, nothing. Let an oppose. Let's go. We will see you and Xiao Rou soon. Bai Xingting climbed into the car, following Bai Zhi's vehicle. Gradually, he sighed, reflecting on Bai Zhi's driving skills, which still needed improvement. Thankfully, she was aware of her limitations and drove cautiously. Given the quality of the car, many drivers yielded to her. Otherwise, he would have been quite anxious. Who doesn't drive like this when they first start? You get used to it after a while, Wang Ning added. In the front car, Bai Zhi exclaimed, "Wow, this looks so luxurious. It's spacious and comfortable. Brother-in-law is truly generous to buy such a fine car for you, big sister. It's undeniable true love." Indeed, with the fruits of love already here, how could it not be true love? Bai Zhi continued, playfully repeating phrases about true love and the fruits of love, causing Bai Zhi to blush. That little one is getting more talkative by the day, Bai Zhi thought to herself. After a while, Bai Zhi fell silent, gazing out at the scenery of Jiang City. It's beautiful. I adore the scenery here. Tomorrow, I'll take you to visit a few schools so you can experience it for yourself. All right, thank you, big sister. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bai Zhi replied gratefully. Your brother-in-law can't hear you right now. He's gonna pick up your two nieces. You can wait until tonight to speak with him directly. Bai Zhi et lai. That works. Bai Zhi nodded. As they drove on, the surrounding vehicles diminished and the terrain rose higher. My goodness, the view is absolutely stunning. Nestled among the mountains and beside the waters, you can see the river in front with lush greenery behind. This place has great feng shui. You understand feng shui? Bai Zhi inquired. Of course. Do you think I watched into oppos? Ghost blows out the light in oppos for nothing? That's all fiction. One must believe in science. Bai Zhi responded casually. Bai Zhi turned to her sister. You speak of believing in science while standing before me with two future daughters? Is this science? All right. Aside from this, everything else is quite scientific, Bai Zhi conceded. Not at all scientific. It an amp. Oppos, as utterly unscientific. Why are we from the same womb? Yet brother-in-law is so remarkable, handsome and affluent, and can father such adorable daughters, while I, at over 30, have no boyfriend and am labeled an old maid? This is not scientific. Okay, fine. Let's not discuss matters of science anymore. You can continue to admire your feng shui. Bai Zhi surrendered. Now that's more like it. Bai Zhi turned back to gaze at the scenery, a victorious expression on her face, though she wasn't entirely sure what she had triumphed over. Nevertheless, she felt pleased. As they neared the entrance, Bai Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that my brother-in-law's house in this villa area? Indeed, a grand and luxurious villa. You'll see for yourself shortly, Bai Zhi revealed without reservation. Bai Zhi leaned back in her seat, casting a look of envy at her sister. What luck you have, big sister, with such a future husband. She could only express her admiration, lacking any other words. Upon reaching the gate, Bai Zhi stepped out and spoke to the security guard, who recognized her and promptly allowed both vehicles to pass. They entered through a designated passageway, arriving at Villa number 3. Here we are. This is Yi Qing's house, Bai Zhi gestured, her words reaching Bai Xingting and Wang Ning as they disembarked. They stood frozen, gazing at the luxurious villa. This is a wealthy family. However, their thoughts were not of the melodramatic tales of television, but rather. Bai Xingting turned to his wife. I feel we should elevate the standards for Bai Zhi's dowry and wedding gifts. I agree. It would bolster our daughter's confidence, Wang Ning concurred. But how much should we increase it? After all, we have another daughter to consider. When she marries, we'll need to provide her with an equal amount of dowry and wedding gifts, lest we show favoritism. Indeed, Bai Xingting pondered, then suddenly remembered. Didn't the two girls mention that Bai Zhi is over 30 and still single? With 13 or 14 years until then. We can save up during that time. Let us increase Bai Zhi's dowry. Wang Ning exclaimed, realizing her oversight and nodding vigorously, right? How could I forget? Your mind is sharp. As they conversed, they began reallocating a portion of Bai Zhi's intended dowry to Bai Zhi. Noticing her parents casting furtive glances her way, Bai Zhi's instincts flared. Something was amiss, undoubtedly not good. Their conspicuous secrecy suggested they were scheming something. What are you discussing? What is the hush-hush about? Plotting against me? I want to hear. Bai Jiling approached them, demanding to know. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning averted their gazes. What could we possibly be whispering about? We wouldn't conspire against you. Exactly. Your suspicions are unfounded, they replied, though their tone was somewhat insincere. This little daughter had quite the sixth sense. Chapter 62. The Lively Atmosphere. Group leader Bai Jiling initially. Bai Jiling merely perceived her parents as casually exchanging whispers, prompting her curiosity to eavesdrop. However, an unsettling sensation began to wash over her. A premonition of something amiss, a tangible sense of foreboding. It seemed as though they were indeed scheming against her. Alas, she could only speculate silently, unable to ascertain the truth. Mom and Dad, let us go inside, Yi Qing suggested, leading Bai Jiling and Bai Jishi into the house. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the vast courtyard and opulent decor. The sheer extravagance of the estate left Bai Jiling in awe, internally chastising herself. How naive I was to think that affluent families were merely a myth. I now realize I was sorely mistaken. As her gaze swept across the surroundings, it landed on an adorable, plump little creature by the koi pond, intently observing something. Bai Jiling approached the small round figure, which, sensing a shadow overhead, lifted its head to reveal two large, curious eyes staring back at her. Just then, a large hand swooped down, and before it could react, the little one was caught and cradled in her arms. Hey there, little one. Are you dreaming of devouring such a grand fish at your tender age? Bai Jiling remarked, admiring the robust koi swimming in the pond. The fish were indeed splendidly plump, resembling those famed koi from Bout Spring that had gone viral. She mused over how the feeding methods of her two little nieces contributed to the koi's impressive size, particularly recalling the comical all-you-can-eat approach of Xiaorou, which made her chuckle. Elder sister, I have a bold idea, Bai Jishi chimed in. Quickly suppress that daring thought, she retorted, crossing her arms in disapproval. I inquired with the steward, who informed me that each koi here is a rare and precious breed of exceptional quality. Do you see that one? It's worth the entirety of your tuition and living expenses for 4 years. Should you dare to act upon that reckless idea, do not forget to reimburse your brother-in-law. Bai Jiling gasped, what? Is it truly that expensive? How my poverty has stifled my imagination. Brother-in-law must be exceedingly wealthy. With a sheepish grin, she admitted, I've come to realize that I am, in fact, quite timid and unworthy of such audacious thoughts. Nearby, Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning had approached, having overheard their eldest daughter's words, shaking their heads in disbelief at the sight of the koi. An air of silence enveloped them, as they felt somewhat out of place in such a grand setting. Shall we head to the room? Bai Jiling suggested, slightly more subdued, following Bai Jishi and playfully cradling the little one. Upon entering the hall, her expression twisted in astonishment as Bai Jishi guided them through the luxurious space, shattering Bai Jiling's preconceived notions. Brother-in-law, you are my idol, she exclaimed, astounded by the spectacle. It was an eye-opening experience for her, coming at such a pivotal moment. After exploring the premises, the group settled onto the sofa, a hush falling over them, each lost in thought. Bai Jishi sensed the contemplative mood of her parents and sister. After a moment, Bai Xingtian glanced at Wang Ning, conveying a silent understanding. Wang Ning remained taciturn, then stole a glance at Bai Jiling before giving a slow nod. Bai Jiling, puzzled, thought, what was with that look? What are you planning? Are you really going to sell my kidney to buy a dowry for my sister? Oh, I'm doomed. Bai Jiling felt a wave of numbness wash over her. While she had deduced some of their intentions, she remained oblivious to the fact that her parents' furtive glances had already conspired to allocate her dowry to her elder sister, with her own share being temporarily out of reach. Meanwhile, in the kindergarten, Daddy, have Grandma and Grandpa arrived? Yuyo called out as she dashed into Yi Qing's embrace, having successfully completed her little mission for the day. You did wonderfully. Ye vink pides. This little task had become a delightful secret shared between Yuyo and Yi Qing. Grandma and Grandpa should be here by now, and your aunt has also arrived. Ye vink softly replied. The mention of her aunt made Yuyo visibly anxious, prompting her to rush over to Xiaorou for reassurance. Just then, a wave of panic struck Yuyo. Daddy, quickly call Mommy. We forgot to hide our snacks in the storeroom, she exclaimed. And we'll eat all the snacks. Yi Qing chuckled. Bai Jiling, you ought to pay attention to how the children perceive you. This impression surely isn't a result of your actions last week, but rather the mischief you committed before the children travel back in time. All right, I'll speak to your mother shortly, Yi Qing said, amused as she messaged Bai Jishi. She then waved goodbye to Xiao Dan, who lingered a bit longer, waiting for her parents. As Yi Qing and the two girls headed home, the excitement was palpable. After all, they were about to see their grandparents. Yu-Yo hummed a tune, and Yi Qing noted her rapid progress, likely thanks to Shun Inchi's dedicated efforts. At home, Bai Jishi chuckled as she read Yi Qing's message, unable to contain her amusement. What is so funny? Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning inquired, leaning in to see the message. Bai Jiling's expression turned blank. Wait a minute. I only had one pack last week. How can these two little girls hold a grudge against me? I'll make amends. I will, she pleaded. Bai Jishi waved her hand dismissively. Your brother-in-law deduced that this impression must stem from your 30-something self, an unmarried woman, far from home, who devours her niece's snacks. Bai Jiling nodded, recognizing the truth in that statement. Wang Ning sighed, observing her daughter. At 30, you've become a leftover woman, far from home, and now you're even eating your niece's snacks. You really ought to reflect on your choices. Reflect on what? Bai Jiling queried innocently. Wang Ning's eyes began to scan the vicinity for a feather duster, realizing her daughter could use a little correction. In an instant, Bai Jiling grasped the unspoken message. Mom, please do calm down. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Chapter 63. Why aren't you smiling? Is it an inherent lack of joy? Bai Jiling gazed at her mother, who seemed poised to take matters seriously, and promptly raised her hands in surrender, adopting a pleading demeanor. Wang Ning looked at her with exasperation, pondering how this little daughter would evolve in the future. Bai Jiling furrowed her brow, then turned her attention to Bai Jishi, suddenly arriving at an epiphany. Mother, I've realized. I finally understand why I remained single in my 30s. This declaration drew everyone's attention, their faces etched with curiosity. What could this girl possibly comprehend? They had grown accustomed to her whimsical style. Pray tell, Wang Ning urged, skepticism evident in her tone. She doubted her daughter could articulate any legitimate reason. Bai Jiling spread her hands, presenting her analysis. Consider this. My prolonged singleness in my 30s is entirely due to my elder sister. What? The word struck Bai Jishi, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could you be blamed for this? Look, my sister has found such an exceptional husband. Since my sister and I are cut from the same cloth, naturally, I would seek someone of a similar caliber. But given that my brother-in-law is so outstanding, handsome, wealthy, compassionate, and a father to two adorable daughters, my standards have inevitably risen. Consequently, after much deliberation, I find myself in this predicament. Am I not justified in my reasoning? Her well-reasoned argument left the others speechless. Bai Xingti Tang Zitgo Bai Zilin, stroking his chin, and mused that perhaps there was merit to her words. Wang Ning, too, fell into contemplation. Only Bai Jishi glanced at Bai Jiling's chest, and then lowered her gaze, pondering why her sister could not see her own shortcomings. Is it not obvious? Are you truly unable to see your own toes? Bai Jishi questioned in confusion. Bai Jiling noticed her sister's gaze and felt a surge of irritation. What are you looking at? Is it not common for some to develop later? Do you understand the concept of late bloomers? Bai Jiling and Apos, as inner thoughts raged. Yet she felt a twinge of insecurity. It appeared she had indeed reached a late stage of development. Was there truly such a stark contrast between her and her sister? There will always be those who appreciate my unique charm. Perhaps your reasoning holds some truth, Bai Xingtian remarked, and Wang Ning nodded in agreement. Wait, what? Bai Jishi exclaimed, feeling as though an immense burden had been unjustly placed upon her. I have done nothing to deserve this. Mother, you should encourage my sister to take her time and introduce me to some commendable young men, preferably as handsome as my brother-in-law. After all, I am a visual connoisseur. What is a visual connoisseur? Wang Ning inquired. Bai Jishi waved her hand dismissively. Mother, do not heed her. She is perpetually lost in her own thoughts. However, you should not be swayed by me, as the reality is that this girl is still in her second year of high school. Shouldn't we guide her back on track? After all, academics should take precedence. With a knowing smile, Bai Jishi expressed her concern for her sister. Bai Jilin thought to herself, how cunning. Someone is trying to undermine me. Exactly. Wang Ning clapped her hands, turning toward Bai Jilin. Ah! Bai Jilin yelped, hastily retreating and casting a sorrowful glance at Bai Jishi. Mentally calling for assistance, Bai Jishi observed with satisfaction, having deftly diffused the tension, though she knew she must consider Bai Jilin's feelings. Yet, that was a matter for the future, as university was still a couple of years away. Meanwhile, outside, Yi Qing returned with the two little ones. Upon hearing the car door close, Wang Ning halted her steps, and Bai Xingtian stood up, looking toward the door. They noticed the two little girls disembarking from the vehicle and rushed eagerly into the house. Yi Qing is back. Let's go down, Bai Jishi exclaimed, turning to see. Huh, have her parents already gone down? Bai Jilin wiped her brow, realizing that Yi Qing's presence was indeed effective. Inside, the two little girls entered and immediately began searching for Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian. Grandma, Grandpa, here we are. You have returned. Yuyo and Xiaoro dashed toward their grandparents, filling the room with delight. Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian mirrored their joy, their faces beaming with happiness. Bai Xingtian lifted Xiaoro into his arms. Come, let us see what Grandma and Grandpa have brought for you. They led the children to a side table laden with snacks and dolls, predominantly filled with toys, as they understood that excessive sweets were not ideal for children. Wow, thank you, Grandma and Grandpa. There are even gifts from Annie. Baizin aptotik, playfully pinching iuva apples, etik. Are you teasing a little pig? Bai Jishi remarked helplessly, while Yuyo beamed with joy. After some playful antics, the two girls began selecting their dolls, as if deliberating which one would be their nighttime companion. Meanwhile, Yi Qing prepared fruit and nuts for everyone, observing Bai Jilin's somewhat restrained demeanor. Uncle and Andy seem to have that effect on you. This is our home. If we ever find ourselves overwhelmed, we shall need your help with the children. As she directed her gaze toward Bai Jilin, she noted, You don't seem to be the type to be shy. Why do you appear so reserved here, as if in a cramped space? Not at all. Brother-in-law, you speak nonsense. There is nothing to feel shy about in my sister and brother-in-law's home. I can help take care of the children in the future. That is a splendid idea, Yi Qing exclaimed, realizing that if Bai Jilin were to be accepted into a university in Jiangxing, she could stay over at night to assist with the children, who would likely be in elementary school by then. What a perfect arrangement for a university student to guide elementary students in their studies. Je vink could put her hands, envisioning the myriad of heartwarming scenarios of parental involvement in education. Bai Jishi, overhearing, opened her mouth in awe, her eyes brimming with admiration. Darling, you are simply brilliant. Bai Jilin, however, remained tight-lipped. Yi Qing noticed her silence and inquired, What troubles you? This is such a wonderful opportunity to guide these adorable little ones. Why aren't you smiling? Is it an inherent lack of joy? Chapter 64. Bai Jilin, I do not wish to be Dehua. The awkwardness that Bai Jilin felt in the villa had dissipated. She had now begun contemplating another matter, whether or not to truly take the entrance examination for Jiangxing University. If she were to succeed in gaining admission, she could already envision her life, attending school alongside her elder sister, sharing moments after classes, and returning home together in her sister's car, where her brother-in-law would also pick up the two little ones. Then, she would start tutoring the children with their assignments, 2 of them, day after day. She would become the amp, oppos, Dehua and amp, oppos, from the television dramas. She gazed at Wang Ning, her eyes filled with determination. Wang Ning observed her, wondering what had prompted such a sudden change in her demeanor. Mom, I have made up my mind. There is still over a year left in high school, and I will strive and fight for a place at Tsinghua or Beida. What ambition? Bai Xingtian immediately chimed in. However, Yi Qing and Bai Jishi fell silent. They could already fathom the extent of the impact that Yi Qing and amp, oppos, as earlier jest had on Bai Jilin. Her brother-in-law had erred. He should not have likened her to Dehua. Yi Qing mused inwardly. A while later, Yi Qing approached. Jilin, we will set off tomorrow morning. Whether you wish to explore other provinces or stay in Jiangxing, I will show you the differences between polytechnic and comprehensive universities. This will be beneficial for your future choices regarding universities and majors. She continued, as for what I said earlier, it was merely a joke. I believe tutoring these two children won't pose any issues. They are quite intelligent. Qing thought to herself that perhaps the two children would inherit a hint of his remarkable memory skills. If that's the case, you can handle the kids while we explore tomorrow. Wang Ning nodded in agreement. At that moment, the two little girls approached, wobbling with a few large toys in their arms. Due to their size, they often blocked their own line of sight, leading to a series of stops and starts. Grandma and Grandpa, we want to cuddle with these toys while we sleep tonight. All right, come sit with Grandma and Grandpa. Grandpa, would you like some tea? Yuyo and Xiao inquired, recalling how Grandpa had taught them to brew tea and other little tricks during their visit last week. They were eager to try it out. Bai Xingtian glanced at the time and decided, well, let us skip it tonight. Oh, okay. The two girls felt a tad disappointed at not being able to showcase their skills. How about you brew a pot for Grandpa tomorrow? Sure. The girls' eyes lit up with excitement. With the lively presence of the two little ones, Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning felt more at ease. Why don't you two take Grandma and Grandpa to explore the different rooms? Bai Zhiqi suggested. The girls nodded enthusiastically and pulled the adults along. Yi Qing, feeling relaxed, said, Bai Jilin, tomorrow we will first visit Jianshan Polytechnic University, then take a stroll around Jianshan University, and afterwards, we can have a meal there. This arrangement had been decided after discussions with Bai Zhiqi. After all, the food at Jianshan University was quite good, and any positive experience could only be advantageous. Sounds great. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law. We are all family. No need for thanks. Yi Qing waved her hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Yuyo and Xiao had arrived at the music room. Grandma and Grandpa, this is where my teacher gives me lessons. Oh, it's so well equipped. Are there many instruments? I've learned a bit. Yuyo seated herself at the piano and played a melody. However, the soundproofing of the music room was so effective that no one outside could hear her performance. So Yi Qing and the others missed the opportunity to listen in. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian applauded. Though they were not knowledgeable about music, they could tell that Yuyo was quite talented. Hee. Yuyo shyly scratched her head. Your sister is amazing, Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Yuyo. Let us move to the next room. After some wandering, they arrived at the master bedroom. Noticing the 4 pillows on the bed, Wang Ning inquired, Yuyo, Xiao, do your parents sleep here with you? Yuyo nodded and pointed. Yuyo and Xiao sleep over there. Mommy and Daddy sleep here. This is Mommy's hugging bear. But at night, Mommy usually gives up the bear and hugs Daddy instead. Mommy bullies Daddy. Yuyo and Xiao chimed in obediently. We wouldn't bully Daddy like that. Wang Ning was surprised that his daughter had reached such a level of familiarity with Yi Qing. How credible were those words she had spoken last week? He pondered, glancing at the two of them, seemingly inseparable. Perhaps everything had naturally progressed. Forget it. The children are here, and the future is set. As a mother, I can't interfere with all of this. Bai Xingtian observed Yuyo and Xiao and asked, will you be all right sleeping with Grandma and Grandpa tonight? Yes. Grandpa will tell us stories tonight. We want to hear stories. All right. I will tell you tales from the 3 kingdoms. Bai Xingtian replied, recalling the earlier conversation. Wang Ning chimed in. When you tell them stories, stick to the historical accounts. Avoid the more outlandish tales that might mislead the children. I understand. Bai Xingtian nodded. Shall we take our pillows and head out? Sure. The two little girls quickly kicked off their shoes and climbed onto the bed, arranging their pillows and toys. They even smoothed out the wrinkles on their grandparents' pillowcases. Chapter 65. No wonder my sister is so well taken care of. Meanwhile, Bai Zhiling was without the company of the two little girls, and nearby were 2 mischievous individuals exchanging affectionate banter. Thus, she indulged in watching television alone. It must be said, the television at her brother-in-law's home was a true delight. It was simply enormous. She thought to herself that when she became wealthy, she would acquire one just as grand. Turning around, she noticed her sister approaching. Come, let me show you to your room, said Bai Zhiqi. Oh, Bai Zhiling replied, rising to follow her sister into a guest room. Upon entering, she gasped, oh my heavens, is it truly this spacious? To her astonishment, there was even a private bathroom, and it was quite large as well. To her delight, a bathtub awaited her. Listening to Bai Ling's excited chatter, Bai she felt a sense of helplessness. Her sister was rather boisterous. "You'll be sleeping here tonight. I made the bed with clean sheets yesterday, along with your brother-in-law. You can take a lovely bath and then rest." Bai Ling nodded enthusiastically, fully in agreement. A little later, while the two little girls were occupied with their evening routines, Wang Ning summoned Bai she into her room. "Mom, what is it? Why did you call me over so mysteriously?" Bai she inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. "The two little girls will be sleeping with us tonight," Wang Ning declared. "All right, I had planned to sleep with the two girls, but that means I'll be sleeping in." Bai she hesitated, attempting to conceal the truth about her sleeping arrangements with Qing. However, before she could finish, her mother interrupted her with an air of knowing. "She knows everything already and has come to terms with it. She no longer cares where Bai she sleeps. After all, how else could the two little girls have come into existence?" Wang Ning thought to herself, accepting the situation, seeing that her mother was not concerned about her words. Bai she felt a flush of embarrassment creep across her cheeks. It seemed her mother was aware of her sleeping arrangements with Qing, likely due to the two little girls spilling the beans. But her mother appeared indifferent, suggesting that she had chosen not to meddle in her daughter's affairs. "Here, take this," Wang Ning said, handing Bai she a bank card. Baffled, Bai she stared at it. "What is this?" "This is the dowry and wedding gift money your father and I have been saving for you," her mother explained. "Such a substantial amount?" Bai she was taken aback, her instincts prompting her to refuse the generous offer. Wang Ning continued, "Your father and I set up 2 accounts for you both when you were born to save for your dowry. But you know your father, he and Oppos, a softer for daughters. Every time he deposits money, he reminisces about the past, sighing heavily. I had rehearsed countless times how to prevent him from shedding tears at your wedding. Yet unexpectedly, this situation has arisen, rendering my preparations futile. Now your father seems quite content, his focus entirely on the 2 little girls. Thus, your father and I decided to give you your dowry now. After all, you've essentially started a family of your own. Use this money to buy something for Qing, and perhaps for you and Xiao as well. It's a way to share the burden at home and bolster your own confidence." As Wang Ning spoke, she affectionately ruffled Bai she's hair, resembling a heartfelt conversation between a mother and daughter on the eve of marriage. In just a few words, tears welled up in Bai she's eyes. "Mom, goodness, you and Amp, Oppos, a grown woman now, why are you crying? Do you think you and Amp, Oppos, you and Xiao Wang Ning tuklet desingli. I and Amp, Oppos, am still just a college student?" Bai she retorted playfully. "Ah." Wang Ning scratched her head, feeling a bit sheepish. "I sometimes forget you're still in college and mistakenly think you're over 30 now." "Mom," Bai she exclaimed in mock reproach. "Ha! All right, come here for a hug," Wang Ning said, enveloping Bai she in her arms. At that moment, Bai Ting emerged from the bathroom with the 2 little ones, freshly washed and ready for the evening. The sight of their mother and grandmother embracing sparked curiosity in their wide eyes. "Mommy, Grandma, what are you doing? You piped up, I want a hug too. Xiao wants one as well." Reluctantly, the 2 women released each other to indulge the children. "All right, we must accompany the children to sleep now," Wang Ning stated, subtly signaling to Bai she that it was time for her to leave. Bai she sighed inwardly. These 2 old folks have forgotten about their daughter now that they have grandchildren. Observing her daughter and Oppos' forlorn expression, Wang Ning felt exasperated by the theatrics of youth. "Come on, off you go." She waved her hand dismissively. After Bai she departed, Wang Ning tucked the 2 little girls in a bed. "Shall we sleep?" "Yes," they chorused. "Grandpa will tell a story." "All right, lie down nicely, and Grandpa will share a tale. But you must promise to sleep afterward. Tomorrow morning, Grandpa will take you out for a run, understood?" Bai Ting had been planning this for days. He could not take you and Xiao for a run at home, where everyone was familiar, but here, where they were strangers, it was entirely feasible. "Okay." They nodded eagerly. Bai Ting began to narrate a story. Meanwhile, in Bai Ling and Amp, Oppos' room, a slender-legged gingerly entered a bathtub adorned with rose petals. After gauging the water temperature, she gradually slid in, letting out a sigh of contentment as her body relaxed. A rosy glow crept onto her cheeks as she lay quietly. enveloped in a warm embrace of the water. For a moment, she emptied her mind, allowing the fatigue from a week of classes to dissipate entirely. "Ah, this is heavenly," she thought, reveling in the luxurious life her sister enjoyed, clearly thriving under her brother-in-law's care. In the next instant, Bai Jiling recalled her brother-in-law and Appo's earlier jest about her being Dehua. Surely, he must have been joking? She mused, the corners of her mouth twitching. Yet, his expression had not seemed playful at all. As the water began to cool, she emerged in her sleepwear. She lay on the bed, savoring the softness and comfort of the mattress, and soon closed her eyes. However, after some time, she reopened them, exclaiming, "Oh no, I feel like a wild boar unable to appreciate fine grains. This room is so spacious that it feels empty, devoid of warmth and safety. How can I possibly sleep? Bai Jiling, what on earth is wrong with you?" She scolded herself. Should I go find my sister and sleep with her instead? Chapter 66. The mere thought. Last night, you and brother-in-law slept together, conjured the sensation of her elder sister's touch, arousing an immediate disquiet. A shiver ran down Bai Jiling's spine. How could she, a mere girl, be subjected to such an experience? Her sister was the instigator, a scoundrel. Perhaps it's best to forego the visit, she mused, recalling the previous encounter and anticipating unforeseen improprieties. Who knew what novelties her sister might have inflicted upon her brother-in-law? The mere contemplation was unnerving. Yet, after much deliberation, she resolved, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Even if subjected to further impositions, it would be a matter for the morning, whereas she was currently plagued by insomnia. Tomorrow and Appo's excursion to the university demanded ample rest. To my sister I shall go, she declared, resolute. Clutching her pillow, Bai Jiling stealthily approached the designated chamber, gingerly pushing the door ajar. The room was cloaked in darkness. Bai Jiling groped her way to the bedside. Sister, she whispered, I am unable to sleep. The room is too vast, too desolate. I wish to slumber alongside you, but we shall remain back to back, and you must refrain from any repetition of the previous incident. Agreed? With a playful giggle, Bai Jiling dove onto the bed. She murmured, surprised. The covers were drawn back, yet the bed was unoccupied. She delved her hand beneath the blankets, only to find them devoid of warmth. It appears the adversary has long since absconded. Where has she gone? Bai Jiling lamented, her frustration mounting. Undoubtedly, she has sought refuge in her brother-in-law and Appo's arms. The perfidious wretch. She deceived me. She vowed to sleep in this chamber. Bai Jiling and Appo's ire flared, but she could only resign herself to tidying Bai Jishi's bedding, feigning her presence. I shall make do, she sighed. Meanwhile, in Yi Qing's chamber, the couple engaged in matrimonial discourse. Bai Jishi nestled in Yi Qing and Appo's embrace, tracing patterns on his chest. Yi Qing, she began. Mother summoned me earlier and presented me with a bank card, designating it as my dowry. Oh, he inquired. How much does it contain? Bai Jishi whispered the sum, contemplating whether to relinquish it to Yi Qing, as she would henceforth be his. That and Appo's. That's quite a sum, Yi Qing remarked. Your parents evidently dote on their daughters. Do you desire it? She asked tentatively. Indeed, Yi Qing exclaimed, his ardor reigniting. He seized Bai Jishi's waist, caressing it as his voice deepened. Bai Jishi and Appo's eyes widened. That and Appo's. That's not what I meant. I was referring to the money, not me. My period hasn't Appo's ended yet. Bai zi pilai niped yeving Appo's. Sechist, herkaninus budget. You are far too opportunistic. You speak of the money, Yi Qing clarified. I have no need of it. It is your dowry, and it shall remain in your possession. I have no designs on your coffers. Liar, she retorted. You may not covet my coffers, but you certainly covet me. And is it not my prerogative to covet you? He countered. Allow me to collect a small interest. Yeving gentitet bai zi Appo's. Sechinupiart. After what seemed an eternity, Yi Qing released Bai Jishi. Her cheeks flushed, her breath labored, as if she had narrowly escaped suffocation. Scoundrel, Bai Jishi murmured, her words belying her sentiments as she savored the lingering sensation. She then scurried to the opposite side of the bed, clutching her plush bear. I shall retire now, You have caused my heart to race, rendering me unable to sleep. Tomorrow, I must accompany Jilin on her university tour. Sleep well. Very well, Yi Qing responded, unperturbed. He knew that she would inevitably return to his side once slumber overtook her. Through extensive observation, Yi Qing had discovered Bai Jishi's uncanny ability to locate him in her sleep, embracing him with unerring precision. It was akin to a superpower. Sleep. The following morn, before the break of dawn, Bai Jishi groggily awoke to find herself nestled in Yi Qing's embrace. She gazed upon his countenance, listening to his rhythmic breathing, and gently pecked his cheek. After a visit to the lavatory, she resolved to return to her own chamber. While her mother's attitude the previous night had indicated her indifference to Bai Jishi and Yi Qing's sleeping arrangements, she felt it unseemly to flaunt their intimacy before her parents. I shall feign propriety, she thought, surreptitiously returning to her room to indulge in a rejuvenating slumber. Bai Jishi lay down, swathed in her blankets, preparing to drift off to sleep. However, after a time, she sensed an unsettling presence. It seemed as though a breath emanated from behind her head. A shiver coursed through her as she held her breath, attempting to confirm her suspicions. Good heavens! She exclaimed inwardly. There truly is a breath. Immobilized, she dared not turn a look. She yearned to summon Yi Qing. Husband, save me. Just as Bai Jishi's thoughts spiraled, something descended upon her. Sleep paralysis. The words echoed in her mind. A piercing cry erupted from her throat. Bai Jishi's fists rained down upon the intruder. Bai Jilin, roused from her slumber by the shriek, found herself under attack. Who's there? Who's hitting me? She cried. Jilin? Bai Jishi exclaimed. Sister? What are you doing here? You startled me half to death. I thought I was experiencing sleep paralysis. I couldn't and amp, oppose, sleep in my room, so I came to sleep with you, Bai Jilin explained. I assumed you were with brother-in-law, so I just laid down. Ouch, you're hurting me. You're being dramatic, Bai Jishi retorted. Does brother-in-law know you're so theatrical? Bai Jilin, still smarting from the assault, groaned. I see now that sleeping with you brings misfortune. Very well, Bai Jishi sighed. Let me massage you. It's the least I can do. However, after a brief interlude, she abruptly ceased her ministrations. Stop. What kind of technique is that? You're making me tingle all over. Where did you learn that? Chapter 67. The morning run of two little ones Bai Jilin exclaimed, Sister, your technique is rather peculiar. It appeared that the acupressure points she was targeting were quite unusual. With every press, Bai Jilin felt an odd sensation coursing through her. I don't want you to touch me anymore. She quickly waved her hand, opting to massage the spots that had just been struck instead. Bai Jishi, feeling unappreciated despite her good intentions, pouted and turned away. Observing her sister's demeanor, Bai Jilin let out a soft huff, her face marred by a hint of resentment. She then reclined, noting that it was still early and the dawn had yet to break, perfect for a little more sleep. However, moments later, she was embraced from behind. Hey! Just as Bai Jilin was about to speak, a hand swiftly covered her mouth. You're being too domineering, she thought. Who did you learn this from? After a brief commotion, the two soon fell asleep again. An hour later, Bai Xingtian awoke naturally. Rising from his slumber, he noticed the two little girls sleeping beside him. They had somehow kicked off their covers and were now clad in pajamas, clutching their small flying horses. Curled up, they resembled two adorable little gas canisters. Their resemblance to Bai Jishi and Bai Jilin during their childhood was striking. Bai Xingtian's thoughts wandered back to those earlier days when the two girls would lie in bed, clutching their toys, looking just as they did now. He approached and gently patted Yu and Xiaorou's heads. Yu, Xiaorou, time to rise. Let's go for a run with Grandpa. With a soft whimper, they stirred, rubbing their eyes. The sight melted Bai Xingtian's heart. They were simply too cute. Slowly, they sat up, and after a moment, fully awakened. Grandpa, are we ready to go? Yu exclaimed as she hopped off the bed, brimming with energy, although her voice remained soft to avoid waking their grandmother. Xiaorou followed suit. Yes, let us sneak out quietly, she added. Bai Xingtian couldn't help but utter a popular phrase from the internet. After washing up and changing into their sports attire, he tied their hair into high ponytails. Let us go, he announced as they stepped into the yard, leading the two little girls in warm-up exercises. Come on. 3 circles to the left, 3 to the right. Twist your neck, wiggle your hips. Once warmed up, he declared. All right, let's set off. As they jogged through the villa area, many early risers cast envious glances their way, seemingly admiring Bai Xingtian for having such delightful grandchildren. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This was the admiration he cherished. He walked with his chest out, as if proclaiming, "Look, these are my precious granddaughters, the treasures of my family." As they continued, the admiration intensified, especially as they descended the hill and arrived at the park. Goodness, those two girls are simply adorable. Up so early to jog together? My child is still fast asleep, remarked several elderly onlookers. Bai Xingtian slowed his pace slightly, allowing the two little girls to overtake him. Reflecting on their journey, he estimated they had covered nearly 2 kilometers. He had repeatedly asked if they wanted to take a break, but they insisted they were fine. Their boundless energy was remarkable. He stroked his chin, baffled. Do children possess such vitality? He pondered. Bai Jishi had shown prowess in sports, having won long-distance running awards at school, while Yi Qing's well-defined muscles were etched in his memory. If Yi Qing were to become a fitness influencer, she would undoubtedly attract a substantial following. Was this a case of exceptional genetics? He observed the two girls, their high ponytails bobbing as they ran, and realized that enduring such a distance without rest required not just physical fitness, but also considerable willpower. Ah, what wonderful granddaughters I have, he thought, a smile gracing his face. Yu, Xiaoro, let us pause for a moment. We've run enough for today. We'll rest in the park before heading back, he suggested. Upon hearing Bai Xingtian's words, the girls stopped. Okay, Grandpa, they replied in unison. Bai Xingtian approached, producing the tissues he had prepared to wipe the sweat from their foreheads, his face still adorned with a smile. You both did wonderfully. You ran such a long distance. Huh, Grandpa, why are you so cheerful today? Yu tilted her head in confusion. We've run farther before. Xiaoro chimed in. Bai Xingtian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had almost revealed too much. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he played a part in their stamina. Indeed, prior to their arrival here, he had taken them out for daily runs. I must take credit for this later, he mused. As they entered the park, Bai Xingtian kept a close watch on the two girls, ensuring they remained in his sight. Any harm coming to them would be unbearable for him. Several elders approached, admiring the girls. These children are truly charming. To wake up so early and run together, such determination. Feeling bashful from the praise, the two girls fidgeted, tugging at Bai Xingtian and Appo's as pants. Why are you shy when the elders are praising you? He chuckled, stroking their heads. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Wang Ning awoke and noticed the absence of her husband and the two little girls. It seemed they had gone out for a run. Old Bai is quite eager, she thought, having heard him talk about this for a week. I suppose this fulfills his wish. After washing up, she headed to the kitchen, where she found Yi Qing preparing breakfast. Is my future son-in-law cooking? She mused, observing his fluid movements. Goodness, he has quite the accomplished individual. My eldest daughter is indeed fortunate. In that moment, Wang Ning felt increasingly pleased with her future son-in-law. Chapter 68. Wait for my second growth, I will outshine my sister. Yi Qing, allow me, Wang Ning announced as he entered the kitchen. Yi Qing turned around, glancing at Wang Ning, and waved her hand dismissively. No need for Andy. I and Appo's. He nearly finished preparing everything. I and Appo's. I'm just waiting for Uncle Bai and the two little girls to return. If I start cooking now, the food will be cold by the time they get back. Wang Ning nodded in agreement. All right then, I and Appo's. LL look forward to tasting your culinary skills in the morning. Sure, Yi Qing replied before stepping outside. After checking the time, she approached the door of Bai Jishi's room and opened it, curious to see what the girl was up to. However, upon entering, she was surprised to find her future sister-in-law there as well. When did Ji Ling arrive? She wondered, noticing that Ji Ling was being cradled in the arms of her future wife, looking like a cuddly teddy bear. It seemed the bond between the two sisters was indeed quite strong. Yi Qing quietly retreated and knocked gently on the door. Ha Bai Ji and Bai Ji Ling were awakened by the knocking. They looked outside, realizing that dawn had already broken and they had slept quite well. Bai Ji stretched and then playfully patted Bai Ji Ling. It truly is comfortable to sleep while hugging you. Let an Appo's. Let's do it again tonight. I refuse. I cannot possibly sleep with you again. You always bully me. I and Oppos. LL sleep on my own. After Bai Ji Ling and Oppos. S firm rejection. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Bai Jishi's face. This was precisely the reaction she desired. Otherwise, her secret rendezvous with Yi Qing would be at risk of discovery once more. Coming. Bai Ji Ling approached the door, thinking it was their mother knocking. Upon opening the door, she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you're up quite early. Your brother-in-law has already prepared the breakfast ingredients. I've been up for a while." Wang Ning replied as he joined the conversation. "Huh? Does this mean we get to eat the breakfast made by my brother-in-law today? I'm slightly looking forward to it," Bai Ji Ling said, though she held no high expectations. After all, one cannot be good at everything. There must be some flaws, right? She thought to herself that if it didn't taste good, she would simply eat less this morning, as they would be heading to Jiangshan University of Technology and Jiangshan University later, where she could sample the school meals instead. After tying her hair into a ponytail, Bai Ji, she also emerged. "I think you should have high expectations." "What do you mean, sister? Are you saying brother-in-law cooks very well?" "Of course." "Hey, what does that skeptical look on your face mean?" Bai Ji, she teased, pinching her sister's cheek playfully. "Indeed, you are full of collagen. All right, you too. Hurry up and wash up. Your father should be bringing the little girls back soon." "Why the rush? They will surely be sweaty after their return and will need a shower." Bai Ji Ling waved her hand dismissively. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze upon her, accompanied by a sense of pressure. "I understand. I'll wash up right away," Bai Ji Ling exclaimed, feeling a chill run down her spine. She quickly pulled Bai Ji to the washroom. "We and Amp, Oppos, back." A while later, Bai Ting returned with the two little girls, their faces glowing with satisfaction. After all, Bai Ting not only exercised that morning, but also had his vanity greatly satisfied. "Why are your clothes so wet? Quickly change. Grandma has already prepared your bath water. Go take a shower, or you might catch a cold." Wang Ning hurriedly took action, soon placing the two little girls in the bathtub. She turned to Bai Ting. "You've gone a bit overboard. The girls are still so young. It's their first morning run, and you took them so far. Look at how sweaty they are." "Humph, that's just a narrow-minded view. Who said this was their first morning run?" Bai Ting retorted, recounting what the two little girls had said. Wang Ning and the others listened, their mouths agape, having forgotten this detail. The little girls had even remarked that their run today felt a bit short, showcasing their vitality and physical fitness, something Bai Ting took pride in. All right. You're amazing," Wang Ning conceded, helping him straighten his clothes. "Here, take these fresh clothes. You should shower too. Breakfast is ready soon, and Yi Qing has prepared it for us to taste." "Understood," Yi Qing replied, stepping back into the kitchen. Shortly after, everyone emerged dressed and gathered around the dining table. The two little girls were still brimming with energy, eagerly holding their bowls, waiting for breakfast. "Here it comes," Yi Qing announced as he opened the door and brought out the meal. Bai Ji, she assisted with the preparations, and when she saw Wang Ning getting ready to help, she stopped her. "Mom, we've got it covered. Fried dough sticks, stir-fried vegetables, and fried eggs adorn the table." Though simple, the aroma wafting through the air was tantalizing. "Wow, this is quite impressive. Brother-in-law, your culinary skills are superb," Bai Ji Ling exclaimed, gazing at the breakfast with wide eyes, as if it were glowing. She could hardly contain her excitement. "Stop staring, everyone. Dig in," Yi Qing said with a smile. Everyone began to enjoy their meal, and soon their faces reflected pure delight and satisfaction. "This is so delicious. Truly, it's beyond words," Bai Ji Ling remarked after finishing her meal. She rubbed her slightly bulging stomach, realizing this contradicted her earlier intentions. She had hoped that if her brother-in-law's cooking was subpar, she could save room for the university meals. Yet, to her dismay, the food was so delectable that she had overindulged. She would have to walk more in the morning to digest it. Otherwise, she might not be able to eat lunch later. "All right, I'll take Ji Ling to change and do her makeup. Otherwise, she looks too innocent. She looks just like a high school student, which is quite odd for university setting." Bai Ji, she pointed at Bai Ji Ling. "What is wrong with looking innocent? It's not illegal to stroll around the university like that." Bai Ji Ling protested, hands on her hips, but her resistance was futile. She was pulled into the room by Bai Ji. After a while, they emerged. Bai Ji Ling had changed into a pair of jeans, showcasing her long, slender legs. and had applied light makeup, reducing her youthful appearance significantly. As for Bai Ji, she looked every bit the part of a charming college student, exuding confidence that surpassed Bai Ji Ling's. Bai Ji Ling noticed her brother-in-law's gaze and felt her lips twitch. Men are all the same. Oof. Just wait until my second growth. I will surpass my sister. Chapter 69. The slight was not lost on her. Yi Qing glanced at Bai Jiling before averting his gaze. Bai Jiling, such an affront, utterly humiliating. Yi Qing surveyed them, already envisioning the envious gazes they would undoubtedly attract were he to stroll across Jiangxing University's campus with these two stunning women. The mere thought was exhilarating. Over there, the two little darlings were frolicking with Xiaowan the kitten. It was remarkable how quickly the feline was maturing. The current Xiaowan was significantly larger than when it first arrived, still retaining its endearing roundness. It seemed that before long, Xiaowan and Oppos would become Tuan and Oppos, a fully grown tabby. However, considering that the two girls had raised it since it was a nursing kitten, their bond would likely remain unchanged. All right, it seems Xiaowan is exhausted and has started to roll around. Come, let Daddy teach you a set of invigorating exercises to aid your digestion. Here we go. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Yu, hand in hand with Xiaoro, scurried over, promptly throwing herself against Yi Qing's leg. With an upturned gaze, she inquired, Daddy, how do we do these exercises? Is it like this? She then threw a punch. Stand at attention, Yi Qing commanded. The two girls immediately straightened up, displaying remarkable obedience. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning, among others, looked on with interest. Let an amp, Oppos, go learn as well. Yi Qing possesses some medical knowledge, Bai Jisha remarked, recalling the pleasant sensation of Yi Qing's massages. The feeling was simply exquisite. Bai Jiling, overhearing the conversation, was taken aback. What? My brother-in-law is also skilled in medicine? Wow, he's multi-talented. Could it be that my sister's morning massage technique was learned from him? No wonder it felt so good all over. Even the mere thought of it now sends shivers down my spine. To think you would use your husband's romantic gestures on me, Bai Jiling muttered under her breath. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Let an Oppos hurry and learn. Look, Mom and Dad are already standing ready. As they approached, Yi Qing began to instruct them. After a few movements, Bai Ji and the others indeed felt a sense of comfort throughout their bodies. The two little girls mimicked their actions. By learning these invigorating exercises, you can also acquire some self-defense skills. If anyone ever tries to take advantage of you, you can use these techniques to strike them. Je vink instructed. Now, give me a fierce, intimidating expression. Huh? Yu exclaimed, her face stern. Not bad. Yi Qing then turned to Xiaoro, whose face was filled with confusion as she gazed at her sister. Huh? After a single utterance, Xiaoro's face revealed a pitiful expression, as if she had been wronged. This expression drew amused smiles from Bai Xingting and the others. It seemed that Xiaoro was incapable of a fierce expression. What should we do? If she were to make such a face while fighting Woon and Oppos, that clearly signaled to the bad guys that she and Oppos as an easy target? No, try to be fiercer. Xiaoro exclaimed once more. Subsequently, her eyebrows furrowed, and she strained to contort her facial features. But the result was an even more aggrieved expression than before. As she made this face, she even felt it wasn't amp. Oppos, enough, and pursed her lips. Yi Qing. Bai Ji. Everyone. This is going to make the bad guys die of cuteness. Never mind, Daddy will protect you. If any bad guys try to approach you, Daddy will chase them away. Yi Qing said helplessly, stroking Xiaoro's head. Thank you, Daddy, I can protect Xiaoro too, Yu declared, brandishing her tiny fist. Yu will use what Daddy taught us to chase away the bad guys. Excellent. After teaching them once, Bai Xingting and the others felt much more refreshed. Bai Xingting stretched his body. This exercise is good. I'll practice it again later. I can do it when I have free time in the evening. All right. Let an Oppos sit for a while. In an Oppos too early now. There probably one in Oppos. Be many people at the university yet. Let an Oppos go around 9 or 10 and Oppos clock. When we get there, I'll call my roommates, and we can all stroll around together, Yi Qing said, leading Bai Ji and the others to sit on the sofa and turn on the television. Bai Jiling reached for the snacks, but then hesitated, sighing before silently putting them back. After watching television for a while, they realized that the house had become quiet. They wondered where the two little ones had gone. When children are quiet, they're definitely up to no good. Meanwhile, inside the storage room, Yu and Xiaoro were holding a teapot. Daddy seems to have put the tea here, probably on this shelf. Yu pulled out a large package bag. However, written on the back was Northeast fungus. She took out a piece and examined it, then held it up to the teapot's opening. This tea leaf is so big. Yu wondered, should we break it apart, sister? Xiaoro suggested. Yes. Yu nodded decisively. The two girls then painstakingly broke the black piece into smaller fragments and placed them in the teapot, filling it to the brim. One piece ISN and Oppos. Tea enough. Len Oppos. Add a few more. Grandpa said we could add a little rock sugar. I and Oppos. LL, go get it. Xiaoro ran off to retrieve it, while Yu put the bag back in its place. Where did you two go? What are you doing? Come out here, Yi Qing and Oppos. Voice called from outside. Coming, Daddy. A moment later, the two scampered out, carrying the small teapot. Grandpa, Yu and I are making tea for you. I'll pour the hot water. Bai Jiling, fearing that the two little ones might scald themselves, took the teapot and opened the lid. She peered at the tea leaves inside. These tea leaves look a bit strange. Why are they so small? Oh, right, Dad said that tea leaves like these are made from tinderbuds, top-grade tea. As expected of my brother-in-law. He's different. Even the tea he drinks is high quality. After pouring the water and covering the teapot, Bai Jishi first poured a cup for her father, then one for Yi Qing, and so on. I won't drink any. I think I'll pass as well. Wang Ning and the other waved their hands in refusal. You two can't appreciate it? It's obviously good tea. You don't know how to enjoy it. If you don't drink it, I will, Bai Jishi said, pouring herself a cup. Hey, look, my cup is much darker than yours. I'll savor it properly in a moment. Bai Jiling looked at the tea, anticipation on her face. Chapter 70. Setting off to Jiangxing University of Technology. Meanwhile, Yi Qing gazed at the tea with a look of bewilderment. What is this? Why does the Hong Pao brew such a peculiar color? Yellowish? What did the two little girls use to brew it? Strange. Yi Qing took a sip, detecting a faint sweetness. However, the original flavor of the tea was rather odd. He wore a puzzled expression and then turned to Bai Xingtian. Bai Xingtian also took a sip. The subtle sweetness from the little bit of rock sugar was something he had taught the two girls. Yet, the taste of the tea was unfamiliar to him. He looked at Yi Qing in confusion, only to find Yi Qing pushing the teacup away, as if he no longer wished to drink it after that one sip. Something's amiss. Bai Xingtian immediately sensed the strangeness and exchanged a glance with Yi Qing, both pushing their cups away. However, Bai Jiling was oblivious to their subtle gestures. Observing the tea, she took a sip and closed her eyes, savoring it slowly. This tea is quite delightful, fragrant and smooth, evoking a sense of spring after the rain. As she spoke, Bai Jiling appeared to revel in the experience, leaving Yi Qing in astonishment. Could it be that this girl truly discerned so much? Why couldn't and Oppos tea taste it? It seemed she was beginning to show off her vocabulary. Truly a connoisseur of tea. Yi Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This earned him a playful pout from Bai Jiling. Brother-in-law, you're teasing me again. Why don't you drink more? She asked. We're not in a hurry, right, Yi Qing? Right? No rush. They exchanged smiles, glancing at Bai Jiling. You don't know how to appreciate tea. Bai Jiling shook her head and poured herself another cup, leisurely sipping while watching television. After 2 or 3 brews, Bai Jiqi observed the teapot with a look of confusion. She touched her chin. Why is the lid of this teapot propped up? Bai Jiling looked at the slightly raised lid and gasped. Oh, must be because the two little ones brewed too much. Now, with hot water added, the tea leaves have unfurled, causing the lid to lift. Yes. Xiaoro and I broke it apart a lot. Yu munched on snacks, turning around with an expectant expression. Broke? Broke what? Bai Jiling didn't quite understand, but thought to herself that these two little girls truly didn't treat their father's possessions with care. Such fine tea leaves, and they use so much. Did they not fear their brother-in-law's heartache? She looked at Yi Qing, thinking you just indulged them. Yi Qing observed the teapot lid, his lips twitching slightly. And with the words of the two little girls, he began to grasp the situation. Across from him, Bai Xingtian wore a smile. No worries, this tea, once brewed, won't harm anyone. It's just that our daughter, in her innocent way, is rather endearing. Bai Jilin continued to savor her tea, appreciating its rich layers and rustic aroma. Suddenly, Yi Qing couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Sister, look at brother-in-law. He is laughing at me. I apologize. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Across from them, Bai Xingtian also wore a smile, struggling to suppress his amusement. Bai Zi Nudgit Yiving, saying how mean. Jilin was merely trying to impress the two little ones. Yet you both just sipped the tea and left it there untouched. Just then, a voice of confusion arose nearby. Bai Jilin examined the teapot lid. Why is this lid propped up so high? She pressed down, only to have it spring back up. After several attempts, Bai Jilin was baffled. What kind of tea has such elasticity? Observing Bai Jilin's actions, Yi Qing and Bai Xingtian erupted into laughter. Something's definitely off. Absolutely off. Bai Jilin quickly realized, lifting the lid and peering inside. She pulled something out and took a bite. What ear mushrooms? This is what ear mushrooms. Nonsense, this is ancient tree tea. Je vink intergested. This is for esteemed guests. Would we serve you with ear mushrooms? Ridiculous. Look, this is clearly with ear mushrooms. No wonder you both took a sip and then stopped. You must have realized it long ago and didn't tea tell me. Bai Jilin lamented, recalling how she had been foolishly tasting the tea. Upon discovering the truth, Bai Jilin rolled on the sofa in disbelief. You all bullied me. You all bullied me. This isn't bullying you. It's your two nieces doing. You should talk to them. Yi Qing chuckled. Bai Jilin sprang up, glaring at the two little girls, her mouth still agape. Nearby, a voice rang out. She looked up to see her mother observing her with a protective gaze. Ugh, I can't even confront these two little girls. The realization of her predicament sunk in. Fine, I want to talk to you. Bai Jilin sulked in a corner. Bai Jiqi, witnessing her sister being teased, looked at Yi Qing helplessly. You all are too mean. We initially didn't know what it was, so we didn't drink it. It was Jilin who said it was rich in layers and had a strong rustic aroma. Oh, stop talking, stop talking. Bai Jilin's face had turned crimson as she waved her hands, mortified by her own foolishness. After a moment of commotion, Yi Qing prepared a new brew of tea. Let us go, it's time to set off. As he stood up, he noticed Bai Jilin still nestled on the sofa. He gestured to Bai Jiqi. Jilin, let us go. Oomph. Ugh, look at the time. The handsome boys playing sports on the playground should be out by now. If we wait too long, they'll head back as noon approaches. Yi Qing glanced at the clock, speaking to himself. Bai Jilin's ears perked up. Our school's milk tea shop has excellent drinks too. They have a special milk tea that's limited each day. If we wait any longer, it'll be sold out soon. Yi Qing continued, gradually coaxing Bai Jilin from her corner of the sofa. Bai Xingtian glanced at Wang Ning and then subtly gestured, as if to say, this kid has too many tricks up his sleeve. No wonder Jiqi is so captivated by him. After a moment, Bai Jilin exclaimed, let us go, brother-in-law. Hurry, hurry, she exclaimed, her long legs clad in denim, making their way toward the door. Bai Jiqi looked at Yi Qing and silently gave him a thumbs up. Yi Qing addressed the two little girls. You will be good with your grandparents today, all right? Okay, Yuyo and Sharo nodded in response. Well, as Dad and Mom are going out, bye-bye. The two little girls waved their hands, showing little attachment. Yi Qing, wow, with their grandparents around, it seems Dad and Mom aren't that appealing anymore. Huh? Chapter 71. The terror of the monastery. After the three of them exited, they boarded Yi Qing's Rolls-Royce. Bai Jilin, seated in the back, marveled at the spacious interior. She was inwardly astonished. After all, her brother-in-law's vehicle was far more luxurious than her sister's. A genuine Rolls-Royce worth several million. She glanced around, her face alight with excitement. The feeling was exhilarating. Her legs could stretch out completely, and the ample space made it comfortable to frolic without feeling confined. As she contemplated this, Yi Qing started the engine, transporting them toward Jiangshan University of Science and Technology. Jilin, you can observe the surroundings of Jiangshan and see if you like them. There are quite a few beautiful spots, but alas, our destination today is not among them. Yi Qing remarked. He proceeded to introduce Bai Jilin to the area, considering she was the younger sister of Bai Jiqi. who was also his sister. Listening to Yi Qing's account, Bai Jilin nodded appreciatively, acknowledging her brother-in-law's extensive knowledge. He was able to recount the history of many buildings they passed. Before long, they arrived at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Yi Qing parked the car on the lot and said, "Len Oppos, let's go, step out. I will show you the fierce reputation of the monastery." Bai Jiqi sighed, feeling it was inappropriate to describe her school in such a manner. "Indeed, I am fortunate to have found you at Jiangxing University after transferring from the monastery, which eventually led to the birth of our two daughters." Yi Qing chuckled. In the distance, a voice called out, "All right, enough with the public displays of affection. Are you coming or not?" Bai Jilin could hardly bear it any longer. These two were incessantly indulging in their romantic antics, and she felt as though she was reaching her limit. "Weren't you supposed to be accompanying me today?" she thought, feeling a twinge of impatience. Yi Qing, noticing her agitation, pulled out his phone. "Let me call my roommates and see if they can join us." He dialed, but after a prolonged wait, no one picked up. "These guys must have partied all night. They're all ignoring my calls. They must be sleeping soundly in their beds." He exclaimed, "Jilin, have you noticed? These nefarious college students are still in bed at this hour, utterly indolent." Bai Jilin, hearing the term nefarious college students, thought to herself how fortunate they were to enjoy such a lifestyle. Everyone claims that university life is wonderful, compared to waking at 6 in high school. This is truly a dream. When I enter senior year, I fear I will have to rise at 5, which is hardly better than being trapped in a coal mine. Nevertheless, I shall persevere. The light is just ahead. Well, if they are still asleep, let's explore the campus, Yi Qing suggested, guiding them through the gates. Over here is the artificial lake, and over there is a small grove. This is the main teaching building, and in the distance is the playground. As Yi Qing walked, he continued to provide commentary, while Bai Jilin took in the surroundings. "Goodness, it truly is the monastery. I can scarcely see any females around. It and Oppos, as all boys. Is the gender ratio at a technical university always this skewed? No wonder my brother-in-law sought out my sister at Jiangxing University." Soon, Bai Jilin felt numerous gazes fixated upon her. At that moment, she felt akin to a lamb being eyed by a pack of hungry wolves. She instinctively moved closer to her sister and brother-in-law, a hint of fear creeping into her expression. "Brother-in-law, why do I feel so threatened? They seem to be staring at me with such intensity. I feel like a little lamb here. Do you think the monastery's reputation for being captivated by women is mere exaggeration?" Yi Qing chuckled lightly. "But worry not. We live in a lawful society where they can only observe without any ill intent. Besides, I am here to protect you. The looks you are receiving mostly come from the freshmen. The sophomores and juniors have likely grown accustomed to their single status and have lost that primal desire. They probably find gaming with their friends more appealing." As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Jilin's anxiety began to dissipate. However, she still sensed some of those gazes were not entirely friendly, laden with malice. "Why do I feel as though their stares are hostile? I haven't done anything to provoke them." "Oh, that? Just ignore it. Those looks are reserved for me," Yi Qing retorted, waving his hand dismissively. With a grin on his face, he stood tall, resembling a victorious general who had returned with captives. Bai Jiqi and Bai Jilin exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation. "Brother-in-law, your attitude is remarkably nonchalant given that you've become the target of everyone's envy." Not content with merely basking in the attention, Yi Qing playfully moved closer to Bai Jiqi, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him an admonishing glance. Is he not worried about provoking someone? She thought. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, as if to say, what of it? As he embraced her, he couldn't and Oppos, help but appreciate the delightful feel of her waist. Bai Jilin observed their interaction, noting that the surrounding gazes had intensified. Brother-in-law is incorrigible, she mused inwardly. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Yi Qing, detected a resurgence of affection between host and spouse. Reward: ownership of the Lingqing Resort. Reward: 10 boxes of top-tier Roman economy wine, now allocated to the host's storage. Interesting, Yi Qing remarked, surprised that a mere embrace could yield such a reward. Lingqing was quite a renowned destination in Jiangbei. Perhaps when time permitted, they could visit. As for the exquisite wine, He thought it would be delightful to share a few glasses with Zichi during a candlelit dinner. And under the influence of the wine, well, that was best left to the imagination. What are you thinking about? Your smile is rather audacious, Bai Zichi teased. Am I? Je vink ripiet innocently. Yes, quite so, Bai Jilin confirmed. Just wait here for a moment while I take your sister to buy a few limited edition milk teas. Yi Qing said, leading Bai Zichi away. I bet Jilin will attract quite a few suitors in our absence. Should we really leave her alone? That wouldn't be right. Bai Zichi expressed her concern. Rest assured, with her personality, I doubt she is a pushover. She likely has admirers at school and hasn't even begun dating yet. She probably has her own repertoire of tactics and strategies. Let's observe, Yi Qing reassured her. Chapter 72. Sure, sister, you don and damp? Oppose. Take rejection lightly, Bai Zichi murmured, pouting slightly at Yi Qing's words. Haha, that wasn't my intention. Yi Qing chuckled, playfully scratching Bai Zichi's waist. The tickling sensation made her giggle, drawing the attention of several onlookers, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Upon arriving at the bubble tea shop, Bai Zichi inquired, hello, I'd like 8 cups of limited edition bubble tea. Huh? Bai Zichi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Arin and Oppose. We heading to Jiangxing University shortly to share some with your roommates? It wouldn't be ideal if they get cold. Not to worry. I'll pack them in thermal bags, the shop assistant assured her. Yi Qing nodded in agreement and completed the payment. Once prepared, Yi Qing carried the bags, handing 1 cup to Bai Zichi. Aren't you going to drink? I'm too lazy to grab myself, Yi Qing replied, glancing at Bai Zichi's tea. She understood the hint and inserted the straw into the cup, offering it to him. With a hearty sip, Yi Qing remarked, delicious. Bai Zichi took back the cup and sipped delicately, her eyes lighting up after just one taste. It's so good, truly worthy of its limited edition status. Watching Bai Zichi and Oppo's delight, Yi Qing pondered whether all girls reacted so joyfully to delightful treats. Let us check on my sister to see if she's being overwhelmed, Yi Qing suggested, leading Bai Zichi towards Bai Jiling and Oppo's location. Hey, look, Jiling is being approached, Bai Zichi exclaimed. Yi Qing was less surprised. It would have been odd if no one had approached her sister. At that moment, a young man approached Bai Jiling. Hello, are you waiting for someone? Can we add each other on WeChat? Sorry, but I only add family to my contacts. It's not appropriate since we're meeting for the first time, Bai Jiling replied, waving him off. He sighed in disappointment and walked away. With the first brave soul having made his move, others soon followed, emboldened by his attempt. Gradually, more suitors approached Bai Jiling, who began to handle the attention with nonchalance. You seem like a good person, but my mother doesn't allow me to trouble others. No way, I'm a wild stallion. You look like you don't have a prairie to keep me. From a distance, Yi Qing remarked, look at our sister go. I knew Jiling had a way with words. She is clearly accustomed to turning down advances. Just look at her confidence. Oh, the mood has shifted. She has become more aloof. Those boys might hesitate to approach now, Yi Qing noted, observing Bai Jiling crossing her arms, effectively shutting down any further attempts. Should have brought a recording device to capture this moment, he mused, realizing the entertainment might have slipped through his fingers. Bai Zichi, noticing her husband's fascination, sighed. Men remain boys at heart, always seeking amusement. All right, it seems Jiling is getting annoyed. I doubt she'll want to apply to Jiangxing University anymore. Once I persuade her at Jiangxing University, I believe it will reignite her motivation. It's a great place, and with Yu and Xiao around, we can enjoy more moments together, perhaps even travel, Yi Qing said, causing Bai Zichi to blush slightly. Let us go, she replied softly, and they headed over. Upon seeing her sister and brother-in-law approaching, Bai Jiling looked relieved. Sister, brother-in-law, you took too long. I thought I'd be overwhelmed by the crowd. If you and come back soon, I would sought you out, she exclaimed dramatically. You handled it quite well. We watched for a while, Yi Qing remarked candidly. This was your idea, brother-in-law. I can't believe you wanted to see how I'd respond. Bai Jiling protested. Girls do tend to like a bit of mischief. Ye vink tisit. How does it feel to be in the spotlight? You seem quite adept at rejecting advances. Have you considered trying for Jiangxing University? It's entirely different. In high school, boys are shy. They might give you a flower or a paper crane or sneak glances. But in college, it's overwhelming. They want to add you on WeChat right away or invite you out for coffee or dinner. It's too much for me. Bai Jiling replied, her excitement palpable. I've made up my mind. I won't apply to Jiangxing University anymore, she declared. Yi Qing and Bai Jishi exchanged glances, their objective achieved. Yi Qing retrieved a cup of bubble tea from the thermal bag. Here, try this limited edition. Bai Jiling, feeling parched, took a sip and nodded appreciatively. This tea is quite exceptional. Let us go. We have time to explore before heading to the playground, Yi Qing suggested, leading them onward. At the playground, Yi Qing noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever he and Bai Jishi or Bai Jiling passed by a basketball court, the players seemed to exert themselves with unprecedented vigor, performing stunts as if to impress. Wow, the energy here is something else. Perhaps I should spend more time here, Yi Qing chuckled, waving for Bai Jishi, who eagerly handed him the bubble tea. With a sip, he felt a wave of intense gazes directed his way, contemplating how his emotional value might soar in this moment. Chapter 73. Displayed on the confession wall. Well, it seems there aren't many handsome guys. Brother-in-law, you must be joking, Bai Jiling remarked with a pout. You may have grown accustomed to my presence. Thus the handsome fellows appear less striking, Yi Qing added. Bai Jiling scoffed lightly, thinking her brother-in-law was rather self-absorbed. However, upon reflection, she realized there might be some truth to his words. Alas, it was all her elder sister's fault. Oh no, it seemed that Bai Jiling had indeed raised her standards too high, rendering ordinary boys unworthy of her attention. It appeared she genuinely needed her sister and brother-in-law to assist in making introductions. Perhaps she would address this matter once she entered university. As she pondered, Yi Qing noticed their disinterest in continuing to watch the match and withdrew his gaze, sighing softly. He had rarely witnessed such a thrilling game. Let us go, he suggested. After wandering around the campus for a while, the trio headed out to their car, bound for Jiangxing University. Bai Jiqi had already received a message from her roommate, indicating she had risen and was prepared, inquiring why they had yet to arrive. My roommate will join us for a tour of Jiangxing University, Bai Jiqi announced, and Bai Jiling nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with anticipation. At the traffic light, Yi Qing received messages from their dorm group chat. Yuan Bo, hey fourth, why are you calling everyone this early? The guys are all still asleep. We pulled an all-nighter last night. Zhang Hongwei, yeah, what an amp. Oppo, is this up? Is there an issue? If not, we're going back to sleep. Zhang Hongwei, the boss hasn't even woken up yet. Yi Qing, nothing serious. My girlfriend's sister is visiting and wants to tour Jiangxing Institute. I thought I'd invite you all along, but it seems you've all partied too hard last night. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei and Yuan Bo sprang from their beds, throwing back their covers. They recalled the previous occasion when Yi Qing's girlfriend had come to pick him up. That girlfriend was stunning and affluent. Surely, her sister would not be lacking in charm either. Wow. In an instant, both Zhang Hongwei and Yuan Bo felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. If they could establish a connection with a wealthy young lady, they would soar to new heights just like Fourth. It was unfortunate that they had missed such an opportunity after staying up all night. Zhang Hongwei grabbed his phone and quickly typed a message. Zhang Hongwei, Fourth. Where are you now? Still at school? We're coming over. Yi Qing, too late, we've left. Zhang Hongwei. After conversing for a while, Zhang Hongwei clutched his chest, looking as though he had lost a multi-million-dollar lottery ticket, which made Yuan Bo's mouth twitch in response. All right, third brother. Look at yourself. I feel we are overthinking this. Fourth's girlfriend's sister might not necessarily be a beauty, right? How many affluent and attractive girls are there anyway? She could be a landmine. Fine, I accept the landmine. I'm not afraid of pursuing a wealthy lady, Zhang Hongwei replied. Yuan Bo, you're hopeless. I see you're not far from being a hopeless romantic. Yuan Bo flopped back onto his bed, covering himself with a blanket. Zhang Hongwei found some comfort in Yuan Bo's words, realizing there weren't that many stunning girls out there. He lay back down, but sleep eluded him as he scrolled through his phone. Moments later, he stumbled upon pictures on the confession wall of QQ Space. Someone was inquiring about the girl's class and details. Huh? Zhang Hongwei clicked on it. Wow, she is gorgeous? Wait a second. This beauty looks somewhat familiar. She resembles Fourth's girlfriend. The next image, wow. Zhang Hongwei and Oppo's eyes widened. In this next photo, Yi Qing and Bai Jiqi were unmistakably present. Oh my God! Zhang Hongwei wriggled on his bed, filled with regret. What are you doing, second brother? Is it too early for exercise? Yuan scolded. The noise from Zhang Hongwei's movements grating on his ears. Hearing this, Zhang Hongwei silently sent a few photos to Yuan Bo. A short while later, wow! Yuan Bo shot up, his expression transformed from regret to astonishment as he examined the photos. This gaming obsession is hindering my chances of finding a girlfriend. In the car, Bai Jiqi noticed Yi Qing receiving messages at the red light and leaned closer to see. Yi Qing, is everything all right? Here. Yi Qing handed his phone to Bai Jiqi, allowing her to peruse the chat history. Bai Jilin peeked from the back seat as well. My roommates are undoubtedly regretting their choices now. Moreover, you two have already made it onto the school's confession wall, and many boys are inquiring about your information. What? Bai Jiqi furrowed her brows. Are there people competing with me for a husband? Upon uttering those words, she froze. How had she inadvertently referred to him as her husband with her sister present? Turning back, she noticed her younger sister's face, adorned with an amused smile, peeking out. It and amp, oppos, as fine at an amp, oppos, as fine on an amp, oppos, mind me. I didn't hear anything. Just pretend I'm not here. With you being such a glaring distraction, how could we ignore you? Bai Jiqi shot her a glance. Bai Jilin, however, she quickly shifted her focus. Brother-in-law, what does this mean? Why do they want your information? Is there a girl interested in you? Not exactly. Boys are inquiring about my details, likely to figure out which department could possibly have such a stunning girlfriend. Of course, there's a chance they wish to get in touch with you through me. Oh, I see, Bai Jiqi replied, feeling slightly relieved. In the next moment, Yi Qing's hand found its way to her face, giving it a gentle pinch. What is this? Is my usual sense of security insufficient? What was that sigh of relief about? Are you worried I might get snatched away? And no, Bai Jiqi stammered, her words muffled by his grip. In the back seat, Bai Jiqi leaned against the seat back. Can you all be a bit more considerate of the single dogs in the car? Show some kindness to the single dogs, please. The car continued on its way. Upon reaching the vicinity of Jiangxing University, Yi Qing found a parking lot and stopped. With milk tea in hand, they set off. Before arriving at Jiangxing University, Bai Jilin requested, Sister, please take a photo of me. Bai Jiqi obliged, capturing a picture of her at the school gate. She then began to contact her roommates to inform them of their location. After standing at the entrance for a while, Bai Jilin nodded, noting that Jiangxing University was indeed different. As a comprehensive institution, it boasted a greater number of female students, presenting a more balanced gender ratio, which made for a more pleasant atmosphere. Chapter 74. Overthinking by Ling Yi Qing. Would you like to take a picture as well? Bai Ji, she inquired. Glancing at Yi Qing. Yi Qing shook her head. I'll pass. All right then. After Bai Ji, she finished taking her photos, they ventured further into the campus. Why do I feel like there are more students at Jiangxing University compared to Jiangxing Institute of Technology? Could it be that the students here don't stay up late? Bai Jiling pondered. Hey, don't say such nonsense. Who said the students at Jiangxing University don't stay up late? Just look at the time. They must all be awake by now. So, this comparison isn't valid, came the response. True, Bai Jiling nodded. Soon after, they spotted Wang Yi, Zhang Meng, and the others approaching from a distance. Ji Shi, Ye Ving. They greeted each other. Since Yi Qing had already met them, no further introductions were necessary. Wang Yi and the others' gazes fell upon by Ling Ji Shi. Is this your sister? She is so beautiful. Your family's genes are remarkable. Indeed. Did you do her makeup this morning? She doesn't look so youthful anymore. As they spoke, even the usually confident Bai Ling felt a bit shy. Hello, sisters. Very well, very well. They continued to marvel at Bai Ling's appearance. Her beauty was indeed unassailable, rivaling that of Bai Shi. Her figure was equally striking, with long legs and a slender waist. But this chest, there's room for improvement, they teased. I bought you all milk tea, Bai Ji, she said, noticing Yi Qing still holding onto the drinks. We went to Jiangxing Institute of Technology first. Yi Qing said this is their school's limited edition milk tea. Try it. I had a cup and thought it was quite good. Ah, you're too generous, handsome. Just a small expense. Yi Qing brushed it off. They took a sip and Kuden and Oppos. Tea helped but praise it. Not bad at all. Let us go. We should set off. By Ji, she signaled to her roommates. They exchanged knowing glances, having done their homework. Deceiving a second-year high school student would be a piece of cake. Come on, little sister. Let us show you around and help you familiarize yourself with the campus, Wang Yi said, taking Bai Ji Ling by the hand and leading her forward while explaining various aspects of the university. As they walked through Jiangxing University, Yi Qing couldn't shake the feeling that the boys around them were eyeing them inappropriately. Unapologetically, she shot back a glare, as if to say, "What's your problem? Are you objecting to us pursuing your campus goddess?" The boys, having never encountered such a defiant gaze, quickly turned away. Yi Qing, meanwhile, held by Ji Xi's hand, trailing behind Wang Yi and the others. Let us head to the library, Wang Yi suggested, leading by Ji Ling inside. Yi Qing, feeling disinterested, opted to stroll outside with Bai Ji Shi. Upon entering the library, the group began to bombard Bai Ji Ling with questions and comments. Bai Ji Shi listened to the introductions while gazing at the multitude of books, overwhelmed by the sight. Wow, and there's a study room beside it, which is already full. Here, study rooms must be fought over, Bai Ji Shi explained. Oh, Bai Ji Ling looked on with envy. Then it struck her. Wait, this isn't right. I'm in university now. Shouldn't I be enjoying life? After fighting for 3 years, can I indulge a little? What's with the struggle for study rooms? Is this what a university student should be doing? Ugh, Jiangxing University is quite competitive. Bai Ji Ling suddenly regained her composure. This university required further investigation. Bai Ji Ling resolved firmly. Could it be that because I entered a prestigious university, I become so competitive that I haven't found that elusive boyfriend? Ugh, it's not impossible. She began to contemplate. Nearby, Wang Yi and Zhang Ming noticed her distraction. What's wrong, Bai Ji Ling? Oh, nothing. Never mind. We don't have much time to explore the library today. It's almost noon. Let us head downstairs. We'll take you to the cafeteria, where there is plenty of delicious food. They escorted Bai Ji Ling downstairs. Hey, you're back. How was your tour? Was it good? Yi Qing asked, noticing Bai Ji Ling's conflicted expression. Yeah. Why does she look different from when she went up? Yi Qing thought, but decided not to dwell on it. Once they arrived at the cafeteria, Bai Ji Ling was once again confronted with an array of delectable food options, leading her into further contemplation. Should she really attend Jiangxing University? Suddenly, Bai Ji Ling nearly slapped herself. What on earth? Bai Ji Ling, you've lost your mind. You're being picky, and your current scores aren't even sufficient to qualify for Jiangxing University. This is akin to when you were young, dreaming of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. How ridiculous. First, let us eat. Meanwhile, back at home, Wang Ning and Bai Xingting had just returned with the 2 little ones, carrying a bounty of fresh ingredients. Just look at this neighborhood. The cost of living is undoubtedly high. Let us head back and prepare a meal for the 2 of you. Thank you, Grandma. Yo-Yo, munching on a bright red apple, looked up in response. Grandpa, can we plant the apple seeds? Well, that should be possible. Let us take the seeds out of this apple when we get home and see if they can sprout, Bai Xingting replied uncertainly, as he mainly worked in an office and had only done some farming as a child with his parents. Shall we try when we get back? Okay. Little Ro nodded eagerly. Upon returning home, Wang Ning began cooking, while the 2 little girls followed Bai Xingting's suggestion and extracted the apple seeds. Bai Xingting wrapped them in a damp cloth and followed an online tutorial for germination. In a few days, we should see them sprout. Let us check the yard to see if we can find a spot to plant them. In the yard, Bai Xingting searched around, sighing. What a lovely lawn. It would be such a waste to clear a patch for this. Let us just plant them in pots instead. As Bai Xingting was returning with the 2 little girls, Wang Ning called out, "Dinner's ready." Bai Xingting took the girls to wash their hands in preparation for the meal. Buzz! Buzz! Little Ro heard the vibrating sound and turned to see Bai Xingting's phone lighting up. Grandpa, it seems you have a message. Chapter 75. The Longing for University? Bai Xingtian listened to Xiao Ro and Amp, Oppo's words and glanced at her phone. It was a message from their youngest daughter, who had sent numerous photos. What's up? Wang Ning, who had just finished serving the meal, noticed Bai Xingtian staring intently at the screen, thinking something might be amiss. It was a collection of photos from Ji Ling taken at university. Take a look, Bai Xingtian said, handing over the phone. As Wang Ning prepared to view the images, she felt two plump little heads appear beside her. Upon seeing them, she realized the two little ones had also come over. All right, let us look together. Hee, thank you. Grandma, Yu exclaimed, planting a kiss on Wang Ning's cheek. She then nestled next to Xiao Rou as they admired the photos of Bai Ling at Jiangxing University. Wow, my aunt is so beautiful. The scenery here is amazing, but Mom and Dad never took us there. The two little ones were captivated, with Yu even swiping through the images, her face radiating longing. Yu, Xiao Rou, one day you'll attend university too. You'll get to study in such a beautiful campus, and by then, it might be even more splendid than it is now. Really? The moment those words left her lips, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Wang Ning nodded. Now that we've nearly finished viewing the photos, let's eat. You two have been running around all morning. You must be hungry by now. Okay, after their meal, the two little ones digested for a while before heading off to bed. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Rou pulled Bai Xingtian to practice calligraphy, while Yu took Wang Ning to the music room for piano practice. Even in the absence of Shun Yinqi and Yi Qing, the children were driven by their own passions, demonstrating a kind of self-discipline that was far removed from the forced efforts of many parents. Such self-discipline? Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning were both taken aback by the little girls and Oppo's dedication. Moments later, they were further astonished. Goodness, these two little girls are progressing so quickly. Xiao Rou's calligraphy now reflected a level of mastery far beyond her initial attempts, while Yu's fingers danced gracefully over the piano keys, producing melodious sounds. As Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning admired their efforts, they prepared some fruit for the girls to enjoy during their free time. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing University, Bai Ling wandered around until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, thoroughly captivated by her surroundings. The explanations provided by her peers were exceptionally well prepared. Thank you, sisters, Bai Ling said with a smile. We'll be waiting for you at Jiangbei University. By the time you arrive, we should be in our 3rd year, and perhaps Senior Zhang Meng will be the student council president or an officer. We'll make sure to look out for you, Wang Yi remarked. Beside her, Zhang Meng rolled her eyes helplessly, thinking, wow, I hadn't even boasted about that yet. And you just said it outright? That is quite cheeky. Work hard, young lady. When you arrive, let us know, and we'll welcome you properly. After saying their goodbyes, as they exited the campus, Yi Qing waved her hand, saying, all right, this is where I'll drop you off. Once in the car, Yi Qing turned to Bai Ling and asked, so, how was Jiangxing University? Did it ignite your ambition? It's quite nice, and the food is good too, Bai Ling replied, stroking her chin in contemplation. Noticing Yi Qing's playful smirk, she teased, wow, brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? You're not just thinking about me as your caretaker, are you? How could your brother-in-law be that cruel? This is for your future, after all. Just be careful what you say when you meet uncle and aunt, Yi Qing explained, though her words felt somewhat feeble. Bai Ling rolled her eyes. Let us pick up some ingredients later. I'll cook something delicious for you all tonight, Yi Qing said. And Bai Xi's eyes lit up. Really? I want that dish from last time. As Bai Xi, she listed several dishes. Bai Ling couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What is up with my older sister? She's not even a foodie. So why is she acting like this now? Can brother-in-law really cook that well? I don't believe it. A few hours later, as she gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes, Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt somewhat numb, for breakfast had been simple. But this was an entirely different situation. A grand feast, all prepared by her brother-in-law. No wonder her sister had been so eager. Oh dear, my standards have just been raised again. My non-existent boyfriend, you better measure up to brother-in-law. Even Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning were left speechless, exchanging glances before looking at their expectant eldest daughter. Did our daughter save the galaxy in her past life to deserve such a husband? Never mind, let us eat first. Come on, let's dig in, Bai Ling exclaimed, her mouth watering. Brother-in-law, you're truly amazing. See, I told you I can't find a boyfriend. And it's all because of my sister and brother-in-law. They've raised my standards. As she feasted, Bai Ling couldn't stop talking. Wang Ning listened to her daughter's words, acknowledging their validity, yet knew it was not the right moment to agree. She understood her daughter's personality too well. If she agreed now, the girl would only become more ambitious. Let us not get carried away. After all, you and your sister are different. What is most important is finding someone who suits you. But don't rush. We can talk about this later. Bai Ling retorted. How are my sister and I different? We're both equally beautiful. Our personalities are quite similar too. And our figures, they're not that different either. Suddenly, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Tomorrow, it's papaya milk for me. I hope I can still catch the last train of development. Chapter 76. Bai Ling, wait, can we really see celebrities here, brother-in-law? After finishing dinner, Bai Ling voluntarily washed the dishes. A while later, the doorbell rang. Peering outside, she saw a man and a woman. The man was as towering as a steel tower. Bai Ling frowned, wondering if they were her brother-in-law's friends. Yi Qing opened the door, and Lin Han and Lin Yu entered. Brother Yi, who are these people? Lin Han was about to discuss the upcoming comic convention when he noticed Bai Tian and Wang Ning amusing the children, instantly intrigued. These are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. He introduced. Oh, hello, uncle and aunt. Lin Han quickly responded, and Lin Yu echoed his sentiments. Lin Han glanced at the couple, marveling, goodness. When I first met brother Yi and sister-in-law, I mentioned how well they had aged. They have children now, yet they appear as youthful as 18 or 19. Brimming with vitality. Seeing you today, it seems that youthful looks truly run in the family. You both look astonishingly young. Are you really in your 50s? You seem barely in your 40s. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Wang Ning and her husband exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to respond. Indeed, they were just over 40. But the two little ones had never traveled through time. However, they could not disclose this fact and merely nodded in silence. Impressive, truly impressive, they replied, feeling somewhat sheepish under Lin Han's praise. Brother Lin, sister Lin, Yu and Xiaoro rushed over to greet them. Have you two been good lately? Yes. Very good. Great. Do you like the cosplay outfits I picked for you? Lin Han crouched down, affectionately ruffling the girls and Oppo's hair. Yes, but why do our outfits have those cute little horns? Cute little horns? Lin Han pondered for a moment. Those aren't horns. That's Anya's headpiece. It's adorable, he explained. Have you already worn them? Yes. Dad even took pictures. Let me show you. Yi Qing took out her phone and handed it to Lin Han and Lin Yu. At a glance, the two were left speechless. Goodness, this family looks astonishingly similar in their cosplay. Tomorrow at the event, it will surely create a stir. How can you all resemble each other so much? The two little ones are adorable, but you too. How is it possible to look so alike? Lin Yu remarked. Bai Ling finished washing the dishes and quickly came out upon hearing the commotion. Let me see the cosplay photos. Huh? Who is this? Lin Han was taken aback, noticing another beauty among them. She bore a striking resemblance to his sister-in-law. After some introductions, it turned out Lin Han was correct. Bai Ling indeed looked like her sister. Bai Ling leaned in to examine the photos, her mouth agape. Do I have a cosplay outfit too? I want to join in. Then you have to ask Brother Lin to see if he can think of a suitable character for you, suggested Yi Qing. Brother Lin, is there a role that suits me? Bai Ling inquired, her striking features and long legs certainly appealing. Lin Han pondered, racking his brain. How about you cosplay as the bombshell? Have you seen the character from Super Battery Bomb? As he spoke, he retrieved a picture for her. Lin Han couldn't help but feel grateful for his extensive anime knowledge. Otherwise, he might have struggled to come up with a character. If you like this character, I can arrange for someone to make the costume for you tonight. Bai Ling glanced at the character and quickly grasped the situation. Never mind, Brother Lin. You don't need to go through all that trouble. Maybe next time. She shook her head. All right then. Lin Han proceeded to discuss the itinerary for the following day with Yi Qing and Bai Ling, which was quite simple, just a day of fun. Got it. Bai Tian and Wang Ning listened, somewhat puzzled, but they understood that it was good for the youth to engage with new experiences. They respected their choices, even if they didn't fully grasp them. Let us sit for a while. There's no rush to head back. Yi Qing suggested as they settled down to watch television. Watching the two girls nestled in their grandparents' arms, Yi Qing felt melodies and ideas swirl in her mind. However, the noise in the room was quite distracting. You all keep watching TV. I'll go to the music room for a bit. It might take some time. Dad, what are you going to do? I can't tell you right now. Yi Qing teased, leaving Yu pouting. Come on, watch TV, little girl. Yi Qing ruffled Yu and Amp, Oppo's, hair before heading towards the music room. Once inside, Yi Qing began to compose, inspired by her thoughts. Soon, she entered a unique creative flow, writing scores and playing segments on the piano to test and refine her work. Time slipped away unrecognized. Outside, Shi arrived at the villa. Today, I haven't heard from Director Yi. He told me I had a day off yesterday, but he hasn't mentioned anything about today. I'll check in person. I miss the little ones, she said, carrying some cookies for them. She rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The sounds reached the occupants inside. Bai Jilin went to open the door. Inchi, you're here. Here are some treats for the little ones. I haven't heard from Director Yi today, so I thought I'd stop by. Where is he? He isn't answering my calls. Shen Inchi entered, as Bai Jilin explained. He went to the music room alone earlier. I'm not sure what he's up to. Perhaps he needs to concentrate on something in there. I see. Shen Inchi nodded, understanding. Come, let me introduce you. Bai Jilin led Shen Inchi to the others. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the expressions of those present had frozen, particularly her younger sister, who appeared utterly captivated by Shen Inchi. What's going on? Bai Jilin wondered, while Bai Jilin stared at Shen Inchi. Excuse me, are you Shen Inchi? Yes, that's me. Really? Bai Jilin jumped with excitement. She adored Shen Inchi and Appo's music, and her friends shared the same passion. They had even planned to attend one of her concerts during the summer break. However, she never expected to encounter her idol at her brother-in-law's home. Heavens! Chapter 77. The power of the brother-in-law is astonishing. Upon receiving confirmation from Shen Inchi, Bai Jilin felt as though she were suspended between reality and illusion. Brother-in-law, what extraordinary power must you possess to have brought Shen Inchi into our home? Beside her, Lin Han and Lin Yu stared at Shen Inchi, equally stunned. Although they had encountered several celebrities before, they were astonished to learn of Shen Inchi's connection to Yi Qing. Furthermore, Lin Han had just perceptively noticed certain details, such as Shen Inchi referring to Yi as Brother Yi and Director Yi. This implied that Brother Yi is the chairman of which company? Moreover, when she addressed Director Yi, her expression and tone reflected respect, suggesting that Yi Qing's company might be intertwined with Shen Inchi's. Of course, it could also be that Brother Yi had invested financially. However, Lin Han could not fathom the implications of this. Nearby, Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning also rose, gazing at Shen Inchi and Ji Shi. Mom and Dad, this is the singer I mentioned to you, Shen Inchi. I even played her songs for you, Bai Jilin exclaimed. Bai Xingtian, looking at his daughter, replied, All right, we know her name now, but we are still unaware of why she has come to see Yi Qing. Please, everyone have a seat. Inchi is simply Yuyo's music teacher, visiting almost daily to impart her musical knowledge, which is why Yuyo has made such rapid progress. Bai Ji Shi encouraged as she pulled Shen Inchi to sit down. Listening to Bai Ji Shi's words, Shen Inchi felt somewhat sheepish. After all, Yuyo was inherently talented, possessing perfect pitch and a keen sensitivity to music, as well as an apparent natural affinity for various instruments. Even if the teacher were not her, Yuyo would still excel rapidly. Yuyo then dashed over to Shen Inchi, leaping into her lap. Teacher, you're here. I practiced diligently today, she exclaimed. Oh, you are so disciplined even when alone. What a good child, Shen Inchi replied, stroking Yuyo's head while silently reflecting on what merits director you must have possessed in his past life to be blessed with such adorable children in this one. Teacher? Bai Jilin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their surprise. Truly, brother-in-law is quite impressive. Has he elevated his teacher to the status of a renowned singer in Huaxia? Sister Inchi, I am Yuyo and Appo's aunt. We are friends of Brother Yi. My name is Lin Han. I am Lin Yu, she added. After a brief introduction, Shen Inchi stood to shake their hands, displaying none of the airs one might expect from a superstar. Sister Inchi, may we take a photo together? Of course, why not? Shen Inchi smiled, her eyes sparkling. Undeniably beautiful, though she paled in comparison to Bai Ji Shi. Bai Jilin quickly retrieved her phone and handed it to her older sister. Sister, please take a nice picture for us. Once Bai Jilin positioned herself beside Shen Inchi noticed her nervous demeanor, reminiscent of the fans she had encountered on the street. She leaned in closer, extending her hand to form a half-heart shape, looking at Bai Jilin. Understanding her cue, Bai Jiling joined in, forming a heart with her hand. Click. The sound of the camera echoed as they took several photos. All right, I think we in pose. Taken enough. Bai Jiling declared, glancing at Shun Yinshi, who sensed her desire for an autograph, but had no poster to offer today. Shun Yinshi seemed to grasp Bai Jiling and Oppo's intentions. Jiling, let us add each other on Green Bubble. If I have any merchandise later, I'll send it to you. Really? Bai Jiling and Oppo's eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, Lin Han and Lin Yu watched Bai Jiling's starstruck success, feeling a twinge of envy. They too admired Shun Yinshi. They quickly joined in for a photo as well, while Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning remained uninterested. After the photographs were taken, Shun Yinshi settled beside Bai Jiling, watching television. Suddenly, she inquired, "Where is Director Yi? Why is N and Oppo's here?" He seemed to remember something and went into the music room alone. "We have no idea what he is up to," Bai Ji, she replied, shaking her head. "Father has been in there quite a while. Shall we check on him?" Yuyo suggested, eager to see what her father was doing. The others, hearing Yuyo, felt a surge of curiosity, though they would not have dared to voice such thoughts themselves. However, with the two little girls leading the way, they felt inclined to follow. "Let us go see what Brother Yi is up to," Lin Han remarked, equally intrigued. "Let us go." Everyone stood, with even Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning being pulled along by the children. They wore expressions of resignation. These kids certainly possessed a strong sense of curiosity, and it seemed they must see for themselves. What if Qing were engaged in something important? Wouldn't he that impede his work? However, since the two little girls had suggested it, they found no reason to object. Besides, it was unlikely that anything overly serious was taking place in the music room. Approaching the music room stealthily, they moved quietly, mindful of their surroundings. Little Tuan Yuan, observing the group, tilted its round head in confusion and hopped off the sofa to follow suit, padding softly behind them. "It feels like we're sneaking into a village like bandits," Lin Han remarked, glancing at the others. "The atmosphere is quite charged, yet this is rather amusing," Lin Yu added, a smile gracing her lips. "I wonder what Brother Yi is doing in the music room." Although she felt a bit uneasy, trailing behind the two little girls gave her a sense of security. After a moment, she realized it was likely due to Brother Ye's affections for his daughters. They arrived at the door of the music room, but due to its excellent soundproofing, they could not hear anything from within. Yi peered at the door and cautiously opened it, revealing a narrow gap. Almost immediately, the sound of the piano filled the air, enchanting everyone with its rhythmic melody, causing them to pause in astonishment. The most knowledgeable among them, Shun Yinshi, furrowed her brow at the sound. "What song is this? I've never heard it before." Chapter 78. My dear, times have changed. Moreover, this melody is truly enchanting. It possesses a captivating allure that draws one in. Subsequently, a bold notion emerged in Shun Yinshi's mind. Could it be that this melody had never existed before? And was it composed by Director Yi in this very moment? The thought startled Shun Yinshi. After all, how did Director Yi initially come to be in the company? He had been parachuted in at such a young age. On his first day, upon witnessing the youthful Director Yi, everyone began to speculate that he was a second-generation heir, an outsider here to guide the experts. Yet, within half a day, he had meticulously organized the group in Oppo's management and finances, proving he was not merely a visitor. But now, what was happening? How could Director Yi possess such remarkable creative prowess? What did this mean? Furthermore, this piece flowed with an effortless grace, as if it were a natural occurrence. The layman enjoys the spectacle, while the connoisseur discerns the subtleties. She could certainly see that just this melody alone had the potential to become a massive hit. Yuyo was utterly entranced. Beside her, Xiaoro pushed the door wider, revealing Yi Qing seated at the piano. Yi Qing was completely absorbed in his music, oblivious to the onlookers behind him. His fingers danced across the keys, and he appeared to be in a state of blissful immersion. This sight was simply captivating to everyone present, as if he were a world-class musician performing in the Golden Hall of Vienna, exuding an innate professionalism. The melodious piano notes were enchanting, deepening the extraordinary atmosphere. Wow, Brother Yi is incredible. How can he play the piano so effortlessly? Compared to him, I feel utterly inadequate. One commented, while another mused. Don't even compare yourself to someone like him. I can already envision your life after marriage and children. You might just tell your son, why aim for Peking University when your father is off to Tokyo for a pilgrimage? Hey, that's quite an insult. Lin Han rolled his eyes at his sister and oppose, S-words, feeling a bit unfairly treated. Why does Brother Yi get to have two lovely daughters while I and oppose? Left with just a son. Is that what you want to argue about? Lin Yu turned, surprised to see Lin Han's reaction. It seemed that boys have become so enamored with daughters, completely reversing the traditional preference for sons. My dear, times have changed. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning exchanged glances as they observed Yi Qing in the room, then turned to their eldest daughter, whose expression was filled with admiration. It was no wonder that their daughter was so enchanted by him. He had revealed hidden talents that were simply irresistible. After a while, Yi Qing finished his piece and was about to make some adjustments when he felt a gust of wind sweep through the room, accompanied by numerous piercing gazes. He turned to see several figures standing at the door, all staring intently at him. His heart raced, but Yi Qing maintained his composure. Had he been less resilient, he might have been startled into silence. Inchi, what are you all doing here? You startled me. I nearly had a heart attack. Yi Qing exclaimed, looking at Shun Inchi. The others wore embarrassed expressions, realizing that they had indeed startled him. Director Yi, this isn't my doing. I was merely following Yuyo, who wanted to see what you were up to. Shun Inchi quickly defended herself. Just then, Yuyo scampered over to Yi Qing, exclaiming, Daddy, did you miss me? Ye vink pidayfully pinchet Yuyo's nose. Did you indeed miss your father? Yuyo nodded vigorously, her face beaming with sincerity. Looking at their interaction, Shun Inchi couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why was there such a disparity in his demeanor towards her compared to Yuyo? Here she was confronting him while he was gentle with the child. Director Yi, is this your original composition? Shun Inchi asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes, I have a few melodies now. Yi Qing replied with a nod. I had a spark of inspiration while watching television and decided to create a few pieces, mainly inspired by these two little ones. The melodies are nearly complete. I just need to work on the lyrics. I believe I can finish them tonight. Shun Inchi was taken aback. Director Yi, can you hear what you're saying? You had a flash of inspiration and composed several songs? And you'll finish the lyrics tonight? What kind of creative genius are you? Hearing this makes me feel utterly ashamed. As she gazed at Yi Qing, she couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary talent. Why are you staring at me like that? Just so you know, you can't escape this. Once I finish creating, you need to refine it properly. I've left space for harmonies, and you'll perform alongside Yuyo. This time, you might just ride on her coattails to fame. Yi Qing declared, while Yuyo blinked her big eyes in confusion. Fame? Why would I be famous? She wondered, perplexed. Shun Inchi hadn't oppose. He anticipated that Yi Qing was planning so far ahead, but she welcomed the idea. After all, Yuyo was her student, so riding on her coattails was nothing. Do you want me to work with you now, Director Yi? Shun Inchi inquired. No need. I and oppose. I'll work late tonight to finish it. You all can go to bed. Just wait until tomorrow to see the results. There's no rush, and we still have promotions to consider. I and oppose. I'll discuss it with General Yu tomorrow, Yi Qing replied, having already mapped out his plans in his mind. Shun Inchi nodded, realizing she merely needed to follow his lead. After all, in the presence of Yi Qing, she was but a humble participant while he was the true maestro. Yuyo, Daddy has written a few songs for you to sing. How does that sound? Yi Qing asked, lifting Yuyo, who still appeared somewhat bewildered. Okay, Yuyo exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Chapter 79, A Song for My Daughter, observing the serene expression on Yuyo's face. Yi Qing wore a tender smile as he playfully pinched her cheek, showcasing his affection. Shun Inchi, witnessing this display from the esteemed Yi Dong, couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Was this truly the demeanor of Yi Dong, the devoted father? She recalled hearing about Yi Dong and Oppo's initial visit to the company, where his expression was utterly grim. Even when Director Han Shui presented him with flowers, there was no softening of his countenance. He maintained a stern visage throughout the review of the group's management and financial documents, only relaxing once the task was complete, leaving General Manager Yu and Director Han visibly startled. Fortunately, the situation concluded without incident. Had they seen Yi Dong in such an affectionate state, their jaws would surely have dropped in astonishment. Let us step outside. Allow your father to focus on his creative process, Bai Jiqi remarked. Recognizing that the presence of so many individuals would undoubtedly disrupt Yi Qing's inspiration, she raised her voice slightly while conversing with Yu, as if to gently remind everyone. Lin Han chimed in. Indeed, we should vacate this space. It feels overly crowded. With that, the group departed. Bai Ziqi was the last to exit, ensuring to close the door behind her. In the living room, Lin Han felt a wave of astonishment wash over him as he softly hummed the melody they had just heard. The catchy tune echoed in his mind, captivating him. Across the room, Shun Yinshi pondered the same melody. It was undoubtedly a composition destined for fame. It was ripe for viral success, potentially becoming a trending background track on social media platforms. Moreover, who was the genius behind this song? It was penned by the chairman of Wuyo Media. Wouldn't music companies and others be eager to promote it? Wuyo Media also had its promotional channels. Shun Yinshi understood that Yi Dong's earlier jest about leveraging her popularity was merely a light-hearted quip. Did he truly require such convoluted strategies to propel Yu to stardom? The answer was a resounding no. Yu, seated on the sofa, resembled an eager child awaiting candy, her expression brimming with excitement. She tilted her head, her rosy cheeks rendering her irresistibly adorable. Shun Yinshi affectionately ruffled her hair, her gaze softening as she mused. Little one, you are on the brink of greatness. Just remember your teacher when the time comes. Do not forget to bring her along. She silently thought, though these words remained unspoken. After a while, Lin Han and Lin Yu glanced at the clock. It was already 9:00 and Oppo's clock. Remaining here any longer would be imprudent. We shall take our leave for now. We will return in the morning, dressed in our cosplay outfits, ready to set off for the comic convention, Lin Yu stated. Yes, we will don our costumes then, Bai Jiqi added, standing to see them out. She recalled her own outfit, feeling a hint of shyness, as it would be her first time wearing something so revealing. This was not due to the outfit itself, but rather because her previous attire had always been quite conservative. Once she bid farewell to the two, Shun Yinshi spoke up. Sister-in-law, I shall remain here tonight. Could you arrange a room for me? The process of composing music was quite labor-intensive, and, at times, she wished for company during the creative endeavor. I anticipate that Yi Dong may seek my input later, so it would be best if I did not return home tonight. Bai Jiqi nodded in agreement. Of course, I will prepare a bed for you right away. Her offer left Shun Yinshi momentarily taken aback. Was she truly to have the wife of Yi Dong prepare a bed for her? Would she still be able to navigate her way through this world? Oh no, I can manage myself, she exclaimed, quickly rising to her feet. By 10 o'clock, Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning had returned home with the two young girls, ready for bed. Just before entering her room, Wang Ning turned to Bai Jiqi. Jiqi, ensure Yi Qing retires at a reasonable hour. Perhaps you could bring him some water or fruit. I have already cut the fruit, and it is in the kitchen's fruit bowl. All right, Mom, I will take care of it, Bai Jiqi replied. Meanwhile, in another spacious room, Shun Yinshi luxuriated in a bathtub filled with bubbles. The size of this tub far exceeded that of her apartments, a testament to the villa's grandeur. Just then, her phone chimed, revealing messages from her close friends Wang Linghan and Su Ying, who had been collaborating on music in her apartment. Wang Linghan, Yinshi, weren't you at Yi Dong and Oppo's place? Why haven't you returned yet? As you were a teacher earlier, you should have been back by now. Is everything all right? Su Ying, please respond. Shun Yinshi, what could possibly happen? I'm spending the night at Yi Dong's, as there are important matters to attend to. Shun Yinshi, I am currently soaking in a grand bathtub, and soon I shall retire to a plush bed for sleep. Wang Linghan, is it late? Both friends expressed their confusion. Shun Yinshi elaborated, and upon learning that Yi Dong was composing music, her friends were taken aback. They had never imagined that Yi Dong possessed such musical talent. It was incredibly impressive. Initially, they had thought a novice had been parachuted into the company to oversee matters. Yet, given Yi Dong and Oppo's capabilities, it seemed he was indeed a remarkable presence. Wang Linghan, so, you mean to say that you might assist Yi Dong in refining the song? Can we be involved as well? Su Ying, yes. We would be in the perfect position to contribute. Shun Yinshi, certainly, I'll mention it to Yi Dong when the time comes. it should be feasible. We'll discuss it further based on Yi Dong's progress tonight. Wang Linghan. A single night of rapid creation seems a bit far-fetched. Let us just get some sleep. I suspect it will take a while to produce a worthy piece. Upon reading Wang Linghan and Oppo's message, Shen Yinqi nodded in agreement. They had both experienced the creative process. Although inspiration could strike suddenly, the subsequent tasks of writing and refining required time. Even if Yi Dong was extraordinarily gifted, it was unlikely he could produce a masterpiece in a single night. With this thought, Shen Yinqi submerged herself further into the warm water, enjoying the soothing bubbles as a means of relaxation. As the night deepened, the villa fell into a tranquil silence. In the darkness, a small round figure ambled leisurely through the house, as if on patrol, ensuring the safety of their home. Its chubby little legs made no sound against the floor, and soon it was drawn to the distant glow of light. Chapter 80. An energetic performance. The round little head turned toward the other side, following the light. It then dashed toward the figure. "You're here." Bai Jishi crouched down, gently stroking the patrolling little Tuan Yuan. "You little rascal, still awake at this hour. Are you hungry?" She watched as Tuan Yuan took a few sips of milk, but then refused to drink more. It seemed he wasn't tea hungry after all. "All right, you continue to play. I must be on my way." Bai Jishi patted Tuan Yuan and then gracefully strode forward. After such a long time, she had grown quite familiar with the house. She could navigate it without lights, using them only to avoid stepping on Tuan Yuan. Bai Jishi entered the kitchen to prepare some fruit and pour herself a cup of hot water. She then pushed open the door to the music room, peering inside. There, she saw Yi Qing bent over, writing something at his desk, with several sheets of paper scattered around. "Darling." Hearing her call, Yi Qing turned around and was greeted by the sight of Bai Jishi entering with a fruit platter and hot water. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I just came to see when you would be going to bed," Bai Jishi replied, her words somewhat insincere. After sharing the bed with Yi Qing for so long, she had grown accustomed to his presence. Without him, she felt an emptiness. After all, that teddy bear could never compare to Yi Qing's embrace. "How's the creative process going?" Although Bai Jishi wasn't well-versed in creativity, she inquired nonetheless. "Not too bad. I've managed to create a few pieces, but I might not get much sleep tonight. If we go out tomorrow, I can give these to Shen Yinqi for her to refine. How about we skip going out tomorrow? Or I could take the 2 children out. You should rest well. It doesn't matter. Don't forget, I'm an 18-year-old university student. Staying up a few nights is no issue for me." All right, I know you're the best." Bai Jishi set down the fruit platter and hot water, preparing to leave. "Leaving just like that? Don't you want to add a bit of excitement?" "Huh?" Bai Jishi turned back, surprise evident on her face. What kind of excitement? Seeing his innocent and naive wife, Yi Qing decided not to tease her further. He simply gestured to his lips. Bai Jishi understood immediately, grinning mischievously as she leaned in, only to be pulled into an embrace. "Ouch! My lips are swollen, they're swollen." It wasn't Oppo's tea until Bai Jishi whimpered for quite some time that Yi Qing finally let go. She shot him a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushed, as if to say she was aware of his mischief. "You always bully me." Bai Jishi pouted, thinking that had she known, she would have brought him fruit and hot water. "I and Oppo's am leaving now. Go on. Sleep well." "Got it." Once Bai Jishi departed, Yi Qing sipped his hot water, nibbled on some fruit, and returned to his creative work. The next day, as dawn broke, Yi Qing looked at the songs he had completed, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Not bad, finally finished. He could now leave the rest to Shen Yinqi for refinement. He stepped outside to brew himself a pot of hot tea. After a while, he heard the sound of the door opening. Shen Yinqi emerged, dressed and ready. Just as she was about to sit on the couch, she noticed Yi Qing engrossed in his tea. "Mr. Yi, you're up so early?" "Apologies. I didn't sleep at all." "Then how come you look so lively?" Shen Yinqi stared at him, wondering how he could appear so energetic after a night of no sleep. What kind of physique is this? If I'd stayed up all night, I would be completely drained by now. "Mr. Yi, about your creations," Shen Yinqi began to ask, only to be distracted by the direction of Yi Qing's gaze. Following it, she spotted a stack of papers. Shen Yinqi rushed over, grabbing the papers to examine them. Gradually, Her eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible. How can it be this astonishing? Mr. Yi, are you some kind of genius? You created so many songs in one night. As she hummed a few notes, she found that even though the songs were hastily composed, their quality was exceptionally high. Each melody lingered in her mind. She abruptly turned, her gaze burning into Yi Qing's. Yi Qing was taken aback by her intensity. Shifting cautiously to the other side of the couch. What are you planning? Shanin, she replied, what am I planning? I've just never seen such talent and want to observe closely. Are you being polite? Is this shifting of your position a serious matter? Such a minor action carries such weight. Shanin, she and Amp, Oppo's inner thoughts erupted, but she dared not voice them. All right, my task is complete. The rest is up to you. Go on and finish it. Yi Qing sipped his tea, addressing Shanin Shi. I and Amp, Oppo's. I'll ensure the task is completed. Excellent. Shun Inchi cradled the papers like treasures, tidied up, and made her way outside. Take care, Mr. Yi. Make sure to rest well. After all, we are not the same. Ye vink patient. That remark made Shun Inchi scoff. What is so different? Aren't you older than me? You can pull an all-nighter, but I can't. I'm younger, so I can surely handle it better. With that, Shun Inchi exited, closing the door behind her. Why is she so sensitive today? Yi Qing shook his head and took a sip of tea before changing into a snug set of workout clothes, preparing for Bai Xingtian and the two little ones to wake up. Before long, Bai Xingtian carefully led the two girls downstairs. Upon seeing Yi Qing, who had been waiting, they exclaimed, Daddy, why are you up so early? I didn't sleep all night. When I checked the time this morning, I thought you'd be getting ready for your run, so I decided to join you. Yi Qing affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Daddy, you should really go back to sleep. If you don't rest well, you won't have any energy. Little Ro flailed her arms, her face full of concern. I'm fine, really. Now, let us get ready to head out. All right, then. The two girls finally agreed, seeing that Yi Qing seemed all right. Bai Xingtian was about to say something, but seeing Yi Qing's good condition, she decided that they would run together today. Once everyone was dressed, they set off. Chapter 81. Answer me. Yi Qing and Bai Xingtian dashed outside, accompanied by two little girls. As they ran, Yi Qing took in the surroundings. The scenery outside the villa district in the morning was indeed exquisite. The mist swirled around, complemented by the distant river view, making it a veritable paradise on earth. He glanced at the two little girls beside him, their faces flushed with vitality, persisting despite their long run. Such determination was commendable. With such tenacity, they would surely excel in whatever they pursued in the future. Bai Xingtian occasionally looked over at the two little girls as they ran. Being smaller in stature, they had shorter strides, and whenever their pace slowed, he would adjust his own speed, ensuring they could keep up. He also cast a glance at Yi Qing. Gradually, Bai Xingtian's brow furrowed in disbelief. They had been running for several kilometers, nearing the park, yet Yi Qing appeared completely unfazed. What remarkable physical fitness! This young man had not slept a wink the previous night and was still running for such an extended period without showing any signs of fatigue. How astonishing! Bai Xingtian felt a pang of envy. However, upon reflection, Yi Qing was merely 18 years old, a freshman in college. Bai Xingtian slapped his forehead, pondering why he was so deeply engrossed in this. After all, he was just a man in his 40s. Yet, he found himself adopting a rather benevolent mindset. Sigh. Beside him, Xiao Rou observed Bai Xingtian's forehead slap and inquired, Grandpa, are you all right? Did you not sleep well last night? Should we stop running and go back to rest? No, Grandpa is fine, Bai Xingtian quickly replied, not wanting to cause concern for the little girls. After a while, they arrived at the park. Oh my, our two little cuties have come again. How adorable and determined you are, the elderly couple remarked, then turned to Bai Xingtian. And who might this be? Your son? Haha, not at all. This is the father of the two little girls, my son-in-law, Bai Xingtian replied, pride evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple looked at Yi Qing, their hearts skipping a beat. He looked nothing like a father. Rather, he resembled an older brother. This father was astonishingly youthful. After spending some time at the park, Yi Qing and the others prepared to return. Meanwhile, Shun Inchi had returned to her apartment, clutching precious sheets of paper. She unlocked the fingerprint lock and entered the bedroom, where Wang Linghan and Su Ying were sleeping back to back. What time is it? Still asleep. How can you sleep so soundly? It in Apo's, past 7. Shaninshi and Apo's, mind roared. However, she quickly recalled that on days when she had no pressing matters, she often rose later than them. No, I can't let them continue sleeping. Shaninshi approached the window. With a swift motion, she pulled open the curtains. The bright sunlight flooded in. Ugh! The two of them groaned, turning away from the light. All right, I and Amp, Apo's, and back. No more sleeping. Wake up, wake up. I have something significant to tell you. Shaninshi exclaimed, nudging them and giving them a playful smack on their backs. After several rounds of this bombardment, the two finally sat up in bed, their eyes still heavy with sleep. Seeing them in such a state, Shaninshi paused her antics, allowing them a moment to fully awaken. But soon after, thud, thud, they both flopped back down onto the bed. Shaninshi, it seems I've been too lenient with you. I must resort to drastic measures. Not long after, peals of laughter echoed through the room as Shaninshi began tickling Wang Linghan and Su Ying, who were laughing and begging for mercy. Okay, we won't sleep anymore. They were fully awake now, looking at Shaninshi. Why are you up so early? Aren't and Apo's. Are you going to sleep? Tell me, do we not need sleep? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Is it because you were tormented by Mr. Yi all night that you've come to disturb us? Wang Linghan remarked, causing the room to fall silent. Su Ying and Shaninshi turned to her, their eyes filled with disbelief. What are you saying? Didn't you go to compose music with Mr. Yi last night? Did you not sleep a wink? Seriously, what are you two thinking? Can't you maintain some innocence? People like you are ruining the music industry, Wang Linghan accused. Shaninshi waved her hand dismissively. Enough of that nonsense. Quickly wash up. I discovered a monumental secret last night. Mr. Yi is an absolute genius. He practically composed an entire mini-album in one night. Several songs. As Shaninshi spoke, the other two were momentarily stunned. Composing several songs in a single night? Observing Shaninshi and Apo's animated demeanor, they exchanged glances bemused. What had happened to her? After serving as a temporary tutor for Mr. Yi, she had transformed into an ardent admirer. Why are you so excited? You've composed before too. A mini-album with several songs in one night? Is that even feasible? Have you given it any thought? And Mr. Yi is not even a top-tier musician. Ugh. Go wash up quickly. Then we'll prepare to dive deep into perfecting Mr. Yi and Amp. Apo's songs, Shaninshi urged. But the two lacked motivation, as I could already guess the quality of the music. Wang Linghan and Su Ying exchanged glances, sighing. Nonetheless, this was an opportunity, considering he was the chairman. They had to comply. Slowly, they made their way to wash up. A while later, fluid piano melodies drifted through the room. The harmonious tunes and perfect rhythms filled the air. What song is this? I've never heard it before. Have you heard it? No. They hurriedly rinsed their mouths and stepped out to find Shaninshi sitting at the table, several sheets of paper beside her. She was playing the piano, and as they listened to the melody, they became entranced. How lovely. Inchi, which song are you playing? It sounds wonderful. This is one of the compositions from last night by Mr. Yi. Come over and see. Each piece he created is a masterpiece. Shaninshi beckoned them over eagerly. Boom! Her words struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving them frozen in disbelief. Mr. Yi composed this? This is Mr. Yi's creation? How extraordinary! They were stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if their feet had lost their will, and they hurried toward Shaninshi in disbelief. Chapter 82. The eldest sister is a succubus. They quickly gathered the sheets of paper and began to examine them. After a moment, their astonishment deepened. Setting aside the quality of the melody, it was evident that the composition and lyrics were the work of a professional. Chairman Yi is indeed an insider. Is he going to encroach upon our territory? How are we supposed to proceed now? As I gazed at the song, both women felt disheartened. A chairman composing such a wonderful song, it felt futile to continue. Observing the expressions of Wang Linghan and Su Ying, Shaninshi couldn't help but smirk. When will you two ever tone down your theatrics? This song is intended for you to perform, and there is a chorus section that may involve either of you. It seems Chairman Yi is determined to elevate Yu's status. The thought of how delightful this song would sound once perfected and sung by Yu filled Shaninchi's mind. She recalled Yu's voice, pure and unblemished, evoking a profound sense of inner peace and cleansing the soul. We are all destined to be UUS ants now, so let us not linger on trivialities. Will Chairman you really come down to compete with us? Let us hasten to refine this, as he is awaiting our progress. With that remark, the two quickly set to work. They began improving the song, although they gradually realized that there were few areas needing enhancement. Rather than refining, it felt more like an educational experience. Gazing at the lyrics, they felt as if they were receiving a masterclass. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and the others had returned to the villa. Bai Jiqi and Bai Jilin had already finished their morning routines, while Wang Ning prepared breakfast. Bai Jilin, astonished to see Yi Qing out for a run, inquired brother-in-law, "How many hours did you sleep last night?" "None," he replied. "Then how can you go for a run? Your stamina is impressive. I'm not like you. I don't have to wake up early for morning study sessions and stay up late to finish homework. I have plenty of time to rest." Yi Qing smirked. Bai Jilin huffed, "Are you insulting me? I'll compete with you." Seeing her sister's furious demeanor, Yi Qing found it amusing that this unruly girl at home could be so easily flustered by him. "All right, are you tired?" he asked, feigning concern. "Do I look tired? I observe that you ran several kilometers without breaking a sweat. Your physical condition is remarkable. Young people today are quite terrifying," Bai Xingtian remarked, shaking his head. Bai Jilin, observing Yi Qing, noted, "Indeed, he hasn't even broken a sweat. His physical fitness is extraordinary. Does that mean my sister will enjoy a life of luxury?" She internally chastised herself, feeling a pang of jealousy. "Let us go take a shower," suggested Bai Jiqi, pulling out tissues to wipe the sweat from the two younger girls. "Okay," they chimed, following Bai Jiqi to a bathroom. "You should shower too, Yi Qing," she added as everyone departed. Bai Jilin then sought out Wang Ning to prepare breakfast together. After their meal, Bai Jilin proposed, "Shall we change our clothes? We're going to the comic convention soon." "Absolutely. You and Xiao Rou are going to wear those cute hats again. Are we changing outfits now?" Bai Ziqi blushed slightly. Previously, with only Yi Qing and the two younger girls present, she felt no embarrassment. But now, with their parents around, it felt somewhat mortifying. "Let us hurry. Lin Han just messaged me asking if I was awake. They should arrive shortly, and we don't want to be caught off guard," Bai Jiqi replied. "Fine. You have more accessories, so it may take time to change. Let Jilin assist you while I help the younger girls with their hairstyles," she directed. "Understood. I'll ensure I serve my sister well," Bai Jilin responded eagerly, excited to see her sister in cosplay. If it were the old Bai Jiqi, she would never have considered cosplaying, but it seemed that being with Yi Qing had changed her significantly, opening her up to new experiences. Bai Xingtian followed Yi Qing to assist with the hairstyles. In the room, Bai Jiqi was changing clothes. "First, hand me those stockings." "Here," Bai Jilin replied, glancing at them. She had yet to try on stockings herself, but planned to do so in college. Imagining her sister's long legs enveloped in black stockings made her mouth water. Black stockings are simply exquisite, she thought, feeling a surge of excitement. "My legs are similar to my sister's. I should look good in them too," Bai Jilin reasoned. As Bai Jiqi donned her dress, Bai Jilin's eyes widened in awe. "This is incredibly alluring. The allure of a married woman. How can my sister possess such charm? Could it be with her brother-in-law? No, there is more to it than that." Realizing that while she could handle the stockings, she might not embody the same essence in the dress, Bai Jilin's confidence waned. As various accessories were added, Bai Jiqi stood up and remarked, "The succubus is ready." "What did you say?" "Nothing," Bai Jilin quickly replied, startled as Bai Jiqi playfully jabbed her with a balloon. "Why are you so jumpy? It's just a balloon, see? It's soft," Bai Jiqi teased, observing her sister's timid demeanor. "How can I not be scared? I genuinely feared for my life." Bai Jilin shot her a glare, unwilling to engage further. Her sister always seemed to relish teasing her. Chapter 83. Women merely influence the speed of drawing a blade. Bai Ziqi glanced at Bai Jilin, giving a soft huff. Did this little girl truly believe she had not heard her earlier remarks? To label her as a succubus was utterly outrageous. It seemed that one day she would need to impart to her younger sister the terror of bloodline suppression. As Bai Jiqi contemplated this, Bai Jilin gazed at her elder sister and couldn't help but drool a little. She was simply stunning, and the outfit revealed just enough to evoke the essence of an animated character. "Let us go show Mom and Dad," Baijiling proposed eagerly as she stood up. Baijiqi felt a flutter of anxiety at the thought of presenting herself to their parents, uncertain of their reaction. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Bai Xingtian were each tending to a little girl, skillfully styling their hair into buns. Yi Qing observed Bai Xingtian's proficiency with curiosity. Noticing Yi Qing's puzzled expression, Bai Xingtian shrugged. "I used to be the father of 2 girls, so it's not surprising that I can do a hairstyle." "That makes sense." Yi Qing nodded, a smile gracing her face. Wang Ning entered the room, marveling at the scene before him. "What is this? The experienced dad is imparting wisdom to the novice?" He teased. "Hey, Yi Qing, your buns look fantastic. You and Oppos, quite dexterous." Once Yi Qing and Bai Xingtian finished their work, the group exited the room, only to bump into Bai Jilin and Bai Jiqi, who had just emerged. Their eyes naturally fell upon Bai Jiqi. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld Bai Jiqi. This was their daughter, although they had seen photos of her in cosplay the day before. Witnessing her in person was still breathtaking. Under their guidance, she had typically dressed conservatively, and this was likely the first time they had seen her so attired. However, their worries had dissipated. After all, their daughter had grown up. Shikuden and Oppos, T remained swaddled like a dumpling forever. Furthermore, with Yi Qing by her side, she had ample protection. "You look beautiful," Wang Ning admired. Bai Jiqi and Bai Jilin were momentarily taken aback by their mother's words, each feeling puzzled. Was it really possible for their mother to express such sentiments? "Does that mean I can dress a bit more revealingly?" Bai Jilin ventured cautiously. At that moment, their mother's expression darkened. "Bai Jilin, have you been acting up lately? Do you think your sister is at the same stage as you? Is the school uniform insufficient for you?" Bai Jilin stammered, Hey Mom, that is quite the double standard," she sighed, feeling defeated. Yi Qing, noticing her expression, quickly interjected. "Bai Jilin, stop dawdling and take the 2 little girls back to change clothes." "All right, I'm on it," Bai Jilin replied, hurrying back into the room with the 2 little girls, glancing back at Yi Qing with gratitude in her eyes. Her brother-in-law was essential. Otherwise, she would have had to endure an onslaught from her mother. Now, she could evade the confrontation. Yi Qing watched Bai Jilin's retreating figure with a smile. This girl was rather innocent. Even while caring for the children, she cast him a grateful look. "I suppose I deserve thanks too," he mused. Then, "Je vink approchit Bai Zi, adjusting her outfit sidaiti." "All right, you should hurry and change as well." "Okay," Bai Jiqi agreed, following Yi Qing into the room. Moments later, they emerged, with Yi Qing looking quite dapper, his hair dyed a vibrant yellow with styling gel, embodying the essence of a leading man. When the 2 little girls appeared, the family was finally complete. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning compared the family to the cosplay pictures, remarking on their striking resemblance. They truly looked like something out of a cartoon, with handsome men and beautiful women. Just then, the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of Lin Han and Lin Yu. "Hey, how's it going? Have you and your sister prepared?" Lin Han began, but suddenly fell silent. He and the others were momentarily stunned as they turned to see the scene before them. Wow! Their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of such striking beauty. So charming, so lovely, so adorable. They looked as if they had stepped right out of an anime. Yu glanced at Lin Han, recalling his previous remark about adding exclamations like "wow, cool." Although she did not fully understand, her excitement bubbled over as she exclaimed, "Wow, cool." Her words struck Lin Han like a bullet to the heart. "Ah, so cute." His eyes sparkled with admiration. He was not alone in his thoughts. Lin Yu shared the same sentiment. "You see, I told you to find a beautiful wife in the future. With your looks, you're already lagging behind Iga. You ought to find someone even more stunning than your sister-in-law, just to balance things out. Who knows, maybe I'll have a beautiful niece too," Lin Yu teased, patting Lin Han on the shoulder. Lin Han rolled his eyes. "Sister, do you hear yourself? Is that even reasonable? To find someone more beautiful than my sister-in-law? That's just absurd. Besides, I'm a nerd who naturally embodies a 2-dimensional persona. It doesn't matter to me. Women merely influence the speed at which I draw my blade. That's not necessarily true." "I disagree," Yi Qing chuckled. I believe a woman's beauty transcends even death itself. Did you know that last century, 2 human remains from thousands of years ago were unearthed in Western China, though they had dried out? Experts named them the beauty of Lolanan Mummy Number 2. Lin Han fell silent, caught off guard. Wow, Yiga, that is quite the argument. You're not just killing me. You and Appos, going for the heart as well. It's terrifying. All right, enough of that. Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. You all have looks and charm. That's enough, right? Meanwhile, Yu tugged at Xiaoro, looking up at Lin Han. Brother Lin Han, who are you dressed as? Why is your outfit so simple and revealing? She asked, puzzled. Chapter 84 Indeed, beauty pales in comparison to cuteness. Lin Han listened to Yu's inquisitive tone and took out his phone, displaying a photo for her. I am cosplaying as Baki Hama. This character is renowned for his impressive musculature and formidable strength. Oh, Yu nodded, seemingly understanding, but then added, brother, you don't quite resemble him, do you? Her words nearly shattered Lin Han's defenses. Children do not lie, and the truth they speak can often be more piercing. Nearby, Lin Yu and the others wore amused expressions. Haha, I told you that you don't quite match. You might think your muscles are well trained, but you fall short of Baki Hama by a significant margin. Yu's remarks were like merciless daggers, clearly indicating Lin Han's vulnerability, eliciting laughter from the group. Lin Han's lips twitched in response. Let me take a look, Qing said as she also grabbed the phone to examine the photo. It's quite good. Anime often incorporates exaggerated elements. Look, everyone, listen to what Brother Yi has to say. Lin Han felt as if he had found a savior. All right, let us go. Let us set off. Jilin, come along with us to take a look. Mom and Dad, what will you do? Stay home or... Her words prompted Wang Ning and Bai Xinting to respond, as they had no particular plans at home. Then we shall join the trend and take a look, they decided. Yes, let us relive our youth. Uncle and Aunt, you should come too. If I had known, I would have shown you which characters you could cosplay. Lin Han was surprised by the open-mindedness of his sister-in-law's parents, willing to participate in the event. No need, we're just going to observe. As the group ventured out, they piled into cars, heading towards the venue of the comic convention. By the time they arrived, the convention was in full swing. A multitude of cosplayers had gathered, embodying various anime characters with remarkable authenticity, and numerous photographers were present to capture the scene. While they were posing for photos, a commotion nearby caught their attention. Hey, what is happening over there? I'm not sure. Let us go see. Following the noise, they arrived to witness a family of 4 at the forefront. Wow, they gasped, their hearts racing. Is that Spy X family? The man is dashing, the woman is enchanting. And those 2 Anya characters are perfectly embodying both the obedient and lively types. How utterly adorable. A flawless one-to-one recreation. Hello, may I take a photo? A photographer approached Yi Qing. She nodded, preparing to determine a pose with Bai Zhiqi, but before she could agree, the photographer had already begun snapping pictures of the 2 little girls. Yi Qing, wait, then why did you even ask me? Click, click. The 2 little girls were photographed, with some photographers offering suggestions to help them pose. The girls cooperated beautifully. This time, we truly came to the right place. The photographer remarked, captivated by their cuteness. Honestly, the Civil Affairs Bureau should really consider promoting here. It's making me want to have a daughter. The 2 little girls, noticing the joy around them, felt excitement surge through them. Wow, cool, Yu exclaimed, her little fists pumping in enthusiasm. This utterance sent a wave of excitement rippling through the convention. Yi Qing stood beside her, astonished by her daughter's charisma. Lin Han, do you think we've been overshadowed by these 2 little ones? I believe so. Today I've come to understand an important truth. What truth? In the realm of cosplay, beauty and handsomeness pale in comparison to cuteness. Yi Qing, Bai Zhiqi. Well, later, they began to stroll around the venue, where others approached Yi Qing and Bai Zhiqi, drawn to their stunning appearances. Photographers guided them to perform intimate poses reminiscent of anime. Feeling the attention, Bai Zhiqi blushed, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. My goodness, that blush is so authentic. A girl taking photos remarked, capturing several more shots. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhiqi felt even more embarrassed and gravitated closer to Yi Qing, seeking comfort. Yi Qing understood and offered her an assuring glance. In the next moment, a light screen appeared before Yi Qing. Detected an increase in affection between the host and the wife. Reward. Ownership of Tiamat Equestrian Center, God-level equestrian skills. Oh, unexpected rewards. Meanwhile, Lin Han observed the popularity of Yi and his sister-in-law with a sense of helplessness. Why is no one asking me for photos? I told you, your cosplay doesn't end amp. Oppos. T resemble Baki Hama. Who could possibly recognize it? Lin Yu retorted. Just then, a girl approached Lin Han. Hello, are you cosplaying as Baki Hama? Her question struck Lin Han's heart, causing it to race. In that moment, he gazed at the girl before him. Though her appearance was average, she seemed radiant in his eyes. They soon engaged in conversation. Not far away, Lin Yu scratched her head, observing her brother and amp, Oppos, demeanor. This brother of mine. His gaze is so naive. Thank goodness this girl seems decent. If he encounters a manipulative vixen in the future, he might be utterly bewitched. It appeared she would need to implement some targeted training to prevent him from bringing home a troublesome partner, which would certainly create chaos at home. She and her companions wandered off to find Yi Qing and the others. As the group strolled around the convention, they admired the dedication of the cosplayers, who seemed to be enjoying themselves thoroughly. The two little girls, however, were particularly pleased with themselves. They acted like harvesters, effortlessly accumulating a plethora of souvenirs from each booth they visited. It's astonishing how effectively cuteness can be utilized, Lin Yu remarked with a shrug. Bai Ziqi nodded in agreement. She thought to herself that she should have heeded Lin Han's suggestion to cosplay as the character he mentioned. Perhaps she would have garnered admiration as well. However, it seemed her vanity would go unfulfilled this time. Not long after, Bai Ziqi began to observe her surroundings. She noticed that the female cosplayers here were exceptionally gifted, many rivaling her older sister and amp, Oppos, as achievements. Wow, clearly, they're all well prepared. Chapter 85. The Path of Love by Ji Ling surveyed her surroundings, her gaze flitting among numerous girls as if she were confirming something. Most of the girls noticed her scrutiny but paid it no mind. After all, it was merely a girl looking around. However, when her eyes landed on one particular girl, the girl caught by Ji Ling's gaze, blinked, and then offered a smile that was both enigmatic and disconcerting, startling Bai Ji Ling. Hey. Don't misunderstand, sister. I'm not that kind of person. My orientation is perfectly normal. Hours later, the comic convention was bustling with attendees. Lin Han had collected an abundance of merchandise, filling a bag to the brim. Not bad. Today's haul is quite substantial, he remarked. Yi Qing observed him, teasing. I won't be returning these clothes to you. What are you talking about, Yigo? I intended them for you all along. Do you think I'm stingy enough to ask for something back that I've already given away? Just kidding. Yi Qing chuckled, casting a glance at Bai Ji. Bai Ji felt Yi Qing's eyes on her. She was certain he had just scanned her black stockings and high heels, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. What are you up to? Bai Ji questioned internally, feeling uncomfortable addressing it openly with her parents and children present. Meanwhile, Bai Ji Ling appeared somewhat flustered, as if she grasped the implications of what was happening. Wow, my sister and brother-in-law are quite daring. Such thoughts are beyond what someone my age would dare to entertain. Oh no, my thoughts have become impure, all thanks to my sister and brother-in-law. She lamented, quickly scooping up Xiao Ro and rubbing her cheek against the little girl in amp, Oppos' soft face. The delightful texture calmed her troubled mind. What are you doing? Bai Zici Inguit? I'm using the innocence of children to cleanse my wicked soul. Why are you talking so dramatically at a comic convention? Yi Qing interjected, come join us. I saw you gazing at those cosplayers with envy all the way here. Bai Ji Ling protested, don't say that. My envious gaze had nothing to do with the cosplays. It was, never mind, let us go, Yi Go. Looks like you all had quite the haul. Lin Han remarked, noticing the two girls carrying numerous items, mostly merchandise and figurines. Indeed, we were showered with gifts at the stalls. Sometimes we couldn't even refuse. Let's head out. The crowd is dispersing. At noon, everyone gathered at Yi Qing's home for a meal. He prepared several simple dishes, earning praise from all. You're all too easy to please, Yi Qing said, glancing at Bai Ji, who had changed into comfortable home attire, much to his disappointment. Thank you for your hospitality, Yiga. We'll head back to change clothes and rest after a long morning. Lin Yu expressed her gratitude. Before leaving, They playfully hugged Yu and Xiao, showering them with affection until satisfied. You too, be careful not to knock your father over. Yi Qing chuckled as he scooped them up and took them to the room. After their afternoon nap, everyone awoke. Bai Xingting looked at the two girls, reflecting on how it was already Sunday afternoon. He would return to work the next day. In previous weeks, he and T felt any difference in Sunday afternoons, but lately, the sentiment had intensified. Sundays now meant parting from the two adorable girls, and for at least a week, they could only communicate via video calls. It was almost unbearable. At that moment, Yi Qing's phone rang. Oh, it's Xia Yuan and Professor Shu Man asking you to come over. All right, I'll give you an address. After hanging up, he explained to Bai Shi, it's from the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Remember I mentioned they invited me to join? They said someone would come to deliver the registration form for me to fill out. Shortly after, a woman rang the doorbell. Mr. Yi? That's me. You're quite young, she exclaimed. Professor Xia and Professor Shu Man mentioned your youth, and I was curious. Now, seeing you, it's evident. Actually, they mentioned that the paperwork is flexible. I'm here mainly to collect a few photos for your identification. Of course, that's no problem. Please come in. As the woman entered, she admired the luxury of Yi Qing and Appo's villa, thinking to herself that he must be from a well-off background. Oh, you have two such adorable children, she remarked, recognizing one of them as the child with notable calligraphy talent that Professor Xia and Professor Shu Man had mentioned. They exchanged pleasantries, and soon Yi Qing returned with the requested photos. Thank you. It's no trouble at all. Professor Xia and Shu Man often speak of you at the association, inviting you to visit when you have time and to bring your children along. All right, I'll make sure to visit when I can. Yi Qing nodded. Well, I'll take my leave now. I need to hurry back and process these documents, so you can collect them at your convenience. After she departed, Bai Xingting and Wang Ning exchanged glances before looking at Yi Qing. No wonder a little girl says you've raised her standards for choosing a partner. It's bound to be a challenging journey for her in love. Chapter 86, by Xiling. I want to make money. In the afternoon, Bai Xingtian devoted quality time to the two young girls. As evening fell, Wang Ning prepared a sumptuous feast. Yi Qing ventured into the storeroom, where numerous boxes of exquisite Romanicani awaited. She opened a box and withdrew several bottles. Huh? Brother-in-law, are we indulging in a few drinks tonight? Indeed, this wine is splendid. We shall all savor it this evening, Yi Qing replied. Bai Xingtian waved his hand. Ein Appos. LL pass. I still need to drive. Ein Appos. LL take care of it. Bai Xiling exclaimed, eyeing the precious wine, clearly of high value and undoubtedly delightful. Why not take this opportunity to taste it? You're still so young. Why drink? Wang Ning interjected as he emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. A little won't hurt. Xiling, and I will have a sip. Let us all try it. I've never tasted it before. Yi Qing chimed in, noticing Bai Xiling's semblance of being oppressed by her bloodline. With Yi Qing's support, Bai Xiling straightened her posture and huffed. Exactly. It's just tasting. I won't drink much. Look how generous and open-minded your brother-in-law is, Yi Qing teased, glancing at Bai Xiling. Hey, brother-in-law, I didn't mean it that way. Bai Xiling giggled, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, having immersed herself in the moment, perceiving Yi Qing as being in her 30s. Hence she spoke so freely. Just a little sip. Bai Xingtian nodded in agreement. Yay. Bai Xiling tugged at Bai Jiqi's sister. You should try some too. All right, I'll have a little. When dinner time arrived, Yi Qing poured some Romanicani for everyone except Bai Xingtian and the two girls. After savoring a sip, Yi Qing nodded appreciatively, acknowledging its smoothness, though she rarely drank and could not compare it with other wines. Bai Xiling and Bai Jiqi sipped as well. This wine, Bai Xiling was about to offer her critique, but recalled the awkward moment when the two girls brewed tea with wood ear mushrooms. Never mind, let us skip the tasting. It and Appos, that's delicious, Bai Xiling exclaimed, adhering to decorum to avoid ridicule. I expected a profound evaluation after much contemplation, yet this is all, Bai Jiqi remarked, exasperated by her sister's unexpected brevity. She had anticipated a grand discourse, but was met with only 2 words. Observing the scene, Bai Xingtian glanced at the wine, determining it truly was exceptional, yet lamenting that he could not indulge, as he must drive. After a slight sip, they began their meal. Gradually, A rosy hue emerged on by Xiling and by Jiqi and Amp, Oppos, as faces. Mom, your face is a bit red, one remarked. Hey, Aunt, your face is even redder than Mom and Amp, Oppos, s. Yuyo and Xiao chimed in. Well, Wang Ning observed the two with a sigh. Your tolerance is worse than mine was at your age. Their faces flushed even deeper upon hearing this. In Oppos, it's better not to drink. If you ever go out for dinner or social gatherings, steer clear of alcohol. At this rate, you'll be tipsy after just half a glass. We wouldn't want any mishaps, Bai Xingtian advised, to which Bai Ziqi and Bai Xiling nodded in understanding. After dinner, Yi Qing noted that the sky had not yet darkened. She looked at Bai Ziqi, who understood her unspoken message. Mom and Dad, Xiling, it's still light out. You should head back now. It's unsafe to traverse the roads at night. There's no need to worry about night travel. Bai Xingtian began, wanting to linger with the girls a bit longer, but was interrupted by Yuyo and Xiao. Grandma, Grandpa, be cautious on your journey. Avoid the night roads. All right then. We'll tidy up and leave, Bai Xingtian replied, glancing at Bai Ziqi. Ziqi, you can wake up a bit earlier tomorrow. Perhaps we could video call and see the two girls, right? He winked at her. Bai Ziqi responded. Dad, do you think I'm still a little sister? As a college student, waking up at 8 in the morning is already quite early. Bai Ziqi didn't engage further. Leaving Bai Xingtian momentarily stunned, this girl has grown up and become quite unruly. She was so obedient as a child. Time truly changes everything. As they stepped outside, the two young girls emerged with a bottle of Romani Conti in hand. What are you two planning to do with that? Bai Xingtian inquired. Dad said you didn't get to taste it, so we're bringing it back for you to try, they replied. There's no need for that. Bai Xingtian began, realizing the wine and Oppos' hefty price, but upon seeing their eager expressions, he swallowed his words. Just then, Yi Qing exited the villa, and Bai Xingtian exchanged a knowing smile with her. Their intentions were clear without needing to speak. All right then, I shall accept this gift, Bai Xingtian conceded. Exactly. Yuyo handed over the bottle. They waved goodbye, Grandpa. Drive carefully. Goodbye, Grandma. Bye, Aunt. Yuyo and Xiao waved. As they departed, Bai Xingtian watched them from the car, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror. Wang Ning observed him with an amused yet resigned expression. Your father is truly fortunate in life. He had 2 daughters in his youth, and now he has 2 adorable granddaughters. When your sister and Oppos, as children grow up, they can look after yours. He simply loves children. This has truly satisfied his heart. As for me, I'm not in a rush. After all, it's destined that I one day have a boyfriend before 30. I've decided to focus on my studies for the next 2 years. Once I enter university, I'll explore lucrative paths for my career. Once I have money. Bai Xiling thought to herself, what boy can I not attract? Boys want to remain 18 forever, but there will always be boys who are 18. Yet, she refrained from voicing these thoughts, knowing full well the consequences of such words. Chapter 87. Bai Ziqi. I shall also pay my respects. Indeed, this notion is rather commendable. If you manage to gain admission to Jiangxing University, you would frequently visit your brother-in-law, who could impart to you knowledge on management, finance, or even some values. Although we are considerably older than your brother-in-law, we feel that in terms of experience and the breadth of his career, we cannot quite compare. With your brother-in-law's guidance, you should navigate your future endeavors with greater ease. However, while studying is permissible, do refrain from asking for money. Understood? Come back and ask us for it. Wang Ning stated. Understood, understood. Do you take me for someone who depends on others? I wouldn't dare to ask my brother-in-law. His riches belong to him alone and have no bearing on me. Besides, once I enter university, I will be 18, an adult, and asking you for money would be rather unbecoming. Just consider me as your support and watch as I build my fortune from scratch. Bai Zhiling declared, exuding an air of determination. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. This girl is quite the ambition. They had never fancied themselves as the type of parents to stifle their children and Oppos as aspirations. Observing Bai Zhiling, they replied, very well, we shall see how you fare. However, for now, focus on your studies. Fear not, I shall handle it. Bai Zhiling patted her chest. They continued their journey home, only arriving after nightfall. Shall I open this for you to taste? Wang Ning inquired, picking up a bottle of Romani Conti. Ha! How did you know I wanted to try it? I could see in your eyes. You were eager to taste it during dinner, but since you were driving, you refrained. Now that we are home, wait a moment while I prepare you a glass using Yi Qing's method. Meanwhile, Bai Ling took a shower and emerged to find the remaining bottle of Romani Connie. Her curiosity piqued. Gradually, her eyes widened in disbelief at what she discovered. On the other side, Bai Ting savored a sip, the smoothness overwhelming him. Such exquisite wine. He mused. I wonder how much this costs. It must be quite valuable. Just then, Bai Ling called out, carefully approaching with the bottle. Oh, my mom and dad, do you realize what this wine is? Upon seeing their attention, Bai Ling hurriedly explained, this is Romani Connie, a prestigious label. The cheapest bottle costs several thousand yuan. And this one looks far more luxurious than the least expensive option. In essence, Dad, every sip you take is akin to drinking gold. Bai Ting and Wang Ning were taken aback. This wine is far too exquisite for my brother-in-law to have given me. Had I known, I would have accepted it. He could make better use of it at social gatherings than I could here. Bai Ting gazed at the unopened bottle, contemplating saving it for his next visit to Yi Qing. This is absurd. Your brother-in-law has plenty more. I have even been in his cellar, where several boxes remain, likely containing dozens of bottles. Boi Xing Ting, Vang Ning. All right then, we have grown accustomed to such surprises. Let us not drink it for now. Put it away. Bai Ting stood up. By the way, have you messaged your sister? Let her know we're home. I have. Good. Tidy up your backpack and such. You have school in the morning. Bai Ling exclaimed, brimming with energy as she began to dream about university life in Jiangcheng, determined to strive for Jiangcheng University. Meanwhile, within the villa, Yi Qing observed Bai she engrossed in her phone. So, have uncle and aunt returned home? They have. Yi Qing nodded, then fell silent for a moment, glancing at the date on his phone. Bai she sensed that Yi Qing's mood seemed somewhat low and leaned closer. Yizving, what are you looking at the date for? Is something amiss? Outside the room, the two little ones chased after Xiao Tuan Yuan and burst in. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Hey, Dad, what are you looking at? Let me see. Today is. Xiaoro's eyes lit up with realization. Dad, is it time for us to visit Grandma and Grandpa? Xiaoro's words caught Yi Qing off guard. He typically selected a day around this time to visit the graves of his parents, who had passed away during his childhood. But how did these little ones know? They are so young. How did you know that Daddy is planning to go soon? Hearing Yi Qing's question, Yi Yu placed her hands on her hips, saying, Dad, you forgot. This year, you plan to take us with you. You didn't take us in previous years because we were too young, but you cannot back out now. You promised. How could you forget? Oh, I remember now. Yi Qing quickly recovered, lifting the two little girls into his arms. You both remember quite well. Of course. We remember everything you told us about your impressions of Grandma and Grandpa. Listening to Yu and Xiao, Yi Qing smiled. His memories of his parents were now rather hazy, mostly imagined through photographs. In those images, his parents gazed at him with love, a harmonious family captured in blissful moments. Had they not met with misfortune, he mused, I would likely be a happy child. Yi Qing contemplated this in silence, shaking his head. Very well, I shall take the two little ones this time. While he was still pondering, a resolute voice interrupted. Yi Qing, I wish to go as well. Yi Qing turned to see Bai Shi, her eyes filled with determination. In our tradition, generally only men ascend the mountain to pay their respects. Ye Vink remarqued, glancing at the two little girls, but they're going. Moreover, Shi is to be the future daughter-in-law, so is settled. All right. Yi Qing amended his stance. I initially intended to choose a random day in the coming days, but if you're all keen, let's find a time when you do not have early classes. How about the day after tomorrow? Sounds good. I shall purchase some offerings tomorrow. Bai Shi stated. Yi Qing understood this was Bai Shi's heartfelt intention. Thank you. Shi. Chapter 88. The melodious song in truth Bai Shi also intended to join, a notion that Yi Qing had never considered. Subsequently, Bai Shi began to ponder what items she should procure. Meanwhile, Yi Qing took the two little girls to learn characters. Although they had yet to reach the stage of literacy, Yi Qing decided to provide some preliminary instruction. Believing that Yu and Xiao might have inherited some of his remarkable memory skills, allowing them to grasp reading quite swiftly. After an hour of teaching, Xiaoro examined the paper before her, selected a red one, and began to write. What is this little one writing? Yi Qing leaned in for a closer look, while Bai Jiqi approached, curious about Xiaoro's endeavor. Guardian cat of the home? Is this for little Tuan Yuan? Xiaoro vigorously nodded. She then pulled her sister along towards little Tuan Yuan's nest, using double-sided tape to affix the paper perfectly. It must be said, this addition certainly elevated the ambience of little Tuan Yuan's abode. Indeed, Bai Jiqi acknowledged Yi Qing's observation with a nod, while Xiaoro, hearing this, beamed shyly. All right, let us retire for the night. I believe your sister Yinxi is likely busy refining those songs. Perhaps by tomorrow, they will be ready, and we can head to the recording studio. Who knows, you might just have her own album. Daddy, what is an album? Yu inquired, her face adorning a look of confusion. An album is a collection of songs, and Yu will have many songs of her own to sing, Yi Qing explained. Yu and Oppo's mouth fell open in realization. So that and Oppo's, that's how it is. Will my sister become very talented? Indeed, your sister shall become quite formidable. She may even rise to stardom. Yi Qing replied, causing Yu to puff out her chest, as if already basking in the glow of fame. Xiaoro watched nearby, her face a mixture of admiration and envy. Yi Qing mused to himself, these two little ones already have such vivid imaginations. However, with the backing of Wuyo Media's promotion, the success of the songs was assured. Yi Qing felt confident in his creations, for his extraordinary songwriting skills were not to be underestimated. Time for bed, Yu exclaimed, racing to her bed. The thought of becoming a great star made her roll around with her little flying horse. Yi Qing, Bai Jiqi. How has she learned this trick already? Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun Yinxi, Wang Linghan, and Su Ying had locked themselves in the music room, their eyes bloodshot, as the melodies of several songs swirled incessantly in their minds. It's so catchy, it's utterly captivating. The songs composed by director Yi are exceptionally infectious, Shun Yinxi remarked. This is one of the hallmarks of a hit song. After just a listen or two, it lingers in one's mind. How are you two holding up? Shun Yinxi turned to her companions. There aren't many modifications needed. Let me double check. Are these truly the songs director Yi wrote in just one night? The melody, the lyrics, they're astounding. I can hardly believe what you say, Wang Linghan replied. I too wish to inquire about that. It seems implausible to have composed them in a single night. However, my sister-in-law assured me that director Yi indeed did so, Su Ying added. But then again, director Yi is no ordinary person, otherwise. How could he have arrived and immediately impressed all the higher-ups, including General Yu and Director Han, compelling them to listen attentively? That and Oppo's. That's true. Su Ying nodded in agreement. All right, let us continue refining our work. Perhaps you two should rest a bit. I will enhance this song I am working on, Shun Yinxi suggested. The two, feeling fatigued, decided to lie down for a while, intending to return after a short respite. However, an hour later, Shun Yinxi suddenly realized, wait, where are those two? They said they would rest for a moment and then return, yet they are still absent? It appeared they had succumbed to slumber, so she resolved to continue working alone. As dawn approached, she prepared to sleep, passing by Su Ying's room when she heard faint sounds emanating from within. Is she still awake? Shun Yinxi quietly opened the door. Peering inside, the room was shrouded in darkness, rendering her unable to see her hand in front of her. It seemed she had indeed drifted off. Straining to listen, Shun Yinxi's lips twitched in amusement. Goodness, Su Ying is even talking in her sleep, humming director Ye's song. What a testament to its catchy nature. Heavens, if this were to spread widely, it could ignite quite a sensation. Shun Yinxi thought of Yu, feeling a mix of resignation and awe. Although she recognized Yu's exceptional talent, bolstered by her father and Oppo's influence, she never anticipated such greatness at such a tender age. The prodigy surpasses the master at such a rapid pace. Shun Yinxi could only lament. Setting an alarm, she prepared for sleep. The next day, at 4 o'clock, Shun Yinxi was roused by the alarm. She groggily murmured, resting her head on the bed, as though attempting to lift her entire body with her neck, resembling a high school student in the midst of exam preparation. After a moment, she drew back the curtains. Director Yi, Have you ever witnessed the beauty of Jiangxing at 4 in the morning? She murmured before returning to her lyrical revisions. When daylight broke, Su Ying and Wang Linghan also emerged from their slumber. You and Oppos, reawake? I and Oppos, V, completed the refinements. Let us seek out Director Yi together, Shun Inchi declared, her face aglow with pride, as if she had accomplished a monumental task. My goodness, you stayed up all night? How could that be? I value my life. Perhaps not. You have been likened to a tireless workhorse, haven't you? Some agents used to describe you as such, utterly indefatigable. Sheninchi, is that a compliment or an insult? The more I hear, the more perplexed I become. Enough chatter. Let us set off. Shun Inchi said, her face radiant with excitement. The lyrics had been refined to near perfection, and with Yu Yu's ethereal and pure voice, was bound to be a sensational hit. She began to strategize on how to ride Yu Yu and Amp, Oppos, as coattails to success. Ironically, it had been Yi Qing who suggested that Yu Yu should benefit from her popularity. But now the tables had turned. The three descended the stairs and drove towards Yi Qing's villa. Chapter 89. Father, please help as they embarked on their journey. Sheninchi was at the wheel. After a while, her companions, Wang Linghan and Su Ying, began to feel a twinge of fear. Sheninchi yawned repeatedly, frequently rubbing her eyes, appearing as though she might faint at any moment. Huh. Sheninchi yawned again. Su Ying piped up from the back seat. Sister, please stop yawning. It frightens me. How about this? Let me drive while you rest in the back for a bit. I genuinely fear you might pass out while driving. After a lifetime of battling, I deserve to enjoy myself. If you were to send me away now, I fear my resentment would manifest as a vengeful spirit. Enough of this ominous talk. I'm merely a bit sleepy and the car is still quite steady. When I drove for Mr. Yi, he praised my driving skills for their steadiness. Just wait. I'll press the accelerator to wake myself up. Hey. Wang Linghan exclaimed, startled. What are you doing? Do you want to make headlines tomorrow? Chinese pop star Shun Inchi in a reckless car chase, endangering 3 lives? Pull over. All right, I understand. Chastised by Wang Linghan's stern tone, Shun Inchi shrank her neck and complied, pulling the car over to the side of the road. Wang Linghan then took the wheel, steering them toward Yi Qing's villa. Not long after Su Ying breathed a sigh of relief, she heard a steady rhythm of breathing from the passenger seat. Peering over, she realized Shun Inchi had succumbed to deep slumber. My goodness, how terrifying. Just how frightening, Su Ying exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. A while later, they arrived at Villa number 3, where Yi Qing awaited them at the entrance, having received word of their arrival. Director Yi, we're here. Director Yi, is it really necessary for you to greet us in person? It feels quite inappropriate. They exchanged pleasantries, a hint of embarrassment coloring their faces. Observing their weary visages, particularly Shun Inchi's, Yi Qing was taken aback by the bloodshot eyes that marred her previously clear gaze. What has happened to you? Have you gone all night without sleep? Pretty much, just a brief nap, Shun Inchi replied. Your constitution is lacking. Just one sleepless night has left you like this. Look at me. I can bounce back after a night of toil, and even went for a run this morning. Director Yi, what are you saying? Shun Inchi retorted incredulously. Is this the appropriate time for such comments? Shuden and Oppos, do you be concerned about your subordinates? Besides, you and Oppos, financially free. Can I possibly compare to you? I must be a workhorse. Without us, how would you enjoy your financial freedom? And now you mock us? Is this something a person can endure? In an instant, Shun Inchi and Amp, Oppos' mind was rife with complaints, yet her lips remained sealed. Please come in. You Haven and Amp, Oppos, tea at breakfast, have you? Just made some. Let an Amp, Oppos, eat together. As they entered, Yu Yu and Xiao Rou approached them. Yu Yu rushed to Shun Inchi, asking, Teacher, what happened to you? Why are your eyes so bloodshot? Have you been overworking on the lyrics and music? Please sit down. I'll give you a back rub. Taking Shun Inchi's hand, Yu Yu guided her to the sofa, urging her to lie down. She then formed her small fist and gently pressed it against Shun Inchi's shoulder. Ah, that feels nice. Yu Yu's strength is commendable. Xiao Rou joined in to assist. After a while, Shun Inchi rose from the sofa, looking considerably more relaxed. Very good, excellent service. Now let's eat. Noticing Shun Inchi's enjoyment, Yi Qing understood the effort she had put forth. After breakfast, she said, "Inchi, you and the others can discuss things here. I'll step out to procure some supplies. The fruit and tea are prepared. Just help yourselves." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Shun Inchi replied, pulling out several sheets of paper, this time printed rather than handwritten. "Director Yi, this is the refined version, enhanced from your draft without any substantial alterations. I must commend the strength of your initial version. It is truly impressive." Yi Qing took the papers, occasionally playing a segment that caught Wang Linghan and Su Ying's attention. "Director Yi, your artistic sensibility is remarkably advanced," they mused. Meanwhile, as they deliberated, by Ji, she was purchasing supplies for a memorial. Upon entering the store, she received a video call from Bai Ting. With a sigh, she realized her father had returned from his run with Uncle Zhang. "Hello. You're surprisingly up early today. Don't speak like that, or I'll hang up, father. Do you think I'm a lazy person?" "Bai Ji," she retorted, prompting Bai Ting to wave his hands in protest. No, how could I say that? My daughter is the most diligent." "Don't hang up. We're the two little ones." "They're not here this morning," she replied, showing him the current scene to prove her words. "What? How could they not be here? I've admitted my mistake," Bai Ting exclaimed, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. "Really, I'm outside, and Yu and Xiaorou are at home. Yi Qing is discussing scores with Inchi and the others." How did you end up in the store?" Bai Ting asked, alarmed. "Oh, Yi Qing is preparing to visit the mountains to pay respects to his parents. This year I want to go with him, bringing the little girls along as well. So I came out to gather some supplies." Boik Sing Ting Post, nodding. "Yes, it's good to go pay respects. Take care of Yi Qing's feelings. You mentioned some of his past to me. It's not easy for him, having been alone since childhood." "I understand, father." Gradually, Bai Ji she is maturing. Bai Ting smiled with a sense of pride. However, the moment was disrupted by the sound of the door opening, followed by Bai Ji Ling's voice. Father, help me. The car chain has come off. Please help me fix it or I'll be late." Chapter 90. Bringing the family to the family business quick. "Stop chatting. I can help you talk, just get it done." Bai Jiling burst in, exclaiming. Bai Tian, taken aback, mused with two daughters. How is there such a disparity now? "Here I come. I'll head downstairs right now," Bai Tian quickly replied, a hint of helplessness on his face. He hastily donned his gloves, preparing to descend. Then, he turned to Bai Ji, "I'm going downstairs for a bit. Let us continue our conversation when I return." "Sure, just go ahead and handle your business. I'm always available," Bai Ji responded before hanging up. Subsequently, she engaged in discussions with the shopkeeper, purchasing various supplies. As she drove back, Bai Tian's call came through. "Have you finished shopping? I was about to inform you about the local customs," he said. "Don't worry. The shop owner is quite knowledgeable about the rules around here. They are professionals," Bai Ji replied, maintaining her focus on the road. "By the way, Dad, I forgot to mention something important." "What is it?" "Your precious granddaughter, Yu, should soon be releasing her first music album, and it's expected to be quite popular. You might want to keep an eye on it." "Oh." This news left Bai Tian momentarily stunned, and Wang Ning, who had just emerged from the kitchen, inquired about the matter. Upon learning the details, Wang Ning's face lit up with surprise. "Yu could soon become a big star? It would be wonderful if it could be made public," Bai Tian sighed, reflecting on his relationship with Yu and Xiaorou, which could not yet be disclosed. If it were, he could boast to his old colleagues and neighbors. Currently, Bai Tian felt as though he was a wealthy man who had returned home without revealing his fortune. Traversing the night in splendid attire. What a torment. "All right, it's time for breakfast. I must let you go now. Drive safely," Bai Ji said, and Bai Tian ended the call, his face still adorned with a broad smile. Wang Ning observed her husband, noting that he had been smiling more frequently lately, a stark contrast to his previous serious demeanor. The entire household had undergone a remarkable transformation. Meanwhile, within the villa, Yi Qing reviewed the material and made some minor adjustments. "I believe this final version is quite satisfactory," she declared after another glance, and the three individuals beside her nodded in agreement. As professionals, they saw no issues with this being the final iteration. "Wow, so many songs finalized in just a few days. Isn't that a bit too fast? If they could create at such a pace, they might well become queens of the Chinese music scene." Chairwoman Yi, the songs are settled, but I have a small request. Unsure if I should voice it, Shun Inchi whispered, appearing hesitant. If you're unsure, then perhaps you should refrain from saying it, Yi Qing stated directly. Hey, Chairwoman Yi, this feels like betrayal, Shun Inchi exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Yi Qing chuckled at her reaction. I'm just teasing. I understand what you meant. You're interested in the harmony section, right? Consider it yours. Thank you, Chairwoman Yi. Shun Inchi quickly expressed her gratitude. She then glanced at Wang Linghan and Su Ying, silently conveying her intentions. After all, they had collaborated on these songs, and she wished to advocate for her two close friends. Following Shun Inchi's gaze, Yi Qing remarked, You two, let us settle this for now. I assure you, you won't be releasing another album anytime soon. Rest assured I won't forget about you. A smile blossomed on both their faces at her words. That reassurance was more than enough. After a while, Baijishi returned. Back already? How did it go? Everything is prepared. How about you all? Baijishi noticed the untouched tea and fruit on the table, indicating their focus on the task at hand. We've finalized the draft. Right now, the three are in the music room, teaching Yu. I suggest we head to the recording studio today, Yi Qing proposed, glancing at Xiaoro. I think it's a good idea to let the two little ones take a break from school for a couple of days and explore the world. Baijishi nodded, taking her phone to request leave from the teacher. In the music room, after a brief session, Shun Inchi and the others emerged, praising Yu's performance. Shairyomanye. I must say, Yu possesses extraordinary musical talent and remarkable memory. She has memorized the melody and lyrics after just a few repetitions. I believe she is ready to record at Wuyo Media today. However, I can't shake the feeling her songs might not even need tuning. As she listened to the compliments directed at her, Yu felt a touch bashful. Oh, is our little girl shy? Shun Inchi knelt down and affectionately ruffled Yu's hair. Meanwhile, Baijishi pondered the mention of Wuyo Media, realizing it must be her husband's enterprise. She had never inquired about Yi Qing's career before, but was now eager to see it for herself. With that thought, she felt a surge of excitement. Let us teach her a bit longer, and then we can set off around noon. We'll arrive in time for lunch, and I'll have you, Chengji, invite the senior executives to join us. You three should come along as well. Oh, that statement piqued the interest of the three. Dining with so many high-ranking officials was an uncommon experience for them. Although they were frontline singers, opportunities to interact with executives from such a vast enterprise as Wuyo Media were exceedingly rare. This invitation from Chairwoman signified a promise of future support from the higher-ups. Wang Linghan and Su Ying exchanged grateful glances with Shun Inchi, acknowledging her role in this opportunity. After a short while, Yi Qing made a call to Yu Qingji. He answered somewhat bewildered, wondering why the chairwoman specifically requested a few dishes suitable for children and women for lunch. Could it be that the chairwoman was bringing her child and wife? Realizing this, Yu Qingji hurriedly set about making arrangements. Chapter 91. Is the delicate Yu unwell? Yu Qingji felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this gathering marked the inaugural dinner for Yi Qing and the senior executives. He summoned his secretary, hastily making arrangements. Each dish was meticulously chosen, and the other executives, including Han Shui, were also notified. Meanwhile, in Villa Number 3, Yi Qing observed the two little girls. Soon, we will visit your father's company, all right? You haven't seen it before, so I thought I'd take you along this time. We'll have lunch with some uncles and aunts. You must behave, understood? Upon hearing they were going to their father's company, the little girls' faces flushed with excitement. They nodded eagerly in response to Yi Qing, affirming, Yes, Daddy, we understand. We will definitely behave. Don't worry, Daddy. The two girls were inherently well-mannered, so Yi Qing's reminder was unnecessary. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yi Qing couldn't help but smile, playfully pinching their cheeks. While we're at the company, we'll be recording an album. Yu, it might be a bit challenging for you. You'll need to work hard alongside Inchi and the others. Go for it, sister. Xiaoro chimed in, gazing at Yu with admiration. Over the past few days, Yu had come to understand what recording an album entailed. Her face lit up with excitement as she looked at Yi Qing, exclaiming, Daddy, I will do my best. Very good, such a good girl. All right, Inchi, you can help Yu practice her singing now. Understood, Chairman Yi. Shen Yinshi embraced Yu Yu and departed, with Xiaoro trailing behind as she had nowhere else to go. Yi Qing made his way to the storage room, where he was met with numerous boxes of the finest Roman economy. He decided to take one box out, thinking it would be a nice gesture for Yu Chengzi, who could use it for future social engagements. Although each bottle was worth over $1 million, it was still a purchasable item, nothing extraordinary. In contrast, the exquisite Dahongpo awarded by the system was too precious to part with. After all, that was something money could not buy. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, children were gradually arriving, eager to partake in games. Xiaodian had arrived early, bringing along a bag of sweets she had made with her mother over the weekend. She generously shared with her peers and the teacher, but reserved the remaining bag specifically for Yu Yu, Xiaoro, and Uncle Yi. Sitting patiently, she shook her head in anticipation of their arrival. However, as time passed and the designated entry time came and went without a sighting of Yu Yu and Xiaoro, concern began to bubble within her. Some other children noticed their absence and turned to Xiaodian. Xiaodian, do you know what happened to Yu Yu and Xiaoro? Why aren't they here today? Given Xiaodian's close relationship with them, they assumed she might have some insight. But Xiaodian shook her head. I'm not sure. Could it be that Yu Yu and Xiaoro are unwell? This remark stirred a wave of concern, as both Yu Yu and Xiaoro were beloved by their peers, especially after the recent invitation to the villa. Alarmed, Xiaodian stood up from her small stool and hurried towards the teacher. Teacher, she exclaimed anxiously. Yes, Xiaodian. What is it? The teacher replied, kneeling down with a warm smile. Do you know why Yu Yu and Xiaoro aren't here? Are they sick? The teacher hesitated, realizing that Yi Qing had only mentioned a leave of absence without providing any details. Typically, when parents request leave without explanation, it signifies an issue at home. And as educators, they wouldn't pry. Oh dear, I'm not quite sure. What? You don't know, teacher? Xiaodian's face fell, and the children behind her began to murmur among themselves. Perhaps I should let you use my phone to call Uncle Yi and inquire about Yu Yu and Xiaoro? Absolutely. Xiaodian nodded resolutely. A short while later, she dialed Yi Qing's number. Uncle Yi Qing was momentarily startled, expecting to hear from the kindergarten teacher, only to be met with Xiaodian's voice. Xiaodian, what's the matter? Why aren't Yu Yu and Xiaoro at kindergarten today? Are they unwell? We're all very worried. Not at all. Today, I'm taking them out for something else. Yi Qing replied, searching for Xiaoro. Okay. Xiaoro, gripping the phone, began chatting with Xiaodian. After a brief exchange, Xiaodian hung up and returned the phone to the teacher. She reassured her classmates, Xiaoro and Yu Yu aren't sick. Uncle Yi just took them out today, so they took a leave. A collective sigh of relief swept through the children, visibly easing their worries, which brought a smile to the teacher's face. It was evident that Yu Yu and Xiaoro held a significant place in their hearts. All right, everyone, no need to fret. Please take your seats. We're about to start our activities, the teacher announced, and the children settled down. As noon approached in the villa, Shen Yinshi and the others emerged from the music room with Yu Yu, both Wang Linghan and Suing still bearing expressions of astonishment. See, I told you, Yu Yu possesses extraordinary musical talent, Shen Yinshi declared. The two responded, extraordinary? No, that doesn't even begin to capture it. You're being far too modest about Yu Yu's abilities. At this level, it's more accurate to say her talent is off the charts. They had never encountered a child with such remarkable gifts and speculated that even the most renowned stars in their youth likely didn't possess such innate ability. Considering Yi Qing's creative prowess and esteemed position, they could scarcely fathom the heights Yu Yu might reach in the future. Clinging tightly to this golden opportunity is of utmost importance, they thought, humorously acknowledging the absurdity of it all while recognizing its truth. Chapter 92. Taking the children and wife to the group, Yi Qing observed them as they emerged. Let us depart. By the time we arrive, it should be mealtime. I have already coordinated with Yu Qingji. All right. Shen Yinshi nodded in agreement. Yi Qing glanced at a box of wine, picked it up, and proceeded to exit with Bai Zhishi and the two little ones. Shen Yinshi, accompanied by Wang Linghan, boarded another vehicle. The two cars set off. On the road, Su Ying and Wang Linghan insisted that Shen Yinshi not drive. They took turns at the wheel. Shen Yinshi was content to relax, leaning back at her seat and soon dozing off mindful that she would soon meet with the senior executives of the group and needed to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, within the group, Yu Qingji, Han Shui, and several high-ranking officials awaited their arrival. Considering the time, Chairman Yi should be nearing, one remarked. I heard that Chairman Ye's wife and child are accompanying him. I have heard tales of how adorable his child is. I look forward to witnessing it today. If the child inherits Chairman Ye's good looks, she will undoubtedly be charming, as Chairman Yi is quite striking himself. As they engaged in light banter, the initial awkwardness from their first encounter with Yi Qing dissipated. Yu Qingji had also heard whispers about Chairman Ye's child and was eager to see her, especially since he preferred little girls. However, he lamented the fact that at over 40, he had yet to find a partner, let alone have children. The thought weighed heavily on him, especially in an industry filled with beautiful women, leading his parents to question his preferences. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Dwelling on them only brought discomfort. As Yu Qingji muttered to himself, Han Shui observed him curiously. What is wrong, you? You seem out of sorts. She was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Chairman Yi and Amp, Oppos, as family. In the midst of their expectations, someone announced, Ah, here they come. Everyone into Amp, Oppos. Gaze turned towards the entrance, where a Rolls-Royce and another vehicle drove in. Moments later, they came to a halt before them. Yu Qingji opened the driver's door, while Han Shui took the passenger seat, and the other executives opened the rear doors. Chairman Yi, welcome. And you must be sister-in-law? Han Shui looked at Bai Ji, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my goodness, she is stunning. It was evident that Bai Ji required only a hint of makeup to outshine even the group as starlets. If she were to don full makeup, she would surely bewitch the masses with her beauty. As she stood there, momentarily stunned, applause of gratitude echoed from the back seat. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. The two little girls leapt from the vehicle, greeting the crowd without hesitation. Han Shui, witnessing the two children, felt her heart melt further. They are simply too adorable. Just gazing at them felt overwhelming. With such exquisite parents, it was hardly surprising that they had such charming daughters. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder how Bai Ji maintained such a youthful appearance post-childbirth, exuding an aura of girlhood rather than the allure typically associated with motherhood. It was puzzling. Not only Han Shui, but the others also found themselves captivated by Bai Ji and the children. Many thought that her beauty rivaled that of the stars from Wuyo Media. Should she choose to pursue an acting career in this age that valued looks, she would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Meanwhile, others were fixated on the two little girls. They're just too cute. Come here, let Annie give you a hug. One female executive reached out to embrace Yu. Following suit, another quickly scooped up Xiaoro. The soft, delicate feeling of the children melted their hearts. Others, watching the scene unfold, yearned to join in the affection, but found themselves only able to tease the children. On the other side, Bai Ji was utterly astonished upon entering Wuyo Media. She had not anticipated the vastness of her husband's empire. The sheer number of executives alone was staggering. The multitude of employees, stars, and actors beneath them must be countless. It was impressive indeed. The two little girls, however, remained blissfully unaware of the significance of the towering buildings and the gathered adults, merely intrigued by their new surroundings. Chairman Yi, you are truly blessed, Yu Qingji remarked, his gaze fixed on the two girls, as if struck by a sudden pang of longing. Instantly, he yearned to marry and have two daughters of his own. Where shall we dine? He inquired. Everything is prepared, Chairman Yi. Shall we proceed? Wait, Yi Qing gestured, moving towards the trunk and opening it to reveal a box of wine. Although the packaging was exquisite, the contents remained a mystery. Chairman Yi, what is this? Top-grade Roman economy. I brought you a case. It might come in handy for important gatherings, Yi Qing whispered. Top-grade Roman economy? The mere mention caused Yu Qingji's lips to twitch. One bottle must be worth over $1 million. This is far too extravagant. Is this truly for me? It must be worth tens of millions. Just keep it. It's no trouble, Yi Qing replied dismissively, understanding the gravity of the gift. Yu Qingji quickly summoned a few capable assistants to ensure the wine was safely transported to his office. Soon after, everyone set off towards the designated hotel. Upon reaching the grand private room, Yi Qing took the head seat and gestured for Shun Yinqi and her companions. Han Shui, Please arrange seats for Inchi and her friends. This statement drew the attention of everyone present to Shun Inchi and her companions, indicating their significance to Chairman Yi. Han Shui, aware of the backstory, recognized that Shun Inchi was the teacher of Yi Qing's daughter, suggesting she had performed admirably, earning the chairman's approval. Following Yi Qing's instructions, she arranged their seating. Meanwhile, Yu and Xiaoro settled beside Bai Jishi, unperturbed by their surroundings, swinging their little legs as they gazed at the revolving table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Daddy, what delicious food are we having for lunch? That depends on what Uncle Yu has ordered for you, Yi Qing replied with a warm smile. Yu Qingji felt a sudden pressure as he noticed the eager expressions on the two little girls' faces. Chapter 93. The recording studio, however, Yu Qingji soon regained his composure. After all, upon reflection, he had indeed ordered several dishes suitable for ladies and those favored by children. It should suffice. Moments later, the dishes were served. Yi Qing waved his hand, encouraging everyone not to just watch. Here, there are no strict rules. Let us eat to our hearts and appos, content first. This simple statement eased the tension in the room, prompting everyone to begin their meal. As the delectable dishes were laid out, Yu and Xiaoro gazed intently at the food. Whenever they spotted something appetizing, they would tug at their mother's sleeves. Bai Jishi understood their cue and promptly served them some. On the other side, Han Shui was similarly engaged, using serving chopsticks to help the two little ones pick their favorite dishes, a contented smile gracing her face. Indeed, being with these two children made her feel as though she had reverted to her youthful days. Quite a marvel. Yu and Xiaoro beheld the array of dishes on their plates. Thank you. Mommy, thank you. Ani Shui, their heartfelt words nearly melted Han Shui's heart. With an unstoppable hand, she began to serve them more and more delicacies, as if compelled by an unseen order. Eventually, Yu had to intervene, exclaiming, Ani Shui, I can't finish. There's too much. At her words, Han Shui snapped back to reality, glancing at the mountain of food before Yu, and chuckled softly, realizing just how fond she was of children. Observing this delightful scene, Yu Chengji felt a sense of relief. It appeared the children were enjoying their meal, visibly happy, a successful trial indeed. After satisfying their appetites, the group returned to the office. Yi Qing settled into a chair, where important documents awaited his attention. Yu Qingji stood nearby, while Han Shui remained similarly occupied. Bai Jishi and the two children took a seat on a distant sofa. Mommy, what is Daddy doing? Yu inquired, her face etched with curiosity. Daddy is working now. Yu and Xiaoro. Let us keep quiet so we don't disturb him and Uncle Yu and Amp. Appos. As thoughts, Bai Jishi replied gently. Okay. The two little ones responded softly. They then watched Yi Qing in silence for a moment. Daddy looks so serious and handsome, Xiaoro whispered. Bai Jishi nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. Indeed, Yi Qing exuded a certain charm when he was engrossed in his work. As Bai Jishi observed Yi Qing, her expression softened, almost entranced, until the two little girls leaped from the sofa and scampered to the window to admire the view outside. She joined them, noticing the heights they had reached. Wow, it's so high, Mommy, Yu exclaimed. Of course, this is the highest floor of the building, Bai Jishi replied, affectionately ruffling Yu's hair. Oh, the view is so beautiful, Yu remarked, their focus unwavering as they delighted in the scenery. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stealthily approached. Suddenly, Yi Qing lifted both children into his arms, prompting Bai Jishi to whirl around in surprise, only to relax upon recognizing him. What are you two little ones so captivated by? Yi Qing asked, amused. We're looking at the beautiful scenery, Daddy. They chimed in unison, pointing excitedly at the distant landscape. Indeed, it is quite lovely, Yi Qing acknowledged, nodding. At that moment, Yu Qingji approached, introducing the children to the distant mountains and lakes, which the girls absorbed with innocent nods. All right, I've nearly wrapped up my tasks here. Let's head to the recording studio. Yinin and the others should be ready, Yi Qing announced, with Han Shui leading the way. Meanwhile, in Studio 1, Shen Yinqi and her colleagues were meticulously checking the equipment and details. Zhanggu, is everything ready? She inquired, glancing toward Zhang Hai, one of the company's top sound engineers. All set, but you're making me quite anxious, Zhang Hai chuckled. recalling the task assigned to him, recording and mixing for Chairman Yi and Appo's as children. Children and Appo's voices rarely possess high-pitch accuracy. This could be a significant workload, he sighed, feeling the weight of impending responsibilities. Hearing his lament, Shen Yinqi and her team exchanged glances. What's wrong, Zhangge? Before we even start, you're already sighing? Don't worry. Yu is my student. Her pitch is exceptional. Once you meet her, you'll realize she is a little lucky star. There won't be much work involved. They reassured him, but their comments only deepened his anxiety. The more you say, the more worried I become. How high can a child in Appo's pitch really be? Zhang Hai rolled his eyes, his hopes dwindling. Outside, the commotion indicated that Yi Qing had finished his work and was on his way. A moment later, Yi Qing and the two children entered the studio, causing Zhang Hai's eyes to widen in astonishment. These two little girls were incredibly beautiful and charming. However, the feeling of despair deepened within him. Given their tender age, how high could their talent possibly be? Sheninshi, you three must be conspiring to fool me, he thought, bracing himself for several sleepless nights. At least, he consoled himself. He was working with such adorable children. Hello, Chairman Yi, Zhang Hai greeted, his gaze shifting to the leading figure, Yi Qing. Zhang Hai, this is one of our best sound engineers. I appreciate your efforts. The children are young, so please take extra care, Yi Qing stated, providing Zhang Hai with a vital boost of confidence. Rest assured, Chairman Yi, I will do my utmost, Zhang Hai replied, rejuvenated. All right, I leave it in your capable hands. Xiaoro, do you wish to stay here? We're planning to explore the surroundings, Yi Qing inquired, glancing at Xiaoro, who seemed hesitant to remain, fearing it might place undue pressure on Yu. Thus, he decided to take by Zhishi and wander about instead. Chapter 94. A celestial voice, he gazed at Xiaoro, who dashed over to grasp her sister's hand. Mom and Dad, I will stay here with my sister. All right, then you can stay here, Yinqi replied. Take good care of them. Rest assured, Director Yi, Shun Yinqi assured. Yi Qing and the others chose not to intrude further and exited the room. Meanwhile, Yu Chengji and Appo's secretary arrived to report. Director Yu, General Zhao Kong has arrived and is currently waiting in your office. Would you like to meet him? Let him wait a little longer, Yu Chengji replied. No need. Yi Qing interjected, waving her hand. Don and Appo's, mind us. We will just wander around here for a bit before heading to the office for a rest. You carry on with your duties. Understood, Director Yi. If you need anything, just let me know, Yu Chengji said, heading toward his office. At that moment, within Yu Chengji and Appo's office, the rotund General Zhao sat, being served tea. What urgent matter has Director Yu attended to that he has yet to return? Zhao inquired. Today, Director Yi came by, and Director Yu accompanied her, came the response. Zhao was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The newly appointed Director Yi? Here in the group today? The mention of this individual had circulated in their circles, initially presumed to be from a wealthy family. But recent news from Wuyo Media revealed that Director Yi was not merely a second-generation heir, but a genuine manager. Upon her arrival, she nearly overwhelmed Yu Chengji with her inquiries, orchestrating matters with exceptional precision. The notion of her being a mere second-generation heir, an outsider guiding insiders, was utterly implausible. Other entertainment companies had begun to weave elaborate tales about Director Yi, including her lineage and capabilities. Might it be possible to meet her today? Zhao pondered but soon sighed, realizing it was unlikely. His status was insufficient, and only the group's chairman or other directors could have an audience with her. Well, I am here to discuss serious matters today, anyway, he mused, sipping his tea. As he strolled about the office, he noticed an exquisite large box beside Yu Chengji's desk. What is this? Zhao wondered aloud, unable to ascertain its contents. Moments later, Yu Chengji returned. General Zhao, I hope you haven't been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived, Zhao replied. Yu Chengji noticed Zhao and Appo's gaze fixed on the box, which contained the finest Romanicani wine. This was a prized possession that he intended to secure in a safe. As he shifted the box towards the safe, a faint liquid sound emanated from within. Is this a box of wine? Zhao mused, intrigued by the exquisite bottle. He contemplated inquiring further, but decided against it for the time being. in the coming days. Shall we gather a few entertainment companies to discuss potential collaborations? After all, mutual benefit is our aim. Zhao broached the subject directly. Yu Qingji nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the group, Yi Qing had taken Bai Shi on a tour, leaving Bai Shi somewhat bewildered by the vastness of the establishment. Observing Bai Shi's expression, Yi Qing chuckled and led her back to the office. What do you think of visiting our group, boss lady? The term boss lady turned Bai Shi into oppose. S face crimson as she playfully glared at Yi Qing. Yi Qing settled on the sofa, pondering whether things were going smoothly for Yu. Let's not intrude. I fear it might make Yu anxious. Bai Shi nodded in agreement. At the recording studio, Zhang Hai was taken aback. What? His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this sound? So pure and pristine? Such pitch perfection? It is nothing short of celestial. He turned to Shun Yinqi and the others, recalling their earlier words. Zhang Hai had to concede they were spot on, perhaps even conservative in their praise. Perhaps his own experience was simply limited. He scratched his head, listening to Yu and Appo's song again. Is this even feasible? Should a child possess such talent? This gift is simply explosive. And who composed this melody? It is extraordinarily catchy, destined for greatness. As the song concluded, Shun Yinqi queried, Brother Hai, what is the matter? Why are you in a daze? Should we record again or proceed differently? Shun Yinqi felt that the previous take had been quite satisfactory. Zhang Hai hesitated. Let us do another take. Although he questioned the necessity, he opted for caution. On the other hand, Yu remained composed, while Xiaoro was entranced, her eyes filled with admiration. Despite having heard it multiple times, Shun Yinqi and the others were still in awe. Had it not been for Shun Yinqi's own remarkable vocal skills and talent, her harmonies would have struggled to match Yu and Appo's pristine voice. All right, Zhang Hai nodded, signaling that the subsequent work was in his hands. Yet, the workload seemed minimal compared to that of songs recorded by popular stars. Can this little girl truly dominate the entertainment industry? The thought thrilled him. Let us give the child a break, Zhang Hai suggested, as Xiaoro rushed over to Yu. Sister, you are amazing. Yu stood tall, wearing a proud expression, seeking praise from Shun Yinqi and the others. You did indeed perform splendidly just now. However, we still need to fine-tune the audio and manage promotional tasks. It will take some time before your album can be heard online. Nevertheless, with Director Ye's involvement, this process can be expedited significantly. You, my dear, are on the fast track to stardom. Shun Yinqi pinched Yu's cheek, her expression one of envy. Indeed, it was true. One could perish in comparison to another, as she had been overtaken by a mere child. Who could she turn to for justice? Chapter 95. Shun Yinqi and Appo's livestream announcement beside her. Wang Linghan and Suing also approached, having just listened to Yu and Appo's enchanting song. It was simply too pure and pristine. Such a clear voice is rare in the music industry. Perhaps this is the little girl's advantage. Coupled with this adorable song, it was utterly delightful. One can only imagine how deeply this album will resonate with countless hearts upon its release. I suggest we host a live stream tonight, the three of us together, Wang Linghan proposed with a smile. Let an Appo's build some anticipation first. Suing nodded in agreement. It and Appo's. It's been a while since we last streamed. Let's see how much popularity we can gather this time. Don't worry, the three of us will issue a live stream announcement first. After everyone sees it, our audience tonight will surely be substantial, Shun Yinqi remarked as she began to send out the live stream teaser. Before long, the announcement they collectively shared skyrocketed to trending status. Oh my goodness, are the three of you really going to live stream together tonight? I can Appo's. Wait, so excited. The announcement hints at some significant news. Could it be that you three are forming a group? If the three of you were to unite, it would be absolutely formidable, likely sweeping across the entire Chinese music scene. Enough with the wild speculations. There's no use in guessing. I can hardly contain my excitement. In a brief span of time, thousands of comments had already accumulated. Wow, it's evident that the three of us still hold a bit of popularity, Shun Yinqi said playfully, sticking out her tongue, prompting the other two to shake their heads. This girl truly lacks a clear understanding of her own appeal. Yet, this has always been her way. Isn't there a saying in the industry, when Inchi is silent, she simply releases songs? She has indeed risen through sheer talent. As they were engaged in discussion, Yi Qing and others arrived. Daddy, Yu Yu has finished recording, Yu Yu exclaimed, skipping towards Yi Qing with joy, hugging his leg and looking up at him with a face full of eagerness for praise. Ye vink simidet, lifting Yu Yu into his arms and playfully pinching her little nose. Yu Yu is so amazing. After lavishing Yu Yu with compliments that made her blush, Yi Qing shifted his focus. Nearby, Yu Qingji and others, having overheard Yi Qing's enthusiastic praise, couldn't help but acknowledge that Chairman Yi was quite the encouraging father. Growing up in such an environment, the child and Appo's self-confidence would undoubtedly flourish. Yi Qing turned to Shen Yinchi. What were you three discussing just now? We and Appo's planning to announce a live stream tonight, Shen Yinchi replied. As soon as we posted it, it shot up to trending status, and we were just reading through the comments. Chairman Yi, would you be interested in joining us for tonight and Appo's live stream? Never mind. You all have fun. I lack any real popularity, and my presence wouldn't add much value. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. With your looks and status, you'd undoubtedly draw an audience. And if you brought Yu Yu and Xiao Rou along, the popularity would surely skyrocket, Shen Yinchi teased. However, it's best to maintain some mystery around Yu Yu. Perhaps she should make her appearance after the album release for a perfect reveal. All right then, shall we listen to these songs together? Yi Qing suggested, glancing toward Zhang Hai. Yu Qingji also turned to him. Chairman Yi, I'll now play a simple accompaniment. Once I get home tonight, I'll refine the audio. The child's pitch is spot on, so it won't take long to finish. With that, Zhang Hai began to play. Soon, Yu Yu and Appo's voice echoed throughout the recording studio, soothing everyone's previously restless spirits. A child's voice has a way of cleansing the soul. Yu Qingji listened attentively, then glanced at Han Shui. He focused on the bigger picture while Han Shui managed the details. He found the song promising, but wanted to gauge the reaction of a professional. At that moment, Han Shui stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the level of a child? This is extraordinarily high. The song and lyrics amplified cuteness to an astonishing degree. She almost reached for her phone to record a snippet as an alarm tone. Imagine waking up to that voice. It would surely alleviate any morning irritability. Observing Han Shui's reaction, Yu Chengji understood. Clearly, the results were impressive, which would only motivate him further in promoting the song. Once the song concluded, everyone instinctively applauded. Not merely because Yi Qing was present, but because they were genuinely captivated by Yu Yu's talent. My little Yu Yu possesses the grace of a diva, Yi Qing chuckled, affectionately tousling Yu Yu's hair, eliciting laughter from the group. With the tasks at the company completed, Yi Qing announced, well, the recording is done. So I'll be heading back now. Inchi, will you be joining us? Shen Inchi waved her hand. Chairman Yi, you all can go ahead. We'll be live streaming here tonight since the equipment is more professional. Do remember to tune in. Very well, Yi Qing nodded. Subsequently, holding Yu Yu's hand and with Baijishi grasping Xiao Rou's, they descended the stairs and left the building, accompanied by others. Yu Chengji and the rest watched them depart, reflecting on how remarkable Chairman Yi was and how talented his child had become. Now I feel like I should get married and have children, Yu Chengji mused. You must be feeling the pressure. Your family must be urging you. Han Shui chimed in. They pushed me a few years back, but perhaps they grew tired of it. Now they seem to have given up, Yu Chengji shrugged. This revelation made Han Shui's eyes light up. So the end of marriage pressure is this? Does that mean if I endure this phase of being urged to marry, I'll eventually reach a point where my parents are too weary to bother? Yu Qingji was left speechless, pondering the peculiar atmosphere within the company. What's happening here? Is no one getting married or having children? But then again, I suppose I have no right to comment, considering I'm one of them. Chapter 96. Shen Inchi. That child is truly not mine. All right, let us convene for a brief meeting to discuss the promotional matters. After a while, within the conference room, Yu Chengji was assigning tasks to various departments, and everyone diligently took notes. As for the channels and such, leave that to me. Coincidentally, I am scheduled to dine with them soon, and I will mention it then. That's settled. The significance of this matter is self-evident, and I need not elaborate. With that, Yu Qingji stood up and resumed his busy schedule. A couple of hours later, Yi Qing and the others returned to the villa. After dinner, Bai Xingtian received a phone call. Where the two little treasures? You and Amp. Oppos. Only concerned about your little treasures, completely disregarding the big treasure. Huh? By Jiqi and Amp. Oppos. S remark left by Xingtian somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. Have you returned from kindergarten today? Today. Neither of them attended. Bai Xingtian grew anxious. What happened? Why didn't you go to kindergarten? Are you sick? Grandpa. Today we went to Dad's company to record a song. Yuyo and Xiaoro, who were initially sitting quietly on the sofa, rushed over upon hearing Bai Xingtian's voice. Pressing their little faces close to the screen, their adorable expressions simply irresistible. Dad's company is quite large. There are many uncles and aunts accompanying us. Yuyo beamed. I performed splendidly today. Even the uncle in the recording studio praised me. Yuyo is so impressive. Bai Xingtian had not anticipated this, as it was rather unfamiliar to him. Bai Zhilin came by, holding a bowl of cherry tomatoes. Auntie, would you like some tomatoes? She inquired, extending her bowl. Bai Xingtian responded, Go, do your homework. You lack sincerity. How can you eat through the screen? Aren't you just teasing them? Just wait until one day you fail to amuse them. I wonder how flustered you will be. I heard that Yuyo and the others went to record a song today. Is it the one your father wrote the other day? Yes. Bai Jiqi nodded. Your niece may very well become a big star in the future. Tonight, Inchi and the others will be live streaming. You can catch a glimpse of this if you finish your homework. I feel I could watch even if I don't finish my homework, Bai Zhilin blurted out. Shortly after, a chilling voice interjected, I feel you cannot. Bai Zhilin turned to see Wang Ning staring at her, and at that moment, she felt intimidated. I must leave now. I need to finish my homework quickly. I will also watch the live stream tonight. With that, Bai Zhilin hurried to her room to complete her assignments. Can we listen to the song now? Bai Xingtian inquired. Bai Jiqi shook her head. We haven't retrieved the recording yet. It's still at the company and requires some post-production work. However, it won't take long. I believe the song will be released in a few days. You can listen to it online then. All right, we look forward to it. Bai Xingtian smiled, pleased at the thought of hearing his granddaughter's voice anytime, anywhere, on his phone. Later that evening, after hanging up, Bai Jiqi tuned into Shun Inchi's live stream. Upon glancing at the screen, her eyes widened in disbelief. The live stream was prominently featured, and even before it began, the viewer count was remarkably high. Indeed, the popularity of Inchi and her team was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yi Qing entered, having washed some fruit. Oh, is it about to start? Let me take a look. Bai Jiqi decided to cast the live stream onto the television. Yuyo nestled into Yi Qing and Amp, Oppos, S arms, while Xiaoro snuggled into Bai Jiqi's embrace. Shortly after, the live stream commenced. It's starting. We are here. Shun Inchi announced, her three companions appearing on screen, all made up. And Shun Inchi looked much better, having clearly rested well, in stark contrast to her earlier lethargic demeanor. As soon as they appeared, an explosion of gift effects flooded the screen, almost overwhelming their faces. The comments below surged in rapid succession, seemingly endless. Goodness. The popularity of Inchi and her team is indeed remarkable. Inchi is quite charming, Yuyo remarked, admiring Shun Inchi and Oppos' makeup, while Xiaoro, still unfamiliar with new experiences, stared in fascination. At that moment, within the company, Shun Inchi and her companions exchanged helpless smiles at the barrage of gifts. Why are we being bombarded with gifts right from the start? Our goal today isn't to collect gifts. All right, everyone, please hold off on the gifts for a moment. We have an important announcement to make tonight, Shun Inchi instructed, and the comments began to roll in. What are you going to say? Could it be that you're forming a new group? Oh my, I'm already looking forward to it. Hurry up and tell us. Actually, we're not forming a new group. We're just teasing you about the upcoming new album, which belongs to My Little Apprentice. I also play a supporting role in this album, so you can look forward to it, Shun Inchi explained. Wang Linghan and Suing chimed in. This album also features some of our contributions and sound wonderful. As they spoke, the comments in the live stream began to slow down, as the news was not as explosive as the formation of a new group in the eyes of the audience. Oh, so you're introducing a newcomer, Little Apprentice? How little? Have you found a talented singer? I'm quite eager to see. Supporting role? So you're really promoting newcomers. This level of artist has become a supporting role. How little? My little apprentice is about 4 or 5 years old. Shun Inchi stated candidly, as it would be revealed upon the album and Oppo's S release anyway. Boom! With this one statement, the comments in the live stream seemed to momentarily halt before erupting again. For a 5 years old, not an apprentice, but a child. Oh no, my heart is shattered. Inchi is married, has children, and they are already 4 or 5 years old. Oh my goodness, this news is too explosive. I can't bear it anymore. Looking at the comments section, Shun Inchi was momentarily stunned. How did this become my child? This is ridiculous. Inky. You're done for. I can already foresee the trending topic tonight will be Shun Inchi has a child, revealed during the live stream. Wang Ling Han and Su Ying teased, appearing quite amused. Shen Yingqi exclaimed, I'm still a young maiden. With this rumor, will I ever get married? Chapter 97. Who urinated yellow. Come wake him up. Shen Yingqi was lamenting in her heart, but soon, envy began to stir within her. If Yu and Xiaoro were her children, she would consider herself extraordinarily fortunate. She gazed at the screen and sighed, wishing the child were her daughter. She would wake up laughing with joy. Moreover, she currently had no partner, so where would the children come from? If you truly cared about me, you would hurry and find me a partner. Shen Yingqi's complaints ignited a vibrant atmosphere in the live stream once more. Wow, this reaction feels so genuine. Are you sure those aren't to your kids? Judging by her reaction, it's definitely not the case. Furthermore, the child must possess considerable musical talent. Otherwise, Yingqi wouldn't express such sentiments. Hey, can you see me? Please share your contact details. I'd like to see if I qualify to be your partner. Wake up, dreamer. Step aside, everyone. I'm here to wake him up. To the one who wants a date, first show your worth by gifting 10,000. As comments flooded in, the live stream became a joyous spectacle. Wang Linghan and Su Ying watched nearby, their faces adorned with smiles. This live stream is filled with talent. The commentary is so entertaining. Look, just as I predicted, Inchi's children are trending. However, rumors had already begun to circulate, suggesting that this trending topic would not last long. Su Ying remarked. Shinichi turned back. It's fine. Let it trend a bit longer. I might as well ride on my little disciple-s wave of popularity. Never have I seen someone as shameless as you. How old are you to be riding on a child's coattails? Su Ying ziplit haupa. Meanwhile, within the villa, Yi Qing and her companions watched the surging popularity of the live stream and the comments therein. Bai Jiling looked astonished, not expecting Yingqi and her friends to garner such popularity, with hundreds of thousands tuning in and the numbers still escalating. The groundwork laid is excellent. Combined with Yu Qing's promotional efforts, I find myself quite eager, Yi Qing mused, smiling as she tousled Yu's hair. Yu, once you achieve fame and fortune, what do you plan to do? Give it all to mommy and daddy. Yu replied without hesitation. Yi Qing and Bai Jiqi exchanged glances, charmed by the little one's sincerity. All right, let's watch a bit longer before heading to bed. We're visiting Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow morning, understood? Bai Jiqi said, holding the two girls. Okay. The two girls nodded eagerly. After freshening up, the little ones climbed into bed and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. That night, Shun Yingqi continued the live stream until 10 o'clock, primarily to promote Yu's album. The viewer count soared into the millions. Shun Yingqi responded to various inquiries, stating, I can only say the album is wonderful. You'll know when you hear it. My little disciple is still so young, only 4 or 5 years old, and should be asleep by now. I hope everyone can be kind in their comments. After all, she's just a child. I sincerely thank you in advance. After the live stream concluded, Shun Yingqi looked at the trending topics with astonishment. So many entries? The entire internet is buzzing with speculation. This suspense is palpable. When we unveil the big surprise, followed by another live stream with Yu, the impact will be unimaginable. She chuckled at the thought, unable to contain her joy. Nearby, Wang Linghan and Su Ying heard her laughter and turned to Shinichi. What are you laughing at all by yourself? Nothing. Just thinking of something joyful, Shun Yingqi replied. The two exchanged looks of disbelief. All right, enough laughter. It's time to sleep, they urged. feeling weary after several hours of streaming. Shin Inchi, who had not slept well the previous night, was undeniably exhausted despite having rested a bit in the afternoon. The following morning, Bai Jiling awoke and opened the trending topics, preparing to browse through national and international news. Huh? She paused, staring at the trending topics. After rubbing her sleepy eyes, she clicked again and gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Whoa! Bai Jiling sat up abruptly, unable to fathom what she was seeing. Scrolling down further, she exclaimed, "There are so many trending topics? Mom, Dad!" She jumped out of bed and dashed outside. In the living room, Bai Xingtian was preparing to go for a run, while Wang Ning had just risen. They heard their daughter's astonished voice. "What's going on? Why the commotion so early in the morning?" Wang Ning complained, feeling a headache coming on. "Forget the chatter, Shu. Look at these trending topics. UUS album hasn't even been released, and she's already a sensation. Look," Bai Jiling said, handing her phone to them. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning leaned in to take a look. Goodness, so many comments. However, UUS identity hasn't been revealed yet. Yes. This is all part of the build-up. They're keeping the suspense. Everyone is now eagerly anticipating the album. Once it's released, everyone will flock to it. Yi Qing is truly impressive. This must all be her doing, Wang Ning remarked, expressing admiration. If you get accepted into Jiangxing University, you could learn a lot about business from your brother-in-law, Bai Xingtian said to Bai Jiling. Bai Jiling nodded in agreement. Her attitude towards studying had transformed. No longer was she the reluctant student. Although her grades were good, she lacked initiative. Recently, however, she seemed to have entered a high school mode, brimming with motivation, as if she were fueled by sheer determination. Yesterday, her teacher had spoken with her, curious about her sudden transformation. Upon learning of her aspirations to attend Jiangxing University, the teacher smiled knowingly. While Bai Jiling and her family discussed this, Yi Qing also awoke, glancing at the two little girls beside her. They were sound asleep, resembling two little gas canisters. She gently patted their bottoms, and soon after, soft murmurs of waking filled the air. Chapter 98. Bai Jishi's first time addressing her parents as Mom and Dad, Yi Qing gazed at the two little girls who were softly sobbing, his face adorned with the smile of a proud father. If his own parents were still alive, they would surely have shared in the joy of these two girls just as Bai Jishi's parents did. After a brief moment of weeping, the two little ones rose from their slumber. "Daddy, what's wrong?" they chirped. "Let us go. We're off for a morning run." "Oh, okay." The girls showed no signs of resistance to the morning exercise. It seemed to be a habit they had cultivated. "We must slip out quietly. We don't want to wake anyone," Yi Qing advised, glancing at Bai Jishi, who was still nestled in bed, now clutching a teddy bear instead of him. With a playful grin, Yi Qing led the two little girls outside, and after changing into their exercise attire, they set off. Meanwhile, Bai Jishi squeezed her teddy bear's belly, feeling its softness, and furrowed her brow. When did Yi Qing's belly become so soft? She wondered. Upon opening her eyes, she realized Yi Qing and the two girls were nowhere to be found. They must have gone running. "I should prepare for breakfast," she concluded. Bai Jishi then organized the items she had purchased the previous day, along with some flowers, placing them in the vehicle before proceeding to make breakfast. By the time Yi Qing and the girls returned, fresh from their showers, breakfast was ready. "Come, it's time to eat," Bai Jishi called. Coming. The two freshly dressed little girls scampered out, their faces reflecting their hunger. Yi Qing took a seat as he announced, "After we visit the graves, we'll head to the Provincial Calligraphy Association to collect my credentials. We should also pay a visit to Grandma Schumann and Grandpa Sheyuan." "Okay," Xiaorou nodded. Yi Qing continued, "Xiaorou, I'll give you some small jars shortly. Please fill them with tea for the grandparents. They only need to be half full, and you can present them as gifts." Xiaorou nodded, though only partly understanding, ready to follow Yi Qing and Oppos as instructions. After finishing their meal, Yi Qing produced a set of exquisite little jars, and the two girls eagerly began filling them with tea. Bai Jishi watched in amazement, realizing that these tiny jars could hardly hold much tea, just enough for a few brews. Such extravagant little girls, Yi Qing teased, causing Bai Jishi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "How can you say that about them?" she huffed. Seeing Bai Jishi's indignant expression, Yi Qing chuckled. This tea is quite precious, and using small jars makes it seem even more refined. If I had gift boxes, I would have used them. These esteemed elders are experts in their fields and likely accustomed to state stipends. They wouldn't be impressed with ordinary gifts. Nonetheless, this is Xiao Rou's offering, and this presentation will suffice. As he spoke, Yi Qing revealed that the tea was a rare Dahong Pao, a priceless treasure. Providing them with this little bit is quite generous. We don't have an abundance at home. Bai Jishi nodded, absorbing this newfound knowledge. Once they were ready, the group boarded the vehicle and headed toward the village. Typically, locals preferred not to be interred in public cemeteries, choosing instead to return to their roots, selecting a spot in the mountains to rest alongside their ancestors. However, the village had seen a decline in its population, and since Yi Qing seldom returned, few in the village recognized him anymore. They parked halfway up the mountain and disembarked, carrying their offerings as they ascended. Approaching the Qingming festival, many elderly individuals were also seen making their way up the mountain to pay their respects. Along the way, the two little girls picked a few flowers blooming by the path. "We'll give the big flowers to Mom, and we'll keep the small ones for ourselves," they declared. Bai Jishi affectionately patted their heads, observing Yi Qing ahead, sensing his somber mood. Soon, they reached their destination, flanked by lush pine and cypress trees. Before them stood 2 stone tablets. Yi Qing boldly seated himself, disregarding the dirt beneath him. "Mom, Dad, I'm here. There are many visitors this year," he announced. "This is my wife, and these are your granddaughters, Yu and Xiaoro." Bai Jishi gently placed her bouquet before the tablets, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Mom and Dad, Yi Qing and I brought Yu and Xiaoro to visit you." The moment she uttered Mom and Dad, Yi Qing glanced at her, their eyes meeting in mutual surprise, which quickly transformed into gratitude. "Come, Yu and Xiaoro, didn't you pick flowers? Present them to Grandma and Grandpa." The girls, understanding the significance, stepped forward to place their flowers at the base of the tombstones. "Grandma and Grandpa, these are the flowers we just picked from the mountain. We hope you like them," they said, reaching out to touch the stone tablets, gazing at the kind faces in the photographs. Yi Qing took the paper offerings from Bai Jishi's hands, securing them with stones atop a small mound of earth. The girls mimicked their father's actions. "Dad, is this stone suitable? Is it big enough?" After a while, the offerings were properly arranged. "Look at how considerate my daughter-in-law is, providing so much that we can hardly fit it all," Yi Qing chuckled, feeling no need to hold back in front of his parents. He then produced a bottle of Roman e Conti, glancing at it before pouring some onto the ground. "Dad, this is a fine foreign wine, quite expensive, though I'm unsure if it suits your palate. I find it quite pleasant," he remarked, turning to Bai Jishi, who understood his intention to share something special with his parents. "Shall we take the little ones to explore the paths around the mountain?" she suggested. All right, the girls agreed, though Xiao Rou glanced back at Yi Qing, noting a hint of sorrow in his smile. As they walked, Bai Jishi turned to the girls. "Aren't you scared?" "No," they replied, shaking their heads. "Dad said those buried on the mountain are beloved family members we think of often." Chapter 99. Run Slowly. Don and Apos, Tifal listening to the words of the two little girls, Bai Jishi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mountain holds the dearly missed relatives of everyone. The cycles of life, birth, aging, illness, and death, are inescapable for any individual. Bai Jishi led the two little girls towards the open area across the road, allowing Yi Qing a moment of solitude. On this side, after finishing his prayers, Yi Qing sat down on the ground, disregarding the dust beneath him. "Mom and Dad, I never imagined that in just 1 year, so much would change. Now, I'm on the verge of having a fiancé, and have these two little girls with me," he murmured, seemingly sharing his thoughts in a gentle manner. Eventually, he checked the time and rose to dust off the gravestone once more, although it had already been cleaned by Bai Jishi. "I'm leaving now, Dad and Mom. I'll visit again when I have the time." He turned and walked away, waving goodbye. Year after year, Yi Qing had grown accustomed to this routine. As he descended, he spotted Bai Jishi and the two little girls engaged in some activity, crouched together. Upon closer inspection, he found that the adult was collecting stones alongside the children. "Dad, look at all these beautiful pebbles," one of the girls exclaimed, showcasing her small hands filled with smooth, glistening stones. Bai Jishi turned to Yi Qing, puzzled. It's strange, isn't it? This isn't a riverbank, and there's no flowing water. Where did these pebbles come from? Were they brought up from the valley? Not quite. This area used to be a riverbed, and there were springs in the mountains with natural flowing water. However, it's the dry season now, so there's none left, Yi Qing explained as Bai Ji, she nodded in understanding. The two little girls continued to sift through the stones, carefully selecting a few they deemed most appealing. These girls are quite discerning. If it were me at their age, I would have collected every pretty stone I saw. Yi Qing remarked as he gathered their chosen pebbles into his pocket. Dad, can we put these in the fish tank? One girl asked. Yes, or I can clean them up for you when we get home, and you can place them on your nightstand, he replied. Thank you, Daddy. Yo-Yo beamed. While the other girl, Xiao Rou, looked at the stones with fleeting interest before running back to Yi Qing. Dad, are we going back to Grandpa and Grandma's? She asked. Not today, he answered, lifting both girls into his arms. Thank you, Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou, for accompanying me today. He turned to Bai Ji Shi, his eyes filled with gratitude, though words eluded him. Today, Yi Qing felt a profound joy, akin to the exhilaration of introducing a girlfriend or a newborn to his parents. That sense of pride and happiness was ineffable. Hey, have you two little girls gained some weight? You feel heavier, he teased. We and Amp, Oppos, re not getting fat. We and Amp, Oppos, regrowing taller. Yo-Yo retorted. Indeed, girls never want to be called plump, he chuckled. All right, Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou, eat well so you can grow as tall as your mother. Okay. Xiao Rou rested her head on Yi Qing's shoulder, casting a glance at Bai Ji Shi, her face alight with the anticipation of growing up. Let us go, Ji Shi. Yi Qing called. Bai Ji Shi quickly followed, taking Xiao Rou from his arms and linking her hand with Yi Qing's. He playfully traced her palm with his finger, prompting her to glance at him several times. Upon reaching the car, they placed the girls in the back seat. Yi Qing took a last look before climbing in, and they began their descent. Let us visit the Provincial Calligraphy Association. The old professors should be there. They are all retired now and have taken to enjoying the art of calligraphy. Are Grandma Shu and Grandpa Xia there too? Xiao Rou asked, leaning over the armrest. They should be. Let us go see. There will likely be many other grandfathers and grandmothers there. Yi Qing replied, recalling the tea he had brought for them. Now that the number had increased, he thought that this gesture would be sufficient, as each delicate porcelain jar contained only a modest amount of tea. Xiao Rou has made great progress lately. Let us show it off to Grandma Shu and Grandpa Xia. Xiao Rou declared, her face beaming with excitement. Yes, let us amaze them. Yi Qing added before yawning. Noticing, Bai Ji Shi asked, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Do you want me to drive so you can rest a bit? No need. If I drive, you all can relax and sleep, but if you drive, I fear the rest of us will be forced to stay awake, he jested. You, naughty man. Bai Ji Shi was about to retort, but realized he had a point. Given her driving skills, that would indeed be the outcome. She could only feign annoyance. Dad, you're not allowed to bully Mom. Her driving has improved so much lately. She even avoided a dog the other day. As they chatted, Bai Ji Shi initially felt proud about sharing her driving achievements, but as the conversation progressed, she grew increasingly exasperated. What does successfully avoiding a dog even mean? She lamented, feeling her driving reputation in Yi Qing's eyes diminish. After a while, they arrived at the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Yi Qing observed that the place retained the charm of his former workplace. He and Bai Ji Shi opened the trunk to retrieve the small jars, also handing 2 little boxes to the girls. Let us go ahead, Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou exclaimed, dashing off to explore what the Calligraphy Association had to offer. Yi Qing watched them with concern. Slow down, don't fall, he urged, anxious that if they stumbled, the fragile porcelain jars might shatter. But more importantly, he couldn't bear the thought of the little girls hurting themselves. Chapter 100. A gift for you, however. The 2 little ones paid no heed to Yi Qing, dashing forward with unabated speed. These little girls have grown up and become a tad mischievous. What is this? No longer the daughter's favorite? Beside her, Bai Ji Shi listened to Yi Qing's words, a smile gracing her face as she inquired. Yi Qing glanced at her, playfully pinching her cheek. A little mischief is quite delightful. It's certainly preferable to boys. I too have a preference for little girls, Bai Ji Shi remarked. Yet she pondered whether Yi Qing might burst into tears when the two little girls eventually marry. Given Yi Qing's already subdued mood today, it seemed prudent to refrain from such topics. However, Bai Zixi soon chided herself inwardly. Why was she thinking about the two little girls when she herself was not yet married? Would her father shed tears when it was her turn to wed? After some contemplation, she mused that if it weren't for the two little girls, her father might indeed weep. Yet, she had already laid sufficient groundwork for him. She could foresee that during her wedding, her father would likely maintain his composure. Come on, what are you thinking about? I cannot share with you. Bai Zixi almost blurted out about the two girls' marriages, but caught herself. Yet, the way she hesitated piqued Yi Qing's curiosity. Oh, you cannot share now? Then I shall await our return home this evening for the full tale, Yi Qing teased. Bai Zixi felt a flush of embarrassment at his words, clutching a small jar, as she followed the two little girls ahead. Why did you get shy after just a couple of exchanges? Yi Qing closed the trunk and leisurely followed behind. The two little girls, clutching their porcelain jars, scampered inside. At the entrance, the security guard observed the two adorable girls and ambled over. Who are you two looking for? Seeing the charming little girls softened even the gruff tone of the security guard. Uncle, we're looking for Grandma Shu and Grandpa Xia. Are they here today? Xiao Rou blinked her large eyes in inquiry. The security guard and Oppos, his heart melted at the sight of the two girls. Were they the descendants of Shu Man or Professor Xia? How utterly charming. They are both here today. You may go find them, he said, gently patting the girls' heads as he granted them passage. A moment later, he encountered Yi Qing and Bai Zixi, stopping to inquire further. Upon learning that Yi Qing was a new member there to collect his credentials, he allowed them to proceed, albeit at a distance from the two little girls. The girls skipped joyfully into the hall. There, a group of professors was preparing to enter the calligraphy and painting room. Grandma Shu, Grandpa Xia, Grandpa Zhou, Xiao Rou called out loudly, drawing the attention of the elderly professors. Shu Man and Xia Yuan turned to see the two little darlings standing there, holding gift boxes like porcelain dolls. Oh my Xiao Rou, you, what brings you here today? Shu Man, who had been deep in thought with a serious expression, instantly brightened at the sight of the little ones and walked over. Xia Yuan, observing, turned to his fellow professors, saying, perfect timing. Look at this little girl on the left. She is the talented one I mentioned before. Who would have thought she would come today? Isn't she adorable? As he introduced them, the professors turned their gazes to Xiao Rou, indeed finding her irresistibly charming. Coupled with what they had heard from Xia Yuan about her talent and character, they recognized her as a promising prospect. Yet, they realized they likely would not have the opportunity to mentor her. Xia Yuan had mentioned that the girl's father had already reached a level of calligraphy mastery that surpassed even that of the professors. Thus, they were not meant to instruct her, but merely to enjoy the sight of her. Shu Man approached Xiao Rou and Yu. Dear children, we came here with our parents. They're still behind us, so we ran ahead, Xiao Rou explained, to which Shu Man nodded, gently patting her head, then noticed the gift box she was holding. What do you two have in your arms? It is a gift for Grandpa and Grandma, Xiao Rou replied with candor. Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. Before their retirement, they had been university professors or officials, and many had brought them gifts. However, after retirement, aside from a few students visiting during holidays, it was rare for anyone to present them with gifts. Naturally, they might keep the lesser ones but return the more expensive ones, having been quite discerning in their choices. After retirement, with little practical use for such gifts, the frequency of presents dwindled, sparing them of much hassle. What's inside? It's tea that we packed. Yu chimed in. The two little girls opened the gift boxes, revealing jars within. Oh, how exquisite! Shu Man exclaimed, taking a jar to examine before opening it, and inhaling deeply. Ah, this aroma is quite rich. Is this the Hong Pao? She had sampled many fine teas, and a Hong Pao was familiar to her. Yet, the fragrance of this one was unlike any she had encountered before. Perhaps it was the charm of the two little girls that enhanced her perception of the tea. After a while, Yi Qing and Bai Zixi entered, spotting Shu Man and Xia Yuan. Professor Shu, Professor Xia, Yi Qing greeted. Ah, young friend Yi, you've arrived, Xia Yuan replied, then glanced at the two little girls. You've fallen quite behind them. They dashed off with their gifts as soon as we got out of the car, and we needed to tidy up a bit, hence the delay, Qing explained. Well then, let us not linger here. Let us proceed to the calligraphy and painting room, Shu Man suggested, taking the hands of Xiao Rou and Yu as they moved forward. The sight made the others envious, and they gathered around, admiring the two charming girls. Upon entering the calligraphy and painting room, Xiao Rou's eyes widened in awe, sparkling with wonder as if she had beheld something extraordinary.